Oh, good morning. Well, look at that, actually. We're early? That doesn't sound like me. Oh, hopefully you're all having a good day. Hopefully Wednesday was very bountiful. In fact, I'm hoping it was from a casting perspective. That's actually one of the big reasons why I usually take the Wednesday off, actually. It just gives us a little bit of breathing room. Because obviously, you know, we're kind of a small, humble community. And if I literally cast 5 days a week with the hours we put in, we'd probably be scraping the bottom of the barrel. So it keeps us open. I might look to actually try and set up scheduling by the end of this week for like the outlook on what we'll be doing for the rest of the month. I think that may be a good idea, just so you guys know when and where you can catch me. But goal today will probably be live for 8 hours? 7 or 8 hours, I think. Pretty long stream. Then tomorrow, the goal is going to be to go live around 11 or 12 probably. And I don't think I'm going to do like an 11 or 12 hour stream like I normally do, just because what I've got to be like conscious of is the fact that there are going to be tournament games on the weekend. There's going to be Energy Slapfest number 2. There was original plans to do something with the guys, but I just felt like it made more sense to cast different games. So I will be casting here. I believe they're going to be casting on their channel. They're going to have a shared stream. But I will be doing my own thing here. Sorry about the observing side. I can't quite afford an observer. But it means you should get plenty of other different games that we can watch. There's a cheetah? What's their name on the ladder? Is this one of the ones that got just exposed by Drongo? Because I know he's been getting like cheetahs and cheeses in free-for-alls, right? I feel like we haven't seen any cheaters, right? I think we had one person we suspected of cheating when we watched a free-for-all WAM in it. And then we're like, nah, it's good cheat. Right? Like, we were like, I mean, this is kind of weird behavior, but at the same time, like, he's not 100% playing like he's cheating. So we were like, chill. It's all good. How's it going anyway, Tokuraro? So I think the goal today is we could kick off some Doomy versus Vortex. I think there's also like some Doomy versus Recon I want to check out. And Killjadi. Sorry, Dimo, you're getting a little bit of focus here. And then we'll check out and see if Louis been up to anything. I know Crackety had a few games. I believe there might be 1 or 2 other opportunities to catch Wham. And of course, we'll have to check in with our memstress, Faye. She always delivers. She's literally playing games right now. Don't know why. Faye stopped streaming, right? I haven't seen her in a while. I'm not sure why that was. Maybe she was like, the degeneracy must remain secret so that I can catch people off guard. That would be the smart move. So, 1 second. Can we get to see some team games later? I don't know about team games. The problem with team games, we went over this already. The problem with team games usually is that the game is poorly designed around team play. So a lot of actions take way too long, or I got foregone conclusion quite early, but take a long time to conclude. So we'll see. I usually let the chat choose, and the chat every time I've recommended team games is like, oh, no. Because another big part is genuinely getting like decent matchups. You know, usually you'll catch like State queuing into some poor sods that don't know what is about to hit them, and that is like not very enjoyable for a lot of people. Possibly free-for-alls later if we have enough people. I will check later on, as I often do. But I know the last few days has been a little bit weird. For some reason, we haven't has made people. I think that's because everyone is just searching standard free-for-alls, which, I mean, their choice. Personally, I think standard free-for-alls are lame compared to the ones we've been doing. But always up to them. So let me pull up these Doomy versus Vortex games. So we've got English versus Japanese. I wonder if this one actually favors English now with the new Abbey of Kings build. I'm not entirely convinced it does. I think there's like certain issues you encounter. Yeah, I think that like I actually think this should still favor the Japanese. Yo, what's up, Morike? Thank you very much for the sub, buddy. Should be popping up sec. There you go. Welcome to Swarm. Remember, guys, get those primes in. Morike made the wise decision today. Love it. And the reason those subs are important is, well, are we lagging? I think we're good, right? The reason those subs are important is because when we're in these games, I've done the pre-roll ads to try and protect you from whatever weird don't chop off your penis story. Okay, I'm going to restart. Hey, before that, don't chop off your penis story that is being pushed at you by Twitch. I don't know if anyone else has got that. It's the Gillette ad at the moment, where it literally just highlights like this guy slipping. It doesn't show you anything, but it's very clear what it's implying. I'm like, no choppy, please. No ads on YouTube? I mean, that's true, but you also don't get emotes. You don't get an ability to join the free-for-alls later. So it's kind of balanced out. And also, I've said before, like watching on... I get it, some people literally can't watch on Twitch because they'll watch from work or whatever, but if you have the choice, definitely prefer or recommend you watch on Twitch, just because it makes sure that like my numbers are growing and that I can eventually actually make money off this, because I'm not able to pay my bills off this. Actually, come to figure it, you should be getting ads on YouTube. I think I have it on balanced. I can't. Ooh, there's an aggressive setting. You shouldn't have said anything. Ooh, I'll be nice for the moment. I feel you, Murike. I think like I usually just prem to people as well. Until recently, because I discovered, I don't know, I think most streamers now don't give their Prime away, because a while ago Twitch added something in where you can actually, like, if you don't use your Prime, you get the money. It's only for like streamers though. I would probably not recommend it to like an affiliate who isn't getting anyone summon them, just because it will take you 20 months to get paid out. Actually, no, sorry, it's more than 20. God, it would take you 40 months to get paid out. God damn, that's crazy. So, let me go ahead. El Sensei. You can rewatch the thing you missed, but that's not possible on Twitch. Yeah, Hosen, like, it's annoying. And the problem is there's no easy way around that if you think about it. Because, for example, if they introduced a buffer so that you got staggered as you got ads played, you wouldn't be live, right? I guess the way you can make up for that is having a click to go back to live button option for people. I'm kind of surprised they haven't tried implementing something like that, but depending on how they've done the infrastructure on the backside, it might be too difficult or too messy for Twitch to do that. Yeah, it's definitely less than ideal. You can Surfshark and sub from Turkey from 0.25 euros. That's true. You know what you do? You just do a deal with someone from Turkey. You're like, I will give you $2 if you give me a sub to KP's channel. Boom, there you go. I don't know why I'm telling you this. I get less money that way. Think you had to make a new account? I'm not sure, Murke. I've never tried that. Yo, what's up, Kaivayu? How's it going, buddy? Watch you dodge the ads. Dude, swoosh. All I'll say is, like, realistically, if you're worried about ads, you haven't got the time for ads, do what Kaivayu did, son. Maximum, it costs you $5, and then in return, you're getting... Let me just crunch the numbers. I would guesstimate the absolute lowest you'll get on this channel at the moment is 100 hours of content, but the reality is it's more like 120 hours of content. That's a damn good deal. I would argue that's a better deal than Disney, because I feel like most people probably aren't clearing 120 hours on their Disney subscription per month. Okay, why am I don't know why. I'm not lagging, am I? It's just like whenever I'm hovering on my browser, it's super laggy. So I want to make sure everything's smooth for you guys before we get into game. That's why we haven't got in yet, is because I just literally had to restart. My PC is dying, and it's very Pepe hands. In fact, that gives me an idea. Let me quickly just message someone, because it was someone I needed to bump, and then we can get into this game. Don't see any lag? Fantastic. That's true. You do get some banging emotes. Also, I guess the other element is like YouTube chat doesn't get to show on the VOD here. Sorry, YouTube chat. Don't blame me. Have a go at Twitch on that one. YouTube buffering quality is better compared to Twitch. Is it? I've heard some stuff about this. I haven't tested it thoroughly. I'm trying to wonder what that could be. Because I don't feel like I'm sending a higher quality feed to YouTube. Maybe I should send a lower quality. Yeah, because like the weird part is I'm legit. So I have a plugin that allows me to send the info across to YouTube the exact same way. So literally what it's doing is like it's compacting the encoder details, so it's like it's pushing out to, we call it RTMPs. So it's sending out to multiple RTMPs the same feed, instead of replicating different standards. Like there is an option to replicate different standards with the encoder. That's not advised because you would actually have to basically put more strain on your CPU. That's why I think the other day when we tried the vertical, we had a little bit of lag. Is because in that situation, I was encoding an entirely different style, right? So it was kind of janky. Wait, what do you mean it's 1080? It's 1080 on Twitch as well. I'm pretty sure of that. Oh my god, my browser is so laggy. I'm trying to check this for you, but I'll check this and then we'll get into game. Like 100% it should be 1080p on both platforms. The only thing I can think is if there's an issue in the way that it's downscaling, because I play at 1440p. Yeah, what the hell? One second. I'm going to quickly restart my browser. Twitch compresses more. That's the interesting part as well, because like YouTube must have some sort of very advanced compression system in that they deal in copious amounts of recorded data that they hold on to, compared to Twitch that doesn't hold on to any of it, right? Yes, Extro. I will be casting this weekend's tournament. I'll be casting it here on this channel. I talked with the guys. We wanted to try and figure something out where we could be on the same broadcast, but it wasn't worth it. And I personally think it makes more sense to like have someone casting different games, so you get different perspectives instead of everyone being on the same like channel sort of thing. Because I know that's what Crackney and Matisse done before. I talked to those guys. I think it's basically a case of they want to be able to get views on the tournament to make it feel like a success. And if they are like starting a new channel that's never been used before, they won't get that. Tournament every weekend? I don't know if that's going to hold. What tournament? Slapfest. Yeah, it's Slapfest. Personally, my take is put the effort in now, grow a channel that you're confident you want to use regularly, and go from there. I think it makes a lot more sense. But I get where he's coming from if they're not planning to do regular tournaments. Yeah, for me, it's just like, I done the maths, and I felt like I could earn more just casting on this channel for the weekend. All right. Anyway, let's get ready for these games. I'm not really sure who's favored in this matchup anymore. I mean, surely it still has to be the Japanese, right? And who better to bring you to your knees than Dumu himself? However, it's not going to be easy because he's up against one of the English GOATs on the other side of this. We've actually got Vortix on his El Sensei account. Now, this matchup to me, it used to be with the Lombo build. I still felt like on maps like Dry Arabia, I would favor the Japanese because of how easily they can get their arrow slits towers up. But in more recent times, things have changed. It's not about the Lombos coming in to harass your god anymore. It's about the king. A lot of high-level English players are now just committing non-stop to Abbey of Kings. I think even with that build, it's difficult to crush the hopes of the Japanese, though, because if they get those outposts up like they always do, fast castle seems inevitable. That's the interesting thing here, is a lot of these Abbey of Kings builds revolve around the idea of either 2 TC or you go fast castle, and when you go fast castle, you play into knights. That actually plays into the advantage of the Japanese. This Civ that has access to better knights, right, with the Mounted Samurai and the Onimusha. Now, if it's just knight on knight, I will actually favor the English there because of the fact that they can heal their king. However, if it turns into an Onimusha extravaganza, those units completely shut down everything the English can do but Lombos. So let's see actually which way Vortix wants to go. Maybe he sees value in the Longbows. I feel like Vortix, even when I've seen a lot of people doing these new builds, over the years, when people have been changing their builds, Vortix to me has been one of the most consistent 1 TC Feudal Age all-in English players I have witnessed in the entire game. So they actually went for the exact same scouting pattern here, so no one getting kind of shortchanged in this one. It's interesting to me actually because Ben, he doesn't seem like he's one of those players that tries to rush Tawara and get out onto the berries. I've noticed a few players have started doing this with the Japanese because actually, if you do go for Tawara first, the moment you drop the farmhouse, then you can stay out with your scout. He doesn't have to come home. So what could have happened here is Ben could have wrapped here, went round the back, came down, passed the TC, and then headed into the center, and then done this line right across. And then just ran round the back of Vortix's base, potentially getting Bare minimum, you'll get 50, 60% of the sheep. You could get 70 upwards to 80% of the sheep, depending on how unlucky Vortex is. Because remember, Vortex is playing a Civ that quite often will come home. There is, of course, these farm builds we've been seeing where some people drop some opening farms, they can stay out longer, but it doesn't really compare to the longevity that you can stay out as the Japanese. Considering the Japanese can get Tawara and then immediately move 8 villages across to the berries. And it is indeed going to be the Abbey of Kings. So we are not getting any of the old school longbow play we've seen from Vortex in the past. I think that makes sense as well. In the recent tournament, there were only 2 players that were finding success with the English to the point they had a positive win rate. Those were Beastie and Vortex. I believe Beastie finished the tournament with, if I remember correctly, 3 wins, no losses. I think Vortex was 2. So these are the 2 most accomplished English players in terms of win rates and percentages from the Elite Classic 2. But when you look at the overall numbers and you gauge how the performance was, it's fair to say that this Civ doesn't work very well with the old Council Hall build. Abbey of Kings does seem to be the future, and this future is looking bright. 13 sheep. Meanwhile, Dimmu only got 7. Now, of course, Dimmu does have the berries. Remember, those are a positive for him, and as time goes on, he's getting farms added in for free. So I still favor the Japanese economy here. Other nice details for this Abbey of Kings build in the way. Look at where the gold is. Interesting that Dimmu chooses to put it behind him, but it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, he scouted in. I think he has actually seen from this side the Abbey of Kings. If you see Abbey of Kings, you actually don't need to go for a forward outpost because the Lombos can't snipe in, right? The Lombos aren't going to be here. Interestingly enough, it's also going to be the second TC from Vortex. That is a detail. It's like Dimmu did scout out. So now he can make his choice. Does he want to commit? Does he want to punish this? Or does he want to tech up? My feeling is you just tech up. I don't think you should be waiting around this age. You know, there are some matchups where the Japanese feudal age is very strong. To me, this screams of one where you're weak, and there's no denying it. You can try to scale Horseman, you can try to pinch the king, but even when you do, it's difficult to hold on to him. And if you start going into a Horseman, funnily enough, I actually think it's quite easily for the English to do the same, especially if this TC gets dropped on, say, the deer on the right side here. Getting risky berries worth it more? Yes. I think straight away, because like here's the thing. If he'd gone to the berries straight away, I think he would have done 2 berry patches by now, maybe be onto his 3rd by the time the king comes out, and then you have the sheep to fall back on. But now Dimmu's having to make a more expensive investment into the outpost. Now, this could be made worthwhile actually for Ben. If he pushes in the deer from the left side here, it's totally valuable that you've done this outpost because you would have needed it anyway. But if his goal was just to get as much of the berries possible before going for an age up, I feel like you would have been better served playing berries first, eating sheep afterwards, and then by the time you're going back to the berries for the remaining ones, you've got your first knights out, which means the king can't contest you. Speaking of that king, he's on his way. This has been scouted out. It's difficult to actually do any significant damage here with the king. You can force some idle time, but diving isn't really feasible when you haven't got undermesh. And also, you have to remember that the Japanese get arrow slits quite freely because of their gold gathering. 20% of the gold they gather, they also get stone additional. I know I've had people ask this before as well, just to confirm you guys. You don't require a forge to get that stone with the gold or the gold with the stone. You can drop it off at a TC or the Kura Storehouse. It will still give you your 20%. So I noticed people asking that question before. It seems to be, I think that the confusion comes from the fact that if you highlight Forge, it tells you this. Drop off stone, like, it's almost when you read the stone and gold, you're like, oh yeah. It's a perk built into the Civ, so no matter where you drop off, even if you were to lumber camp, it'll still count. Oh, Vortex, that was dangerous. That could have actually got him killed there. Looks like it did work out. He stands on the side. But the problem here with this king as well is he's very terrible at diving these static defenses for kills, considering it takes 3 hits with a lance. Remember, his damage isn't great. Like, no matter which way you spin it, you're going to take 3 hits to kill a villager. So very difficult to even get 1 kill in these situations. Dimmu is quick on the response as well. And yeah, the king only has 2 armor. He has a little bit more movement speed though. 1.69 means he can get in and out of the outpost quicker. The problem I'm seeing here is that I'm not really seeing what your in-play is. You're about to be an age behind. You've gone for your second TC, but you're very far ahead. And this is what I was worried about. This build is very powerful for the Japanese against the New English one. I know a lot of people have been wondering, okay, well, dude, I've been dealing with this king. I hate WAM right now because everyone in my pub games is doing this build to me. Hate Puppy Paw as well. I don't know which one of them done it. They're twins. It could have been either one. Well, chill out, folks, because this is, I think, one of the best ways of dealing with it right now. It does lean into the idea of, like, if this is your best solution, that I'm not going to lie, there is kind of a pay-to-win logic there that I'm always highlighting around expansion packs you pay for, right? If the Japanese are the counter to this new English build, that means you need to actually have the expansion to counter. I do think there are other civs that can do all right here against the English with this type of build. I think, for example, like French can do really well. Jeanne d'Arc isn't too bad either. Like, you know, one of those two is actually an original civ. Marlins, I think, can be absolutely fine here. You know, unless you do the weird, funky, out-of-this-world Dragavan proxy base build, which was insane. So there are other solutions, but definitely mark my words, this is one of the best ones. The Japanese Fast Castle just counts everything that Vortex wants to do here, because if you're going to go into Castle Age to build longbows anyway, it kind of feels like you defeat the point of this build, right? Rus aren't too bad because you do get the Feudal Age Knights, but I feel like, you know, there are ways that actually the English can deal with that. I think actually, funnily enough, you go King and then you add in Archery Rangers anyway, and then you have a few Spears. And the logic is, anytime you're not fighting, right, you're healing. So I think the Rus-English matchup, like, Rus at competitive level is just GG anyway, but outside that, I think the English can beat the Rus with this build. Tech up complete. Vortex now saving up for his own, but notice he hasn't built a single unit, and now he's just behind. First Mount Samurai are already on the way out, and Dumu now has a very clean execution to take map control. And the reason why I rate this build really highly against the English build is because while Vortex has gone for these 2 TCs, and he's starting to build a lead now, the reality is you've now reached a point where not only is Dumu an age ahead, but what he gets for that age ahead is a way of equalizing the economy again. Right? These Shinto priests are going to be able to grab relics, because with the Mounted Samurai out, the king is just going to get chased home. The good news, the king actually moves quicker than Mount Samurai. The bad news is he's no longer going to be able to pressure. And the follow-up play potentially of Onimusha here is lethal, because Onimusha with Kabutoya can actually gap close the king, and with his measly 2 armor, he won't just get dented, he'll get killed. Or rather, better way of putting it, he won't just get dented, he'll get demolished. Vortex is, of course, going to go for the White Tower. You have to do this, by the way. Like, you can't go free TC. In my opinion, it's way too greedy. For a start, food income becomes really strained. You have to realize that, you know, the idea of having free TCs is cool until you think about the expense of that. That's 450 resources a minute on an economy which is only at 800 food income a minute. So, you know, with the sheep running out very quickly at this point, with the deer stack also running out, if you go for TC, not only are you unguarded, but you can't even leverage your advantage of producing out free TCs reliably, because to do so, you're not going to be able to produce enough spears or knights. You know, this is a balance point I think a lot of players honed in on about 8 or 9 months ago with the English, because before then, you would actually see these 2 TC with an Abbey of Kings, Abbey of Kings? Dude, with a tier 3 landmark follow-up, right? Where you go for the King's Palace. Those days are gone. We rarely ever see that now. Especially when you consider this level of play, someone is getting something in return. And if you're not actually reacting to that play, not giving yourself wiggle room to do so, the game's already over. Yeah, you can tell I'm not seeing many King's Palaces right now by the fact that I've totally blanked the name of it. And the King somehow going down here. Wait, was he in the base? Oh, he was. Okay, so he gets chased down. That's really bad, because now Dumu's got double Shinto, and he's already got 1 relic home. This could easily turn into a 5 relic game, and he's already taken the mid-map once away. So at this stage, no, Vortex, I think he knows this is a 4 relic game for his opponent. He can't do anything. The 1 relic he can protect is behind his TC, but the rest are forfeit the moment you start doing this. Crossbows plus spears. Vortex is not coming out anytime soon. What scares me is, from Dumu's perspective, now the choice is very simple. I mentioned Onimusha before, not needed. When you scout the enemy base and you see that you're up against crossbows and spears, the most logical answer for Dumu is going to be Onibagisha. And here's the scary part about this matchup now. Because Vortex has chosen to go for a slow comp, Dumu can freely move out into the deer, onto the berry, onto the boar. All these resources will keep him from needing to invest everything immediately into farms, and it will give him a stronger push, a surge point for now. Now Samurai in the meantime just continue to frustrate the economy. Interesting commitment in. Yeah, a little bit overzealous there. He did get a few villager kills, so not the worst of trades, right? Deflective armor is going to reinitiate. Oh, whoops, Dumu. Oh, man. If he saw that, he would have been able to charge those 2 villagers and still probably got out there with 3 of the knights, which, you know, isn't the best exchanges, but isn't terrible. it's just keeping Vortex in check, right? Like, it's crazy to think he's only 13 villagers ahead at this stage. And if Dimmu feels threatened at all by this, he can just go for a second TC himself, right? But as we mentioned, it's going to be that Onabagisha follow-up. And when you consider this is looking like a 4, if not 5 relic game, and you've got the gradual farm transition, which, by the way, I get asked this question a lot on the channel, like, which is the easiest Civ to play? I think Japanese, from an eco-management perspective, win. Complexity of unit dynamics, maybe a little bit deeper, but in my opinion, I actually think you can get to Konkrang with some good execution on the Onabagisha builds. But the whole idea of your farm transition being done for you with the Kura Storehouse, with the fact that you get a great gathering rate on berries, with the fact that you get gold when you gather stone and vice versa, these type of elements, while they sound a bit more complex in how they interact with the game, to get them, to leverage them, to have them as a new player, it's incredibly easy. So I recommend, especially if you're a little bit interested in Japan, I recommend new players trying out Japanese. Dimmu is going to have to pull back. Outpost is going to get torched down here before the fortifications come in. Vortex has found a decent timing to march out, one that Dimmu wasn't ready for. Now, he is prepping the Onabagisha behind this, but that is going to be 5 villages going down. Actually, make it 3, 2. I'm good at counting today. This is the issue with crossbows, right? 1.12 movement speed, it slows down everything. I did think the Vortex was going to try to pinch the backside, but now he has to get back home, because while he's been raiding, same vice versa has been happening on the other side, right? A few more chips coming in. Is a 16 eco lead for Vortex, but guys, that 5th relic is now on its way home for Dimmu. Behind this, with the Stonies gathered up, you could go for the Daimyo level 2. I'm a bigger fan of actually maybe like a TC timing here. Dimmu might just feel like he doesn't need it, because to be honest, if you can get up to like 30 or 40 Onabagisha, this army does nothing, right? Crossbows are terrible against Onabagisha. They get no bonus damage, they have bad attack speed. Even when you're in range of your TC, the attack speed really doesn't compare to what the Onabagisha can do. And you can't run away. Like, it's literally impossible, this comp, to get away. Sacred Sight's now looking to be locked in as well, but Crossbowman at least chasing on that. But remember, these Shintos were free, right? So, like, throwing them away to try and capture a Sacred Sight doesn't really hurt. Looks like Vortex did reinvest in the King and scouted out the fact that it's Master Onabagisha. So this is one thing I'm not always a fan of, is the idea of just getting the Katana Bannerman straight away. Because whenever you have the Katana Bannerman, he moves slower than the Onabagisha. So you're actually slowing down your raid timing. You're trading speed for damage, basically. Vortex. Buddy. Well, luckily for him, Dimmu wasn't looking there, because that would have been a perfectly easy pinch to complete. So he keeps the King alive. Expensive unit to just lose like that. And wait, he goes down anyway. This is something I've highlighted about Onabagisha that makes them really annoying before, is they move so quick that you think you're safe. Like, how many times have you guys played against, like, Cav, and you're like, oh yeah, I'm safe, I've moved away. Then all of a sudden they're on top of you. It's very deceptive Onabagisha, because you think you have more time than you do, due to the fact that they're infantry. Right? But these units, just like Pascal later in the game, are so quick to gap close. Right? It's not just the 1.5 movement speed. It goes up to the speed of a horseman when they charge. Like this. 1.81 movement speed. Second TC now coming in from Dimmu. So that eco lead is not going to build any further now for Vortex. In fact, it's been reduced. Oh, sorry, no, it increased, right? Up to 21. But, it feels like it's being reduced by the extra gold income at this stage. And the fact that we're past the initial Yoroshiros, we should be into the stage where you start adding them into buildings that give resources, right? So you've got one over here in the Forge. I love that you delete the stables. I feel like this is an underrated detail. When you don't have a use for it, get rid of it, because then you get an extra Shinto and an extra Yoroshiro. And I imagine this one's going to be going, in the Forge as well. So we've got double racks, double Forge. The reason that's gone that way is actually, funnily enough, now with the way that the English are playing, you can beat their entire army with just one production building. Samurai and Onabagisha is all it really takes. The timing is just going to be the Onabagisha. It's going to be marched to the back line. Lombos are now being added in, so a little bit of a massacre here for Dimmu. Yeah, surprised he committed to that fight that long. Remember, there is armor clad here, which completely offsets the value of your extra melee tech. Like, actually, this is one of the areas where the English feel really good when you get later into that Castle Age, because when you're spamming mass men at arms, at least against the Onabagisha, because you got the +2 armor clad, the +1 melee tech extra Japanese have doesn't really matter. However, this poses a new issue. Vortex's count just got reduced on crossbows. You can see his longbow plus men at arms. Dumu's play to win this game should now be to go into Masked Samurai, but for that, he's going to need a little bit of breathing room, and I think we should be looking at some mangoes to give him that. Onabagisha, in the meantime, are going to go raiding. You need to start shrinking that economy, right? Like, Vortex has built up a pretty healthy villager lead, at least, so he is a big threat. And this is the easiest way to shut him down. When Vortex runs towards your base, Onabagisha are quicker to run to the other side, and Vortex is about to get pounced there. Realizes it, does start to move away, but there's not enough room for safety in this TC, so more villagers are definitely going to die here. On the other side of it, we are seeing Vortex now marching in. He's going to start sniping out some of those villagers, but diving this TC might prove difficult. Eco difference now to 20. Mangonel is going to march up. Might get a freebie shot here, Vortex. Oh, Dumu panicked a little. Didn't want to give the men at arms a chance to cap close. Dive underneath the TC. We have not got rocket launchers, folks. And the Samurai is slow to come out here. Mango's going to have to turn around for a burner anyway. Not the worst of shots, but not great either. Villager repair coming out, though. Oh, the men at arms! They can't get it! Double Mango. Other one's going to be vulnerable here. Will be taken down, but that one Mango finally splinters. Other side of this, the Raiders are coming in for a second slap. Eco difference still just maintained at 20 here. This is the point where Vortex needs to start killing economy with what little he has left, because with Samurai potentially coming out, it could shut him down. Uptime achieved over here. Farms are not operable right now for Dimun. I'm a little bit concerned here that he has no food income. Wow. I can't believe this. Vortex. He caught Dimu being a bit too greedy here. Dimu, who I expected to go on the flank resources, never did. Dimu, who got 5 relics in this game, but now can do nothing with it. Insane. Classic Dimu, the 2k gold in reserve, but the problem is he needs the food. And this game just got incredibly difficult. This is exactly what I wanted earlier. This farmhouse play out to the flanks. I think that's what Dimu was missing, is taking risk. He condensed his economy underneath a TC against mass men at arms while not having a rocket launcher. That's why this looks so catastrophic. Onabagisha raised on the other side, barely dented, right? Like at the tail end of this is now 27 villager lead. It's about to be more. Men at arms marching in again. Mango's coming out to defend again, but this time I don't think they're going to get as much work done as they did last. Dumu's going to go for the Desperation Repair. Starts on the Shinto Shrine, but will try and surround. All of his hopes, all of his dreams lie in this one Mangonel. The problem, however, folks, is that these men at arms can easily just wipe out the villagers over time. You might kill the Lombos, but you will not kill the Beefies. Yeah, game over. I want to praise Vortex so much. This timing was succinct. I think the issue for Dimu is, a little bit too much reliance on Onabagisha and not enough on Samurai. That transition never came in, and a big part of it is his focus on getting these farms up instead of playing those riskier pocket resources that would have given him the food to get online. Can't fault Vortex, though. That timing was pristine. Oy, oy, oy. Yeah, I think it's a combo of really good timing by Vortex. I do wonder if Dimu should have been playing flank resources. I think the king detail made him very paranoid. That if he plays on the flanks, on the berries, on the deer, then the king will come in and kill him there, right? But you have Onabagisha, right? So in a way, you have a way of reacting to these flank forces. So if I had to highlight one thing that maybe would have given Dimu a better shot at winning, that would be where I'd lean. And the fact that you have deer on left side, deer on right side, gives you a little bit of flexibility to take risks away from a slow-moving army, right? But, yeah, I think Dimu got maybe kind of overly confident about his timing because he's like, oh, yeah, I've got all the relics. I've got 2 TC now. Game looks great. And then he fell victim to this raw timing of just meat into the base. The interesting part, actually, is I wonder, would he have fared a lot better if he dropped the Yoroshiros in farmhouses? Because I know we've seen that build, especially from B before. I really like it, where you go double farmhouse Yoroshiro. Gives you that extra pump. If you notice, he went double forge, and the reality is he didn't need more gold. He was floating insane amounts of gold at the end there. So food was his real limitation. And, that's something you can easily delete later to get the Yoroshiros back for when you need gold. So, yeah. I think those are the 2 areas I'd maybe look at for where things could have maybe went better for Dimmu. All right, I'm loading another Dimmu game. Actually, do we do another Dimmu one or do we mix it up? Wait, did I accidentally... What the hell? I think I accidentally closed all my... There we go. What was the matchup? English versus Chinese on Cliffside. We could probably mix it up. Let's mix it up. So let's have a look here. I think we've got... I think there's some Wham games, maybe. Let me have a look. No, it wasn't an hour-long affair. Dude, it's got Vortex in it. That guy does not like hour-long games. All right. Actually, let's have a look live. Whoopsie, it's not live. Because we might have some live gamers. What's Recon up to? What you got for me, Honeyboo? Ooh. Wham versus Recon. Okay. I can cook with that. I also find this matchup interesting at the moment because I've got like... Yeah, let's just hop in. Yeah, so like I really find this matchup quite interesting at the moment because I've got Wham versus Recon, English versus Byzantines. But the funny part is I've got Voldemar in one ear, who I think he was saying that he believes that this matchup is English favored. And then on the other side, like I've regularly got Crackly telling me that it was Byzantine favored. It was either that or the other way around. I just remember those two disagree on it. But these players, it's kind of interesting to think about the roles because actually, like you look at the two civs, English is seen as more of like a defensive civ. Byzantines is more of an aggro-based civ right now. But if you think about the players, expect a different way for this to play out. We've got Wham, who right now, him and his brother have been leading the charge on a new dawn of the English. A new fierce competitor coming from the islands to the north of Europe, right? This civ is no longer about camping, turtling, or just trying to pepper you with arrows. All of a sudden, it's about this aggro point in the game of the king. The question is, are you going to try that? And what will the response be from Recon? Because Byzantines, I've been thinking about this. The idea of Hippodrome isn't necessarily terrible here, right? You get the extra movement speed on Horseman compared to the King anyway. You activate Triumph after you surround him. He's just dead. And then you can raid afterwards against an opponent who's playing on a civ that will likely go 2TC in some form. So you know you can get a lot of value as the game goes on out of Triumph and the Exploratores. However, at the same time, the idea of mercenaries is pretty potent here. And the idea of having the Grand Winery to make your farms better than the English ones in the early phases is very powerful. So I don't mind that idea either. I think that's the nice thing is Byzantines have a lot of agency in terms of choice in this particular matchup because of the way that the meta is evolving. The interesting part is I actually didn't mind Hippodrome even against the old Council Hall builds. Now, the interesting thing as well is that Wham has several builds, by the way. If you guys have not caught any of Wham's English games, he's not a one-trick pony. Well, that's not true because he does rely on the trick of the one pony with a king on it to win. But the point is that he has a lot of diverging strategies. We've got the 2TC into Delayed Castle. We've got the Naked Fast Castle with a king. We've got the All-In Feudal. We've then got the Rush Castle into Mass Knights builds. We've had the Rush Imperial Age that I think Puppy Paw's been doing the most, where you go into the Wingguard Raiders. So, you know, it's very hard to kind of predict what these Canadians are going to do right now past the fact they want a king, which is actually quite ironic considering they're still part of the Commonwealth. On the other side of it, Recon is going to make his choice, and considering the way he's pulling back, it has to be Grand Winery. Yeah. Bit of a weird position here. I'm surprised he didn't go a little bit closer, but the reason is that what Recon's trying to do is trying to maximize the space around the Grand Winery for farms. If you build in this little slot you can see here, you're going to clip into the TC, so you'll be missing out on some effective range for the Grand Winery. It's a bit like when Ark and Chapels get placed. The difference is like for Ark and Chapels, HRE players usually do have it more close to the TC because they can't risk being away from the town center. The difference with the Byzantines, of course, is that they're willing to build units, right? Like this is a more aggressive civ. Then again, Atri, of course, have ramped that up, but historically anyway, Atri players have been very defensive with their Arkans. What happened to Recon during the last tourney? Asked John Voyage. Didn't perform to his usual standard note. No, he was ill. So he had COVID in his tournament. So that's why we also didn't really bother to watch many of his games. If you remember when I was doing my recap, because I always do tournament recaps, to catch all the games that didn't get cast, I just said we're not going to watch Recons. And that was the reason. He was pretty ill. You could tell by the way he's playing. His reaction speed wasn't there. The builds weren't really formulated. And it's especially tough because Recon is a player who likes to have a clear idea of what he wants to do. I've talked to Recon about this before. One of his weak points is alternating strategies on the go. You know, he says it's very difficult for him to look at something and then immediately say what he needs to do. He likes to plan out and head into it with a clear goal in mind, right? The way he describes it is like, I love it. He's always Mr. Fanboy. He's like, I can't be Mr. Because Mr. is a perfect example of someone who does that. And you know what? Like, this might have changed the plan a bit. I don't think he was expecting to get 17 sheep. That right there, folks, is another educational example of why the half rotation sucks. Because I think what happened here, Wham, I don't know if did he run into Recon Scout here? If he did, it was weird that he ran back here instead of across to this side. Because that's the thing, if you see your opponent Scout here, you can bypass him to this corner. And funnily enough, in that situation, you can end up with a lot more sheep. This situation, though, it's an abysmal take. 9 versus 18. Now, the upside for Wham is you are one of these civs that can actually go into early farms. You can even go up to the deer now, considering that your opponent has gone Grand Winery, and you've gone for King. So you know that Recon's not going to rush out into the map, right? He's going to be kiting. He's going to be turtling. The Matane opening as well. Just a necessity, right? But it's an expensive necessity for the Byzantines, really. 90 resources, 80 of which is food. You know, if I had the choice here, folks, I'd rather pay 20 wood than 80 food. The reason is that at this stage in the game, wood is very easily accessible. Food is not. Food is limited. This is the interesting thing about the Limitane and the limitations, is that while Limitane seem really strong, they seem really broken in a lot of people's eyes for a long time, they're very expensive in the food department, and that is a negative element of play for the Civ. Because at this stage in the game, gold, there's 4k of it right here, right? Wood, there's thousands over here. But food is your limitation. Sheep's going to run out. Berry's going to run out. This is the place that you see a lot of people struggle with in the mid game. So, you know, to any aspiring players, if you're looking for like a focus point on how to do better, how to be more efficient in your transitions and taking control of the game, think about the quality of food access you have. And look at this from Wham. We talked about the diversification of builds. It's going to be the Feudal Age one. So brings the King, forces the Limitane conversion, and then adds in the Lombos afterwards. Spearmen are coming as well as the Horsemen have been seen. That means on the opening, Recon's going to get a good trade here. Able to chase this away, and if the King hangs around too long, the Limitane are going to cut him down. So nice response out of Recon. And that's interesting as well, right? Like, I think Recon may have glanced what was coming. It looks like he had the scout in the area. He's a bit paranoid about the 2TC play. He should know by now that with the Lombos and Spearmen coming, it can't be a 2TC play. So what this tells us about Recon's perspective, there's two possibilities. He either forgot about the scout. I doubt that's the case. The other possibility, that's a lot more likely, is that he realizes he has now got the answers to Wham's combo. But because of that, Wham's going to look for an out. And Wham's most logical out is to go for a second town center. So what you're seeing from Recon here is really smart. It's risky to not have like the scout with the horseman, which is why he built a second one. But by having the scout here, what it allows for him to do is it allows him to look at this game and go, okay, I'm going to keep adding in units to react to your units. What I don't want to do is build too many units, right? That's how you start losing. So the best way to know if you're adding too many units is to look for the stone gathering. The moment the stone gathering starts is when Recon can stop. Now, the funny part is on the other side of this, Recon is going for a second TC himself, and I love it. I freaking love it so much right now. Because Wham's combo of these Spearmen Lombos isn't going to be quick enough to shut you down. The thing you have to remember is when you go for this build that Wham went for, it's quite weak against the Javelin contract of the Byzantines. The reason is that if this was a standard council hall play, you do okay because you keep spamming longbows, right? Longbow, longbow, longbow. You get enough together, and all of a sudden, you can actually kill Javelins in small numbers. The problem here is because you had to build into archery ranges, you've got half production right now to what you would have had normally. After spending 150 wood, which, by the way, would have been 2 extra, or 3 extra longbowmen, rather. So like overall, you are just a mile behind where you would have been otherwise. And that is a particularly interesting choice coming out from Recon. He didn't go for the Silk Road. He's going for the Western Contract. That's a bit funky to me, actually. I'm surprised he's doing that. I mean, I know why he's doing it. It tells you a lot about his game plan. Basically, Recon's saying, I'm not coming out. Right, I've gone 2TC. You have to come in. So this is where Lombos are better than Javs. Lombos are always better than Javs when you're just defending. Because the immobility doesn't hurt them. And effective firepower is comparative, right? 8 base damage times that by 4, you've got 32. Meanwhile, if you take 6 base damage and times by 5, you've got 30, right? But what you've got is extra range. And you've got more entities. And on top of that, you also have the solution to the spears. Nice. Trying to cut any reinforcements you find, but you can't find any right now. Lombos are slightly overextending here. Need to be careful, because for you, this is a fragile count, right? Wham can actually outscale you in that department. That second TC being online. It looks like actually Wham did scout it out, so he now knows that he's behind. So he needs to get an advantage here. He can't just go for a second TC. You can't mirror your opponent's move, because it means you'll just be 2 steps behind. So he needs to do some damage. I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at maybe a ram play here from Wham. He has gone for quite a lot of men-at-arms, and this is insanely expensive, but the reason it's a smart choice right now is Recon, his blacksmith timings is naturally going to be later because of the TC choice. I love that he's throwing it in now, though, because you do need to catch up. One cool thing about your catch-up is that it's spicy. Dialecticus allows you to unlock these techs a lot quicker. So although he may be later to now get these upgrades, the moment that Recon saw the Steeled Arrow coming in, he reacted by getting his own solution, which of course is Undomesh into Steeled Arrow. The Steeled Arrow is going to be very useful in the TCs. Remember, it does buff all your static defenses, so a lot more extra damage coming out there. Wall's also going up, as we are going to see a move to the back corner for the gold. That's 8 patch of berries. So this is a really good spawn, actually, for Recon. The only thing he's really missing here is additional berries and boar on the right side, but you've got enough to work with on the left side of your base, right? The initial deer to kind of extend you out, and then past that, you've got the secondary deer. You've got your 8 stack of berries, which is the best value you can find in one location, and then you've got plenty of gold stone. So this is a pretty cozy game right now. I think Wham, he needs to start burning through these walls and restricting these resources, because Recon, like, given enough time, he will reach Castle Age now. And this is something that Wham should be fully cognitive of. He hasn't scouted the entire map. He's scouted enough to know that there can't possibly, or statistically the likelihood at least, of all the gold being on the right side is very low. It can happen, by the way, folks. I've seen plenty of games where someone's entire gold spawns on one side. But because of what Wham has scouted, there's only a tiny area he missed. So he knows what resources likely are on the left side. Wham is going for that siege engineering we talked about. Quite late, though. I'm getting a bit worried this is taking too long to come out. There's a lot of horsemen, and the problem with horsemen here is their goal isn't to lose to men-at-arms. Their goal is to win versus rams now, right? I think Wham needs to consider adding in additional spearmen to compensate for that. Oh, I forgot to put predictions on. Guys, remind me of the next one to add predictions, so you guys can have something to wager over. Here we go, first ram on the way. I'm never a fan of this, by the way. Building rams in range of the TC, so your opponent sees it. It's almost like you're trying to force a reaction, and there are games where that's a good thing, right? But like, I don't know if this is the one. I feel like you can get poked at fairly easily. I mean, you have got a good Lombo count for sure. So that's probably why Wham's doing it. But I know I see this a lot from like Abbasids, and it makes no sense. At least with the English, it's a bit more logical, because if Recon sees this and tries to react to it, you just pepper him with arrows from the Lombos, right? And he can never trade you at range. Recon, of course, not ready to fight anyway, because Steeled Arrow still isn't in yet. Only coming through now, and I believe we have got a Dialecticus Sin. He forgot to use it, so it's going to take him quite a while to get that tech. Might take him too long, actually. TC, about to get dented. Recon. He's going to garrison inside. Horseman, looking for that backstab. Cut the reinforcement. Smart choice by Recon. Doesn't have numbers on his side just yet, but this will get him there. Overwhelms initial men-at-arms. They begin to dive towards the primary. And that is going to leave the Lombos exposed. This is a funny thing, actually. These horsemen are completely uncounted. So if he just rides in here, the men-at-arms can try to body block, but that's about as good as it gets. No big counter damage, no spearman to speak of. Rams at least are going to get through that town center at this pacing. Recon not going to be able to stop that in time, but what he can at least do is take a good fight. Archer's Lombos trying to clear up the backline first to ensure it's just MAA versus them. And with production on his side, Recon, you'd think he'd be able to hold this, but these men-at-arms are so bloody obnoxious. He's still got 13. Horseman count also getting incredibly low. TC has been taken out. Villagers now running to death. And all of a sudden, the game looking pretty grim for Recon. He has got a 13 eco lead. But wham, now with half of his army being men-at-arms, they just don't die. Oh my god. That's it. GG gets called. For anyone wondering, is Horseman the answer to men-at-arms? We talked about it for a counter for a long time. Yes, in small numbers, but as you just saw here, if you're forced to defend, if you're forced to commit to a fight, the answer is a resounding no. Crazy quick game coming out of these two. A little kind of hindsight, thought back of what Recon could have done different there. He had Horsemen, but he wasn't really using Horsemen as Horsemen, right? He was using them as a part of a fight instead of an early raider. Had he tried to cut the trickle of troops, we might have been looking at a game where he barely holds on, but instead, wham, credit to him. It's not easy to find that early men-at-arms spam timing, but his read was on point. Wow. Really didn't look like Wham's going to win that fight so easily. I mean, that's the power of the men-at-arms, right? They're kind of observed for that. Once again, though, I think jabs would have worked better. Like jabs have higher base damage, right? And you would clear up the Lombos quicker. The problem is, like, the moment that he went Lombo contract, you actually saw this pivot away from Spearman entirely. Like, I think the Lombo contract opened the way for a very quick win. Because, like, once you see Lombos, like, okay, I don't want to build spears, but now you haven't got high base damage units against the men-at-arms, and I can just use it as a backbone. Yeah, like I said, the Horsemen are great when you're cutting reinforcements. That's their advantage. Cut reinforcements, win game. But when you have to commit to a main fight, it gets ugly fast. We've got Louis versus Wham. I definitely want to check in on that. Okay. I think, yeah, we've got 3 minutes to wait on that one. So let me quickly name these files. What do we call that one? Lose the glove. Why are you doing this? Bro, this is bullying. Is this a race thing? Because I'm British? I don't know why I pulled the race card. What's up, Artie? How's it going, buddy? Alright, so we've got 2 minutes to go. Ooh, I can run ads. I'll run ads now so you guys don't have them in game. Look at that, dude. I'm such a good guy streamer. Big pog. Big poogers. Alright, so we will. Yeah, I'm actually wondering. So I tweeted out that I was going live, and I used the stream starting soon thing. I'm wondering how many people actually clicked on it, thinking that like they could actually just watch, like it was a Twitter live stream. Okay, sorry, checking some messages I need to follow up on. Little Red Riding Hood's wolf would say, "It's to see you better." Oh no. How's that? Yeah. No, I can't see. Let me just get so close to the camera you can like see nose hair. Oh, get me out. Why do I got nose hair of all the things? Oh man. You know what it is? My beard tickling my nose. That's what it is. Ooh. I think I need to clean these, by the way. I keep forgetting. I gotta get my cloth out of my nice little gunner case. I've got some new gunner glasses coming soon, actually, guys. Looking forward to showing them to you. I think they're gonna look pretty freaking banging. All right. So HRE versus Japanese. Oh, this was a really fun matchup last time we watched it. This was a hilariously entertaining matchup last time we watched it. So the last time we watched an HRE matchup, HRE Japanese actually, let's do that correctly. So the last time we watched an HRE Japanese matchup involving Wham, it delivered one of the most entertaining games I've watched in quite a long time. That was against Killjadi. Different player involved in this game on the HRE though. Louis MT, definitely someone more likely to play the late game than Killjadi is. We are going to do Highview this time. OPA, of course, is Wham. For those who don't know, this is his alternate account. This has been loaned for a very long time. Big shout out actually to the Canadian bros for never bothering to change their Smurf names. They just remain David, Kim, and OPA at all times. But this is an interesting matchup actually, because I've kind of dissected this before and said that the Japanese in the hyper late game feel stronger. In the mid game, they should be weaker than the HRE, and here's the reason why. If they both play into the most identified unit type, which is Men-at-Arms and Samurai, Men-at-Arms do better than Samurai. Odachi Tech gives +4 damage, but the Men-at-Arms can get +8 damage. And if you consider that the Japanese have an extra 1 melee tech, that means you've got 5 damage versus 8. Now, the Japanese, of course, do have the deflective armor to make things a bit more spicy, but you also pay a premium in resources for that, right? This is also a matchup where both sides tend to rush towards Castle Age, if that's on the table, to pick up relics. I think that the new approach to the HRE, though, is to not rush Castle Age. Not in this matchup. And the reason is because if you do rush Castle, the difference is that one side's going to have a lot of Samurai out on horseback straight away. And your Knights are going to come out very slowly by comparison as the HRE. And the interesting thing about the Japanese is with this efficiency around their gold gathering, getting outposts up, going on berries, like these layers to their cake, they're actually pretty decent at competing with HRE's aggressive tech timings. The HRE realistically should get there sooner, but it's what happens afterwards where these prelates are running out blind into a mid-map that worries me, especially on a map like Highview, where you can't really see what the bloody hell is coming your way. Scout Hall so far, actually, dead even. Wait, what? Are there just a lot of sheep in this corner? Because the count seems insanely low to me, right? 10 to 9. Okay, this is making a bit more sense. And remember, with the prelate buff, you've been gathering these sheep a lot quicker. So actually, I'd say Louis should maybe be a little bit ahead on sheep count right now compared to Wham. Wham, by the way, did not rush out into the berries, which is a little bit surprising to me. He's going to be dropping the Kura Storehouse on the tree line. I'm curious if this is to give flexibility into Yuumi versus Archers, if that is going to be the course for this matchup. Because it's quite interesting, actually. I think if you go Yuumi versus Archers, Yuumi can win that. And the reason is that Archers will quite often end up overkilling Yuumi. The funny part about it is that in this matchup, Archers can still win. For a few reasons. One is they can run as quick as you can. Two, though, is that the Arkan Chapel makes the HRE a lot more efficient at playing wood combos than the Japanese. So I'm really actually praying at this point that Wham isn't looking to contest Feudal with that comp. We might, however, see Horseman. Horseman's a pretty cool idea. The problem on the other side, though, is Rax play for HRE. Like, the standard meta right now that we're seeing develop for Feudal HRE is Rax opener followed by archery range. Or double archery range and then a Rax on a delay. And those are really powerful combos because you don't have to go for spears to counter those horsemen that will come out. You just go Men-at-Arms. And then eventually, after you see you're winning, after you feel like you've got enough map control, you go castle. All of a sudden, you've got 20 Men-at-Arms already out near the enemy base that get upgraded. It's a very scary time. So Tech up's complete. Looks like Takazaiku's already in the way in. Love to see the berries already being used by Wham. Remember, this is how you compete. The interesting thing about this matchup is with the Arc complete, with the sheep gathering rate being at 0.75 food a second, you add 40% on, all of a sudden you're at 1 food a second. Here's an interesting one for you. Berries are 0.66. So 0.66 increased by 50% is 0.99. This is what I was saying about the Japanese have interesting ways to match the economy of the HRE. You can mirror the food gathering rate by just going onto your berries. And remember, at the point in the game where you do this in Feudal Age, you only need 1,200 food to get up in an age, right? There's 1,500 food here. Now, of course, you have to equate for villager production along the way. But if you leave a few people on sheep, it's very easy to flirt and skirt the same timings that H3 play into. And that's why I love that we're seeing this instead from Louis. It is going to be archer range and the racks. Yeah, this is really cool. If he's quick about this, he might be able to deny enough gold coming in for Wham to use his tech up. And the interesting thing is because it's up against the Japanese, you want to open spears. Because now you can see very clearly this is not going to be a feudal engagement from Wham. If you went men-at-arms, the Mounted Samurai will destroy you, right? But if you go spears and archers, and Wham chooses to go for the standard stable choice, game's over. You can't do anything with that. And what worries me even more is Wham hasn't shown the appropriate respect for the HRE feudal build. He didn't outpost his gold. He's finally doing it. And yeah, he realized the mistake he made. As soon as Louis ran past the scout, he's like, nope, I know exactly what that means. Well played. 5 villagers should be quick enough to get this up before any significant damage is done. The first archer can shoot 1 or twice, but you aren't going to be able to shoot 10 times here. So no villager losses. The thing that I don't like is Wham now doesn't have arrow slit straight away, right? Like, look at the amount of stone he's holding onto. He could have got into it and had it already to stop these guys even trying to commit to some shenanigans. But it means that Louis could realistically force some more idle time here. Instead, he's going to run around the back towards the berries. Might need a blacksmith here if Louis wants to make this work now. Because you're probably going to have to consider a ram to get in, right? Love the split as well. Spin and go over to the berries. Archer is just going to poker at the gold. Now, keep in mind, Wham's gold income is still not impressive. He's only got 528. He hasn't got enough for a tech up yet. And it's not just the tech up you have to worry about here. It's the fact that he also needs to get additional gold for his units. Nice snipe there. Yeah, this is the annoying thing about this new build. Like, I remember when the patch notes got released, and a lot of people questioned, like, oh, really, what's the value of marching drills just being there? That, that's cool. That won't change too much about HRE. It changed everything. The timings on this Civ, I mean, if you needed to know what the impact was going to be of this type of speed, just consider how dominant they are on water maps because of their additional economy. It's kind of a similar logic now, where because you have that extra movement speed straight away, you're able to be dominant on land. Timings are everything, and removing the need to spend 30 seconds building a blacksmith and then another 30 or 45 seconds, I think it was, researching marching drills has changed everything. It means your first 3 or 4 archers are actually present and able. Basically half a minute to a minute earlier. Floating gate now on the way. Oh, wow. That's... okay, I can't believe he's getting away with that right now. That's crazy. Wow. Like, I don't actually think that Wham should be allowed to place a floating gate like that. If the archers were here, this would be denied entirely. Unbelievable. And the reality is, actually, the scout should have revealed this info. The scout's taking a million years to get around here, so it's going to be too little too late. Louis, however, despite the fact he built a racks, he built an archery range, he built into these units, he's ready to tech up now as well. And Rax is already revealing the hand. We should be looking at Onobugisha. What? Okay, it's Samurai. So here's why I suggested Onobugisha. Samurai will get kited, right? And the reason that's important is because you want to now drop your Flowing Gates, your Ashira off, and run for a Relic. If you get seen running for that Relic, these archers can kill you. And a Samurai will not stop that from occurring, guys. Remember, the Samurai, like the problem with the Samurai is he's just not going to be quick. And speaking of other things that aren't quick, Wham. Oh, buddy. Wait, was this a bait and switch? Wait, but Louis has archery range. Oh my god, did he scouted the double stables? You crafty son of a gun. Okay, that is really well played. So Wham is a step ahead, man. He scouted this out. He's seen scouting this out. That's the weirder part. So Louis, please don't use the stables. Like, you legitimately can see that you got scouted on this. It'd be the worst thing you could do because Onimusha will destroy you now. There's an interesting build that's been discovered around the Onimusha that means they don't need a front line. And it's Kaburya. If you get Kaburya, the tech that gives the extra movement speed, you can just run away from the knights when they charge you. And then when the charge runs out, you just continue to kite with the same movement speed, right? So it's impossible for knights to gap close you. One Onimusha is going to be taken out. The archer is going to be flopped dead. Relics are starting to be yoinked away. So it looks like there was a race for the central one that Louis won. Say that 10 times. On top of that, Louis already with 3 prelates. I mean, this could actually be a 4-relic game. If Wham isn't quick to intercept or read where the relics are being gathered from, because that's the difficult thing here as well, right? Is like you don't have that agency of vision. You have to have your scout here or you see absolutely nothing. Louis going wide now on that left side. However, the archer... I see the Shinto. Okay, that's bad news. Wham. Looks like he's going to end up losing that Shinto then before we can get this one home. And that's expensive, right? Wham's only got one other Shinto out due to the Yorishiro spawn times, right? So he doesn't have the exact same surge point that Louis does. He's going to start pulling the relic away. So this is the point where I think Wham has to camp the left side relic. And this can now be a 3-relic game for Louis. You prefer a 4, sure, but 3 is still a jackpot because it's going to be 6 relics effective versus 2. In fact, it might be better if these knights connect, because the other thing that I'm a little bit worried about is now Wham, he has to play with a condensed comp next to the scout. Otherwise, these knights could gap close you and kill Onimusha. Remember, these are essentially glass cannons. Like, they might be horseback, but they are still crossbows, essentially. And the issue with that is it means that in small numbers, they actually don't counter knights. They get countered by them. Louis prepping for an archer transition. Well, I'd say transition back to it, right? He's got double archer range, he's got Steel Dagger on the way. He's gone for the veterancy. It's a smart read. And there's the Kaburya we were talking about. This tech is incredible. I've seen it completely break knight comps without having a front line. The difference in movement speed is just way too big for knight charges to overcome. When you consider that they start with 5.5 tile distance from you, and then they start running away. You'll never charge into them in time. Even a Camel Lancer would struggle to gap close that. In fact, I've watched players use Onimusha to beat Camel Lancers with this build. Follow-up play. It was actually a Rax Yorishiro drop, which is interesting considering Wham hasn't used it yet. Looks like he's waiting for a reason too. When he starts seeing archers, he'll probably have his confirmation. You just go Unabagisha, right? In fact, he's already starting to spam them before he sees it. Outposts being rushed up, but not quick enough here from Louis. Yeah, he's going to back away. And look at the speed. 1.79 movement speed. That, folks, is some good Kaburya-ing. Would I do this build? Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. That was terrible. I wouldn't want to be Louis right now, though. Even with Wheelbarrow getting annihilated on this backside. I know it's like the prelates shouldn't really be the focus point. You want to be killing villagers here, right? The Ark and Chapel buff and the prelates are replaceable. If you take a prelate out, no one comes out the regnants. If you kill a villager, that's something Louis can't repair. He can't recover from. Especially when this is happening behind. He draws all pressure back. Ballsy play by Wham, but by going in with the Onimusha, he forced the entire reaction of the Knight comp, and now he gets to sneak this second TC. And the funny part is actually, if you look at the Spearman, it's almost like Louis was paranoid something like this might happen. However, there's nothing he can do about it. Oh, Wolof? What? You've trapped them, however, luckily he backs away just in time. Wow. I mean, at this point, the best thing you probably do is just shoot down the Knights, but I think he wants to try and keep the Onimusha alive, because if they're around, then it threatens Louis' gathering. Right? Like right now, he can snipe down 2 more villages and just move on with maybe 3 Onimusha left over. Kaburya has come back in though, and that's where you're going to be able to just pull away each time, right? You see what I'm talking about how absurd it is. You just can't continue to charge. It's even worse on high view due to the lack of clarity and consistent vision. The unfinished wall, if it was unfinished, it would start on 25 health. Trying to break a wall with 25 health with 6 Onimusha isn't a great idea. I never die. You would die there. It would take you 4 rounds of shots. Actually, 5, because you have 6 and it's 25 health. And you attack every 2 seconds. You'd be dead. Like, you wouldn't live long enough to get through that wall. These guys would, though. However, double outposts can be quite annoying. The annoying part is that Louis hasn't actually put any emplacements in here or relics. So it's not exactly a strong defense. Luckily, he has got the knights and archers to respond with, though. What worries me, though, is did he scout the TC? Because the Spearman got taken out, presumably by the samurai. It's likely that Louis still doesn't know about the secondary TC. This is something, by the way, that makes the Japanese really annoying compared to other civs. With other civs, you know exactly if they're going for extra TCs if you see stone being gathered, right? You can make a astute guess that they are going to town center up. With the Japanese, you can't do that because of the fact that they get it off of gathering gold. So they can just realistically go to a second TC because they gathered gold. It's such a masked element of play for Japanese that makes it very difficult to read them. And the other thing is they could just be gathering stone, not just for a castle, right? It could be for the shogunate. So there's a lot of kind of question marks when you see stone being gathered or don't see it being gathered. It's very hard to gauge the town center play occurring. I start raid into the deer. He does now see the town center. Okay, so Louis now knows what he's up against. I would not be surprised if he just walls up and goes past the Swabia. Because the problem now is it's 2 TC on loose resources. Realistically, you are going to get outscaled. You can't mirror, you can't match. Like, you will never have enough of a comp. You don't want to be winning Men-at-Arms right now, because Men-at-Arms at this stage, although they can win against Samurai, they would require scale. And against 2 TC, even with like Arc and buffing your food up, you're not going to really match that. Especially when you literally have 3 farms total. I noticed a little bit of starting there. Let me just quickly do this. Technically, we're officially not live now. There we go. Hope that gets rid of it. I wonder if Wham just goes Imperial as well. That would be kind of wild, right? The read on that to just kind of mirror and match. I mean, it could work here. I just don't think your Imperial is as strong as Luis, at least not in the initial minutes, right? Like, this eco lead you've built isn't substantial to the point, especially with the lack of a shogunate, that you have a good enough economy to like leverage the Imperial. I think you're better off just trying to apply some more pressure. And I'm sure should be able to clear up small pocket groups of knights. This is what I mean. Like, once you're scouted, once you're revealed, you're never getting away with these plays. Wall's already up, so these knights basically have one way to go in now. Wham is gathering a lot of stones, so we should be heading into daimyo upgrades, and that's where we expect to see a lot more farms being added in. The deer and berries last a while, but not long enough, right? Not when your economy is at 60 already. And the other deer is just, I feel like a non-negotiator. He's going to try for it, but this is very risky without troops in location. And oh, Louis, are you kidding me? The timing on that, that is gross. This is why I like Highview, okay? I hate the campiness and then the trade elements. Like, those things need to be fixed. Trade needs to be moved. The trade posts are dumb. But these kind of sneak plays, whether it's for an aggro play or you just getting away with an economy reach because of the timings, they're so entertaining to watch. House Swabia now on the way. And what I'm worried about is that Wham, he's scaling a lot of Onabugusha, but he's not moving towards the enemy base. And guys, just a few Landsneck here can actually do quite a lot of work. If they get a few slices out, the ladies are going to flop. These boys have got some big swords. The interesting thing is you do need to get some frontline, though. Like, don't think Landsneck are going to do this on their own. Right now, his frontline is Knights. That's not a great frontline because it's not easily scalable compared to, for example, Men-at-Arms. So I'm expecting Louis to probably switch over to MAA in the next few minutes. His issue right now, though, is resource count. And not just resource count. Louis has a problem with the ladies. There's just too many of them. They love his micro skills. His APM is through the roof, and they want some of them because the owners are on the way. 46 of them, to be specific. Is a ladies' night, and the feeling is right. It's not going to feel great for Louis, though, because this could end the game. He's got Palace of Swaber online, but realistically, his army is incapable of taking a good fight. Cannon placement is least on the way. That gets targeted down by the Onagishi straight away, though. It's not going to come online, which is why Louis has to fight here. Here, the infantry going to split off and go deeper. He's trying to dive on the army. Needs to split the Samurai away from the Onagishi because that's slowing him down. There we go. Immediately goes to the surround, forces the Knights to recommit. Upgrade's still not in. Archers do need another 20 seconds. Nonamusha are now marching over to clear up those Knights. Yeah, looks like they got stuck hanging around on some of the buildings for a while there. So dive in, should be able to clear most of Louis' army, but what worries me is that WAM needs more than this. I feel like this army is going to get cleared up, right? That the Archers, veterancy is done, now we're getting into elite status. This is where the last of the Onamusha and Onagishi should be taken out. And from there, all of a sudden, this eco lead that was over 20 is now approaching to barely 10. Yeah, really well played. The funny part is this wasn't just your standard BS, where an HRE outpost defines... Oh, wait. I think I'm going to say it was, and here's why it was. This outpost stopped WAM from just diving left. He wanted to just go deeper, deeper, deeper. But he saw this outpost, he knew something was coming, right? So you can't commit left, especially when the army's clashing right. What Louis done is he forced the hand of WAM to commit onto the army instead. You want to be checking this corner. You want to be raiding the back. You knew those berries here. You knew there's gold here, right? But in the end, it wastes just enough of your time that Louis is able to keep that Palace of Swabia operable. Now he's only 10 eco behind. Now, militarily, much smaller, but WAM, now with that cannon placement, his job just got 10 times harder. More outposts also on the way. Villages, oh god. Oh no! Well, at least you have textiles, and at least they're finally standing close to each other. Guys, you gotta look for the positives when you're being massacred like this. So Louis, all of a sudden, behind by 20 villages again. And militarily, like, this should be wave after wave now coming out from WAM. Behind this, you can see he's stockpiling a lot of gold. He's almost got what he needs for Shogunate, and more farms are getting added in. So actually spamming even more Onagishi gets easier at this stage. It doesn't get harder. You can see that Louis is taking risks to try and stay in this game. Because the other thing that I think WAM identified, cool thing about diving that Arkan Chapel and being forced to fight there, you saw how bad his long-term food eco is. This guy went Imperial Age with 4 farms. When did you last hear an HRE player going Imperial Age with 4 farms? That's not a good sign, folks. Cannon placements can do some miraculous things, but when you're talking about fast-moving Onagishi, I feel like you never get good bang for buck. All you have to do is stagger and just dive in. Torches out. Wow, getting ready for Imperial now. A little bit surprised he went for this so soon. I thought he'd actually try to pull the trigger on another raid. I guess the problem here is he doesn't know where he's... Oh, come on. You've got to be kidding me. He didn't scout the boar or the stone. There is literally one spot on this map that he is not scoured that has resources. And it's important because if he'd known about this, he could have checked for it, right? That would have been, what, 10, 15 villages just idled up? Probably dead. That could have been the difference that mattered here because Louis, you know, he is still struggling, but that gap is closing. WAM is at least on his way up now with the Tanegashima Gunsmith. Behind this, more farms are getting added in. So this is literally the weakest point of Louis' game. This is where WAM needs to be trying to win it. The problem is with this breathing room he gave, the slowdown, the choice to go into Imperial, you let Louis get a castle, you let him gather resources on the flank. All of a sudden, you have a game where the HRE can actually contest the Japanese. Now, interesting thing about this matchup, by the way, at this stage, this is where Japanese can gap close those advantages we talked about with HRE Men-at-Arms. HRE Men-at-Arms, for the heavy maces, the two-handed, they have +8 damage. We said Adachi Samurai have +5. When you add in the Bannerman Aura, it gives about an extra 3 damage with Elite Army Tactics included as well. So actually, Japanese Samurai can hit just as hard as the HRE on the other side. Now, once again, you are paying a premium, but that premium starts to feel worth it. Like, the extra 10 resources to tank the first wallop of 30-odd damage is an insane difference. Well, with Louis revealing a few hand cannoneers, look at the immediate reaction of WAM. He's got the Tanegashima Gunsmith. It's time to make those guns go brrr. I don't know why those guns are telling you they're cold. They're going to be hot when they get in these fights, though. Louis adding an extra Lansk as well. I mean, this is because he doesn't have great food income, but does have great gold income, right? Like this comp screams, I have gold, but I don't have food. I'm doing a great job, actually, of keeping that eco lead as well. In some ways, he has an eco lead. In other ways, he doesn't, right? Like, his farm's a 75% gathering rate buff, but actually, here's the funny thing, guys. HRE, I think the tests were... Last time the tests were done were about 3 months ago. People done a check on, like, food income, and if you fully optimize an Ark and Chapel, they have the best food income, right? If you, like, cap the villager count for all of the civs involved, HRE's is the strongest with the Ark and buff. Because the thing is, while you're getting 75% from the Japanese farms, you don't get any base eco gathering rate. Meanwhile, the HRE are getting 40%, and then they get an extra 45%. It's like Samurai did get in the back, but Wolf should be on the way now. So, Wham, he's going to need to keep the pressure up if he wants to keep access to this side of the map. And this is a pretty good spawn to kind of camp on for Louis, right? Like, he's got double gold vein, he's got fat stone stack in the back corner. The golds are criminal, by the way. Like, I would not call this a balanced spawn whatsoever. If you look at it, the 8k golds are just sitting on Wham's third of the map. It maybe, well, more than his half, but like it's towards his third, right? That's a bad spawn balance. Realistically, this gold should be like on the other side down here. Yeah, I don't like that. This is why I've been a big fan of the idea of just actually bringing Mirror Mega Random in. You know, the one where it spawns half the map and then flips it. I'd love to see that in competitive. It does mean you have to scout less of the map to know what's happening, but you know, if you're talking about from a balance perspective, it's probably the closest you can get to fair. The army tactics and the two-handers coming in. And I imagine, have we got Unitechs coming on the other side of this? We should have a university by now. Yeah. No Oda tactics yet out of WoW. By the way, I will never get tired of these guys. They sound so psychotic. I love them. Dude, like, that's how crazy someone who messes with gunpowder that looks like that should sound, right? Like, you have to be crazy to just carry a giant stick that blasts. Alright, Oda tactics on the way. It's going to be later than the Elite Army tactics, though. And also, with the Elite upgrades, the Men at Arms coming in, the fact that he's also got the Military Academy, and the fact that he's got these farms online, I gotta say, I actually think Louis is in a pretty good position now. And gold can be a problem, sure, but like spamming Men at Arms, it's sustainable, I'd say, on 3 relics with Regnants. Not too bad. Love that we've got the Japanese getting into the Bunrei, rather, to get the extra 2 Euroshiras. Men at Arms, Lance, now moving out. Wait, Wham, you want to fight this? No, wait, Wham? What? Oh my god, I don't think he was looking there. Second wave now comes in, so he has to commit to the fight, but that is a terrible clash for the Canadian. Especially the emplacements assisting, especially now with the Landsneck just lay it in. Just 4 of them is all it takes to cleave through this, so Men at Arms going to be going down. As are the Samurai, but like what's left afterwards is what's scary. Wham just needs to keep getting more meat into the grinder here, otherwise his hand cannoneers are going to be in danger. In fact, it looks like they've been pinched. Didn't move away quick enough. Men at Arms should be able to clop them down. Meanwhile, second raid coming in elsewhere. This is a good read. This is exactly what I want to see out of Wham. Use the breadth of the map, because in these fights, this quality isn't really leaking through when you're not dealing with the Landsneck cleanly. This is much better though. Gold now getting denied out. Castle is not going to be able to defend that area, and it looks like the second wave for Wham is enough to push through here. Louis, I'm getting a bit worried now. Gold-wise, he's running out, right? He's got 800 left down here, 2.2k. He's spamming Landsneck that he simply can't afford. The problem now is with it being 23 hand cannoneers, with the Yuumi Bannerman aura as well. Like, guys, this is before Gunpowder. If you can't beat your opponent before Gunpowder comes in, what the hell do you do against it? Because it is on the way now. Wow. Okay, dude. Wham. I think what we're going to see here is probably more production escalation into a non-stop pump. I mean, he probably doesn't even need the extra production at this stage, right? Azutsu are now on the way, and Azutsu are going to be the backbreaker of this base. And yes, Heavy Maces does do bonus damage against Azutsu. They are tagged as a heavy unit. However, you need Men-at-Arms to reach the Azutsu for that, and I don't think that's ever happening. Louis, he has nowhere else to go with these villages. He already took the back line of wood. Mangonel in the choke point. She better hold for a bit, but I'm doubtful it's going to last long here, folks. Remember what we said, that bonus damage now spins both ways. The Bannerman aura just evens up and balances the field again. This dive is non-stop. Hand cannon near count, over 20. Louis hasn't got a Mangonel anymore. He hasn't got a leg to stand on. I think this game is over. Okay, wow. That's impressive, man. He completely just broke him. I was a little bit skeptical. I thought maybe Wham was going a bit too soon, but credit to him. The farms weren't fully fleshed out, right? They weren't fully online. On top of that, gold access has always been a dwindling factor, and I think that's what Wham identified. He had access to the big gold stacks on both sides. Funnily enough, Louis crawled out to one now, but it meant that longevity-wise, it favored the Japanese here. Remember what we said about this matchup, where if you do get into the Imperial Age, the Japanese take the edge, and you're seeing it for more than one reason. We mentioned the Bannerman for the Samurai. You're seeing the Bannerman effect with the Yumi, with the hand cannoneers and the Azutsu here. It's a phenomenal damage buff. It's insane at this stage. You can see he's actually hitting for a pretty ludicrous 48 damage. There's no way that Louis can match that. Like, if he built Lance Connect himself, he'd lose anyway. So Louis, I think he's had the correct read just to try and go into Mangoes. The problem now is, you know, if I'm Wham and I see that you're building Mangoes, I might just switch into Onobugisha, because Onobugisha disintegrates each. He probably doesn't need it, right? Realistically, he could just keep spamming Samurai, because they will also break the front line. About as quickly as these Azutsu are going to break this keep. Once this castle goes down, it should be a hit on the farms. And if the farms go inoperable, this game is going to be over. Interesting game. I think that, you know, Louis, there was maybe a missed opportunity to even stop Wham getting into castle lanes very early on. That was the biggest takeaway. I love the early game aggression, but I love the bait and switch coming out from Wham. His scouting is what set him up for success in that mid game. The fact that he scouted the stable transition before it came online, the fact that he didn't get scouted in the second TC, this, as Highview often will be, was a game of vision making the difference. Well played. Shivaki, why are you saying that Azutsu don't take bonus damage from maces? They're categorized as heavy, so they should. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure they should. Have you tested that, Shivak? I mean, I'm happy to admit if I'm wrong here. But my take is, we rarely see them attacking them, but like, because we rarely see Azutsu these days, but it should do the bonus damage. Because crossbows also do, right? So let's have a look and see what else we've got. Always nice when we've got the players live. You're the one in the wrong? Yeah, we got him, guys! Take that, Shivake. You suck, Narkin. That's alright. You gotta remember, they have the heavy tag. That's why. Alright, so let's have a look and see who else we got. Louis in again. Has he queued against Kiljadi? Did we check and see who Kiljadi's up against? Or are we Louis fan club still? Choices. Can have a look and see if Kiljadi's got an interesting opponent. Ooh. Mongols? Who plays Mongols? Terrible, Civ. Interesting opponent for sure. Nah, who's this guy? Never heard him before. I know Liquid.Dimu. I don't know who this one is. Why would anyone willingly pick the Mongols? That is what we're here to answer. One and all, welcome back to for Action. We have got Dimu up against Killjadi. You know, I wanted to know who Killjadi was up against. I saw his Dimu, I was like, okay, this will be a good matchup. Then I saw his English versus Mongols, and all of a sudden I had so many question marks. Because we don't really see Mongols that often at the moment, unless it's on these water hyper maps where they can still try to go for that spam spam. The spam spam that did get nerfed, remember, as the stone generation got reduced. We're going to hit the 2-turn speed for the early game, because I got a feeling with that reduction and the fact that we're talking about an English opponent, we're not going to be seeing any sort of Dark Age aggro. It's not going to happen, right? Like, realistically, this is the worst Civ to try and do Dark Age spam and spam against, because they've got short bows to defend you, and then they've got long bows for later. So, we will not do predictions live on this one, because I don't know if the game is over, as I'm sure Dimu is streaming it as well. So I don't want to make this too easy if you guys get predictions. To remind me on the next one when we are absolutely live. So interesting idea here coming in from I Never Die to make Dark Age Horseman. I wouldn't recommend it here. It's too slow. It's way too slow with the passive stone generation now, so therefore it's way too expensive on food. And if it's Abbey of Kings on the other side, that king will wallop your face in. So you don't have this transitional play, right? Like, maybe you'll see Dimu go into longbow still after he techs up. But it's going to be an opening of the king, and that means your horsemen don't have any transitional power. They don't scale. And as the idea of like outpost rushing, even if you could somehow make that happen, the timing's once again skewed to a point where realistically an English player could age up. He'll have his gold. So, you know, I prefer this approach from Killjadi. Just get your tech up as quickly as possible. Silver Tree's going to be on the way. He did get a decent spawn for this as well. You notice the trade post is pretty far away. Sheep haul-wise, we're also looking at a good game for Dimu. 14 sheep already to just 9. That's surprising, actually. Dimu, I would not have expected the English player to get more sheep off of this map, considering the power of the Khan. Between the Scouting Falcon and the Maneuver Arrow, you should always be ahead. Instead, looks like something went awry, though, because this guy is about to yoink away what I think is the last of the sheep. Wow. Oh, okay. I genuinely would never anticipate the English player getting this many sheep. And this is without an opening farm build, right? Yeah, no farms at home. Sometimes we see English players drop 2. I've even seen 3 farms recently. And the logic is, I think it's like Beastie has an entire build order on this. The logic, the reason why you do it is because it allows you to get your hands on more scouting time, right? It means you don't actually have to come home at all. You can stay out as long as a berry civ, essentially, at that stage, it feels like. But that wasn't the case here. So the fact that Dimu still got the majority impresses me. Sorry, I just had to ban that pleb. So anyway, Abbey of Kings on the way, Silver on the other side. This is tricky now for Killjadi because by going for Abbey of Kings, Dimu now has a counter to trade. You can't trade freely, right? With a king out on the field. He'll just kill you. So I think Killjadi is going to have to consider adding in some early outposts, some early spam. And I don't think you want to do spam. And realistically, you want to get the Keshiks. Once you have about 4 Keshiks, I think you can quite confidently go for the Silver Tree spam, but you need that box ticked first. The other side, Dimu is ticking his own greed. Beyond the Stone, we are getting that 2 TC Abbey of Kings build that is very popular right now. The question is he going to hang around in Feudal? My feelings on this is you probably just go Castle. The reason is that even though you can run away with a King and Mass Horseman, like that is a play English can commit into, if you're running under Yam, Keshiks will always hunt you down, and the Maneuver Arrow will guarantee it as well, right? So, like, your safer bet here, if you're Dimu, is probably just start adding your farm clusters in, get towards Castle Age. Dimu. If you want to play long feudal, I think you'd just go longbow spears, realistically. Men at Arms, this is not one of the matchups I'd recommend it in, just because it's Keshiks in trade. Which means there's always going to be gold coming in for more Keshiks, right? And on the other side, Killjadi, the likely approach here is going to be Keshiks plus Archers. Pretty standard play for Mongols. Upgrades really nicely into Castle Age with the Kurotai build as well. Silvertree already packing up. Notice that he didn't use the stone to generate additional traders after the first pack. He just got double trader, double Keshik, and then he's going to put all that stone into pumping additional Keshiks as time goes on. Need more Dimmu now on his way across. Outpost is coming up. So this is the thing that I actually like about Killjadi's spawn. He actually got a gold that spawned to the northeast side, which is on the trade route. It's far enough away to give an early warning, an outpost safety point for your gold gatherers, but also to buff the trade coming through at the weakest point, right? Because this north side is the side that I'm expecting Dimmu to try and intercept, as it's closer to his own base. Dimmu didn't even try to actually attack the villagers. They're a little bit late there. So Killjadi won't lose a single soul. And see the difference in movement speed now. Yam, 1.87. It means your king can't fight in these areas. And what sucks more is when you find a Keshiks, realistically in a one-on-one, you should be able to beat a Keshik. But it'll never be a one-on-one. And the more you fight, the more they heal, right? You only heal from not fighting. So it's literally polar opposites here. Still with the farms now coming in. Killjadi. What is his win condition here? Because I wonder in this matchup now, with the way this is playing, double archery range is coming through. So we are going to get Dimmu committing to that comp we talked about, at least layer 1. I'm expecting spears afterwards, but I'm wondering, Killjadi, like, does he view his win condition in Feudal? Because I feel like Feudal's really good for you here. With trade always scaling, with the fact that you can get your premium gold units now and they're good, to me, Dimmu is the one who needs to reach Castle Age. I feel like a longer Feudal kind of sucks for him. Lombos is an upside, kind of falls flat when you're up against mass Keshik. I actually love this interaction. Mongols low-key might be a good solution to English king play. Because he can't heal, right? At all. Now, unfortunately, the maneuver arrow is on cooldown. But the funny thing is, like, over time, you're charging, right? You're gap closing. Sure, there's extra movement speed on the king, but it doesn't really make up for the difference in speed from the charge. Dimmu actually might end up losing this king. Yeah, the other charge is going to kill him, right? Like, if he breaks out of the way... Oh, the body blocks. Yeah, Killjadi, he tried to get the micro in time. Unfortunately, he was a little bit late there. So Dimmu, by the hair on his chin, barely getting away. Because that king was squealing like a piggy. 19 health, but stays alive. And conveniently for Killjadi, that's now brought him to the enemy base. Dimmu is going to start committing to the walls. Wait, what? That wasn't BS. There's technically a hole in that wall, guys. It makes sense that he hits him with a lance. So first blood drawn, villager goes down. Behind this, trade count is now up to 6. And this is exactly what Killjadi needed. Just keep his opponent in his base, don't let him come out. What worries me is I think Killjadi, this is a bit of a misread. Look at what he's going for. So, like, the problem for me is I'm wondering, realistically, what does Castle Age offer you here? You know, except better units, right? But, like, your comp, the things you want to build here, I feel like they're already in existence. Maybe Killjadi's planning a men-at-arms transition, because then he can dive the base permanently. But, honestly, long trade? Prolonging Feudal feels like it's a better play here. The amount of Keshiks you could get, the amount of archers you could get here would be huge. White Tower and Dungeons. Those are contradictory. I'm a Hom person. Dungeons are always black. Kurtai now on the way. Alright, we'll see if this hurts him. I mean, Dimmu's army isn't that big right now. And Faye will be disappointed to hear that I don't think we'll be seeing Mangudai this game. Sorry, Faye. I'm trying to think, like, is there a worse matchup to do Mangudai in? I don't think there is, right? This is categorically the worst one. What worries me is Dimmu, I don't think he realizes this is a tech up. Because the way that the Keshiks have been showing their face, like, he might be suspicious now that it's still only 5 Keshiks, right? Like, no more behind this. It's either TC or Castle Age, right? But now, with Lombos, like, where's your pressure point? You need to now march like a bat out of hell, but that's going to take a lot of time. And I feel like, you know, with only Lombos, you don't feel safe to come out. By the time you'd reach trade, there's going to be additional Keshiks, and they're also going to be vetted up. So this is a very uncomfortable phase of the game now for Dimmu. I don't think the English are strong on the White Tower because the fact that it produces produces units. I think it's more due to the fact that it protects your greedy TC investment, right? The reason why English are strong right now is because of how early they can get this TC. They can get the TC freely, more freely than any other civ in the game, because this opening king play pressures their opponent really hard. But I think the problem in this matchup that we've just witnessed is the Keshik's response is pristine. It's exactly what you need. The king can't hang around to do anything. Like, this king is, to me, felt completely redundant. In this game, anyway. In most matchups, the king looks broken. But this one, anything but. And in fact, he's about to have his face broken. Nice maneuver out of there. Alright, looks like we're going to need a new coronation. Dimmu, without hesitation, goes back for the king again. This comp is dicey, though. Dimmu. At this stage, I'd say you just go Castlage, right? He's trying to build enough troops so that he doesn't get dove. This archer army, to me, it doesn't scream, I'm coming out to fight. Because I feel like if you come out to fight now, you do die. He's got, what, 2 farm clusters. Realistically needs a third one added in. White Tower's likely to be dropped on the front side. He used that to then rush berries to get a little bit extra food. But you definitely need castle. Coming out with Lombos at this stage is just death. What worries me, though, is the longer he takes to Castlage, the longer he invests into Lombos like this, the more eco that Killjoy is securing. Relics are now being returned home. On top of that, trade count, now up to 15. This is where it really starts to kick you in the teeth. 8 food, 8 wood, 8 free gold. And as you can see, it's owned by... Sorry, guys. We have this UI bug has literally been in the game for... And I'm ruining it because I think everyone else hasn't noticed until now. This UI bug has been in the game for over 2 years. King? Wait, again? Well, luckily there's enough Lombos here to scare Killjoy away. Killjoy has made that everlasting mistake of not having Undermesh prepped. That is now on the way. Love the forward outpost. Kurotai should be packing up and on the way in. Now, this is quite funny, actually, because with Undermesh, this fight gets incredibly difficult for Dimmu to take outside of his base. And if we get the wedge rivets as well as a follow-up, which is affordable at this stage, these Lombos will be tickling. Outpost is greedy, though, and Dimmu is looking for the White Tower drop on the forward. Outpost is going to get cancelled. Good secure as well. Secures his wood line, secures the secondary, and also secures the gold. Gold is becoming a problem, right? Like, he's already harvested half of it, so this is a great read. The Kurotai... Wait, what? That is one of the most ambitious Kurotai moves I have ever witnessed. Yeah, get the hell out of here. Scram. And next time, remember to get your pack-up tech. You goddamn nit. No, I'm kidding. I would call Killjoy a noob. Although it is interesting that he doesn't have his backup tech. I feel like that's a high priority whenever you play Kurotai. So, tech's complete on both sides. Dimmu should be heading over towards the trade soon. His win condition now is to shut down trade, because he's going to outscale, right? Killjoy needs to actually... wait. I think he needs to hold. I don't want to say he has to defend, because every time I say defend, Mongols lose. But the whole idea is you need to just repel the attack. And at that point afterwards, like, what's going to happen is Dimmu, his wood lines, you're already seeing it, like, the south side is going to be unprotected. This fight is way too soon. I don't like this at all. Killjoy, expensive loss. And for nothing gained. Yeah, that's exactly what you can't be doing. It looks like Killjoy was maybe paranoid that Dimmu was going to go out to his trade, so he's like, I need to hit him first. But I think you just need to calm your Dente, right? Like, slow it down. Dimmu is going to exhaust this wood line. The gold isn't even going to last that long. Once that's happened, he has to move here, he has to move here. That's when you can't just guard with mass Lombos. I love how Dimmu is literally just building one unit. Well, he respawned the king, but you know, I'm getting full Battle of Agincourt vibes right now. Although I don't remember the Mongols being there, so like maybe my history is a little bit rusty. Mangonel's finally coming. I wondered when this was going to happen, because this is literally the solution that has been missing this entire time. He wanted to make sure that this is exactly what Dumu wanted to build. And the Mongol food is this low of map control because they haven't set up pastures yet. They're playing pocket resources, right? They still are on the deer. They're moving out to it now. Mango. Yeah, that's exactly not what you needed. He's Chugenuing with longbows, for Christ's sake. I just like to imagine that if I tuned into Dumu's stream right now, I'd just hear him humming Royal Britannia. Yeah, the only exception he'll make to his combo. I like my longbows, but I need longbows. This is Longbow, and this is Longbow's big brother. Whoa, 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 Dumu. That's a misclick, guys. Don't ignore that. Definitely a misclick. Of course the Terror main would think that range units are OP. I want to play Royal Britannia, but I'm pretty sure I get copyright struck. Is that not an accomplishment in life, just getting copyright struck by the king? Lombo's into a choke point. Killjardy. I mean, this is not how you want to fight. The Mango is closing in, but incredibly slowly. Dumu just continues to step away from this. Eco lead has been building up because of it. Mango's shot is big, though. Good micro by Killjardy. He can get a second shot out here. Deploys. Goes for the wallop. Dumu not able to move away quick enough here. And all of a sudden, this is not looking like Agincourt at all. This is looking like every single other attempt by the English to take mainland Europe. Oh my. And now his response is to get mangoes as well. Dumu, he was being greedy. Look at this, guys. He was going for Imperial Age. Lombo's at least skirt away from the mangoes now, which means it's going to be a good trade up against the archers. But that was quite the walloping. Dumu went from a dominant lead in archer department down to something a little bit more tame. Badgincourt? No, 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 guys. This is Sagincourt. I think Dumu's actually in Magincourt right now. He's mad that he didn't get into Imperial Age before that had to happen. Still, this is very much still the Agincourt strategy. We continue to scale Lombos. Food and gold is at decent pacing. We will definitely be looking Imperial. The question is whether we... Whoa, wait, what? No, we're not. Knights? Those weren't an Agincourt. Hold on a second. He's actually going back in. I'm a little bit surprised by this. I feel like Imperial Age is better for the English here. Instead, Mango's coming in, and Killjardy gets baited into a fight. He has no right taking. The king leads from the front here in Agincourt. He even survives it. And all of a sudden, Killjardy, has he just lost this game? I mean, his food income is abysmal, right? He's got about 1,000 food a minute compared to 1.5k to 2k at any given time. It's persistent. The army size as well is worrying me. Like, Killjardy right now, he has a total of 3 Keshits going up to 10. How the hell do you snipe 2 Mangonels? Wow. Okay, Dumu. Pull the trigger, King. You've done it. Knights are going to rotate towards the trade now. Wingard Palace is indeed going to be the choice on the way. I mean, who can blame him? There's no raid coming in. You don't need a Berkshire. You'd be barking mad to go for it. And access. The English are still dunking. Lombos are going to sit underneath the primary TC. That can get expensive, but as long as you're taking traders with you, it's worthwhile. And remember, guys, this is all of Killjardy's efficient food income, right? He has deer over here, he's got berries over here, but most of his economy is not there. More villages dying, and all of a sudden, we're now talking about a 30 eco lead for Dumu. Imperial Age ticks. Veterancy into elite status now on the way. Keshiks is the best fight they're ever going to get, but this is not a good one. Springel's going to move in for the trade. Mangonels are still going to get some wallops out. Actually, weirdly enough, they're attacking pastures. And I think we are not going to be going on to the greener pastures here for Killjadi. Mango hit to the backside. Lombos have slightly overextended, maybe overstayed their welcome. But the Agincourt strategy does not lie. He's done enough here. There's going to be no punishment coming towards his economy. This is a raw 30-plus eco lead now for Dimmy. And those knights are still alive. Jeez. Okay, I'm struggling to see Killjadi's route to recovery here. He'll clear up most of the Lombos before they actually get upgraded. That's great. But we're now talking about an entire age advantage. We're talking about a phenomenal eco advantage. And we're talking about reliable food sources, which is still a big question mark in my eyes for Killjadi. I mean, look at what he's doing over here, guys. He's playing onto berries. He's that desperate. And no, Super Silky Soy Boy, you... Oh, God damn, I can't believe I just said that out loud. You are not imagining things. The new meta actually is Wingard. Wingard is incredible right now. I think you're going to see most games being Wingard now. The slight nerf to Berkshire wasn't the big deal. It's the new timings, the effectivity of things like Wingard Raiders. In this case, it's going to be the Wingard Footmen. And why not, right? They're not really counted here at all. Lombo's now moving in to clear up what little is left. Volley being prepped and snare arrows as well. Defense arrow is not going to change the outcome of this. I mean, this is over. GG gets called. The Agincourt build wins out. Historically accurate. Except the Mongols and Europe. We won't talk about that. I mean, I'm 100% calling that one the Agincourt build. Ooh. Ooh, you had a nice game versus Killjadi too. Ooh, we'll have to check that out in a bit, Murad. Thank you, thank you. They're doing an HRE mirror now. I would rather jam icicles in my eye sockets. Nostalgic background? You damn right. Oh, one sec. I just got bumped by someone. I need to quickly send an invite to someone. Not for the stream. Don't worry about that. Anyone knows what that noise is? You know where it's at. I just need to quickly boink. Alright, there we go. Fandappy dozy. What are all these hydrates? Why are you trying to make me such a thirsty boy? Alright, we need to check more live games, didn't we? One sec. I'll do the hydrate push up in a sec. Need to check if we've got anything live to tune into. I do like live games. Wait, how is that one? Did they just have back-to-back HRE Abasa games? They must have done. Because when we looked 20 minutes ago, they were having an HRE Abasa game. All right. Yeah, I'm not touching that with a brass pole. I don't know who Recon's up against. Is Recon up against the high ranker? Give me a sec. Let me have a look. Let's have a ganders at this. Recon did have some games versus WAM earlier that we could maybe look at. So, yeah. this is an unknown. They're ranked 107th right now, the one versus Recon, but they're usually ranked like 2000th. So I wouldn't have high hopes for that game. We could have a look. Let's have a look at Recon versus WAM. So bring back full cam so I can change. So I can actually open his data and we'll have a look. I think it was on Rocky River. So bear with me a second. Here? No, wrong one. There. Yeah, okay. So Bastards versus Byzantines. Ooh. Alright. So, 1 second. I don't think I got another message through. Fantastic. Alright, let's do these push-ups. Oh, bled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I know, I made it look so easy. It's all that picking up my child. She's incredibly heavy. It's prepped me for lifting myself up. That is how much of a chunky monkey she is. All right, let's get ready. It's time to do the bad civ. Wait a second. It's WAM and the Abbasids actually might not be the Abbasids anymore. So we had to check in on this. Going up against Recon. I mean, it's kind of funny, right? To think about these civs. Both of them are... they kind of have a reputation as a defensive turtley type civ. And funnily enough, like the Byzantines might be the more aggro party, but they're being played by someone who historically is defensive. But fear not, citizens, for I have not delivered you a tedious, inactive, nothing happening game. Recon, actually in 2024, is an entirely different beast, if you guys haven't been noticing. He's rebranding himself as almost like a new generation of Kazva. This guy knows no chill. In fact, I still remember talking to him before the most recent tournament, where he said, I think the meta is going to revolve heavily around Dark Age aggro. My eyes widened. I giggled a bit at him, but I was intrigued. And I'm already intrigued by this opening. You guys are seeing this, right? He went second scout. Why? That was very masculine of me. Would you do that? I'm a little bit surprised by this. I mean, I guess he just doesn't want to lose out on the sheep. You're always going to get less sheep than the Abbasid player in a one-on-one, just because they don't have to come home, right? Whereas Byzantines, although they can play onto the berries, they don't want to. They want to have the better gathering on the sheep. So I guess he's trying to offset that disadvantage. And it might work because of what WAM is now doing. He's running straight into the enemy base to see what they're up to. I think he's paranoid about whether this is going to be Hippodrome play. Cool thing actually about Hippodrome play, it's quite easy to identify. Typically because if your opponent's going Hippodrome, they'll be gathering on the berries already. If they're going Grand Winery, they have not touched the berries. That is true for about like 80-85% of games. So quite a telling move, but it does come at a price. Because it means that WAM is going to lose out on all remaining sheep, meaning Recon's playing to double scouts, rather, is going to be worthwhile. Yeah, he's actually going to get quite a lot of sheep, about 15, 16. And obviously, WAM isn't going to be completely discounted and incapable of playing this matchup. That's the beautiful thing about the Abbasids. Those berries, you get more of them and you gather them quicker. So he's more than content with the state of these things, especially considering he's going for the military wing. Military wing quite often will lead into a second TC. That's just the natural flow right now. WAM was straight away on this civ the moment they got buffed recently. And I've already seen him do these builds where it's still military wing at all times, but it's a very rapid second TC. And one that becomes very efficient because of fresh foodstuffs. The moment you tech up, you're typically seeing players now go for this tech, considering that you can finally not have to sacrifice villages to get it. You just build it in the mill. In fact, he's already got the perfect amount of gold for it. There's no way this is going to be wheelbarrow because you need 150 gold, but this is definitely fresh foodstuffs. Mining camp already on the way up. I love it when sometimes villages are just hidden by the building entirely, that it makes buildings look like they're just being built by themselves. Sadly, because we live in history with Age of Empires 4, I don't think there's a civ we could create that would have passive building. Shout out to any of those filthy Dark Elder pickers from Dawn of War 1. Stone Gathering now coming in from Recon. With 5 villages going out, I've got a feeling we are looking at 2TC on 2TC. His will have to be a lot more defensive. This is the value, the fortune of playing Military Wing, is it allows you to not only protect your looser TC, but it also guarantees that your opponent can't do the same. It's similar to why the Iobid's Desert Raider opening is so strong. It's similar to why the English King is so strong right now. Getting units for free, or very quickly, at least, bare minimum, at the start of Feudal Age is a phenomenal booster. If you think about it, this Military Wing, getting 4 units, even if it was for the same unit, you've saved 30 extra seconds there, right? And then the production time on top of that, which would be, like, lowest, what, 15 seconds per. So you saved a whole minute to get this comp together, essentially, over a minute. The more interesting part about Military Wing that just makes it so goddamn good is the fact that it's 2 different types of units, which means that your opponent actually has to go for a very one-dimensional counter. If you're worried about the Military Wing opener, you have to go ranged units. You can't go Horsemen because there's Spearmen there, right? And you can't go Spearmen because there's Archers there. You literally have to go for Archers. Or a variety of Archer-like units. Javelins, for example. Stone Gathering for the second TC, and this is going to be what I would call a dog, not a gold TC. It's your standard one of the gold. Realistically, I don't think you want this one per se. You might be going for a fast castle build. That is possible. But the issue now is, you needed that double scout play, right? This is why he done this. Because he knew that it was going to be Military Wing, as you should expect. You can't actually risk running out of food at home and having to go Olive Groves too early. So this was a really good heads-up play. This really leans into the idea of how Recon likes to play the game, by the way. He's not a reactor, he's a planner. That person who, that person, like, high school is like, I know what I'm going to do at this age, that age, this age. Recon likes to be that type of person. I'm a bit more impromptu. I'm the type of person he hates. Wow. With second TC now on the stone, there's no way we get third TC here, right? Right. That's kind of wild. Now, once again, I know what people are going to now ask in the comments. They're going to go, why would you ever go Military Wing if you're going to do free TC? That's really inefficient, KP. It seems inefficient, but it's opportunity cost. If he didn't have Military Wing, what would have happened here? Would he have gotten free TC? Would he be able to place one of those TC loose? Probably not. Because what would have happened is the Byzantine player would have scouted that. They would have seen that you hadn't gone Military Wing. And they could have then reacted with aggro of their own. And Byzantines are phenomenal with aggressive play now, around 5.5 minutes, because of the mercenary contract timing. So I actually totally agree with Wham's choice to do free TC, even on military camp, rather. And the cool thing is, as the age goes on, if it does turn into a slog, you've now got boot camp as a big plus for you. That's an edge over the Byzantines. And what do we say? When you play up against Military Wing, there is only one correct opening response, and that is to get the range units. Funny part still, though, is that we're not seeing any sort of Merc house play here. And it's because he can't access it, right? So, like, this delay has forced him. I really love the way that Wham approached this, that he immediately identified the second TC wasn't a dive point. The woodline wasn't a dive point, but you need olive oil to get into these initial mercs. So by doing this move right here, what Wham done is he forced a Byzantine player to build something they don't want. I don't really feel like any Byzantine player ever wants to build an archery range. Every game where I see archers added in by a Byzantine player, my immediate reaction is, oh, he got forced to do that. So this is a perfect example of how you can maximize the value of this camp. It had the knock-on effect of forcing a defensive TC, knock-on effect of delaying Merc timing, and the knock-on effect of allowing additional TCs to the Abassids. Just 3 boxes ticked by this wing tells you why about 65%, 70% even, of Abassid games are military wing. Horseman also arrived, makes this annoying. It's going to force more commitment, so Recon has to confirm that he's gone into Limitane as well. And Wham, the other nice thing is not only would you have already been better off for your 2TC versus 2TC, now you're definitely better off, even more so when you consider the fresh foodstuffs, which is saving an extra 18 food per TC, which means across these 3, he's saving, what is that, 54 food a minute. It's interesting when you think about the maths involved in 2TC versus 3TC with fresh foodstuffs, in that you're actually spending less on free TCs to build villages than your opponent is now spending on 2 TCs, right? It's 50 resources versus the 96. What does that allow for, folks? That allows for Castle Age. Castle Age at a much quicker pace than Recon's going to be capable of what he had to invest here to defend. These Limitane, like, you know, if you're Wham, Wham's looking at this right now, he's going, oh, good, he built Limitane. Oh, he didn't just build Limitane, he built 3 Limitane. Those are 90 resources each. Oh, he built 6 archers? Dude, it's music to Wham's ear at this point. He looks at this, he says, okay, there's no point trying to contest you because I know if I try to contest you long term, you'll be adding in mercs. And then I'm behind in feudal. But now I just go castle. I imagine we'll be looking at the Culture Wing. They do Culture Wing a lot. Okay, nice. I'm glad. So I was about to say, they do Culture Wing a lot. I've watched quite a few Wham and Puppet Paw games. I think the Culture Wing build is outdated. It's not the way to go anymore. I much prefer the Eco Wing, especially considering it's been buffed now. Fertile Crescent is basically like having the Zhu Ji Song Dynasty. It's insane how powerful this is. If you think you're going to be playing a long castle, then Fertile Crescent Eco Wing makes more sense because of the farm transition. The only reason why I think I was seeing quite a lot of Culture Wing out of Wham in particular is the idea that if you have to rush into Imperial Age, makes it very cheap, right? But if you think it's going to play out in a long castle, Eco Wing should always be superior. Western contract coming in from Recon now. I'm not so happy about the idea of that. Unless it's Lombos to defend, but then you're up against Abbasis building siege in the field, right? So, like, what were the other options here? Silk Road starts to lose its value when you have to move away into something other than javelins. I think even if you feel like you're going to be up against archers, Silk Road can feel annoying to build once you're in Castle Age because the RNG of just getting camels. And you don't really want the camels here in an Abbasis matchup, right? Like, it's not going to get too much value there. So, Western makes a lot of sense. Keshix is irrelevant. You don't want to build Keshix against potential camels anyway. So I think this is the right choice by Recon. But the timings now make it feel really awkward. You haven't been able to scale up to 20 Lombos already, which is usually a really big power spike for the Byzantines. Is he thinking Landsnecht? Because Landsnecht get destroyed by Ghoulems. Remember, Ghoulems are tankier versions of Men-at-Arms. They have good armor, they have more HP, and they have double strike, which is super effective against anything that doesn't have armor, which Landsnecht fit under. They have no armor. But considering that Recon has 1,000 olive oil now, and hasn't spent any of it, we're heading for Landsnecht. Was this the plan from the get-go for Recon? Because if so, I think it might be a pretty rough plan to execute. It might be that Recon's thinking, I'm not going to actually fight him directly. I'm going to fight around the flanks. That I can understand more, because like the amount of war crimes you can commit upon the Abbasids is a jackpot. Please don't clip that out of context. The point is, at this stage, Wham already has 73 eco at 12 minutes into the game, right? Like, there's so much you can slice down very quickly here. Yep. Landsnecht have been queued up. I guess Recon is a very big fan of... Ah! Sorry, I didn't do it emotionally that time. At this point, Relic should just phone me. Let's talk about voice acting for some of the upcoming civs. I can do a very good Scottish. So who do I favor at this stage of the game? Like, what are their win conditions now? We've reached a point where, for me, I think for the Byzantine player, you want to kind of get early Imperial Age, not late Imperial Age. Late Imperial Age will favor the Abbasids due to their insane gathering rate with Eco Wing techs as well. And the fact that this is a really good map for trading. So, for Wham, I think he has a really good time here in early to mid Castle Age. Late Castle Age to early Imp is where Byzantines could look pretty good. But to feel good about this game, you do need to start taking out eco of your opponents. That's why I would actually prefer to maybe see... I mean, he's got Limitane coming in. I don't really see a value in that at all. He only saw the initial Horseman, nothing more. I think you just need more Varangian. Varangian are surprisingly effective versus Golems. They have a lot of melee armor, and that's what makes them so effective against Golems. Remember, Golems with that double strike, they're looking for targets that have no armor to get maximum pain. Otherwise, you just kind of wish you could have built normal men at arms. Would have been a lot cheaper, right? And a 30. What? Has he just realized that it was free TC? I feel like he has. That's wild, man. Golems. Now moving towards where the relics are. Archers are about to get double upgrades coming through. Balanced projectiles as well as composite bows in 10 seconds. So you need to be quick on this fight if you're Recon. Lanceneck already getting sniped down. Great micro by Wham. He has just enough archers to clear that up. An expensive loss here for Recon. The Golems afterwards are going to reign supreme. I mean, they're clapping the back line at this stage. Archers have done their duty. They're going to clear up whatever's left of this. And I'm now worried for Recon. I think that is an expensive fight. These initial Lanceneck are not easy to replace. And you just lost practically all of them. Yeah, I have to wonder, like, Mass Lombos, maybe that would have been better here. I feel like he wasn't expecting this many archers. The Lanceneck build suggests that he was expecting just mass Golem spam. And the Varangian plus Golem is going to close that down. The crazy part is actually Recon would have been served better by Lombo plus Varangian to repel this. Now he's in trouble though, because like, you can't really rely on going mass Lombo when Wham's this far ahead, because he can build siege. So now you have to play melee comp. And if Wham identifies that, he could just play into crossbows. I don't think he's going to. The reason, by the way, and this is really cool about this matchup, why Lanceneck is a big question mark for me is you're up against composite bows. You know that the Abbasis have composite bows. They can get it. Easy peasy. That attack speed allows them to very quickly wipe all of the incoming Lansk. It requires micro, but you know, are we really going to question Wham's micro at this stage? I feel like no is the answer to that. I feel like this is a player who's earned our praise in that department. Wow, I think we're into farms now as well, right? So this is going to get permanent. Ooh. Hasn't got agriculture yet. I'm a little bit surprised by that, considering it's, what, 30 farms deep? 25, yeah. 25, you definitely get agriculture. It's 275 resources for 15% more food. It's 100% worth it at this stage. But I think he's just maybe distracted by other things. We quite often see this with the Abbasid tech. If it's not a win condition tech, it usually gets glazed over. And I think like agriculture isn't a win condition tech. It's definitely one that builds a bigger lead, for sure. Mangonel's now being added in. Recon does seem to be aware of this. Springals are being prepped. So he will have that anti-siege defend. Please tell me he's buffing the... Oh, Jesus. Wait, what? I mean, it should be. Okay, yeah, it is. We just need to toggle. Conscriptio is just not making it very fast still. Still 30 seconds away. Mangonel. Not really that necessary. I mean, the crossbow count isn't big enough that the Mangonel matters that much yet. These choke points might make it worthwhile, though. TC gets torched, and Recon is now 25 villages behind still. Love the micro. Wham, once again, just targeting down those Lanceneck. This is so difficult, folks. Remember, the Lance are quicker than the Varangians. They always move forward. The Clash is now going to come out, but there's barely any of these Cleaver boys left over. Mangonel far enough back. Second wave's going to come out, and Wham needs to target that down. Golem frontline has been cleared out. Recon, I mean, I don't know if I'd say he's holding this. Like, he's holding this fight, but look at the military count. The second wave coming behind is what's scaring me here. I think Recon has very big gold issues in his future. The Varangian have done a miraculous job here, but the gold gathering is basically all front side, right? The gold in the base has already been taken. His options are limited. His gold income on the flank is only 3 villages. So winning the fight here, holding here, is paramount to Recon staying in this game. Archers immediately go for the trade out. Mango has finally arrived, so Wham needs to back away from this. So Recon is going to get a little bit of breathing room. He's got the Cistern online. He's gathering from the gold. This is big. If he can hold this area, if he can scale the Varangian count, this game begins to look really good for him. Wham, however, is going to start to fully back up. He's got enough stone coming in for a keep drop. He's got 3 sacred sites locked in. And honestly, with agriculture and fertilization on the way, we're reaching a point where Wham could just skip into Imperial now. So Recon, it's now not enough that he resecured his gold. He needs to now push. And he should be aware of that, right? Like with this type of lead that has been built by WAM, Recon used to be an Abbasid main. Like it was one of his best civs, I think, like just a year ago, I'd say it was his best civ. He was very comfortable in the civ. He knows the ins and outs of it. He should understand what this is now turning into. It's a game where you can't rush Imperial. Your opponent, however, most definitely can and will. Interesting. No keep drop, just stonewalls. Yeah, I wouldn't really be worried about raids from Recon. He hasn't tried even once, but just showing respect there, right? Like the Landsneck, if they do go into the farms, all of a sudden the game can just turn against you. And Tradewing now on the way, as you would expect on a map like this. Decent distance for trade, not too far to set a marketplace here. And Recon, I think the game's in danger of just ending upon tech up. WAM can just win with mass archers and Gulems now. The archer base damage gets so high, even Varangian feel it. Archers are going to be intercepted trying to clear up the wallers. But this game is looking grim right now. Recon, I already know what these walls are about. This is halfway trade, buddy. Just need to get the other walls up. The tricky trader would know about this, but I think, you know, it's ambitious to believe that you're going to get trade online. Obviously, I don't think he's going to rush towards it. You need another 10 minutes to be ready. But the problem is, like, if you're planning to rely on trade to win this game, I feel like this is one of the civs you definitely can't do it against. Byzantines are definitely in the top half of trading civs, even though we don't see them do it much. But in this matchup, you're completely disarmed. And thank you for the sub, Jurasar. Welcome back to Swarm.
Joro love.
Speaking of the Swarm, these Gulems found the strike exactly where they needed. Another massacre as we're talking about a 30 eco lead now for WAM. An entire age-up advantage coming in just 25 seconds now. How does Recon now get back in this game? He needs Siege. He needs to get through this wall ASAP. And I think actually with the teardrop shields, you now just need Limitane. You've got 2.3k food income. Limitane is probably your best bet. You just need to rush the back line. It sucks building Limitane into archers, but you need to get in there. Thank you very much for the sub, G-Bot. Get those prime subs in, guys. If you're watching it live or later, I appreciate them all the same. Realize reached. Final wall is not going to go up, so Recon has got a route to the base. Last net count is now up to 14. Whew. And I believe we haven't got Golden Age 3 yet, right? No, we're still 10 structures away. So it's not going to be a full Zerg factor, but honestly, when I see a Landsneck army this big, I mean, Gulems, we mentioned, they're a decent answer before with the boot camp, even more so. The archers behind this just feel impenetrable. 25 seconds out from elite status. He's just going to buy time for it right now. I mean, he's got 3,000 food income. And Recon, although he's saving for a tech up, I don't know what you're really going to do different with it. You know, Berserking can be quite interesting here. The gap close to the Varangian. I don't think you ever want to be Berserking against composite bow archers, though. The Gulems are going to commit in now. Wait, where are the Landsnecked? Oh my god, dude, he's going to lose his front line before they arrive, and that means they're never going to get to touch anything before dying. Mangonel now being reached. Gulem's trying to dive in. Recon, there's no way you can stay here, man. He just reinvested. There's no Imperial Age coming. If this fight fails him, the game is over. And with the Mango going down, there is no doubt in my mind it has failed. We've got only a few hand cannoneers in, but really at this point, Recon, he can't beat composite bow archers anymore. Now it's going to be full retreat, but with the archers chasing, I can't help but feel that this game is now getting away from him. Recon, long-term gold access he at least has, right? He's got 5.5k down here still. He's setting up keeps on the flank to secure the east side. My issue is what comes down the center. Awkward retreat as well. Oh, come on, no. Recon. Get away from the siege. Okay, so siege is going to die, but the positive at least is Recon realized that his crossbows were walking at 0.88 movement speed. The negatives are much bigger of an issue, though. At this stage in the game, you know, I don't expect to see camel armor coming out. I don't think that matters at all. I do feel like archers just win this. If we ever get to Unitech, this is over. Landsnecked. Not going to get a chance to touch. A few Gulems is all it takes to trickle this, right? Archer to start a step back. Landsnecked are at least going to get a few cleaves out, but not enough. And Recon, the issue is with no cleaver boys, no AoE clear. Mass Archers can just win this game. I'm worried that he's now stuck. Gold is never reaching a point where he's imping. He's got way too much food to work with, and here's the other annoying part. You can't build Limitane against these archers. You could spend this food on stables, but you need enough stables. He has one. Yeah, this is a classic transitions are hard moment, right? Where I go on one of those rants. Because, like, realistically, the only way Recon can recover this game is if he drops 8 stables and pumps Horseman now, but the time it would take you, the gaps in production, right? You need to put more people onto wood to allow for that. I just don't think he has the wiggle room because he's desperately trying to hold on to this dream of Landsneck, and that requires Olive Oil, which means you can never stop gathering food. No Incineroar arrows, just elite army tactics now on the way. Army's been more or less cleared up. Recon, what could he have done different here? I think the third TC was overly greedy and unnecessary. That set him back a bit. I think he also needed the raid. You know, this is one of the awkward things I think with the Byzantines in Castle Age, is Varangian kind of feels like your only go-to, so you need to win a main fight. This was not a game you could win a main fight in because the eco disadvantage. You needed to raid, and Cataphracts aren't great at that. They take a long time to come out. They're slower than normal knights. Horseman could have been one way to lean, and that would have had added value into the archers, but I think the thing that kept him away from Horseman was that he was up against mass Ghoulems. Mangonels, maybe? I think like he tried Mangoes, but the problem is like you can always just be countered by in the field siege building rather. So yeah, like to me, you need to raid. This game was all about a raiding opportunity that wasn't taken. I think this is one of those classic examples where Varangian becomes your tunnel vision, and it's actually your disadvantage. And now I think we reached the end of the road for him. Recon losing control of the Ford Gold. Raids are hitting the back line. Ghoulems somehow snuck all the way to the back here. Some more villagers going down. And the mainline fight rather, is going one way. And it's definitely not the way of the Trash Panda. He's also prepped for the trade. I just saw that he got into Spice Roads, right? So this is starting to ramp up. At this point in the game, the writing should be on the wall for Recon. Like, he doesn't have that permanent production, that permanent economy to just keep pushing. Ivids can build a Cover in the field? No, you can't. Ivids and Abastas cannot build Coverins, but you can build Springlets. You can build Springlets and Mangonels, which is enough. This Coverin literally came all the way from home. Chem now on the way in, 14 hand cannoneers. This is breakpoint. Recon is in desperation mode, trying to hold on. He had to go crossbows, which means you can't beat hand cannoneers. If he had longbows coming, sure, but like that horseman transition I talked about is now too late. If he'd done this 3 or 4 minutes ago when it was just archers, this could have worked. But now it's hand cannoneers. And you'd think that horsemen, they counter range units, right? Turns out gun beat horse. Cool game, though. Really impressed by that free TC military wing build. Now, mark my words, this is going to be the meta. Military wing is still too dominant for Feudal Age. Eco wing is a fantastic transitional point in Castle, though. And Wham played this perfectly to get there. GG gets called. Recon stuck in a corner. No way to come back here. Guys, is it me or are we just watching Abastas win everything? I thought Byzantines were meant to be OP. Let's see. Even free town centers is still too good. Military wing. The best Abbasid wing, I guess. That'll probably be the name for it. Let me just type that in quickly. Doink. Okay. Fandappe bloody dozy. Alright, so let's see who else we've got. Any newly woken up players? Voldemar, Pog, is it time to watch a win? Who is this Voldemar? Who are you against? Sun? Tell me. Yeah, I'm gonna name him, shame him. Voldemort said he'd fight me on land, by the way, chat. Can you believe that? I think when I meet him, I'm just gonna have to pull him by his hair and then swing him around. So let me check. What rank is this person? He's ranked 120th in Season 6. Maybe? Let's quickly check what our other options are. Boom, boom, boom. Put our music on. I know you guys love the lobby music. Actually, I just assume you do. So. Who's Louis up against now? I'm liking the HRE IBID matchup. Let's do that. Just give me a sec. One second. Just wait. Just double check. Is the tile right? Yeah, yeah. Fan bloody dappy doozy. Okay. Check YouTube. Remember when these streams had 1 viewers and that was me? You're not alone anymore, Ashra. Enjoy the company, buddy. Alright. Dude, I love that. Dude, like, you can... Okay. I wish... Okay. I wish I had caught that on the recording. The HRE villager built the mining camp, and you just heard him go, just like, oh, you can tell HRE love their gold that much. The villagers are just like, that's spicy. And we got a spicy one here, folks. We've got Louis MT going up against Wham. I'm loving this matchup. HRE versus IBIDS. Louis is hard on the HRE grind. Not sure why. It's going to get banned every tournament game at this pace, because this Civ is looking strong. The question is, how strong? Strong enough to shut down the IBIDS Castle Age timing? Because historically, this matchup has been about racing. And usually in that race, what's been happening is the IBID players have been blocking HRE players' Castle Age timing. But I know that Louis has been practicing quite a lot of feudal age aggression. And I actually still believe that the HRE has the aggro point to screw over the IBIDS greed. Especially if you get a forward spawn in gold. Unfortunately, in this game, Wham locked out there. He got a back spawn in gold that can be camped and guarded by a single outpost. This is unfortunate for Louis. Means that we might be looking at maybe a more chill approach. But let's hit this speed up just for the first 1 or 2 minutes of gameplay. Scout Hall so far, 13 sheep, pretty decent for Louis, actually. 13, I think that 14 actually on the other side. But remember the difference here is that Wham should be able to stay out longer because he has got berry gathering. And you can see they both actually did go for their side near the center. Little tip when you play Rocky River, you want to check this area first. This is the highest priority. And also the interesting part is like you should know where your opponent is and pivot. It's just awkward because sometimes on this map, you kind of get screwed over. Because a spawn like this, both players are on the same side. So if you both run out here, one person's going to lose out. That's why I love that Louis, realizing that the IBID player can stay out longer than him, he didn't engage with it, right? He went to the right side further away. That was a very smart, astute choice by him. I've seen a lot of these matchups where the berry sieve just wins because of that detail. What? Okay, that is different. Louis is going to DC straight away against IBIDS. That's kind of wild if you think about the gathering time as well. I love the optimization, by the way, from Louis. He pulls all the villagers out into stone first, buffs them, before having to come back for the wood that will be buffed, right? So this is very optimal by Louis. Going to be a little bit overkill on the stone hall here, more than he actually needs. But this is still fine. Now he can shift back. He could actually just rally into the TC and ungarrison the other side. It'd be a little bit quicker. But he's just going to head over, rush the Archon up, I imagine, and then start gathering wood for the TC. This has now been scouted out by Wham, but Wham's already committed, and I believe it's going to be Desert Raider. Yeah, the Desert Raider here is going to force a condensed TC, but I think that was always the goal for Louis, is that he would drop the TC probably between the berries and the wood, and then just gather mass wood for a farm transition. Even an outpost now come up in the gold. I wonder if you, like, do you actually drop? Yeah, you have to drop the TC here, I think. This is a bit too... I don't think there's enough room. I think there's one tree in the way, so you can't get it quite here. So you might have to go a bit more ambitious, but the outpost should allow for that. Just about. We'll see in a sec, though. The interesting part to me is that actually Louis, yeah, I'm surprised he didn't do this sooner. Miscalibrated slightly. It would have been probably more worthwhile to build the Archon quicker like this because of the Lumberjack Lumberjack drop-off point. Jesus Christ. The Lumber drop-off point would have been better in that way, right? Because like afterwards, all these people would have been buffed up, so you would have been a little bit quicker if you just rushed the Archon there. I can't believe I said that. Anyway, Desert Raider on the way in. Goldworkers should be relatively protected here. Desert Raider's not going to be able to do too much damage, and this is the point where this spot is now very difficult unless you time it right. If you wait for Wham to run around to the west side, you can drop it. It might be that Louis just plays it safe and opts for... I mean, I don't think this TC's safe, but maybe that's the way he wants to go. Oh, dude. Come on, like... Okay, I don't know if... Like, am I just good? Or do I need to go touch some grass? I probably just need to go touch some grass. So TC, literally exactly where we anticipated it. Wham on the other side of this is just going to be Growth Wing. Actually, you know what? There are a few matchups where logistics make sense, and I think this is one of them. But he probably feels like Louis isn't going to tech up anytime soon because it's 2 TC, right? So Growth Wing is just free. You'll still get all the relics with Growth Wing. What is intriguing to me is the fact that Louis forfeited any right to relics with this type of play. Rumpy, don't make me bring... Hey, Rumpy, you're going to like the upload. It features you. It's coming up on the channel soon. This is the oh no moment. Some people don't mind featuring on my channel. Some people immediately facepalm when they hear that. Growth Wing now coming in. So, makes a lot of sense. You are easily going to be able to drop a Mosque straight away. I'm expecting Wham to just open Mosque. Maybe open a stable as well and just try to dive in with the Camel Lancers. Wolves are going to go up. So, Louis... The question mark is if you know you're not going to get relics, do you just go Burgrave here? Because that would be wild. I feel like this is the type of game where you just can't get relics. Because if I'm Wham, I think you just immediately go for the relics closest to Louis' base. Because he has nothing to contest, right? So the only way that I see Louis playing Regnant still is if he opens with maybe stables or archery range now, camps on 1 or 2 of these relics, and then at least it's like a 2 relic game, right? Desert Raiders are making it annoying for Louis to even dream of Castle's quickly though. This is a good raid by Wham. It's just pausing the timer, right? It's delaying. And while it's delaying, look at what's coming in. We're now just 45 seconds away from Growth Wing complete. Wham is gathering the stone required, wood rather required. So we are getting stables. With this many villagers gathering on wood, he should be able to immediately drop a mosque as well, about 10-15 seconds into his tech up. Oh, not even complete here. This shouldn't hurt him too much. I mean, Louis condensed, right? He's definitely going for that castle. It's just such a wacky build, though. I think the interesting thing about this build is that it actually disarms a lot of Ibid's mid-castle age plays. For example, if Wham wants to go into mass Camel Lancers or go into like mass Golems right now, Louis has the advantage because with 2 TC, he can afford to spam wood and spam farms. And that means he'll just be able to pump Men-at-Arms non-stop, or spears as well. Men-at-Arms is probably just the go-to because you get heavy maces. And that means then the Ibid player has to go for archery ranges into crossbows, which is kind of their weaker play, actually, weirdly enough. This Civ thrives off the gold, but they like to invest in the Camel Lancers. If you're putting into crossbows, you can't afford as many Lancers anymore. Love the fact that Wham's just trying to open all the way through. First Camel Lancer is now on the way, and we should be looking at, yep, Moss drop straight away. All makes a lot of sense so far. I think Louis is going to go Regnants, though. The timing on this now, because it's a Lancer opening, which I'd imagine he scouted. Yep, he now sees it. Wait, did he see it? It looks tight, but I think he just about glanced it. So now that he confirms that it's Camel Lancers, Spearman can guard 2 of these relics. And you can make it a 2 relic Regnants game with 2 TC. That's pretty strong. Think about the power he already got out of this 2TC build. He negated the power growth wing. I think what we're seeing here from Louis is a lot of foresight. He understood exactly what the build was going to be here. The moment that you see the military wing coming, you know it's going to be growth wing. So the choice to go into 2TC is approved. It's valid here, right? Because all of a sudden, you're now just ahead. A decent chunk of your eco, about what, like half of it, is being buffed up by 40%. And you now have the villager lead again before 10 minutes. This is a pretty cool build. Double racks on the forward. I think he's heading out to guard the mid relics. I mean, you should be, realistically. Looks like for the time being, he's a little bit slow to pull out the base. Double Mosque as well, dude. This is exactly what I was expecting from Wham. But the problem is, when you go double Mosque like this, you weaken your archery range timing. So actually, Louis will be able to guard these relics long enough that, realistically, the prelates should pull them back. Prelate's already in the way. Wham, you need to commit to this, right? Like, this needs to be kill. This needs to be a kill right now. Otherwise, you're allowing 2 relics home. And it looks like he can't stop it. So we're going to get probably a 2-3 split. It might even end up potentially being a 3-2 split, depending on how quickly Louis can move across the center. I'm skeptical about that, though. The power of double Mosque build here is, although the dervishes take a long time to get out, once they start moving, they're impossible to stop. Wham, instead it's going to be the one turn the screws, so he moves in. But with only 2 Lancers, you can't beat these spears. So Louis has the correct read. Has got Knights as a follow-up, which is interesting, but he's going to be up against Archers, so there's some value there. Louis. Oh, Wham. A little bit of a miss micro there. That's going to guarantee the retreat now. I'm impressed, man. I didn't actually think you'd get 2 relics out of this. And you know, I think part of this was somewhat blind. Like the TC timing, like the intent to go towards it was quite early. But I think Louis had started to kind of get a read of where the relics were at that point. Wait, Louis? The cockiness, the confidence. He's like, bro, I'm so confident it's a 2-relic game. I'm going to just stand here, you know. Whew. Carrying this thing is heavy. I'm not even left-handed. Give me a sec, boys. 2 relics home. And already now we're looking at close to a 10 eco lead for Louis. So what is Wham's follow-up play? I think you need to go for a TC. I actually don't think you can afford to be that far behind. But the worry for Wham is if he goes for a second TC, that means he's basically proving the idea of H3 getting Imperial Age, which is like the true win condition with this build, right? Lancer's at least going to dive in and find some damage. None damage. I can't believe he didn't kill anything there. He'll at least get the spearman on the outro. Yeah, Louis, now with a decent number of knights and mass spears, there's no way that Wham's going to get in here. Here we go. Final 2 relics on the way home, so it's that 3-2 split. This is a really cool build by Louis. I hope he's looking to raid with these knights. This makes a lot of sense, right? Is that he's already done farms. He knows an IBID player on 1 TC is not going to do farms. So he's looking to raid pocket ecos. That's a really, really smart read. Not many people would have done that here. A lot of H3 players would have just went, okay, I want Imperial Age. They would have just camped at home. They would have stockpiled farms, and they just would have went up. But this is a pretty smart read. This shows you the level that Louis plays at, right? Is that he's not just playing a copy and pasted H3 template. The fact that he's willing to build knights against IBIDs tells a lot about the player. Sacred Sight's now been locked in. Another reason why it's valuable to be on the map, right, is that the reality is if you camp at home, you will get Imperial Age, but there'll be a clock pressuring you. And that's also more gold to the IBIDs. So what is Wham's win condition in this game? Late Castle? I don't think you want this going Imperial. IBIDs don't really have any place fighting Imperial Age against HRE. It feels like it's a complete mismatch at that stage in the game. For Louis, the goal is to chip the flanks by going after these deer, these berry locations, which you know all the locations of. And then after that, you want to be looking towards Imperial by about 20 minutes. And with the scaling he's already getting from 2TC, that's going to be very doable. Love the fact that he's got Devoutness on the way. This is incredible. Not just for the ability to gather resources quicker, but when he eventually goes for that tech timing, it's going to make it very quick. And considering like the pacing here, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes to that imp even sooner. Maybe when he's pulling the villagers back from a completed woodline here, he could be dropping the Palace of Swabia. The cool thing there is it means the Arcane buff is going to be on them as they then run out. More villagers getting massacred over here. Wham! At what point do you just accept that this has to be a TC? I don't think he's going to go for it. I think instead he's going to go for an all-in. Pretty smart read. This is probably the best point in the game where he's got a lead. Because if this goes any later, it's not going to last. There is no Spruan placement on the forward outpost here. Louis going to have a very difficult defense. Wham! Triple ram. He's got a timing. Knights are at least going to idle out more eco, but right now what Louis needs is the defense force. Army marches in. We've got no Siege Workshop behind this. This base is lightly defended, guys. I actually think Wham has the capacity to break this. Common enough goes off the Regnants, not even off the TC. Watches crossbows stand their ground. Spears are going to start diving in, though, and taking the fight. Rams have to pull back. Wham! Wait, where are the Lancers? Oh my god, they ran far away to the south side. Instead, they're going to leak into the economy. But that does mean the backline of archers are being stabbed down. I mean, reaction, a few spears pulling across on the Lancers now. In the meantime, Knights continue to raid on the east side. It is still about a 20 eco lead for Louis. But where the hell are the Spearmen? There's none being produced right now. Louis has huge economy issues. More villagers being taken out. I think he survives this, but Wham actually got a good lick in, and now with 3 Rams still alive, not only is he going to come back in with them, but he's going to build additional in the base of Louis. And Louis, this is a desperation keep. This is a I'm about to die keep. Look at the villager pool! 62 villagers to build this castle. Oh my god. Well, it's going to go up. However, what the hell protects the Regnants here? Oh my god. He's got no dervishes, so at least the relics won't be taken away if the Pregnance goes down, but this is living on a prayer, definition full right now. Heavy maces, a men-at-arms timing now coming in from Louis. Now, he does have all the farms underneath the Archons, so it is doable here, and the crossbow count is low. So this is the correct read by Louis. It's the most efficient way to counter this now. However, it's going to come at a price. Regnants on fire, soon to go down. Raids on the flank. Haven't really found as much as they needed here. Wham did lose a bit of eco, but that outpost earlier came in clutch on the berries. What a crazy game. Wham's now hitting the infrastructure north side. This is not important. It's men-at-arms. Men-at-arms the recovery point, and this is what I wanted to see. I'm surprised we did not get this sooner. A mangonel would have changed the entire narrative of that defense. I think Louis' focus on a castle was ambitious. Mass spears with mangonels would have achieved a similar goal here. Right, so he's going to poke and prod at the Rams, but they are going to keep living for the time being. Wham! Behind this still, no TC in 10. He's gathering a lot of stone, though. We might be looking at the triple TC build now. Yeah, pretty smart time by Wham. He's got full map control. He can continue to play pocket resources. He's got walls going up as well. I really like this approach from him. I'm impressed, man. I didn't think he'd do this much damage. Wow. Louis now having to sneak more racks on the left side. Luckily for him, Wham does not know about this. Otherwise, that would be GG, right? Blocking the left side resources. And he yoinks! He gets in with the dervish. Wham says, thank you very much, Lee. And Louis just got screwed out of a pretty chill looking HRE game. Wow. Talk about paying for themselves. The Ram damage here. The Regnants being taken down. The double stable. All the housing. This was so worthwhile for him. And now with what I'd expect to be a free TC build, it actually looks like it's just going to be a 2 TC build behind this for the moment into a delayed third. We're going to be looking at a full eco escalation now for Wham. He got some ability now to play later into the game. I still don't like the idea of taking this to the Imperial Age, but you can leverage this economy into a full castle push. Nice seeing the sticky predicament. Maybe why Louis didn't rush towards that mangonel originally, right? It's the fact that actually Ibex can just build siege in the field. Other relic at least got pulled back into the castle, thank God for that. Last thing you want is a 5 relic game against you as HRE. Wow. He's got the Springald to try and contest the Mangonel still. Enough Spearman to actually scare away the Knights. Actually, he could easily kill the Siege. Wow. Okay. Too late. Mango gets healed, so it looks like the army is going to get cleared up now. Wham has good map control, though. I can't state this enough. Louis, it is imperative that you run. You run straight for the enemy economy. You've got all these men-at-arms. You've revealed them in your base. This is like the worst way to have to show this, because now, look at what Wham does. He gets time to prep the crossbows, and you know that he has that preparation ability because he already was building archers. Damn, this game is crazy. Phalanx also on the way. So we're getting, what, mass spears plus crossbows? So this is Wham prepping for the potential counter. He's up against an HRE player who has a full Regnant, full Arcan rather. Full Regnant. Full Arcan. So the worry is that he could transition Horseman, which would completely counter your comp. So that's a really smart read by Wham. And you have to remember, although we don't see it very often, Irobids are still one of the best spear civs in the game due to Phalanx. I actually rate them in some ways better than the Abbasids. They don't have boot camp, but what they do have that's really strong in Castle Age especially is the Mamluk's Bravery that allows you to just snowball very quickly. Mamluk's Bravery is really cool, by the way, because it does scale with elite army tactics. So when you get Imperial, Spearman is actually, in my opinion, a very underrated element of Iobid comps. Love the free TC split as well. Just so much resource gain. By splitting your town centers like this, it allows Wham to be very eco-efficient across the map. His villages that are newly produced aren't going to waste time running somewhere, right? Like, imagine if you built all your TCs at home and you exhaust these resources, you have to run your villagers out to, let's say you're on this tree line. That means the first, what, 20 seconds of villager life is irrelevant. They don't do anything. That sucks. That's why it's really important to go for these looser TCs. I don't like that Louis wasting time on these walls. Guess he's trying to keep the gaps widely opened, but now you're just giving more time for Wham to build up the counter. And behind this, Louis, I guess his logic is distract because he is saving for Imperial Age. This is scary to me though, right? Like, your army looks small. It looks unthreatening, and you just done the worst thing. Instead of running to the enemy's backline and forcing them further away from your base, you stayed in the mid-map. Now you might ultimately get punished. I think this has to be an Elsback. And I don't feel good saying that. I'm actually cringing saying that. I just don't think he has enough to defend. Temporary reset, but Wham, with this type of economy, he could easily build into, what, 3 or 4 Springalds and go? Only reason Louis hasn't teched up yet, still lacking the gold required. I actually don't like how far Wham has backed up after all this. I think he's in a really good position. He had an ability to try and close the game. Showing a lot of respect over to the HRE defenses, though. Which worries me because actually this is the point in the game where the HRE defenses aren't that strong, right? Like, we are not at the stage in the game where you're dealing with cannon emplacements. But if you wait around and sit on your ass like this, we will be. Good place onto the mid-map, by the way, from Wham. I think he's, yeah, these are the first farms, right? He's added in like 10 farms? Yeah, 12. All because of the way he's playing flank resources. With the walls going up as well, he'll be able to continue to do this. And he's indeed going to be Palace of Swabia. So Louis, that tells a lot about his game plan. He's about to take risks. This is very Louis-esque. He's already up to 105 eco. You might wonder why not just go for the Elsback. The reason is that for him, he's still paranoid that there's this gap that he needs to close, right? He needs to remain eco ahead. But it's also speaking to what he wants to do with his villages. By going past the Swabia, you can run villages out into these risky resources. Personally, I think this should have been an Elsback. I think Elsback makes a lot more sense here. But I don't feel like he's going to do that if he's not threatened immediately. What should have happened here is that Wham should have pressured and Elsback should have been forced, right? Instead, Louis gets away with his greed because Wham went back and chilled. Now Wham, yeah, he started his tech up, but this is reactionary, right? It's advancement wing. He knew what this game's going to turn into, and it means that his Imperial Age doesn't really get any real value. You get Imperial Age, you get it cheaper. you don't get this added benefit of, say, extra health or extra unit types or, you know, extra eco. You just get a quicker, cheaper tech up. But it's still not as good as Louis. I just love how committed Louis is to burning Palisade walls. He's like, I just want to check you're still in the game. Okay, you show up, I leave. Ram on the flank now, so Stonewalls are not going to last long. This is risky, actually, for Wham, because although the Stonewalls are nice, his army is very slow, so if Louis does this, if he splits the map, something is going to get in. It's a really smart read. I'm impressed. Ram now knocking on the wall. Wham has teched up. What is the comp going to be? It's going to be Gulam Crossbows, isn't it? This is like the go-to comp for Ibid players, and I'm not the biggest fan of it. I like these adding in hand cannoneers. My personal take, it should be hand cannoneers spears. Horseman is a really logical choice for H3 at this stage, but if they're mass men-at-arms, why do you want to build Gulams that get bonus damage against them? They're more tanky than spears, sure, but when you think about the bonus damage they take, it kind of offsets that extra tankiness altogether. Whereas Spearmen, you tick a box to protect your hand cannoneers against Cav, and you basically just have a very cost-efficient tank. Even more important in a game where you don't have permanent food income. Oh, nice break on the wall. Louis does get in. And look at the reaction. He came south side, immediately walks away. Another reason why I like Gulams, folks. Spearmen rather, over Gulams. Gulams are slower than spears, so reacting to men-at-arms on flanks is more difficult. It takes longer. We are going late into this game. You can feel it with the way the walls are going. Men-at-arms are breaking in, though, and Louis, with this map being stretched the way it is by Wham, you know, I mentioned the upside of gathering all this economy more efficiently. The downside is you have so many more locations you have to defend. That's another big difference coming in. Do you guys ever realize that Elite Army Tactics is eat? It's appropriate because he's about to gobble up his opponent with his tech. Horseman also now leaking in. I actually think Wham somehow, despite the fact he has 4 relics, may be dead. He had to do the one thing I hate watching IB players do, which is go Imperial Age. I'm trying to think like on a list of civs that feel terrible in Imperial Age, like where do IBs rate? Maybe like bottom 4 or 5. They usually only look good because of the lead they build up in Castle Age. But that Castle Age lead was forfeited, right? Wham decided to peel away from his opportunity to try and end the game and play for this later phase. Now Men-at-Arms starting to leak in with this chip damage being done, this other time being achieved. Louis starting to pull ahead where it matters in the food department. And he's going to leverage that soon. Military Academy now coming in 50 seconds away. Elite Army Tactics just 20. And at that stage, you know, Wham, does he even have a uni? He has, but what has he been getting from it? Because I feel like we haven't seen any upgrades, right? Yeah, nothing. He just doesn't have the gold for it. So his army might as well just be like, you know, Castle Age plus at this stage is how I'd describe it. The hand cannon is at least a cool detail. I love that he's getting them in, but this still isn't solving my issue of how do you fight. What in the duck am I looking at here? This castle attempt is ambitious to say the least. Louis is going to have to cancel that. There's no way it goes up. Still, he's dragging attention here, and while the attention is there in the north, he marches into Raid Eco on the south. Classically, man. This is exactly why most players do not want to go against Louis in the late game. This is where he thrives. It's very Beastie-esque, right? He is the Beastie from the Eastie. And the funny part is, like, he has got Cav getting added in, but the Cav aren't the ones raiding this eco efficiently. It's the Men-at-Arms. They're doing a bloody good job of this. Even with the textiles there, Wham is hemorrhaging. Nice wave after wave. Just Horsemen to follow this up. I think Wham's way too spread here. Maybe the better way for Wham to have built this would have been a TC on the east side, because then he wouldn't have to spread far left, far right. Right? He'd be center and then right. And the reason that's important is that's where all of his gold is. But now, with this wide spread, you're just seeing the power the H3 have. Most civs would have to just go Holy Cavalry here, and that would be easier to defend, because then the Ibid player just builds spears, right? But this is the power that HRE have with the Men-at-Arms. They are just so insanely quick compared to other civs. It's kind of like a mini Palace Guard effect, right? You don't have that insane movement speed, but you're still a lot more impressive than standard MAA. And you have more reason, more warrant to go for them considering the higher base damage. This is starting to turn into a bit of a gold slog, isn't it? Gold access is going to be a problem for Louis really soon. So he might have to consider doing trade as HRE, which is weird. Because he only has one Regnitz, right? Actually, wait. Yeah. He's got one Relic, and he's got 2 Sacred Sites. That's not great gold trickle for mass Men-at-Arms. Wow, now reaction to the castles. Elite Army Tactics is finally on the way. The annoying walls continue, though. So gaps are being kept open. And there's the gold secure I needed. This is big. This is huge in this game. Louis isn't just 35 eco ahead. He now has a way of leveraging that economy. I would be sending a lot more villagers over here because if you can take this 8k gold away from Wham, his longevity in this game is limited, right? He's got the 4k gold over there, and I think that's it for him. Meanwhile, Louis still has the 4k at home he hasn't touched. He's got the 3k in front of his base. It's fair to say that with length now getting added to this game, Louis is in a much more comfortable position to try and win out. Yeah, the only reason you're not seeing Wham struggle at the moment, well, actually he is struggling just in a different way, is that his army isn't getting killed. But that's the goal of Louis. That's the whole playstyle we're looking at here, the BCS playstyle. Drain the map, force your opponent to always dance around this issue but never be able to contest you directly. And then 10, 15 minutes from now, you strike. Because you know when the resources are all gone, when you've picked them dry, you can look at the numbers you have, roughly mathemate and guesstimate how much your opponent got, and then just drain them dry. And we are getting the trade. Okay, that is a lot of trade intent. Proxy Rax is now from Louis. God, this guy is a pain in the ass. This is one of those games where, like, when Wham watches the replay, it's going to be frustrating because he'll probably feel like he was losing, but he doesn't realize just how bad it is, right? It's one of those classic you don't already know you're dead. Expensive hand cannon is being sniped out like this is exactly what you can't afford either. This is actually exactly what Louis wants, to split into small groups where the horsemen can just run around the back and snipe 1 or 2, 3 hand cannons here or there, right? And alongside, like, the weight of you arriving, they've probably killed 4, 5, 6 villages each. Ram's also now hitting the farms. And this game, I mean, we're basically done here. Wham is busy running around like a headless chicken. For Louis, everything is looking finger-licking good. More racks is being added in behind this. More troops forced to just spread. I don't think, like, Wham doesn't even know about this gold yet, I don't think, which is a bigger problem. When he realizes it, it's going to be the real face palmer. If you guys were wondering how confident Louis is that this is a win, when I see someone queuing up elite knights in a game where gold is just exhausted quickly and Landsnecht simultaneously, it says literally everything that needs to be said about the state of the game. That tells you just how confident Louis is that he's never running out of gold. In a 1 relic game. So how does Wham recover this now? A direct fight actually doesn't work for him anymore. I think Wham needs to get into some small groups of horsemen and hit the trade. He needs to breach the wall and shut trade down. That's his win condition now. It's still going to be difficult because your opponent still has 7,000 raw gold to work with. Then what, like another 600 here, and I think 3k here. So he's not going to run out immediately. But like, you basically need to slow this game down. Because right now, you're reacting. If you guys want to know why proactive is important, look at the last 10 minutes of gameplay from Wham. It's all been reactionary. He hasn't done anything to take action. He hasn't had a chance to. Oh my god, Landsnecht's in here as well. The villagers. Okay, so Shiv's out may have been a mistake. Wow, I don't think he realizes because he thinks it's just villagers attacking villagers, but that one Landsneck is MVP. He hits for 28 damage a swing, and oh no. No. That's exactly what you can't have happening. GG. Wham has no gold anymore. You can already see the walls also coming in from Louis. Love that, by the way. The small wall in the corner, so he has a retreat point if he gets attacked. I don't think he's ever getting attacked. Wham, he tried to commit down the center, but the keep rush up from Louis stopped him in his tracks. Louis truly is the beastie QE of China. The question is, with this kid's prominent rise to power, how quickly before we're starting to say that Beastie is the Serbian Louis MT? Night Clash coming in. Landsnectar in that mix-up. And that means this fight is going to get foul and ugly quickly for Wham. I think this is the point where he's starting to process just how badly he's been beat here. Last stand, really. He doesn't have any premium comp behind this to fall back on. You can see he already is just prepping mass archers. And Spear Arrows tells you everything you need to know about this game. What a crazy game. Louis now just 6 minutes away from a Sacred Site victory. Wham. The problem I'm now seeing is if you're switching into Archer Spearman, you're even less likely to raid, right? And you need to raid. Good God, you need to raid. It's 25 traders returning 73 gold each way. The gold income is through the roof right now. 4.3k gold. Oh my God. And the keep drop should be the GG moment, right? Louis now reaching even deeper. Wham. I'm not really sure what he thinks his recovery mechanism is in this game. The only thing I can kind of gauge here is that maybe he doesn't know about the trade. And he's assuming that this comp that's being built is unmaintainable. But when you see the next group of Knights and Landsneck, I think you accept this for what it is. It's always that classic, you don't want to give up when you're 36 minutes in, might as well see it out. But it has been seen out. Louis MT looking like one of the absolute GOATs of late game. All right, what do we call that one? Do we just call him the Beastie QE of China? Is that the name of the video? Son of Beastie. I'm trying to think, like, no, I think I put the Beastie QE of China on the thumbnail, but what do I call the video? Louis MT's age rebuilds are incredible. There we go. Beast of West. That doesn't make sense, Zubazirati. He's the Beast of the East, man. Remember, he's Chinese. He lives in China. Beast of the West, mate. I mean, technically, if you go far enough west, I guess you are correct. At that point, yes, he is East. All right. So, anyway, let's have a look here. Why am I clicking on Cow? We're not going to watch his games. Sorry, Cow. Voldy, who have you got? Please tell me it's Dinky. Doodoo. Isn't Doodoo, is it Happy Cat? No. Happy Cat's Chinese. It's the Vietnamese player, right? Doodoo is. It's Zhuji versus Chinese. Do we really want to watch? Am I casting the Norway Land tournament? I don't think they've made any talent decisions yet. We'll have to wait and see. Or is his Faith Civ? It is Chinese. Alright, guys. We owe this to Voldemar, right? We owe him one. Let's throw our boy a bone. All right, come on. We owe him this. We've got to cast this one. Voldemar, the kid, on his signature Civ. If he cannot win this game, he must retire from AoE 4 competitive. I feel so bad, man. Voldemar's a really talented player, but we have now cast him losing game after game after game after game. I think we've watched 9 Voldemar losses in a row at this stage. It's got to change. This has to be the one. A lot of you are probably thinking that as well when you look across the field and you're like, who is Dudu? Well, they're about to look Dudu to Voldemar. Whoop, whoop. No, guys, don't discredit the capabilities of this guy. I've seen him on the rankings. He's actually holding pretty firm towards the tippity top. They are a Vietnamese player, if I remember correctly, and they are currently ranked 18th in the world. Season 6, they ranked 140th at finish, which is actually respectable with just a little bit over 100 games played. This season, it's kind of wild, actually. They have already just played 240 games, and they're sitting in 18th place with 1,976 elo. On the other side, Voldemar is a little bit lower. Our friend from the Danelands is sitting down in 34th with about 1,840 elo. So he's doing reasonably well, but that loss streak against the Canadians has definitely kicked him in the nuts. Let's see if he can get a big morale booster. Chinese versus Zhuji, to me, is a matchup where I actually think Zhuji are favored, right? The reason they're favored is the Chuganu timing. The Chinese can't mirror your Chuganu timing, so I feel like the Chinese edge has to be in Horseman. So do you play Barbican here, secure food, and go Horseman? I think that has to be the way, right? Because if you try to mirror Chuganu numbers, you'll always be behind. The reason is that for you to get Chuganu as the Chinese, you have to build into Song Dynasty. So that's 2 landmarks. Meanwhile, for the Zhuji, they have this quirky and perky edge right here of the fact that they can just build any landmark and be good to go. And not just that, they pay less, right? They actually save themselves 90 resources to start off with. The Meditation Garden then also gives them additional resources. And oh my god, that's a jackpot. 50 gold and probably about 35 wood here. 30, 35 wood? Actually, maybe like 28 wood. That's still pretty good, though. That's going to help scale in the Chuganu numbers. And if it sounds like I'm a Chuganu fetishist, I'm actually not. I'm disgusted and hate Chuganu. But in this matchup, you have to build Chuganu as the Chuji. I don't think there's any other way you can play this at all. Any other way and you're losing the game. Voldemar, of course, he went for the greedy choice. Yeah, this is one of those issues where Imperial Academy has been made too good to pass up. The discount has made it a jackpot now. 105 resources instead of 150 for each of your taxmen. It just allows you to essentially have an extra taxman in than where you would have before they buffed this. I'm going to go another one of my quick rants of I do not understand at all remotely why the Chinese received this buff. Because Imperial Academy was fine. It was picked 80% plus the games already. The only person who was not building Imperial Academy first was Crackety when he was Barbican rushing. But now he's a Byzantine main, so even he doesn't do it. Right? Barbican is just an afterthought at this stage. In some ways, I'm glad of that because that landmark is dumb. But at the same time, it's weird to me that Chinese had the weakest point in their game buffed when the other points in the game are so strong. Right? Castle Age and Imperial Age are insane for this Civ. Barbican on the way, a little bit safer than I would have expected. I wonder if we're going to get a Deer Shove. I'd love to see a Deer Shove in here, just to make sure that you always have safe resources. Wait, is this about... Is that in range? I think the Barbican is just in range... Wait, that wouldn't have an effect. That doesn't matter. Yeah, I think he just doesn't want to take risks. You have to remember that Dudu's tech up was very quick. But this is kind of a Dudu build right now. What is their intent? They haven't committed into Chuganu whatsoever. Which has me worried. They must... No. You can't be thinking multiple TC, right? I doubt it. I'd be very surprised if this was multi-TC. Fast Castle, maybe? I guess you could realistically play Fast Castle as Yuji. You get it cheaper. Ergo, you can get it quicker. I think that's dicey, though. I think that's kind of a fallacy now with the new Chinese build. Their Imperial Officials are much cheaper, and they can easily go up to 4, right? Whereas every time you're building an extra IO, you're sacrificing a villager which feels terrible to have to do. This is... I mean, I'm questioning the wood then. If this is fast castle, what's the wood about? This is a funky build. There's no way he's waiting for Xiang Nantao. That this is way too much. He'd be mismacroing. He's going fast castle. Okay, and is this because he's assuming Voldemar's going to react differently, assuming it's going to be archery ranges? If so, that is crafty. Because Voldemar, like, look at what Voldemar's doing. He's going multi-TC. Okay, I really like Dudu's build. I think the Chiganu could have actually worked. It would have screwed Voldemar over pretty hard. But maybe the concern is because it's a full Barbican, it would be very hard to get around the back. And because it's Imperial Academy, there might be an argument to be made now with the new Chinese build with the Imperial Academy being more efficient. You don't care about gold, so you can condense your economy easier, right? So this is pretty crafty by Dudu. And I love the deer spawn as well. If they shove these in, they can easily just spam out the Shaolin monks now. Looking at the relic spawns, this is very easily a 4 relic game at least. I think it's going to be a 5 because Voldemar doesn't have an answer right now. All right, dude, we've got our resident Chinese fiend in the chat. Crackety, welcome Crackety, everyone. Go claps, go claps. Crackety, I was just saying, like, I'm a little bit surprised by these builds. Usually the way is Chuganu. Do you think that the changes to Imperial Academy makes the Chuganu build not that good for Zhuji now? Because I'm quite liking the fast castle now that I'm thinking about it more. But I'm wondering if that's a reaction to Voldemar's intent to go 2 TC. Like, if Voldemar was 1 TC, I don't know if you do fast castle here, right? Zhuji just sucks? Adatan, chill, bro. Like, I'm sorry, what? Is that Adatan, man, myth, legend, that manages to get Zhuji banned against him on water hybrid maps? Actually gets it banned against him on land maps as well? Thank you for the sub, Fatlop. I think Zhuji is okay, they're just very situational. Does suck? I mean, clearly you aren't playing enough water maps. Zhuji are absolutely broken on Holy Island. The top 2 civs on Holy Island are definitely Zhuji and the Japanese, by far. I can nerd off about why. It's because the Holy Island meta, and any map that has that type of water design, the meta right now is static defenses, and Japanese and Zhuji have a clear edge in that. Playing a lot of Holy Island on ladder? Well, maybe you just need to get scrim partners, Faye. God. Just for that, I hope Holy Island's in the next tournament. Wait, Crackety, is Holy Island in the map rotation for Energy Slapfest? Love the ball play, by the way. Voldemar playing flanks. Dangerous with the Lancers coming out, but it's so far out there, the likelihood you get scouted is low. Alright, hear me out, guys. It's worth working the Imperial Official out here to give you the extra resources, and then when he's done, you just delete him. Alright, I'll leave now. Now, this deer back here. Oh, Voldemar never scouted the deer. Oh dear. He should see them now, though, so it might be worth trying to get an IO out there. The problem now is with Lancers arriving, if you send an Imperial Official out there, it draws attention, right? So it might just be better to accept the worst gathering rates and stay at home. Behind this, what's the follow-up play now for Zhuji? I don't think you go on, like, delayed 2TC here, right? Maybe just get relics and try to go in. Like, Lancers are pretty strong right now. Voldemar is locked into Feudal Age. I could see Palace Guard maybe being a good shout here. Just get like 10 to 20 Palace Guard together and raid in. Okay, Crackety, I just read that. Yeah, I just read that entire list of maps, and I can tell that you hate water maps. Glad to see Himayama in there, by the way. I legit was kind of gutted Himayama wasn't in EGC's tournament. I enjoy Himayama. Like, it's really fun to watch. It's interesting how different it plays. It's, you know what it is? It kind of feels like a very nice spot between Dry Arabia and Prairie. I know neither of those have the water, but the water is a side element. It's not a main dish. I guess the other fair way to assess it would be Cauldron done right. Like, yeah, it's basically like Cauldron and Prairie had a baby. Lance count now starting to scale upwards. Do. Are we thinking about transitioning to Rack soon? Because I feel like that should be the natural next step. 3 relics in. Looks like one of them is going to be warded off cheekily by Voldemar. Well played there. But this is going to be a 4 relic game for sure for Dudu. They are floating way too much gold. Wait, what? What? Alright, this is full communist levels of conscription right now. Free TC Song Dynasty for Voldemar. I love the fact that he's like, I'm up against Castle Age. What's my way out? More villages! Credit to him, that's kind of wide on the spread as well, which I like. So it keeps him a little bit more efficient. But that's kind of wild, man. I would not have expected free TC here. I'm wondering, do you like snake off into the back corner here to eventually set up your granaries when it comes to that? Oh no, he's going to play it safe. That's... Alright, rate that on a scale of 1 to 10. 10 being Voldemar is the chosen one and will deliver us to greatness. 1's being... We're about to watch the 10th loss in a row for Voldemar. Voldy is getting close to his tech up. I mean, I can't look at this granary and feel good about it. That is a... If you drop 3 granaries here, you've got no farms, right? So, like, what's the play? Is he eventually just going to delete the village to make more room? I guess once the tree line's gone, it's not too bad. But the tree line's going to take, what, at this pace, probably 5 minutes to clear at least? That's a long way for extra granaries. Oh, is he doing only a 1 granary build? Oh, do you mean where he splits them? I think I know what you're talking about. I think I've seen Voldemar do that before, where he'll build like granaries in different locations. Oh, he's gonna do... Oh god, 1 granary in 3 to 4 rows of fart? I mean, he is a Chinese aficionado. I guess we'll nod our heads and allow it. It is weird. The only reason I can think that that's good, actually in fairness to him in his defense, is that you can be taxman efficient, right? Because you can just supervise 1 Imperial official, and that gives you 20% more food. So it's actually comparative to the granary effect of 3. Right? I'm guessing that's what he's going to do there. Yeah, he's already supervising. Yeah, okay, so that's a very interesting build. I don't think any other player does this, though, from what I've been seeing. We've seen some that do loose granaries, but they always go towards 3. Shalamong's now marching in. Wait, he's only got spears to defend. Oh boy, you're about to get your ass whooped. Shalamong's, though, textiles on the villages, so they're going to start flopping quickly. Lance is going to take out the outpost. Second one's not going to go up. Doo-doo. About to make sure the Voldemar steps into some of that exactly. Shaolin Monks are tanking up like Giga Chads here. The Spearmen aren't even bracing. 15 Lances and a Flood, folks. Voldemar only has a handful of Spearmen left to defend, and these guys, they've got the +2 ranged armor. They aren't dying anytime soon. Oh my god. Oh no. I just realized. This might be a 10th loss in a row for Voldy that we've at least watched. I can't believe this, man. I thought he had it. I thought he was going to bag it up and send it home. I thought he was going to take this kitty, stick him in a bag, and throw him in a river. But no, instead, it looks like Dudu is the one grabbing for the bag. Voldemar has retreated to camp in a corner with, oh my dear god, 2/3 of his economy are here. Monks and Knights are still diving. Walls are starting to get torched. Hand cancelets at least coming in. Now, this is the weakness of the Lances, right? Walls are the kryptonite. It takes way too long to get through. If Voldemar can get spears and 2 Nested Beasts together, he can recover this game. Another issue you have to consider is Dudu is playing on pocket resources. He's running out quickly, right? He did scout the deer. Okay, so he's got the deer down here. He's got the boar steel. It's going to take a while to drain him, but that is a problem for him if he can't close the game quickly. Well, I'm about to ask the question, where's Waldy? I think we can see him very clearly. It's wall after wall, but the problem is Voldemar is running out of space quickly. The only upside for him, looks like Dudu hasn't scouted the north side, but that's now been exhausted. It looks like Voldemar's going to move away there. I can't believe he has a 42 eco lead, and he's looking this much on the ropes. Nice little stab in there. Lance is able to actually strike over the wall, and that was close. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, if he chops that tree right through, that might open the way. Villagers still being attacked though. Dudu. He might be able to break through this. Villagers are running north side, so it looks like Voldemort can vacate the area. And Dudu needs to get the hell out of dodge. Spearmen are coming in behind. Wait, what? Well, that is one surefire way to start losing the game. Veterancy just came through. Dudu, after looking like they had him by the long and curlies, we're still talking about a 30 eco lead for Voldemort. And Dudu, I don't think he has enough Lancers to do this now. Oh my god. China's such a reasonable civ, right, guys? We don't need to nerf this. Nah, we don't. It's not like, wait, was it Marine Lord that recently put Chinese in S tier? Huh. Don't think he would have played this one the exact same way, but kind of absurd how quickly they are just inflating. 12 villages a minute. Oh, man, I think Dudu's dead. He can at least slow Voldemort down, but the reality is if he can't start chopping down these villages, I don't see how Lancers is sustainable long-term for him. Food is at least a kind of weakness for Voldemort. I honestly want to see him set up a second granary pack in here, so he has options, because if this area gets raided, he does stop producing, right? Although he has all these villagers coming out, you have to be conscious of the fact that, like, these villagers cost a lot of food. He's on free TC with Song, which means that he's spending 600 food a minute. Look at his food income. He actually can't afford that. Dudu. Well, this is what I was waiting for. It took a bloody long time, but finally, Palace Guard are getting queued up. This is his win condition. If he floods Palace Guard now, Voldemort doesn't have an answer. His food income could not be much worse. Are you wait, what? Okay, I think Voldemort's in trouble, guys. He just got scouted here. Dudu, if he just sends one Lancer, one Palace Guard, something like, or just pulls the villagers, like legit, just pull the villagers and torch these down, this should be the GG moment, right? Voldemort doesn't actually have ease at home. Oh, wait, what? No, pull one Lancer. Oh, Jesus Christ. What is this game? How is this unraveling? This is exactly what I would call an overreaction. Because now, Voldemort at home, the second layer of farms are coming in. He's going to survive this. Yeah, I think Voldemort's got this in the bag now. I think Dudu just made possibly the worst move they could have here. The villagers could have been pulled with 2 or 3 Lancers to clear this up, right? And instead, it's almost like, dude, he knew that there were farms being added in here. It's not like all the wood that Voldemort needs exists here, right? Like, there's huge wood lines that he has access to. So you're not going to stop him adding in farms with this play. I think the one Death Grip move that Dudu had on this game just got taken away. I also hate the gold back row. He's got 3,000 gold. And Voldemort, now with crossbows being added in, Nest of Bees, enough spin to defend. These choke points become Dudu's undoing, right? Like, the Palace Guard can't win if they can't flood. What a game, dude. I mean, I'm happy in some ways, right? I was feeling bad about the idea of casting 10 Voldemort losses in a row. But I do feel like Dudu... Like, I don't know how much this is on Voldemort just playing really well versus Dudu making a mistake. I think it's a combo of both. You can't discredit what Voldemort done. This free TC was very greedy, very expensive, but he found a way to kind of get away from it. But Dudu definitely feels like this Palace Guard transition should have happened a lot sooner. I can't think of a good reason why it didn't either. He had all the gold in the world. He's pumping Lancers non-stop, and Lancers cost double what Palace Guard do. Like, to me, this should have been a Palace Guard transition 3 minutes earlier than it was. And it completely would have changed the outlook on the game. Well, of course you're still in Tang Dynasty with 3,000 gold, guys. Like, there's nothing... Like, you can just buy whatever you need. You don't want a discount. Just pay full price. Pay with gold. I actually think this is Dudu kind of looking a bit lost right now. 3 Nesta Bees now. Dudu, if this fails, if he whiffs, the game is just instantly over. He's got so much food being pushed towards this, but it's all limited resources, remember. He's on the ball, he's on the D, he's already exhausted all the berries, so this is do or die. Wait, what? Okay, pause that thought. He has added in farms. And admittedly, they're not much worse than Voldemar's because he went Granary 1. It is indeed do or die. Yeah, I don't think that this is leaving quite the tangy taste I was looking for. It's more of a sour taste having to add in those farms. At least it's not granaries as well, but Breakthrough's coming in. This is a lot of Palace Guard. Voldemar has to be very careful about where he chooses to fight. So it's investing stone into defenses. He could actually just drop a keep. And remember, you're China. You rush them up quickly here. Barbican being attacked, though. 4 Nesta Bees. Lancers are going to try to ride in, but Voldemar quick to react. He needs to play between these T-points where you can't actually be surrounded. Walls. Voldemar. That's ambitiously late. It's going to start to force a choke point here, though. Nesta Bees. Palace Guard trying to get around the back here, but the choke points difficult to get through. So going to be a reload and a fire in the center. A lot of damage on a Dudu. But he has surrounded. Voldemar. Has he got enough to hold on this area? Nesta Bees flurry to the backside. Exactly what he needed. And Voldemar, no doubt about it, is going to hold on. 4 Nesta Bees. None of them have fallen. One might be going down soon, but well worth it for this exchange. Dudu, we said it was do or die, and it truly is in this game. He's finally breaking through. 1 Nesta Bees left over. But the problem right now is Voldemar has plenty of units being produced. Spearmen, crossbows on the way. And Dudu, after this, may have some more food income, but I don't think he's going to have enough here. Oh, man. I can't believe that. I think Dudu, if he split his Palace Guard a little bit more on that run to the back farms, this could have been substantially better. I mean, eco count has been shrunk by quite a bit, right? This is 94 villages now. Surely not. Surely I've not misread this. Voldemar. Where are the crossbows? Like, I keep seeing 10, but I never see them hit. Oh, my... I definitely misjudged that. Oh, my God. No, Voldemar. No. All right, my bad. I believe too much in the Nesta Bees. Trash unit, trash civ. I can't upload this, man. I can't upload 10. I can't upload 10. Like, it's 10 losses in a row for Voldemar. Wow, I misread that. I mean, I genuinely did not think that he would have had enough food behind that. Wait for 1 win and upload this afterwards. I'm trying to think why my misread was there. I think I genuinely thought he was going to run out of food quicker than that, because the deer, he was on there a long time, right? But I guess that's the deceptive power of the Imperial officials. They give you a lot of extra food, right? Yeah. Sorry, Voldy. I was hoping you'd won that. You know what it was? I think actually what happened there is, like, I thought he'd be active on the farms a bit longer, but he got pushed off really quickly. Bury that VOD in the garden. It must never see light. I'm trying to think where I really got that wrong. I think I believed the Nesta Bees were going to do more damage, but now that I think about it, like, Dudu done a really good job surrounding at all angles, right? Which minimized their damage. And actually, and the other thing is, I think Voldemar spent quite a bit of time having to move the Nesta Bees afterwards to not get killed, right? That would probably be the big part. Like, the other thing to consider there is that, yeah. Wait, Voldemort, did you have blacksmith text? You did, right? Pretty sure you did. Sorry, Voldy. I guess we'll pretend that game didn't exist for your own safety. And so that I don't just look like a shit caster. You refuse to speak, you're not allowed to speak. I mean, dude. I was like, oh, this is really cool. This could be a really good game for him because it's not just Chuganu spam. Only undermesh? Okay, yeah. I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna blame the TC for being in the way. Yeah, I think I wanted Voldy to win too badly. If he had 4 tile stone wall in his base and put Expos on it. True. There you go, dude. Yo, Voldemort, book a crackety coaching sesh. Oh, he's already gone. How about 11? I'm a bad person. I mean, in fairness, it's H3 versus English. He should not ever lose this. This is like unlosable, right? So what I'll do is I'll go eat. I'll go get a snack quickly. I'm gonna run 90 seconds ads. When I come back, we're gonna solve the Voldemort conundrum. This is unlosable. BRB. Guys, I got scammed. Alright. Bear with me a second. Because I had to make toast, so I haven't quite eaten my snack yet. So I need like a minute or two. We can chat while I eat. And then we'll get into the game. Basically, I had these cheese scones, homemade cheese scones to eat. And my partner was a pig and ate them. So now I'm stuck with bread with butter on it. We're going to watch Voldemort lose again, aren't we? When's the time for community games? Later on if we have enough people. Really need to get things to start putting on my toast. Never been a fan of the idea of chocolate spread. Maybe I should try it. What do you think, chat? Is chocolate spread overrated? Is it actually kind of crap? Alright. I'll let a minute or two of this play while I eat, actually. Cream cheese is better. I usually go for some good old mature cheddar on cheese. On toast, rather. Yeah. Mature cheddar on cheese. There you go, guys. Who needs bread? Just get more cheese. It's hard. So this player, you guys hear me like this, is it? Okay. This player was ranked 120th last season. Voldemort, by comparison, finished last season 29th. So, by that logic, Voldemort wins. By the way, guys, HRE is 100% favored in this matchup. They're like 80-20. But I'm casting, and it's a Voldemort game. So actually, it's 80% favored to the English. What's HRE's game plan? You just play men-at-arms and archers. You can't lose. Yeah, in feudal. Alright, so I'm done eating. Let's start dissecting this. I wonder if people actually like my face on screen when I cast. Remember I tried it before and people didn't like it. Alright, 11th game is the charm. We've cast 10 losses in a row for Voldemort. This has to be the one. Surely. HRE versus English. This is like an 80-20 matchup. HRE almost always win. All they have to do is play feudal. Don't be greedy. Play the damn feudal age. Now, These statistics were based on the old build with the Council Hall instead of the Abbey of Kings, so that changes things a bit. But I think it still holds true that HRE spamming archers and spears here should be fairly favored. Or even just archers, men-at-arms are quite nice. You get enough archers, the king's going to die anyway. So we'll see which way he wants to play this. Voldemort might actually get paranoid about the king detail and say, oh no, I just want to play Fast Castle. It's safer that way. I'm personally of the opinion you can easily, on a map like this especially, just play full in feudal. There's my boy! Yeah! He's gonna win! Alright, do I need to open predictions? Probably should. Let's see. Start prediction. Who will win? What colors is pink and yellow, right? Yeah, because Voldemort's always yellow. Go, 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 go! Here we go! Dude, guys, I'm feeding you guys. Pigeon points. It's a win for HRE. It could not be easier. Archer's already on the way across. Why is Pink's tech timing so slow? I guess it's the 2 villager detail. Oh, you greedy son of a duck. He's actually going for a 2 TC before he's even secured himself. Voldemort, if he just adds in a Rax now, it's easy peasy done, right? Because if the English player wants to go for TC, he's not going to have the bandwidth to add in an archer range and build Lombos. I legit think Voldemort's best play right now is just add in a Rax this moment. And in fact, it looks like he agrees. Wait, no, wait, what? Huh? Oh, he's building Alp? Okay. Now it got a bit weird. So I guess he's just looking for some poke to force a reaction, and then he goes Fast Castle. Interesting. Yeah, because like the problem with poke is like against English villagers, you need to bring more. Is this the right play? I know the king has changed some of this matchup, but I don't think it's drastically overhauled the matchup to this extent. So Archer's going to go down. Second Archer is here, third as well. These guys might actually be able to find a villager kill or 2. I think if you wait until you had 3 archers there, you could have killed 2 or 3 villagers, but it's the timing on gathering the stone, right? Unfortunately, you do need to target the low HP villager to get... Guys, it's okay. It's okay. Last cast, we were a little bit over-biased towards Voldemort because we really didn't want to watch him lose again. This time, legit, this is fine. It's absolutely fine. No, guys, chill. It's fine. Calm down. It's fine. He's got the farms. He's got an outpost. He's got half of what he needs for Castle Age. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. The second TC's only coming in now at 6.5 minutes. This is cringe. Like, all these English guys in the Abbey of memes, they build TCs. Who cares? It's cringe. It's fine. Now, did he need the archer range? We're not going to discuss that. We're not going to discuss that. The archer range may have done absolutely nothing there. I mean, well, he delayed. Let's be fair to him. He delayed the TC timing by what? Probably 20 seconds overall. It done something. Would he have been better off just going castle? Probably, but like that's besides the point. The point is he's heading to castle. He didn't want to play long feudal. He didn't want to try to go archers, spears, and then build blacksmiths and ram, which honestly I think a few spears and then you have the men-at-arms follow up. Like that would have probably worked very well for HRE here. Whereas this initial like night opening you're probably leaning into, actually the king can contest the first one. But it's fine! It's fine! Love that little top off as well from Voldemort. That was nicely done. Oof, just about pulls the villager in. So this should now be a naked rush towards Castle Age for Pink as well, right? Like there's no long play for you here. You've got 12 sheep, you've got a farm cluster. You can definitely get there quite quickly. Not as quickly as Voldemort. Looking at the relic spread, heavy density on the left side, but that's really good for the king play because now you know where to park. The negative is how much damage that king has taken. If I'm Pink right now, I do not dive that outpost again. Even if I wait until I'm healed full, it's not worth it because if you dive that outpost, that means the first knight will kick your ass. You won't win that fight. And that's really important because your goal is to block this for as long as possible. You want to actually be able to potentially ignore the knight and go after the prelate. So here we go. Regnitz now on the way. We do have a blacksmith for reasons undisclosed. Now he wants undermesh, guys. Chill. It's all about undermesh. Because he wants to be able to rush dive the base, right? Think about what's happened here. Pink has decided on a second TC. That means he actually has more exposed villagers as the game goes on than he normally would here, right? He's only got room for 22 villagers safely. His economy's mounting up to 34. And here we go. Poor man's Burgrave on the way. Double racks being set up. Should just be a Men-at-Arms flood. That's why he's going for the Undermesh now. He's in prep for when he gets that tech up. He then is ready to go into Wedge Rivets. Well, the question mark is going to be whether Pink can get that white tower quick enough. The answer is yes, guys. He's going to get it. The funny part is he doesn't have many farms to even protect. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, there is the perfect amount of space right there for a nice little white tower. Voldemort. I wonder, actually, like, do you really want to be doing Men-at-Arms here now? If it secures the relics, it's fine. Like, for Voldemort, I think his win objective is securing 4 relics, which is very feasible from this position. One thing that does scare me a little is if you choose Men-at-Arms here, with White Tower, Pink can actually produce Knights really quickly. Knights with King is really strong here. So yeah, White Tower, right where we want it. And the Men-at-Arms are just going to be for defense now. I think you use them to secure the relics. You don't use them for else. The weird part is you could have just done spears here and it would have been better, right? Because I actually think, realistically, the build here, if Pink has been subscribing to Canada from China, they'll know that actually the smart build here is you just mouse Knights. You just spam Knights. Knights on the prowl. What you have to realize, what this King has done is it's essentially given you Chivalry. Right? And if you think about how often French players get into Castle Age and still spam Knights, that should tell you everything you need to know about how powerful things like Chivalry can be. Voldemort, I think he just got confirmation on the White Tower. Voldy, first relic is on the way home. Notice that Pink actually pulled all the way back. I'm a little bit surprised by that. It felt unnecessary, but I think it's because they're guarding the right side. They've kind of accepted that they won't be able to block the most aggressively located relics. They can, however, very easily wall this in. I'm a little bit surprised they... Wait, what? Yeah, I'm really shocked by the fact they chose to build the wall here instead of here. Are they pitying Voldemort? Dude, that is a pity wall. Pink heard about Voldemort's 10 lose streak. They're like, buddy, I don't want to be too hard on you. So this is still looking like a very doable 5 relic game, actually, for Voldy. He's returning 2 more on the left side. First Knight's coming out, and guys, this is what I was talking about. Oh, freaking... It's like a mini... The best way to describe this is as a mini Eurosure effect. And the timing is disgusting. Imagine an extra 18 seconds here. You would actually be able to get these 2 relics like here. Instead, you could lose them straight away. Night Charge comes in. Voldemar's going to lose 1 of the prelates. Second one can at least wall load to try and get reinforcements across, but the Men-at-Arms do not have heavy maces, so they are a terrible defense against this. Ping. 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 Oh my god, you're playing with fire. So now you just cycle charge in, and you can have more coming in afterwards. What's with these bots today? Yeah, Voldemort desperately needs heavy maces. This is why I was a little bit skeptical about the idea of going Men-at-Arms over spears. Because now your play just doesn't make any sense, right? It doesn't do anything. And there's crossbows already in the way as well, so things are about to get worse for Voldemort. Oh, Jesus. I wouldn't be surprised if Pink drops a monastery now. They actually could. I think their economy is good enough for it, but I think they're just more focused on winning the main fight. Crossbow mass up to 4, soon to be up to double digits. Crossbows are now being added in by Voldemort, but he needs spears to accompany that, or he has nothing to protect. Glad to see the first spear is at least coming out. Knights are at least going to be kept at bay for the time being, so looks like those 2 relics can be brought home. I'm a little bit surprised that Pink wasn't more aggressive about his timing here, actually, especially considering he wasn't using the White Tower to produce crossbows. The reason why the White Tower 2TC build is so good, by the way, is you have to realize you're getting a Council Hall effect out of the White Tower. So you're inflating your economy, and you're getting kind of a Council Hall-esque element to your build, just on a delay. Where it's especially strong is this night timing. It's less impactful with the crossbows, in my opinion, the Knights is the big MVP. Getting a Knight out in 18 seconds against HRE can end the game. I've actually watched players on maps like Prairie instantly just lose the game because someone rushed White Tower. Because when you rush your Castle Age timing and you run out your Prelates, these Knights are there waiting for you. So 3 relics set up. Outpost getting sprinkles in them. This was a decent game for Voldemar. I mean, let's hold on. Let me just cover that detail. This is a really great game for Voldemar, guys. Look at that. New Pink only has 4 villages. In all seriousness, though, he is just going to rush Imperial Age. This army isn't designed to dive defenses. Pink set up for a main fight, and I actually think Voldemar's pivot is really good. By going for this Imperial Age approach, where you just have static defenses, crossbow armies suck because they don't have the ability to burn anything down. Looks like the relics are now being yoinked back by Pink, so should be a 2-3 split in the end. Pink is actually building an obnoxious amount of crossbows, which I'm not a big fan of here. Then again, you know, considering the Voldemar is on an 11 loss streak at this point, potentially, I think we don't bank against Pink. I think that's the safe bet. In fact, let me just check the predictions. How do you guys do? Ooh, 45% for yellow. Clearly, you don't know how our casts work. We always find the Voldemar losses. I am to Voldemar what Drongo is to Beastie Cutie. It's a talent, really. Pass the Swabby down the way. And this will recover the gap very quickly. Remember, he's got 6 relics effective versus 2, so he's already closed that gap. He's got HRE buff rate, which just can't be matched by the English, even in Imperial Age. And now he's going to have the effectivity of 4 TCs between the Pass the Swabby and his primary. So he will recover this gap quickly. What Pink needs to do is punish him. I don't like the fact that Pink is walling up. You know, this is starting to turn into a classic me English, me like Imperial type game. And I don't think that's the way English play right now. The meta for them is more about tempo control. If you rush Imperial, it's simply to get more spam out, right? It's not to just eco and play. So yeah, a little bit weird. The armor-clad detail is very odd as well to me. Like, building into men-at-arms now when you're in against HRE feels like a loss. You'd probably be better served by crossbow spears, funnily enough. Tech up complete. He's going to start diving. However, the army's big enough to defend against this, right? And Voldemar, I wouldn't be surprised if he has some cannon outposts getting added in soon. Stone Gathering is underway, right? So we will be able to afford those emplacements gradually. Yeah, Pink, man. I think he just... If I had to highlight a mistake by Pink, I genuinely think the big mistake here wasn't losing the king. Who cares about kings? It was the lack of vision. He didn't have a scout to read exactly what the comp was, what the play was. Because if he did, he wouldn't do this. He wouldn't have built mass crossbows to dive static defenses. It's literally the worst combo you can go for. They're slower than archers. They can't hit buildings. And Voldemar realistically doesn't even need to use his main army to fight you, right? The TC will do it for him. Yeah, kind of a weird one. So expensive losses on the dive for Pink. Has got men-at-arms spam now coming out, but Voldemar is also prepping his own MAA. And those MAA, correct me if I'm wrong, yeah, they have not got their hands on heavy maces yet. However, there is a Mango. And that's something Voldemar doesn't have to worry about losing, right? Like, Pink doesn't have a single unit to take down Mangoes. Outpost at least being built up, but we see a bombard down the way from Voldemar. That is ambitious. Going into hand cannons this early, I would not have expected, but it's quite intriguing if you think about it. It saves him waiting on the tech ups, right? It's just immediately using the archer range instead of trying to upgrade crossbows or upgrade archers. And ultimately, it does counter everything. Pink needs to dive in here. Mango's come back around, though. Bombard also comes out. And wait, Voldemar, where are you going? No. No. Repairs just in the nick of time. And Pink's going to need some nicotine after that one. Actually, he's looking pretty smoked. That is the reset he needed. Voldemar, by the very thinnest of margins, stays alive. And that Mango surviving is big for the kid. If that had gone down, that would have been a flood through. He wouldn't be able to fight the army. He'd have heavy maces still. Then his villagers on the wood line would have been in trouble. But Voldemar threads the needle here. Outpost crawl will continue from Pink. He's not trying to buy up anytime soon. He needs more damage. But what worries me is now the military difference is shrinking. Voldemar is catching up. I actually don't think Pink can play along castle anymore. Wow. What a sick hold. Voldemar now just stockpiling a lot of stones, so we're probably looking at cannon placement soon. I don't think you go for a keep drop per se here. Maybe he feels paranoid about the idea of men-at-arms, but I think, you know, the cannon placements kind of achieve the same. Interesting that we're seeing him go in for Inspired Warriors, but considering scaling into hand cannoneers, pretty cost-efficient way of buffing your army. Siege is creeping up. Men-at-arms trying to flood in. Just enough troops to keep him back, though. Now, this is the definition of what we call a throw dive. Men-at-arms are not going to be able to kill these siege weapons quick enough. Voldemar can quickly clutch repair it. And now you're diving underneath the static emplacements. Behind this, the crossbows are at least winning the main fight. Hand cannoneers are going to hide as this fight resets. But now, at the tail end of it, your men-at-arms count has just been thrown away. You've got a lot of crossbows, but now you literally do not have any answers to the mangoes. I actually think Voldemar's just won this. I think Pink needed Springles, man. Like, I can't believe he didn't go Springles at all. He could have built a proxy siege workshop here. 2 Springles, oof. But I think the paranoia is like, you can't do that against an Imperial Age opponent, right? Because an Imperial Age opponent will just build a Culverin and shut you down. So from Pink's perspective, men-at-arms crossbows was the only way to win. Now, it looks like a surefire way to lose. Voldemar, his count is low. I will say that of it. But the mangoes, the count is now up to 3. Even the men-at-arms can get squished at this stage. I need to be careful because there was a game that I was almost convinced that Voldemar was going to win earlier that I was wrong about. And I am fully aware that my heart is breaking for Voldemar and all the losses we're casting. And I am somewhat hoping for a win because there's a point where this becomes more than mildly depressing for him. It's like that, you know, I always use the comparison of like Dota 2 people. You have like skill shots in that game. And like when you miss your first skill shot, it hits your confidence and you start to miss more and more. And it snowballs and snowballs until you just feel like trash. So I want our boy to get a win. I'm trying to remain unbiased here. I do think Pink has a very hard time ahead of them. However, this dive, the siege, there's no repairs coming through. Mango's just turned around. He pulls out the relic, accidentally puts it back in. I think that was a misclick there. Voldemar could have went for a wall to reset this, but doesn't need it in the end. Looks like the men-at-arms are getting cleared up. And now the mango's crushing the dreams of Pink breaking this. It's going to be a hold. And Voldemar now, with the Palace of Swabi fully unlocked, with the farms online, Pink, this has to be the moment you go Imperial Age. It's no longer optional. It's your only way of recovering this. And I agree. Pink having Sacred Sites could have changed things about this. He could have kept the pressure on because this is a pretty disgusting spawn on Sacred Sites. Far, far away from where you're fighting. But now with that ticking time bomb not being there, Pink is kind of onto a loser. Because Voldemar is about to take the military lead. Ay, ay, ay. What else could Pink have done different here? I think Night Spam could have still worked really well for them. I think they gave up on that and went to crossbows a little bit too soon. The crossbows were good, right? But like they didn't support it with any sort of melee comp or raiding type unit. So they were just playing into slow momentum and oh my dear god. 5 mangoes, good god. Well, have mercy on the men-at-arms souls because they are about to be stripped from their body. Hand cannon near backline also looking spooky, up to 23. Berkshire is at least on the way. You're barking mad if you don't favor Voldemar in this position. He's shrunk the eco lead entirely. His army is all premium now. Mangoes and hand cannoneers. And Pink is still dabbling in trash. What else worries me now is Pink the amount of time they're spending Castle Age Gold is becoming a worrisome detail. They're playing out the flank right now, but that's not something that's guaranteed. There is going to be a Berkshire dropped in the center that'll buy you some time. So at least it won't be an instant removal of access to gold. But now with the Berkshire online, Voldemort, the question mark is, do you go for Bombards to just blitz it, or do you go for Trebs? I think you want speed here, right? The only way this can now start to fall apart is if you give the English player too much time. So you already see him queuing up a second Bombard. Probably going up to freeze a good idea here. That should be enough breakthrough. Holy crap. What a hold, though, by Voldy. I still wonder if this could have been easier if he played a little bit longer of a Fuel Age, but he's gotten away with it. He's reached that tried and true win condition of Imperial Age. And now he's starting to reach out for the other resources. Level 2 Eco-Tech just came in for food as well. That was missing before, so that's going to allow him to pump a lot of Men-at-Arms. I think we should be trekking quite quickly, actually, towards precision crossbreeding at this stage, considering he does have 37 farms. Hasn't got a uni yet, right? Or at least I don't think he got any of the tech upgrades. No. So I'd say Elite Army Tactics is just a no-brainer here. You should probably be prioritizing that, because that gives you more protection for your backline. Meanwhile, it's going to be a switch into longbows coming out from Pink. Longbows and crossbows. Wait, is this guy Agincourting us? Like, wait, what? You're up against mass mangoes and you're building full ranged. It's quite ambitious. You take chemistry. That's why you lose the game. Elite Army Tactics makes a lot more sense because you just need frontline to tank, to absorb as you dive in. Right? Because if you think about the thing that hurt Pink, it was that whole idea that you had full backline, no frontline. It's kind of similar the other way. The Bombards will still do the business. You know, chemistry is nice, but I think realistically the increase on 100 damage from Chem is irrelevant. The building damage is already good enough. It's kind of overkill. You prioritize Elite Army Tactics first. Weirdly enough, he's actually going for Siege Works first. That does surprise me. Guess he's worried about Springall sneaking out as he dives this. Speaking of which, Springall actually comes out of the Berkshire, Bombards. Get into Siege. Men-at-Arms. Another reason why you do this, right? If you dive in with Men-at-Arms, the Springalls can't do anything. They can try, but they'll die. And I cannot believe we still don't have heavy maces here. Mango's moving into choke point, though. Bombards almost done with the keep. And the warp to the backside. Crossbows get crushed! And Pink, strongest defense has been removed now. They've got one spill to their name. The Siege Blob is a bit too big, and the Hand Cannoneer, a bit too premium. This should be the breakthrough. Because that was the one hope of Pink. To buy enough time, that Berkshire needed to exist, but there is no time left. GG is there. 10 loss streak comes to an end. We got ourselves a Voldemort victory. Woo! It's possible! To the person out there that said they wanted to be an astronaut, but they got told they couldn't be. To the person that said they're going to be president one day, but they couldn't be. That guy that said he's going to date prom queen, but he didn't think he could. Voldemort has just told you all that anything is possible. Just got to believe. Oh, wait. I'm going to need to clip that and put that in the video at the end. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Why did I stop recording? That was imperfect because I'm lazy. I don't want to have to edit afterwards. That's why I stopped recording. There you go, Voldemort. Now shut up. We finally caught you in. Oh, man. Voldemort rank 1. Yeah, instantly, dude. Like, you know what happens is when you're on a 10 loss streak, if you win once, it just refunds all your lost elo. All right, can I... Wait, have I got that... Did that clip? I don't think it clipped. Why did it not clip? That's weird. I swear the clip button on Stream Deck is really bugged at the moment. That is very weird. Okay. Need a day since Voldemort win sign to erase and reset to 0. How long is that? How's that? We can do this. Okay. One sec. So. He's not gonna like the number when he sees it. Alright, there we go. And wait for it. Wait for it. Here we go. Ah, oh, here we go. Doesn't that feel good, Voldemar? I think that's just gonna stay there for a while now. Oh dear, bless him. Alright, who do we cast now? I'm bored of Voldemar's journey now. We need someone else. Guys, you want the best players? Look, online. He's like, that'll do, pig. That'll do. You're insufferable. Rude. Dude. I literally looked, I was like, HRE, they can't lose this matchup. I even cast it for you. I was like, I was gunning for you. How am I insufferable? You had a clean game in between all those casts. Whoa, sorry. We didn't see it. All right. Who's Anatan up? Yeah, we don't care. Yeah, we don't care about Voldemar. Who's Anatan up? It's free for alls. Should have known. Anatan is a little bit addicted. Dude, here's the thing. Like Voldy says, like you're insufferable. I guarantee when I meet him, post like, oh, kill a pigeon. Oh, I love your cast. Oh, we good friends. Oh, hug. Voldemort, we need another game. Yeah, we need to make sure it's not like a false positive. You will flame me? I mean, you sure? Considering like the only thing you should flame about me is that I simped on you in that Juji Chinese game thinking you could win. I've had some time to reflect and think about it, and I am going to be a mean caster. What the fuck was that free? Oh dear. Oh boy. So, let's have a look. So not Anna Chad. Oh, let's check the live ladder. You want my energy when you win an S tier? I mean, yeah, but you got to win the S tier first. Then you get the energy. That's how that works. Dude, I don't just like cheer on the big existing names. I've been fanboying Louis for like a year. Let's cast Dimmu. I mean, not necessarily. Cheesy cutie. Love it. He plays well? Whoa, what are you trying to say there, Extro? Jesus. We always cast players that play well. Did you not see how well Voldemar played? There, see how it was nice, Voldy. You happy now? By the way, saying on that game, Voldy, like, did you not feel like you could actually just play all in feudal? Be honest, did that archery range feel like a mistake? I think the thumbnail is just going to be that moment you send in the archers one by one to die. Maybe? I couldn't find his age up. Oh, okay. Got you. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I thought you just like spam archers and block the second TC, right? Because like I think on Cliffside, it's really easy to play mass archers HRE. And like I thought maybe you got paranoid because it was King. And you're like, oh crap, it's King. I can't just spam archers. But then like you just add in Spearmen, which is weird because most of the time you want to add men-at-arms, but it works. Wasn't Dimmy that guy that threw away 90 longbows? And still won! Longbows are great! You know, there's people who take 20 years to train to be that good with longbows, but then you just throw them away like they're just serfs. So I think Dimmu had a game versus Wham we could watch. Spicy! Did he win? No, dude, it's 11 losses in a row. GG. Voldemort, you'll be happy to know that despite our curse of always casting your losses, 45% of the betters believed in you. So there you go, man. They believe. Time for Magnite versus Horse Archers. Get out, Faye. Get out. Yo, Faye, have you done the... Wait, what builds did I tell you to do? I gave you a few you needed to do. What were they? I'm trying to remember now. What builds did we come up with the other day? I'm trying to remember. They were damn good builds. So good I forgot them. Biz Pro Scouts? Oh, wait, did you do it? Oh my god, did you do it? Was it really that underwhelming? Yeah, it was the Triumph Pro Scouts, right? Because you just get all the scouts and then you just rush in and do 5 damage. Yeah, but you meant to kill villagers with them, Faye. Come on. Alright. Let's set up the predictions. So who will win? We'll set that prediction up. I'll give you guys 2 minutes. No all from deer? GG. Shit devs. Where oil? Alright, lava me up, baby. We need to get olive oil from deer. Let me get predictions ready. Give you guys 2 minutes. Whew. Also, Faye, what happened to the streams? I know you haven't been on recently. People aren't able to catch the memology live. You know, there's just something special about saying this. Dimmu on the Rus. Every time I get into a Dimmu game, my brain immediately thinks one thing. Will there be Horse Archers? There's got to be, right? I can't think of someone that loves Horse Archers more. I have to find out, though, because it's going to be a matchup up against the Byzantines being manned by none other than OPA, a.k.a. Wham, first of his name. We are going to be on Rocky River all maps, and I'm curious, actually, like, no double scout opener from Wham at all. That's interesting, but I think that's something specific to Rocky River, right? It's like Rocky River actually doesn't have as many deer, if I'm not mistaken, because you get the free stack deers, right? So you're actually... Wait, no, you have more, right? Because you get 14, and then you get 8 of those free stacks. Oh, yeah, you definitely have more. You have... Isn't that 38? So there's 38 deer here. Yeah, so I'm a little bit surprised, actually, that there wasn't a second scout opener. I guess the thought process for Wham is he knows where most of the deer are going to be, so he just runs out into the center and snipes all the bulk load, and then goes back for his safety net, right? That's pretty smart, actually, because it means you're not sacrificing villager production, but you're still essentially blocking out almost half of the deer on the map. It looks like Dimmu is going to be able to sneak in for 1, so in the end, he got, what, out of this... 15, 22? He'll get 22. So not too bad, 220, and then he just needs to find a wolf. Except, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Rocky River doesn't spawn many wolves, right? I'm trying to remember if Rocky River actually spawned any wolves. It's really confusing because in competitive play, we have an alternative map. Yeah, it spawns 0 wolves, that's right. Because I think in competitive, it's... Rocky Canyon does, right? I think Rocky Canyon does, and then Dry River doesn't. But because for some reason we didn't just want to use Rocky River, it gets confusing. So it looks like Dimmu is going to be shy of the Tier 2 bounty. However, the good news is between the hunting cabin he opened up with, plus the amount of bounty he got, he's able to afford a wheelbarrow as well as a tech up. That's the goal. That is your big priority when you play the Civ. That's what gives you really clean, really quick executions on your tech ups. I love this from Wham. Identifying he didn't need that second scout has meant he had that extra villager gathering this whole time. With the system effect, means he's already building into the Grand Winery. And by the looks of it, we are going into some multi-TC play for the Byzantines. Yeah, I'm really liking this build, actually, from Wham. I think it's a very smart approach. We've been seeing a lot of Civs kind of experiment the idea of like 2TC to answer the Roost. We did watch a competitive game between Kiljardi and Faye a few days ago, where Faye was playing the Byzantines. In that game, she got kind of cheesed out of her timing. She basically got outpost rushed and it kept denying her TC timing. I don't expect to see that here. It's way too long of a distance, and also Dimmu doesn't really strike me as the type of player who will engage in those type of frivolous outpost shenanigans. Instead, it's going to go for a Kremlin drop on the left side gold. This is going to be long-term wood access. One problem I do see, though, is you're going to have to move your wood down here. Otherwise, you're going to be very inefficient. So I wouldn't be surprised if Dimmu moves out of the stone first, gathers what he needs, and then comes back across the wood afterwards. That way, he doesn't have to drag his eco back and forth, because you don't want to be going on this tree line without the 20% wood influence increase. One nice thing about this Kremlin, remember the influence works on not just lumber camps, but town centers as well. So these straggler trees, if there's anything left of them, will give over extra wood. How did you guys vote in the end? 300 for Dimmu and 9k for Wham? Wow. I guess I know where all the Dimmu fans are. Alright, so the question is, do we get a 2TC or 3TC game? Dimmu, win condition for him should be, I'd say about like early castle maybe? Because if you build it, if you scale into knights, it's not bad against Varangians, right? Is my thought process here. For Wham, if it's not going to be knights, Varangian just hit really hard. And then if you go into Western Contract, I really do quite like Western Contract in this matchup. Javelins aren't too bad because they actually have some relevance against Streltsy later on in the game. But it doesn't give you as much population efficiency if you get an hour deep into a game. So if Wham thinks that this is going to be an Imperial Plus game, I think he's served a lot better by going Western Contract and going Foreign Engineering Company. But if he wants this game over by like early Imperial at the latest, we might see him go towards Silk Road and a Varangian spammy build that potentially ends in Palatine School. Dimmu, on the other hand, if this is going to be just 2TC, I think there's going to be more, right? No. Okay, he did pull the villagers back. So if it's just 2TC, with the way that Wham spread it, I'm not expecting like Fast Castle into Horse Archers. But Fast Castle into Relic Gathering makes a lot of sense here, considering that with this type of format, I don't feel like the Byzantines want to hang around in field too long when they go 2TC. Their power spike is going to be castled as aforementioned Varangian, as well as the fact that the Grand Winery will allow them to pick up relics. That is a very wide second TC from Dimmu. I like it though. You can't contest this. You only have one scout. This is one of the layers to the cake, and there are many layers to this cake and why Roost is so good. We often talk about the fact you can't hide details from them due to the scouts. We talk about the fact that they force a reaction because of the bounty system. We talk about the fact that because they have so many scouts, if you try to go for a loose TC, they can grief you, right? They can just keep walking different scouts in to block the drop. There's so many frustrating points about the Roost opening play that make them such an absurd Civ. It's kind of crazy as well, because I think if it wasn't for what they can do in the first 5 minutes, this Civ wouldn't really be that ban-worthy and competitive. It still has some strong potential arcs, but it wouldn't be out of control like it currently is. Actually, I'm curious. One's in chat if you believe in Dimmu, two's if you believe in Wham now, how you see this is going. Because we're definitely going to towards Castle Age. It is going to be a race. I don't expect either player to really build a single unit until they're in Castle. Dimmu might add in the stables. That might be the exception, right? He's definitely going for something with this amount of wood. The question mark is what? That's also interesting to me. He chose to build the double lumber camp to connect into his primary wood line instead of just moving out the south one. In fairness, it's less walk distance, right? And is he going gradual third TC, rather? That's what I was wondering with the amount of wood he's got, but like it feels a bit overkill here, right? Maybe you want arrow slits somewhere? Okay, there you go. That makes sense. He wants arrow slits. He's going for the ball. So better gathering rates. You need this to contest the Byzantines at this stage. Level 2 Sistine, the gathering rate increase across all their economy kind of mirrors out against what you're getting as the Rus at this stage. Once they're at level 3 Sistine, they pull ahead. So you need the better gathering rates to contest. Wham. Not going to be able to yoink this away. Almost gets pinched on his scout as well. As we were saying, because he's gathering the stone, we should be looking at arrow slits. Meanwhile, Wham has gone for the jabs. Jabs are pretty nice here to try and just raid. Accuratory activation almost does at least get rid of the scout, but not able to. And this is, just, once again, what annoys me is the fact that the Roost were able to make this play on the opposite side of the map with no real cost loss to them while still keeping info on what you're doing at home, right? It's just such a powerful element at high-level AoE4. I imagine, there's probably plenty of us that just play a chill game here or there. We're like, I don't really get why Roosts are that big of a deal. I don't feel like they're that powerful. At the highest level of play, information in RTSs in general is everything. And there is not a single civ in the game that can garner more information in the first 10 minutes than the Roost. We are getting those olive grows quite early now from Whelm. Second group of jabs is on the way. I'm expecting this to just be a play into Knights. This is not the type of game I would anticipate Horse Archers in because you are up against Javelins, right? And that's something that should have been scouted by now by Dumu. I'd be surprised if he doesn't know about them. So realistically, you're probably just looking at standard Knight spam with a gradual play into Boy's Fortitude. Possibly you come back to Horse Archers if your opponent spreads a bit wide, but that's several minutes away. You can't rush into that comp. High Trade House now on the way. Huh. Interesting. Would he have not got more wood around this side? I think he would have, but he's paranoid about the jabs, right? If the javelins are on the way and they scout you here, you'll die. You're too far away from the TC. This is at least close enough for a gremlin pull and further away from the enemy. Okay, ignore me. He's going arch. He's actually doing it. Who am I kidding? I said he loves his horse archers at the start. I should have had faith in my belief here. Doing this against jabs is pretty bold, but when you think about it, like your gap close is quick, you have high base damage. You're a glass cannon, but actually, funnily enough, so are these jabs in that matchup. Once you get veterancy, you're better off from a health and damage perspective. But you're very limited in how many jabs you can get, right? Especially even more so when you consider Wham's playing on Deer. As Faye pointed out to us earlier, the Pro Scouts Byzantine build for her didn't work. These don't give olive oil. Freaking love this. It's such a Dumu move. I'm curious, Wham, he must know though, right? Like, this is not a player that rarely does Horse Archers. I think you could combine the Roost games of the next 10 players in the top 10. Top 11 in that case, I guess. Top 12 actually, because he's got first and second, right? And they would, between them, have less Horse Archer games than Dumu does in the last few months. Now, one thing that is scary about the comp that Wham's chosen, we mentioned he probably doesn't want to go into like Imperial Plus anyway, but by going for the Silk Road, you guarantee that that isn't an option. It would feel really rough to try and play this too long. The other issue I see is you don't even have your recovery arc of Foreign Engineering Company with jabs. It sucks. It's nice to get precision training for +3 damage, but the negative element of that is with the Foreign Engineering Company, if we reach that late in the game, you can't play into Nest Bees, because you'll get countered by the superior range Springwheels of the Roost, right? So to me, this is now about how does Wham win the game in Castle Age? Whereas Dumu is like, how do I actually ensure we get to Imperial? Horse Archers is a cool way of addressing this because he'll get enough together to just go raid eco and then eventually converge on the main fight. Because if you start idling out economy, Wham won't be able to get enough javelins together. Priority one, of course, is going to be this Relic's first one already home. Great intercept as well, just blocking out the easy relics. You notice that actually Wham was intending to go for the more ambitious ones first. Should have a big enough army to guard this one. But the north side ones are not going to be up for negotiation. Love the way that Dumu's playing onto pocket resources as well. He understands that Wham's army is immobile. Even the layer you add in Castle Age, like, I think if I had to highlight one kind of weak point of the Byzantines, and I'm hesitant to do so because of how powerful the Castle Age is, it's the lack of mobility in the comps. You always play infantry, right? If you notice that about Byzantines, if it's not Hippodrome, it's never cavalry. And cataphracts just aren't really affordable even with Hippodrome. The only reason you have cav at that point is because you went horseman. It's like the negative, the weakness of Byzantines is playing a wide map. That's why I really like Dumu's combo. He can choose where the fights happen. Wham can't. Or such as... Ooh, 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 oh. Oh, just in time. I thought he was going to be a bit too late there. But now, with the scouts, he could break through. The problem is he's probably going to have to come home to address this. He got caught on the pocket. Well played. Boys Fortitude now on the way. This is going to be the point where Dimmu looks at the fight. This is a huge power spike in this matchup. These jabs do 18 damage. They have 5 damage reduced. Horse Archers are doing 13 damage in this situation, but they're about to get an extra 20 health. It balances it out to the point where when you have like 20, 22 of these Horse Archers, it's not so unrealistic to imagine a fight win against Javelins. Now it's going to be continued dodge death. Okay, please take the berries. He is as well. That's brilliant. This is really cool because while the berries aren't great for Dimmu, they're fantastic for Wham. So you're taking away something he wants. And you know, here's something crazy. I said like Imperial Age seems kind of sucky for the Byzantines, right? Look at what Wham's doing with his economy. At first, I thought he just didn't know what he wanted to build. This is looking more and more like Imp. Jabs. Trading out. Actually just dealing with the scout straight away. But you see what I mean with the damage increase. Once these Limitane are gone, Dimmu can just chase this down, and there's no way Jabs can retreat quick enough. Looks like Limitane did find the villagers, so that's going to be a shift away again. Not the worst case scenario to be forced away here now that you've got the hunting cabin up, right? It's going to generate some gold. By the way, did you guys get your numbers in for the high trade house? I didn't see any in chat, so time to fix that. Farm transition should be coming soon for Dimmu. I think he realizes that playing these pocket resources is difficult to do now, so he needs to prep for his transition. He's holding 1,000 wood in reserve. It's usually a surefire sign that someone's pivoting. Horse Archer numbers, though. It's such a Dimmu thing, man. You know how some players just make something their own, right? Like it's almost like a signature strat for them. This is Dimmu's to this day. Always puts a smile on my face. The Pew Pew ponies. All right, let's have a look. Drum roll, 125. Looks like no one got bingo on this one. Yeah, it's not too bad, right? It's a relic and a half. And on top of that, you're spawning deer that prolongs the time required before you go for a farm transition. I think this is another element of why High Trade House became meta, is because the gold like access, like you can still get your hands on relics at a reasonable timing, right? You're still going to field units. But the thing that I find usually made the games harder for Roos in Castle Age was the farm transition. This not only guarantees you get the bounty levels as the game goes on, the more important part is that every minute you're spawning yourself 350 food. It saves you from just needing to rush with 2,000 wood into farms. And no, not Pew Pew horses, Julie Beck. These are Pew Pew ponies. I coined that name about 2 years ago. Actually, might have been longer. Love me some Pew Pew ponies. We've got 2-drop shields on the way now. Pretty good here with the Spearman. Actually, this is kind of crazy, guys. So, Horse Archers have a really long wind-up to attack. Teardrop shields, you drop the shield wall and you run. Look at the movement speed. That's 1.44 without charging. If you're in range to charge, you can actually gap close cavalry. Really smart play. Problem is, we are now seeing Spearman coming out, right? So there's a body blocker. And because you went jabs, you actually don't have a great counter to spears. Men-at-Arms also getting added in now. That is quite interesting here. It looks like Wham did actually read it ahead of time, though, because he's got crossbows on the way. I think actually Wham's more paranoid about knights than he is about Men-at-Arms, because he saw Boys Fortitude, right? And the most logical transition, like the optimal way now to play Roos is to go knights on top of this. We can see that Dimmu isn't hanging around, though. We questioned whether Wham wanted to play along castle. I think it benefits him. Dimmu wants out as cleanly as possible. Raid on the flanks again. Wood Fortress is going to get garrisoned, but if you shield wall up here, you potentially... Okay, ignore that. Spiral's coming in. You're not getting through that outpost at all. Wow. Game's looking pretty good for him at this stage from the farming perspective. Dimmu's only now adding those in. He's at 18. Meanwhile, Wham, with his better farms, are up at 39. He's also got level system 5. So, this point in the game, I think the best move for Wham is you need to try and force a direct fight. The weird part is now with this keep dropping the gold, I'm starting to get the feeling he wants Imperial. That to me feels a bit funky in fairness, his army is more value on upgrade, right? Like the Limitane, the Javelins, these are all things you want to use. Dumu, there's a giant question mark in my mind on whether you actually get anything worthwhile out of playing Horse Archers into Imperial. If you can raid, great, but if you need to take a fight... My silence should say everything. Kind of impressive the numbers you can get with Byzantines on farms, right? This was before level 2 eco tech. It's basically a 2k food with, what, 44 villages? Bloody powerful, Ziv. What I like about the Imperial Age potentially for the Byzantines... Okay, it's going to be Foreign Engineering Company. I was about to say is the idea of like Unlimitane and Varangian spam supported by the Javs that take out Streltsy. This to me is a bit weird in that potentially it works because your opponent isn't imped up yet and he's playing Cav. But the moment we grind this into a late Imperial game, Foreign Engineering Company feels worse than Palatine School to me. I agree with the idea now because of what Dumu's built. But if you can't turn this into a snowball quickly in a win, that's when I start to favor the Rus in Imperial. Wham. Marching out. Good posturing. Just make sure the walls can't be breached, because if these walls go down, the Horse Archers run past, right? And they just hunt eco. It's like the best case scenario, because realistically, when we tech up, Dumu shouldn't really want Horse Archers anymore. It's not even long-term scalable, because this map doesn't have a great amount of wood. You have two big wood clusters, rather, and then a bunch of baby ones, right? High Armory now on the way. No Varangian raid has been scouted out. Horse Archer's quick to react to it. And what is the desirable comp now? I think for Wham, it's going to be Massing Javelins, and then probably Varangian works quite well here for 1-2 bumps. Then when you see it Streltsy, I kind of favor Limitane, because then you just need an efficient front line. And the reality is like Varangian, with their 6 ranged armor, are going to reduce less damage from Streltsy than the Limitane with a 30% reduction on shield ball, right? So it's just a better unit. And it's more cost efficient, right? You're spending 130 resources on one, or you're spending 90 resources. And the 90 resource is more reliable. Seems like Wham agrees. Limitane upgrades on the way. Has queued up additional Varangian as well, though. All such as, of course. When you're this many in, you might as well get the elite status. I imagine Gallop should be on the way too. Last time I checked, Gallop is still bugged, though. The way it's bugged is, from what I can tell, you don't get the extra range when you activate Gallop. I don't know if they ever fixed that. Love the Camel Riders here, by the way. Considering half of Dumu's army is Cav. Cav that doesn't get bonus damage, it's just base damage. Camels are best against base damage only units. So yeah, heavy reduction incoming when they get in range. Camel's moving in. Spinning as well. And remember, this is also giving the armor across. Getting the +2 from that. That's huge here. Means these Limitane, the way it works, shield wall, you reduce the damage by 30%, and then you reduce the damage by ranged armor. So these elite archers are not hitting that hard. Starts to back up a bit. Dumu now begins to hunt. Wave's going to split a little bit. It looks like we actually do have Gallop activated, but, or rather research, but not activated. Yeah, a little bit surprised by... Wait, no. What? UI? Question mark? That's a bit weird. Oh, dude, okay, that's quite comedial. Remember, Foreign Engineering Company unlocks all the unique texts, so it shows that you've got Gallop if you clicked on the Byzantines. It's like he doesn't care about it, though. The army tactics on the way instead. Dumu starting to feel the pressure because the cannon has come out from Wham. This armor's actually kind of bonkers. He's winning these fights, by the way. It's insane because he keeps the camels alive. The men-at-arms are at least going to push this back a little bit. And you expect that, right? It's production device. Wham has slowed down. It looks like he's getting ready for a transition. Or rather, the next wave. Elite army tactics on the way. Another kind of insane thing with the Byzantines is just how quickly they get these techs. Javelins are going to be fine. They'll be able to stand their ground. He needs to keep at least one of these camels alive. It's really important he does so. Because once the Varangian get here, look at their armor! They have 8 melee armor with no blacksmith upgrades. That's wild. Yeah, don't get baited by the Grenadiers. That's going to be Golden Horn Tower 100%. You know how I know? Because Wham, I don't know if you guys know this about him, but he likes winning. Boom. If you put your camels in a ram, does the buff still provide? I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I think they fixed that quite a long time ago. STB's now coming out, though. Spearmen need to move around the back here, but they're not going to be quick enough. Varangian able to intercept. I'm worried that we now have an issue here. Dumu has not prepped anti-siege. Spearmen are not a quick answer. And now this Royal Cannon's actually a bigger answer to the siege on the other side. Starting to get Streltsy added in, but the STBs really are going to be the counter, so Dumu needs to retreat away from this. Wham now has a significant eco lead. 128 to 100. Dumu has at least been forced away from Horse Archers to a degree. Looks like it's going to keep some of them alive and they can raid, but this is no longer your winning comp for a fight. You need to be under mass Streltsy, but the thing that scares me more is you need to solve for the Nestabes. That's why Spearman's on the way. Remember, he did go high armory, so actually he's favored here. Banded arms means that realistically, if this turns into a siege game, Dumu should never lose. And if you recall, this is the point in the game I said that I was worried about for Wham. I hate this stage in the game for Foreign Engineering Company. You lose all value out of it directly, and it falls back to the Javelins and the Camels. Remember, the Javelins, they get +3 damage from precision training, and the Camels give the aura, which is pretty cool, but the problem in this matchup is that you are fighting into a Civ that builds high base damage units, the Streltsy. So the idea of actually getting +2 armor isn't substantial. It's not that important. Love this raid coming in on the backside, though. Berserking has got the extra movement speed tech in. So extra eco damage being done to Dumu's backside of this. Also denying him on the gold. And actually, like, gold access-wise, he's got 1.6k close by. The rest is a little bit spread wide and exposed. And that's pretty nice for Wham. He just scouted that the transition is coming into Siege. So this is where he needs to change his script. And I think it is just going to be mass Varangian with Javs. I really like that. Javelins are a decent answer to Streltsy. Just look at their damage at this stage of the game. They hit for 31 damage into the Streltsy. And they have extra range, remember. The Streltsy, they didn't go to their local opticians. They haven't got glasses. They only have 4 tower range. So you can actually kite them quite effectively. Mango's still going to be a problem, sure. But with some staggered line formation, you can start to whittle away at these numbers. I'm wondering, do we see trade in this game? The way that walls are being set up by Wham, I wouldn't be surprised if he's heading towards that. Interesting with the Siege Workshop drops, though. So it looks like we might get some sneaky Kharis Siphons players here. All right, last of the Horse Archer is dead. We can get into some real gameplay. We're done with the memes. Ambitious on the Berserk. It's going to go for it anyway. Good lord. I mean, you should be able to get all the Siege here. Yep. No escaping from that. They're so fast. 1.46 movement speed. He did whoopsie there and leave a little bit of Siege left over. Somehow still gets the Mango. Like, dude, these units are insane. Remember, they hit for 28 damage at this stage, and that's only because he hasn't been getting the melee attacks. They can hit for 30 damage per strike, with an attack speed that's almost once every second. It's insane just how good Varangian can be. Back on that gold again. So Dumu actually has critical mass, he just needs to fight now. What's interesting to me is this idea of setting Varangian in to clear the siege, while the Nestabes Hail Mary it, right? That's exactly what Wham seems to be going for here. He wants to go up to 4 Nestabes, he's got 40 plus Varangian. The Sprint count is only at 2 for Dumu. I think that's way too low. Dumu should consider a wall. He has got walls. He's got palisades. The problem is you're playing Rus in Imperial Age without Spasskaya. You can't actually wall. I think that's a big disadvantage on this map, by the way. On this map specifically, because Rocky Canyon often becomes about stonewalling. You can't do it. Nestabes moving up. Chemistry only now on the way for Dumu. Kharis Siphons. Come on, guy. Whoa, 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 whoa. Why are they not getting bonus damage? I'm burning something that's made of wood. Can we just agree that that's absurd? My immersion's ruined. I think that Kyro Siphons, if like if another ram or let's say like a siege weapon walks through the fire, you should just hear screaming and they should be on fire constantly. The little burning effect you get when a building's almost dead. All right, enough of my dumb ideas. Let's focus on the fight coming. Sprint count now up to 4. This is looking a lot better for Dimmu. This is what I want from him. He needs to be careful about these flanks still. They are a problem. Wait. The Firecracker man has arrived. Wait, is he actually microing it, or is that just random behavior? Because I feel like he's splitting the damage. It's almost like watching someone clear a creep camp in Dota 2. Where you don't kill everything one by one, you target them down with your AoE damage. Grenad's actually doing some important work there. And the Varangian full up as well. The gold has at least been taken, but now Dimmu going down to 90 economy. Yeah, he needs to dive in. He needs to kill. He's losing so much at home right now. Holy crap. Farm's getting out of up. Villagers getting killed left, right, and center. And at home, Nest of Bees should be able to hold this back low enough. Sprills are now in range, so Siege is getting cleared up. Dimmu needs to trade. He needs to find eco kills. Luckily for him, the Mangonel Tower is not going to be there on the front side, so no upgrade coming through there. Varangian were trickling into their death. That's going to be reset. The damage at the back here. I mean, there's still no strong defenses to really hold this. The Kremlin alone against this many Varangian is going to tickle. How is this Grenadier still alive? I feel like I just want to watch his story. He's on a journey. The journey is called Select All Army. Oh my god, he has actually selected all army. What? Alright, not gonna lie, that's a bit cursed. It's kind of like that time where you want to have a button that exempts certain military from Select All Army, right? Dimmu. He's got the aura. I don't think leading with the camels is the way to keep the aura, though. Berserk gets activated. He's heading on in. He wants it all, and he wants it now. I think that possibly was too long of a wait on an A-click. I mean, the Streltsy count has barely been tickled. That was a lot of Varangian deaths. Nest to be count, at least is scaling up. He can get some tickles in here. If he uses the tree line, I actually think that he can completely wipe Dimmu's stack. It's just all about positioning here. If the Spruils can't see, they can't kill. Honestly, at this point, I just send the Kyro Siphons into the enemy base. It's the best thing you do, but once again, Select All Army is cursed. Varangian hunting in on the Springolds. Nest of Bees moving in. Dimmu not looking. Big hit. And the Berserk gets activated. Why are you here? Of course, the bait Streltsy to attack you. Slow down the reinforcements, as intended, as planned. Oh, bless him, Wham. It does actually get in the breathing room. He's cleared up the Rams. He's pushed Dimmu back, at least temporarily. Now, long-term gold access, how are we looking here? Because I think Dimmu, he's got about, what, 9k gold to work with, and that's without equating the 4 relics, the high trade house gold, the cabins as well. He's got plenty of gold. He's not going to run out. So Wham needs another way of winning this, and I think it is going to be trade, isn't it? Yep. He's now transitioning. So this is realistically as weak as Wham should get. If he can survive this, the Varangian spam is going to be unhinged. Streltsy count is kind of getting dented, though. Only 27 on the front side. He's been reduced to 40 overall. He was up at 60 before. Nest of Bees still getting some decent hits out occasionally. I don't know. I kind of like Wham's position in this game now. I just love how the Javelin's the MVP here. They're the ones killing the Streltsy. Everything else is cannon fodder. I do feel like, in a way, Wham is going the hard way about this. Oh my god! If he gets a reload, I mean, he could turn and shoot again. It would be worth it for the Streltsy. I think he's a little bit hesitant, though. Despite that damage, Dumu going in with the headbutt for a critical hit. Rams now moving in onto the TC. That's not too big of a concern. The big concern is going to be the fact that trade is about to be exposed. Wham is indeed trading, and Dumu now knows. Skrulls now sniping out the traders. I think this game is now at a loss for Wham. And, you know, the crazy part to me is, like, Limitane. If he just had Limitane here, I feel like that's a more cost-efficient and sustainable front line. And food is the thing he has plenty of. Gold is the thing he's been struggling on. I think this Varangian may have just drained him. Streltsy, 28 of them still. Rams continue to shuffle on through, and I think we're reaching breakpoint in this game. Nestabes are trying, but sadly too often dying. Varangian are at least going to get a backstab, so maybe there's hope for the Nestabes, but I feel like with Berserk being used to get around the back here, it's not going to be enough. Demu now surging ahead, man. I think Wham, the in hindsight type realization is going to be that Varangian was a bit of a bait here. They looked so good when he was raiding, but when the script changed, it was no longer about raiding, but it's about taking on the Streltsy. He was really missing that cost-efficient frontliner. Berserk not going to be activated again, just to try and close this out, push this back. But the issue for me now is you're down to 21 military. You couldn't buy another Varangian if you wanted to. Your income is just abysmal. This, I think, is a lesson on why relying too heavily on Varangians can lose you games. Limitane would have felt better. I was really hoping for a Limitane transition. I like Wham's position. Yeah, I did like Wham's position. When it was here and I couldn't see what was happening back here. And when I saw this and I couldn't see everything else. I liked Wham's position when he was raiding. But when it got forced into this focused fight, things have gotten more and more ugly. Spearman are the strongest unit in the game? Well, yeah, that's kind of easy to say with the Limitane. You know, like, these guys literally run into battle with a shield super glued to their head. They're ridiculous. Sorry, I say these guys if they exist. If they did, then GG, you win. Is Limitane damage reduction usable against Streltsy? Yes. Because what happens is when you shield wall, the way calculations are done is you remove 30% of 42. So that you've already removed 12.6 damage. And then you apply the ranged armor reduction, which would be -3 in this situation. So, or with the Camelora 5, right? So at that point, you're reducing Streltsy damage by 18. It's almost half the damage gone. That's a lot. And Limitane are very tanky. They have 10 more health by default. Elite Army Tactics is more scalable. It's very strong. Varangian, by comparison, I mean, like, you've got this armor. So your debate is, do you reduce damage you take by 8, or do you reduce it by 18? That's a no-brainer, right? Yes, you have more health on Varangian compared to Limitane, but it's moot compared to the damage reduction overall. So you're pretty much just paying less to get the same level of tankiness. The only difference is obviously Varangian can't, like, you know, they can take out Siege. Limitane can't. But the problem that we're seeing here is because there's so many Streltsy, you're never reaching the Siege. What you needed was Javelins. Maybe you can still play Nestabes, but ultimately you need the Limitane. And fun little fact for you guys, Limitane, with shield wall down, they charge quick enough to actually gap close spring-ups. Not versus melee? Right, so if you're going to sit here and tell me the issue with this game is that you can't break Dumu's melee, I'm going to have big question marks. I agree, Bardiche is very strong. 62 damage in melee, but let's be real here. Like, there was no melee to fight. It was like a handful of spears. It's a Ramathon, guys. Dumu. 13 Rams with Wandering Counts. I think we're about to see the end of Wham. Oh, you mean in general? Sure, but like the whole logic with Limitane is, like, once again, you don't have to choose the fight. Or rather, you don't have to commit to the fight. You choose the fight because you have so much movement speed. Limitane are actually still broken, and the reason isn't even shield wall, it was movement speed. 1.44 base default movement speed is insane, right? Think how broken we often think Palace Guard are. Limitane aren't that much worse off than Palace Guard from a, like, killing unarmed units perspective, or choosing where you fight. I think the problem is that right now, Varangian are MVP in Castle Age. I think people hold on to the idea of Varangian Imperial for a little bit too long. Varangian are not your S tier unit in Imperial. Especially if you don't have unlimited gold trickle, which is hard to get into. It's Limitane. What I like Varangian for, they're a hybridized unit. They're good front line, they're good at taking out siege, and they're good at raiding eco. But when you're this deep into the game, and it's turning into like this fight against Master Elsie, you know, they won't be able to deliver you to victory. Not unless you've already got 40 traders. Wow, I think he's just breaking through. Is he actually going to go for the landmark snipe? Oh my god, please say so. Well, trader's been shut down, so you're not getting more Varangian. So somehow these guys have to do enough work. No, this is just eco kill, right? There's no way you end the game off this. And the problem is, now look at what Dumu says. Okay, if you want to do that, I'm just going to go in. I've got bombards, I've got rams. I can guard this. I know you have no gold. So Dumu has the right call here. He's not overreacting. He's like, okay, I can afford to lose 20, 30 eco. I don't care. Because at this stage, double keep or protect was most important. And by the way, that is bonkers. Double keep plus the Kremlin. Just to guarantee not enough damage is done. On the other side of this, with the bombards now here, if you start breaking these systems, everything falls apart. Well played, Mr. Ben. His own trade is at least being hit, but I just don't think he cares at this stage. His passive gold income far exceeds the Byzantines. And wait. Hold on! Clever girl. He's evolving. He's learning. However, he now needs to get either Nesta Bees or Javelins to the backline. The Limitane cannot win on their own. They are your tank. You're in a World of Warcraft MMO experience right now. Someone tanks, someone kills. So for now, it's going to be Varangian. Nesta Bees coming to assist, but all of a sudden, Dumu about to lose a lot of streltsy at a critical point in the game where the gold is beginning to dry up. Oh my god, dude, Wham. Are you from another planet? I mean, don't get me wrong, guys. This is still an uphill battle, but Wham, in the last 2 minutes, or minute and a half, has made all the correct moves. He ran to raid the eco. He's shutting down the trade. He's still over here with the Varangian. He's spread out across the map, right? He knows he can't fight Streltsy directly. And then he repels it with Limitane. Now, this is still far from a win, but this is step one on the route to recovery. Even the Limitane, like we said, they can choose where they fight. Similar effect to Varangian. Smart identification by Wham. And the cool thing, right, is your economy has been shrunk, but now all of it remains in the corner further away. The only thing that can be kind of harassed is trade. Everything else is far, far away from Dumu right now. Not that many Streltsy on the front line now. It's got to be said. I think Dumu, if he can't stabilize his Streltsy count, he's going to be reduced to Spearman. You can't even play Horseman, right? Because it's Unlimitane. I love how scrappy this game has become. So the Varangian raids have been cleared up. They're not coming anymore. Wood is going to become a problem now for Wham. It's got to be highlighted. He's got a wood cluster over here. This one's already been exhausted. And nope, he just doesn't think he's got anything left in it. GG gets called. So he realizes in the attritional war, there's simply not enough access left. You got to ask the question, had he gone to those Limitane just a few minutes earlier, could this game have looked so much different? Can't take anything away from Dumu, though. Great read on his timing, masses into Streltsy, and goes to that push-in when it matters most. But as we said, this matchup, you don't want to play late-game Imperial against the Rus, not unless you've got an insane upside. And Wham was never able to get that. Benny Boy, just too good on his Rus. Oof. Yeah. I think that was a bit oof. So, let me see. What do we call that one, actually? We call that one... Byzantine players are building the wrong unit. This is not your savior. Yeah, that works. All right, cool game. Hey, sup, Foxplore? How's it going, buddy? Oh wait, guys, do you like that we still? Should we keep that up? I know Voldemar's a really big fan of it. Wait, is Voldy playing games? I'm just gonna leave it there for the rest of the stream now. Oh, I love Voldemar. All right, Anno's probably still in free for alls. Where's the time for commie games? I said potentially later. I already said that, Rumpy. Like, if we do community games, it's usually going to be around, like, 5 my time. Like, in an hour and a half at least is when we do the polls. Because we've learned the hard way, there's no point doing them now. There's not enough people around. Most people watching are at work. You have to remember, statistically, most of the audience is European or NA based. Which means that they are in working hours right now. Proud American, we won the Cold War. I think that the real Cold War is happening now. The one where none of us are able to afford our heating. Alright, so let's have a look here. Well, let's actually check the... Is there anyone else playing? I do like a WAM focused day, but it's nice to mix up a bit. Okay, they're at it again. I think we find someone else, right? We don't just do back-to-back Dimmu WAM games, right? Back-to-back WAM Dimmu, that's a banger. Maybe. Kyo versus Dudu, maybe? As Louis probably gone off, right, at this time. Let's have a look. Did Louis have any games we missed? That's what I'm wondering. There's never any good team games, because the game isn't designed around good team gaming or team matchmaking. That's the problem. Louis and Wham had a bunch of back-to-back. I think we cast most of those, didn't we? Kiljadi. Who was it who said they had a good game? Myriad said it was a very good game versus Kiljadi from the other day. So that might be worth checking out in a bit. There is also Crackety versus Kiljadi. Crackety versus Anatand. What do you guys want? I really like live games because it's annoying because I don't even want to glance a spoiler. I guess, alright, let's do... Have we done many Dimmus today? Is this the second or third? We haven't done that many Dimmus, right? We had the... Oh, we had the Agincourt build game. We just had that one. We'll do one more Dimmus and then we'll find someone else to watch. I don't just want to, like, replicate all of his content. Alright, got 2 minutes till this one starts. I'm going to run ads now, so you guys don't have to worry about it. Although, alternatively, I'd say subscribe! 2's are dank, 3's and 4's are gross. Yeah, but the problem is the matchmaking in 2 sucks. You just, like, there's not... The matchmaking is not balanced. They've got a severe issue. They need to revamp matchmaking and also fix Q dodging. Until they do those things, it's really difficult to really see the game having anything but a focus on 1v1s. And that makes me sad, because I think actually 1v1s is the past, the future of RTSs in team games. But, yeah. Okay. 1 second, I'm just catching up on messages. Okay, there we go. Dun, 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 dun. Bow, bow. Song's really catchy, actually. What was this from? Oh, it's an Undertale remix. You know, I keep meaning to do Undertale. I still haven't done a playthrough. Maybe one day when we do a subathon, I'll make that part of the goal. Playthrough Undertale. I know it's an incredible game. I've heard the soundtracks from it enough. Just never got around to playing it. All right, let's spoil ourselves with one more. Wait, no, I'm done with the all right introductions. Let's spoil ourselves with another Team Liquid Dimmu versus Wham. I had to check on this one because actually, like, Dimmu, honestly, was probably the most impressive player for me with the Byzantines in EGC's recent tournament. I actually was really impressed with his plays overall. Him and Puppy Paw were the standout players. Wham actually up there as well for sure. Wham, on the other hand, this is one of his signature serves. I'm always have been impressed by what he can do with the Abassids. So I thought it'd be cool to check them out on Highview. A map that can usually be quite boomy, although I'm wondering if they both want to go boomy after they just had a game just like that on Rocket River. And also, I'm curious to see what kind of TC focus we're going to have here. Because I think this matchup, typically, you're going to see 2TC versus 2TC. That feels pretty standardized. But, yeah, FaZe already there with me. Tradewing in the corner, maybe? Maybe? Probably not. I think Tradewing would kind of be a death sentence here. But the whole idea of, like, 2TC versus 2TC is pretty strong. The cool thing that we've seen Wham do to people already with this Abbasid Civ is, even on Military Wing going 3TC, the reason that's a really good build is because if you know your opponent wants to go multi-TC as well, and the Byzantines are actually incredible at multi-TC. They're more efficient than the Abassids. The reason is that the gathering rate is better. Then your best counter to that is going melee wing, so he has to react. And if he has to react, you can just go greed behind this. Never underrate the value of that maneuver. It's quite absurd to think about that the military wing, the presumably most aggressive option the Abassids have, is the one that allows them to be more greedy, but it's so true. It's the same reason why the Abbey of Kings build is so powerful right now. Same reason why, you know, for a while, I think what we typically see from Mongols for a long time now is the idea of initial spear outpost rush into trade behind. All of these type of strategies are revolved around the idea of your opponent dances like a monkey to your tune while you're greedy at home. We spilled the tea on the minimap. That's just the beautiful color of Highview. Okay, beautiful might be a stretch. What type of... Saying Asian temperate. Guys, never pick Asian temperate. It's very orange and yellowish. Does feel like someone's about to read my tea leaves. Ground Wanderer in the way, Military Wing on the other side. So pretty much what we'd anticipate. Backstone means Dimmu should easily be able to get into the stone to gather this. Also, back spawning berries means that he should be able to rush into his initial mercs. But that rush timing's not really going to compare here, right? The first mercenary contract can be pumped out at like 5.5 minutes without harassment. The problem here is Military Wing is going to be complete just after 4 minutes. And then it's going to take 4:30 to reach here, right? So like you can't rely on mercs to just get you your optimal TC timing. And there's the stone as expected. So the thing that I've seen out of Wham, there's two very popular builds for him right now around the Abassids. The first one is to go for 2TC Castle. The other one is to go for Prolonged Feudal after 3TC. Or even just Rush Castle from that point. Obviously, if you're trying to Relic race here, there's a lot of value in the idea of going 2CC Fast Castle. But the thing I have noticed, although Abassid players have gotten better at playing into Relics, it's still one of the weirdest things to see. Like, guys, if you think about all the civs in the game, can you think of one that's weirder to see picking up Relics than Abassids? This is a curious little test of mine. Because I actually don't think there's a single civ that feels odder to watch pick up Relics. There's almost just something disturbing about it, right? In fact, I remember like the first 2 years, even before the expansion, you saw a lot of Abassids, but you never saw them go Relics. And Blitzkrieg, I'm calling you out on that. English are not weird to see getting Relics whatsoever, my friend. Do you not remember the early days English builds? Where, do I need to point out, like, Viper was a pristine example of this? Fast Castle into Relics. Every game. Every single game. I guess actually the weirder one would be Zhu because you can't see that they've picked up relics. But for real, like in terms of civs, if you had to think about your own game experiences, and presume you, like in this case, you think about that, you're a player that's played quite a few different civs, or you've played up against different civs. Out of all the civs in the game, the one that you see get relics the least has to be Abbasids, without a doubt in my mind. You know how we fix that, guys? You come in here, you take this proselytization tech, which is an Imperial Age tech, and move it to Castle Age. Boom. All of a sudden, you've got a desire to build imams. Stone be gathered. I imagine we're looking at TC in the north corner. I think Faye was mentioning it earlier. This is a jackpot. Deer berries and oh dear, another deer. And he sees it all. Immediate move to the north side. No wheelbarrow, mind you, but doesn't matter here. Still worth going for. Already has the fresh foodstuffs online. Dimmu on the other side. He's doing something different. What? I mean, he got blocked on gold, so it's not going to be fast castle. He's got javelins coming. Maybe he wants to punish the loose TC, but I think realistically in this position, wham. Once you see its javelins, and you should be able to scout that straight away with your positioning, because you'll get reacted to here, you just go Horseman. Yeah, so that's tough, man. I get why Dimmu is doing it, and I actually do like it. I think jabs over longbows makes a lot of sense, so you can be present on the map. We've already seen how bad the Byzantine Western contract feels against Abbasids. You just don't have an answer. I thought maybe Keshiks could have been cooler, but you're against Spears at the same time, right? This sucks, though. He can't gather much, so although the first merc's going to be quick, the follow-up going to be really bad. So, when you're in caster mode, the way that you switch between these details like Fog of War and Players Brown King is there are hotkeys under the Observer tab in your hotkey menu that you can set. So I set mine to QW for the players. Sorry, Vision I set to Q, and then W I set to switch between players, W and E. And then you can do things like R to hide blacksmith text, and then I don't ever remember what T does. So jabs arrive, and Wham realistically should be dropping his stables now, right? No. He went archer range, so I guess he scouted the Limitane detail. Wants to address that first. In fairness, like if you think about this, Dimmu hasn't had much access to food, so he hasn't been able to get much olive oil. So the idea of him scaling mass jabs is quite slow. Wham, is he prepping for Imp? For Imp? Blimey. Castle Age? Sorry, I was too busy reading Faye going fast Imp, and I just wanted to filter that out of my brain. Proselytization is the quickest way to sell yourself out in the game. Wait. Faye said a men-at-arms in melee range moved out of range during the cast and put it on cooldown. GG. You can tell someone on the Relic team really liked AoE 2. I was like, yeah, proselytization. And then they went through maybe like a round of hirings and firings. That person was moved from the team. And then whoever took their place was like, I don't know what we're going to do with this tech. So this is a tough game now for Dimmu, actually. He hasn't been gathering stone this entire time. He at least has level 2 Cistern, but he hasn't put any pressure on at all. And Wham's playing pocket resources, so he has these superior gathering rates. That's really important, because when you add in the Golden Age, which hasn't kicked in yet, he's still too shy. Wait, did he make a boo-boo? Oh, he made a really big boo-boo. I think he thought that this would connect. If he actually just built an extra house, the archer range a bit closer, he would have had Golden Age 1. 15% increased gathering rate is kind of bonkers, so a little bit surprising he's forgotten that. Rax adding in will get him there, though. So now, all of a sudden, Cistern is equaled out. Dimmu is definitely not ahead at this stage. He needs to do some damage. What is this cursed high view? Dude, it's diagonal high view. Do you not like diagonal high view? Yeah, in fairness, all high views are messy. I can't think of a single one that isn't. This is like a weird spawn as well, where actually your berries and gold would have been easily harassable early on, but obviously Dimmu didn't have that timing due to the military wing. Once again, the absurdity of Abbasids and military wing, right? Like, it just covers your weakness. Nico wing now on the way. Love to see this play. I noticed when they patched Abbasids, the first thing that Wham was doing, he was regularly going for the culture wing. He's realized it's worthless. Eco wing got buffed, and it was already just a better choice. This allows you to very freely get into farm transition. It allows you to save resources on houses as you go. And it's not really about adding in additional TCs, it's just about how you optimize your economy moving into the mid-game. Dimmu wedging himself between the two positions here. This is a bit dicey now, because if you know the tech up's on the way, if you can't find damage in the next 20 seconds, you just need to get the hell out. Because if you don't, Gulam's going to come out. And Gulam's counter this entire army. Instead, Dimmu's looking to go in. Bold. Very bold here. The amount of sheep, there's 14 sheep still to work with. The only thumbs down I give for Wham right now, I don't like his production. He needs to add in like 2 extra Raxes here. First one on the way. If he gets 2 Raxes added in, this is a Gulam spam and a GG. Dimmu's going to try to catch up, but like the timing on being an age behind here is grim. Especially when you're already now 10 eco behind. Oh, wait. So if your TC dies, it can still heal with the change to the tech? Yeah, because that was an interesting thing they tried to do to make Medical Center not suck, is that they made it so that TC heals as well. I thought that wasn't a bad change per se. I just think overall it's still kind of underwhelming. I don't know if it would be broken, but maybe if you made it so that house is healed, it would probably be broken, right? I'd say you change this so it's when you're not in combat, houses would heal you as well. That would be intriguing. Karasov has been built. Tech up complete though. Archers are also being prepped by Wham. So this is interesting. Like, there's a lot of players who would just try to hold on to this TC and lose the game because of it. You notice that Wham is bailing. He's like, okay, if it goes down, it goes down. I've still built an eco lead, and now I can go Fertile Crescent to replace it if things get really grim, right? So it's a very efficient play from the stage. And while he has, of course, forfeited TC, the reality is he's forced Dimmu to hang around a few longer than he wanted to, and he has got a Gulam transition underway. Yeah, this is not enough. You need to find eco kills. He's at least starting to snipe some out, right? So it's down to just a 7 villager lead. Where the hell? Is he really taking the deer away? He is. Now, deading the main base is the thing that feels impossible here. Wham is going to wait for probably about 8 Gulams. 8 Gulams is a good number to take this army on. The Javelins do hit reasonably hard, but there's only 12 of them, right? And even with the +1, you're doing 4 damage per strike against, what was that? I think Gulams are 180 health, if I remember correctly. They're pretty chunky. Sorry, 195, yeah. Dimmu still hasn't teched up, which is quite surprising here. This has to be the point where you pull the trigger, right? You've done good damage, but you're not really going to break the entire base. I still love the fact that Wham has ran across the other side of the map. Credit to him, actually. Dimmu has shrunk that lead entirely. He took out 10 villages. There's only a 3 eco difference now. Gulams are at least going to clear up the Kara Siphon. That was a good time to break away for Dimmu. This buys him enough time to actually get his tech up. Upgrade his troops. Javelins will do pretty good base damage, actually, when they're in veterans. And then on top of that, because of the timing on this, like the Gulams were always going to beat the Kara Siphons. You weren't going to be able to keep pressing. So I actually think Dimmu done a really good job of threading the needle. And now, although there's boot camp, you know, although there's a possibility of extra TCs down the line, Wham needs damage first. He can't just rush towards more eco. The thing that also is worrying now is Dimmu, with this tech up, what he can do is he can rush towards relics, which is your saving grace, actually. If you get into jabs, you'll have the answer to Gulams. Yeah, you see what I mean? Like, I mean, admittedly, these guys aren't numbered, but even when it's just the Javelins hitting, it's like, what, 4 hits to kill? And Javelins move quicker than Gulams. So very difficult for you to actually just dive in here. I think for Wham, the timing there was he was hoping that if the Byzantine player was still going to be in feudal age, what Wham could have done is he could have built a siege weapon, a mango on the other side of the tree line, and then he's able to push in. But Dimmu timed that perfectly. Remember what I said about it's weird to watch Abasa players play into to relics? He has the 200 gold. He still hasn't actually produced a single Imam. This is what I mean. Like, think about the fact that you've played the game for years, and for years you were playing Abasas and you weren't really picking up relics. Even when he's built the mosque, it's like he's forgotten it was there. It's such a weird Civ, man. Outpost being assaulted. See what I mean about the jab damage now? It's half HP from around. Wait, 0 HP. Bro. Okay, how does the maths even work on that one? Really? Did he get burned by the Kyro Siphon earlier? Because mathematically, this only happens when you've got units that don't have rounded damage, right? So what unit does Dimmu have that doesn't have rounded damage? That makes no sense. Because all these units are rounded. Like the way that you get these 0 HP situations is quite often, for example, against Japanese, right? Because Japanese actually do have decimal points very clearly. For example, Bannerman gives 15%. If you have a Yumi Archer doing 5 damage, you have a Bannerman aura added in, that means you're doing 5.75 damage, right? So that makes sense, but there's literally nothing here that does percentile decimals, rather. These are all fixed numbers. I'm going to have to look under the hood on that one. I think there might be something that's kind of scuffed. Oh, wait, no, you're right. Thank you, Dragavan. Dragavan, one of our disgusting Abbasid spammers. You're right. Yeah, because they get 15% on boot camp, right? And they're 185 health. Yeah, you're right. That makes sense. Thank you, Dragavan. So, yeah, it's Gulems. We blame Gulems for that. Javs now committing here. Wham's forced to fight with the secondary TC. Oh, this is the expensive loss for Dimmu as well. A lot of javelins just down the drain. He has at least got crossbows coming out, but now, Wham, he got that prep. He's got military boot camp. He's got the composite bows coming through. This is a really healthy comp, and now because he's gone for a second town center, a third town center like this, Dimmu has to go. God damn. Not just that, Wham did remember about relics in the end, so he's got one home already. He'll try and contest the secondary. We also do have some sneak attacks coming in. I always love the way that units whisper when they're in Stealth Forest. Hey, we're coming around the back. Look, buddy, I'm up in the air. If I can hear you whispering, they can hear you. Dimmu finally realizes what's happening to him. This is bad right now for Dimmu, by the way. He's having to react to a tiny raid like this with the entire army. Maybe he's paranoid there's a second wave coming behind, but the problem with doing this is now, Wham, by the time you get back in front of his base, it's going to be, what, 20 eco lead? 25, 30? Like, where does it stop? You have to go in. You can't just hang back. I wonder if maybe Dimmu's considering a recovery TC of his own here. It's probably the best play you can make at this stage, I think. And then you try to play for that early Imperial. You don't want late Imperial here. A map like Highview with a trade post like this, you'll lose to the Abbasids. To be honest, you'll lose to the Abbasids without trade because of the agricultural deck. Pretty says everything it needs to about camels when you actually see the Byzantine player with more camels, right? And it is going to be that TC in the corner. Yep, pretty smart choice by Dimmu. His win condition now, especially with this type of contract, should be early Castle. Early Imperial, rather. Early Imperial, where probably looking to play Foreign Engineering Company here. I think it's pretty good, actually, against this Composite Bow Abbasid build. For Wham, he can try to drag out Castle or play into Deep Imperial. I like the idea of prioritizing Castle here, just because Mangonel's like, you can just win the siege game, right? Economically, you're going to be ahead. But you know how it is with Abbasids, right? As each minute passes in the game, their confidence rises. It's one of those very weird civs where they never really feel like they're out as it gets deeper and deeper. Army now going for a flank attack again, but walls are up, so it's going to be forced towards them. All right, let me know, guys. This point in the game, Wham, press 1. Dimmu, press 2. Who do you back? I've been noticing on YouTube, there's no predictions coming out before you see the conclusion of the game. I want to see these ballsy calls. We get them on Twitch. Look, right there, Valkyrie's coming in. Wham, not the best of fights here. That was an expensive loss. A lot of Gulems going down, and he's not full farm transitioned yet, right? We're actually, 7 farms in. He has at least got the deer on the flank that have made him last quite a while, though. Wham may need to consider some walls here, actually. With the camera riders gradually getting added in for free, they are going to be able to raid flank. Well, speaking of raiding flank, Wham has actually found his way down here again. What I love about this map is you just think you're safe when you put a wall up, and then you realize that someone walks through a stealth forest right next to your base. Trade out at home here. This will favor Wham. The composite bows is very interesting, this matchup. You'd think Javelins just win, but Archer count, if it's a little bit ahead with composite bows and military boot camp, can actually just clear up Javs. Dimu doing a good job with the micro there, at least tanking with the Javelins instead of the crossbows. But he's going to have to retreat. And now we're talking about a 30 villager lead. We're going from uphill battle to I hope you brought rock climbing glare. So, Dimu at this stage, you've got max system, you're 25 farms in. If you can get to 40, 45, things start to naturally evolve, right? You can start to move up towards that Imperial Age. But remember, it's 2TC on a delay. By the time you're looking towards that Imperial Age, Wham should already have pulled the trigger 2 to 3 minutes before you. So I'm a little bit worried. I mean, with the stone being gathered as well, the other thing you got to keep in mind is the carving up of the map like it's a turkey. And right now, the target for Wham is very obvious. This right side is everything. Dimu's going to struggle to get in here if he's not fast about it. He's gathered a lot of stone. What I really want to see from him is a keep drop on that east side to give himself some longevity in this game. If not, he's going to have to go for some risky plays into the open fields on the left, because that's the only other gold option. Right? Like, this is not lasting long. 2k left. It's got 4k here. 4k is not really going to compare to what you're going to see from Wham. Wham's going to have access to a pretty ludicrous 20,000 gold on this east side. If it even comes to that. Passe wall's going up. And the stone is being gathered on the forward, so yeah, we're on our way towards the keep. Bash meanwhile in the center. Mangonel is going to hide in the backline formation. You just see the melee chasing in, looking for the wall up. I don't know if they're going to get it, though. The Mangonel still alive on 26 HP. However, because of all that shifting, that shuffling from Wham, it bought a lot of time for the melee to gap close. Problem now is you don't really have any melee left to deal with the Mango. Luckily for you, it has the accuracy of Potato, which is 20% more accurate than a Stormtrooper, so it could be worse. Now Javelin's going to be able to finish that off. So Siege taken out. Dimu still maintaining control in these mid-map fights to a certain extent, but it's the flanks that are now a problem. Sacred sites are being locked in. Keeps are being dropped. Realistically, we're reaching a point where Wham could easily just keep drop every single sacred site, and Dimu's economy doesn't really stretch to dealing with that right now. Yes, composite bows does not apply to crossbows, Kraken. It would be a little bit broken if it did, considering that that would make you attack quicker than crossbow stirrups arbitrier, and that's an Imperial Age tech. Yes, these archers are machine guns, though. 1.25 seconds for an attack. It's interesting when you think about the maths involved in that. So 2.5 seconds for 2 attacks. Javelins take over 2 seconds for a attack. So if we balance these numbers out, and we say an archer right now is hitting, well, it would be 7 base. Let's do it by bases, because bases are more trackable consistently. So 7, it's doing 14 damage. Meanwhile, Javelin, if we round their damage up, they're going to be doing about 21, 22 damage on average. So it's still an edge for the Javelins, but it's not that big of an edge for a unit that you're paying that much for, right? Like 120 resources typically worth 150 nullable in this situation. And the Archer's just so much more spammable, right? At 80 resources each. And no, it doesn't apply to Camel Archers, you are correct. I think it used to, if I'm not mistaken, and then it got fixed. It was also once upon a time bugged, where I believe the composite bows was increasing attack speed by an incorrect calculation. Because like an archer is, if I remember correctly, it's like 1.62 base attack speed. So this is a deceptive thing. Like composite bows, I think, was originally decreasing by 0.6, so you're attacking like every second. So like composite bow archers for Bassids used to give you the same attack speed you were seeing out of Gilded Archers now. which was bonkers. Trade wing now on the way, though. Dumu, he hasn't been able to like fully address the Sacred Sites, right? It looks like, wait, oh my god, well played. Dumu, he actually found the keep drop before it went up. Now the question is, Dumu, what's his golden solution in Imperial here? I'm wondering if we just see Mass Varangian. I really do rate Varangian highly here. You're about to get access to 12,000 gold in the right side corner. Playing Mass Varangian into Golems and Archers, it's just, it feels like a default win. Unless you see a huge transition in terms of comp. I mean, Wham does have some crossbows, but he doesn't have mass. Hand Cannoneers could be the play for Wham, especially if he's going to get trade online, which, yeah, he's already starting. So here's how this is probably going to play out. Wham is going to lean into Hand Cannoneers with Boot Camp, which is insane. And Dumu's going to have to play Mass Javs with the intent of going Varangian. But what will likely happen is he'll have to pivot into Limitane. Dumu, he went up with the Foreign Engineering Company straight into the Nesta Bees. This is interesting, actually. On this map, I think Nesta Bees are kind of busted. I think Siege in general is busted. Because look at the vision right now. Dumu doesn't see anything in the mid. Check the vision on the other side. Wham doesn't seem to be Stealth Forest either. If you get baited into a fight and Siege reveals itself, even in this point in the game where Culverins are a perfect solution to it, those Nesta Bees get a freebie out, a flurry, four of them just shoot into the back line, your Hand Cannoneers are borderline dead. All of a sudden, you just lose the fight to Javelins. So it's very important, actually, now that Wham sets up some outposts, understands what this game is about to become. Because you are in Imperial Age versus Byzantines. And actually, like 80% of games right now aren't Palatine School. The meta is entirely shifted. Most players are now going towards Foreign Engineering Company. Has Wham set the farms up fully? He must be. Yeah, 47 in. His food income looks a bit low. Ecotech 2, he has got agriculture. I guess he was just setting up additional ones. I felt like this should have been higher, but the trade just now start to kick in pretty beautifully. Yeah, 66 gold and 17 food. He hasn't realized he's got some traders going to the House of Wisdom yet. But now his target becomes the east side. And Dumu, great read here. Understands that's where the real fight's going to happen. Anything diving to his base right now is a distraction. Stone walls behind this. Guys, we're getting one of those high view games. Now, the interesting part is actually both sides can do trade. Dumu's Civ is pretty good at trading, but you're still at a disadvantage against the Abbasids. The trade is just better. I'd say the Abbasid trade at this point is the best trade in the game. When you get there full scale. Like, you could argue Mongols because they get into it much easier, but I'm saying late game, I feel like nothing beats Abbasids. Ooh, nice intercept. That's actually a really big one. University not even up yet means you're going to be at a disadvantage. Hand Cannoneers are beginning to dive in. Chemistry is coming through. And Elite Army Tactics is already there. So these Golems, 310 health each, able to tank a complete wallop into the face. The Swedes are at least going to be able to clear the first wave up. So Wham will not break the base with this. Behind it, though, the trade is going upwards. We're at 10 traders in total. Dumu has got access to that gold for a while. He's sitting on, what, 10,000 gold still here? But he's going to need a long-term solution. If he doesn't think he can break in soon, he's going to need to transition. So to Kraken's point about being able to calculate the unit's stats, I've actually asked this multiple times directly with the devs now. Dota has this thing where I think it's either Alt or Control. When you hover on a skill, if you hold that button, it will show you additional details. I don't know why we don't have that in AoE 4. There's a bunch of things that needs more clarification. If I hold Control or Alt, I should be... I say Control because Alt turns the map, right? I should be able to see additional details. It's kind of silly that that doesn't exist. Wham. Going for the Great Wall of Abbasids. Going to stand on the ground. Mass hand cannon on the backside. 15 of them, in fact. And the nest of bees. But they're not coming in. The Culverin is holding them hostage right now. Yeah, this is a really good hold. Frontline's already gone, so that means Dumu has no way of breaking through this. Ranging upgrades did just come through. Limitane on the way as well, but you just don't have any torch power. So Dumu does have to retreat, and that means that Wham should be able to get these absurd stone walls all the way up. Not only that, what? Gulam's got in again. How does he keep getting here? This is getting a little bit absurd. Is there a gap? I feel like he shouldn't be able to keep getting in here. This has been walled off now. Unless there's a weird gap I'm not aware of here, there should be no more raids to that southern corner. Love this from Wham. We mentioned the idea of the outpost to get vision. He's focusing on that. And yes, Crackety, Gulums will lose the Rangin. It's really impactful. Also, I disagree with the crap. I've been over this already. They are one of the best melee units in Castle H. They have so much hybridization. Because of the Berserk. They're effective raiders. They're a good front line. They're really good. Crackety, I'm sorry. I can't take the guy who built a proxy Jiangnan tower seriously. Sure, the minus 15 health matters, but I think between the Byzantine economy and also the flexibility with Berserk, they're a very powerful unit due to their raiding capacity. If you're trying to play English men-at-arms spam down the center, it does get weird for sure. Keep goes up. Dimu. Now trying to contest it with melee is ambitious. Has got a cannon behind this at least. And it looks like we are getting into the trade again. Into the back line rather again. God, if only you get into the trade. I mean, this number is going upwards. We've got 19 traders now for the Abbasids. Cannon placements are at least going to be a little bit annoying over here. Villagers are going to be pulled to deal with the cannon. Oh, this is always painful. Okay, so that whole point of Rangin as a meat shield, they're not your meat shield though. That's what Limitane are, in my opinion. Rangin do what they do incredibly well. Part of it is due to the Byzantine economy just being better than most now, but in general, like at the stage of the game where they come out, they're a very good hybridized unit for dealing with siege and also for raiding economy. Rangin, speaking of siege. Problem is, building them into hand cannoneers and berserking them is a death sentence. Oh, guys, we look at that. Some damage is actually being done to the Abbasid trade. Now, you say that Dumu won't be able to keep up Rangin production, Crackety, but I think Dumu just said, shut your dirty mouth. 23 traders currently. Rams are going to be a bit of a pain in the ass, but that's what Mangonel towers were designed for. I mean, I think the issue isn't going to be keeping up with Rangin production. It's going to be stopping Abbasids who are trading. By the way, this is all before Spice Roads. That's only now coming in. That's exactly why Wham will win this long term. It's not as much Byzantines, like the trade isn't good enough to keep up with Rangin. The bigger issue in my eyes is the Abbasid trade is uncontestable. It's the best trade in the game. And then if you think about the quality of their units in the late game as well, right? With Boot Camp having 15% more health, adds up to quite a lot when you consider Gulam's health and hand cannoneers in the late game. Looks like Rangin are going to try to break through to the backside of this. Poor Gulam's just rushing out. Best trade in the game as long as Marlian trade is bugged. Yeah, but Marlian's a piece of crap, so they can keep their bug trade. They don't need more gold. I've never witnessed so frequently a Civ that can have no map access and still somehow survive. Dimu gets a few Rangin around the back here, but the hand cannoneers will clear this up fast. And Berserk was already activated, right? So you're not going to get quick kills. Should be a reroll after this, and from this point on, like, you know, we're reaching a stage where gold income Dumu, how many traders are we talking about here? He's only at 15. He's rushing the gold down. He's about to gobble up the very last that he has. So now it's just trade to try and keep him alive. On the other side of it, Wham, he's sitting at what, 28 traders? And look at the grab. 86 gold each way. You cannot compare to this. Even like the secondary element, right? Like the food income that he's got coming through, 22 compared to a pitiful 13 olive oil. You just lose every way to Sunday. You know, the only thing I'd say is like what I'd love to see here, probably coming out with, you know, it's kind of a shame that you aren't playing the French feeling. Like you could just switch this over, just switch this to wood. Because I think like that's probably long-term a better play for Wham. Because he has agriculture, right? He has eco-wing. He doesn't really need the food. Remember when you used to be able to get stone on trade? Oh, God. I'm not going to remind us of that. Those are the dark days. You want to know how bad Culture Wing is, guys? He could afford it. He ain't going to get it. Oh, man. So how many traders are we up to now? Only 15 still. Then we need some trades. Like, he needs to use up a few units to get a few new ones, right? Or delete some villages. He's got some reasonable gold reserves, but it's sustainable long term, right? Gotta give a lot of credit to Dumu, by the way, for what I was saying about how I feel like Abbas is a favorite here. He's doing a good job of competing. Ranking not gonna be much again. Royal Cannons, remember they do a lot of damage here. Look at that. Per hit, basically 800 damage into a building. Varangian Berserk, oh god. Well, I mean, the Gulems are losing, sort of. The hand cannoneers, however, are winning. Very convincingly. And the Nesta Bees, oh my god, they're unguarded. Gulems, gonna clear that up. I mean, at least you only paid olive oil, right? It's replenishable. But the Varangian count, he's only queued up a few more. It's gonna get expensive. This is what Crackney was trying to allude to. It's like, this is the problem. It's like, you will run out of gold. I don't disagree with that. I do think that for what we've been seeing out of Varangian play, the unit is fine for what it costs. It just isn't going to solve all your problems in the hyper late game. That cannon is not diving now. I think Wham's just going full. He's going full boom cannon. I mean, who needs that many Gulems anymore, right? Just spam out the hand cannoneers. The funny part is like this kind of idea of berserking sucks when there's this many hand cannoneers because you just die before you reach them, right? It's very difficult. Now, in fairness, we were missing this before, right? We weren't getting the extra 2 armor. But here you go, guys. Do you want an interesting detail? It sucks. This is like one of the worst comps to have to get that extra armor into. It's good against Gulems, but it's atrocious against hand cannoneers. Bombard and Culveron's getting a little bit ambitious here. Oh, the Royal Cannon shot! Okay, that was somewhat impressive. Although, then again, he did shoot 3 of them, and that's all they done. So I'm in mixed feelings here. Oh my god! God damn! Splash damage not too bad. The only problem with this, and why you never see this ability, guys, is because, look, it's now on cooldown for 4 minutes. This game is never going to end, is it? Hand cannoneer count has at least been shrunk a bit. But the Varangian count just still feels like it's on the ropes here. When I look at the gold income, that's what's really worrying me. If you're killing, let's say you're losing 2 Varangian but killing a hand cannoneer, at these numbers, like, you'll eventually win, right? But that's not really what's happening here. It's almost like you're losing 4 or 5 Varangian to kill a hand cannoneer. Especially when you trickle them in. That's why you hate this map. Do you not like trade? I actually think if they just moved the trade post to mid-map, Highview would be a very fun map. That's the problem. That is literally, in a nutshell, the problem. Oh god, I'm becoming that person that used the word literally wrong. Guillem's just going to raid into the economy. I mean, the other issue I'm seeing is in fairness, Dimu's not using too much wood now, but if this game goes 2 hours, oh god, please no, then one player can keep getting wood, right? He already is. We mentioned the idea of switching over. Wham agreed. He went over onto wood here for the marketplaces. So he's never running out of anything. He's got farms on the food. He's got the wood and gold coming from the trade. Doesn't matter what happens on the map. Doesn't matter if every single tree in the entirety of the map is removed. He will have more flexibility. No, I'm fine with the lack of vision. I actually like the way that it changes the way you have to apply yourself on the map in terms of vision. The trade is the issue. Vision is cool. I actually think Stealth Forest is one of the cooler things that they introduced with AoE4. Changes the dynamics, allows for sneaky plays. Cannon's moving in, Dimu. Actually gaining some ground here. I'm impressed by this, by the way. You know, I was like, oh yeah, the trade should just favor Wham and game over, man. Game over. He's losing. And now he's actually losing economy. Looks like it's going to be raid trade on the other side, though. Guillems are at least going to get in here. The Varangian will be able to clear that up. And now what I'm seeing is, I'm seeing these cannons starting to move in. It looks like Wham has got the second wave together. Dimu does need to back up. That was a good dive in. Realistically, not enough damage done from that strike. But you're seeing the potential for Dimu to get that deep, right? That was impressive. He made that type of progress. One of the big negatives of Wham's combo is hand cannons take a very long time to produce. Even for the Abbasids, it's kind of a notable wait getting these new troops out, and they're slow moving anyway, right? 22 seconds. Meanwhile, think about this on the other side for Dimu. He connects Assistant in. He's getting Varangian every 9 seconds. That's what makes this Varangian especially look so insane, is when you're able to produce this many, the whole goal is you get this quality unit that outnumbers. One of the cool things about late game Abbasids is with the Golden Age level 3, they get an extra 20% production with the military academy, so they can actually match your pace. Within reason, of course. Lack of vision stress, we have to have scouts all the time. I mean, I feel like a game should be somewhat stressful though. You shouldn't just be able to chill there and boom up and be like, oh wow, I'm so happy. I'm gonna go 15 TCs. Right? Like, it's giving you something you have to react to. I actually like that idea. There's more things you should be paying attention to or reacting to. Doesn't mean you have to react to all of them or be paying attention to all of them, but it means there's more opportunities for people to exploit. That leads to more divergent gameplay, which is more interesting. I say as we watch a 43-minute game in which the two players have literally been sending the same unit comps at each other for the last 20 minutes. We're never going back to the lobby, are we? I wouldn't be surprised if after this game, Dimu's like, well, that's enough for one day, guys. I'm going offline. 43 minutes deep. Nestabes are starting to tickle away at this back line. The Cobrans aren't quick to react to that because they're Varangian, right? Like, if you come a little bit too far forward, instantly get sniped. Now, I hate to put him on the exposed list like this, but didn't Krakeny, like, was it 10 minutes ago, say watch the Byzantine player run out of gold? Oh, Krakeny, bless you. You've been playing on reasonable maps too much, where trade isn't this easy. Nice sneaky ram base, by the way. Wow, not only the rams, but also the Raxes. So he broke through this wall. This is actually, I think, what was missing for Wham. He was unable to break it when it just turned into this tug of war. But now he's tugging the map in two. And that's a problem because if you rat with Rangian, you're berserking just to get across the map. So then you don't have berserk for the fight. This is really smart by Wham. I think this is what was missing. Production is now getting sniped out. This should be the point where you can win the game. Siege mostly unguarded as well. Now, there is a slight risk with what Wham is... Jesus Christ, how much of the stealth rush you can... There's a slight risk of what Wham's done here. If he draws attention over here, and Dumu says, okay, I like this area of the map, and then breaks your wall, all your traders in trouble, right? So like, this is a very risky play. Wham has to commit deeper, faster. Otherwise, what Dumu will wake up and realize is if he just breaks this wall, he breaks your entire game strat. There's barely any Gulam anymore, by the way. It's just like a very, very thin line of Gulam to defend with. I love how you just start a step back once, and all of a sudden you're attacking the Gulams, which is the thing you absolutely don't want to. Love how you just get armor support to throw it away with Berserk. Wham. There are gaps for him to still leak into, right? And here's the thing. The keep got taken out, but then Dumu had to return to the north side. So, like, actually, if you sneak in with a few Gulams, you can still do significant damage. Dumu is down to 97 eco, but I think part of that is by design to have enough Rangian to keep doing this, right? You have to have numbers on your side. It's the only way this works. And why on earth do I see a Hui Pao? Well, we've reached that unhinged point in the game, haven't we? Gulam's now into the backside, though, and I think like this is the point where Dumu, if he loses this trade, it's GG. He will not have the gold income to replace the losses. He's at 56 traders, and right now, Dumu hasn't got an appropriate reaction over here. There's too many Gulam coming. His front line is also failing. Wow, it's taken close to an hour at this point, but I think this is where it's going to break. They're both burning the same amount of food. The gold count burn is higher for Wham, but the difference is that his trade still, all this time, is completely and utterly uncontested. On the other side, sorry, 37 traders now and falling. The funny thing as well is with the Rangian chasing like this, realistically, the best thing you can do with Gulams is just attack. Just attack the traders. Don't attack the Rangian, right? They'll never be able to kill you quick enough because you have 310 health. It's kind of insane when you think about the scalability of that, right? Rangian have 204 health. You have 310. And why is that kind of insane? Because the thing about Gulams is they cost 1 pop. So from a population efficiency standpoint, you're just better. More infrastructure going down. Dumu has got plenty of wood to replace this. Just a matter of kind of getting space to do so at this pace. It's kind of going a little bit overkill on the wood at this point. 8,000 in reserve. And funnily enough, he's now queuing up mangonels. That was not something I was expecting to see here. It's kind of funky to build mangonels when there's this many culverins, right? So a little bit surprised by that. Do I think it's good? I mean, if you get one good wallop against the hand cannoneers, it's huge, right? But that's difficult. Wham's Rams. Once again on the way. Wait, is he sending them from the east side? Yeah, he's sending them down the center now. Feeling like someone has to change. We'll have to see if those mangoes are going to be the change he needs. Adjustable crossbars now on the way. Please, someone kill someone. You know how else you could probably solve the issue on this map? 2 sacred sites, 1 here, 1 here. It's like it's a combo of the trade post locations and the Sacred Sites that I think makes this a really bad map design. It's so difficult to actually get a Sacred Site victory on this map. It's weird because Sacred Sites were designed as this logical solution to ending the game at a reasonable point. But there's so many maps in existence that have a contradictory layout. I also think Delhi just need to be reworked because Delhi literally forced this awkward balance around Sacred Sites. It's similar to the idea of like Deer and Boar and how Roost ruins those ideas as well, right? Those are the things you want to be careful around the way you design because they can heavily screw over the way you can make maps. I think like, you know, what was it we had the other day when we cast a Highview game? We're like, I think I need a break from Highview games. Well, we had a break, and now after another one like this, I think we need a break from Highview games. Oh, hello. Cannon's out for a stroll. Guillem's now on the way. Rams are shuffling in on the TC. And that is a lot of traders going down. Oh my god. Wait, has he got him this time? Quite possibly. I think this is the point where Dumi may be a little bit spread thin. Rangin do finally arrive. Decent chunk of trades go down. Food is becoming a struggle here. Guys, I think I jinxed it. He hasn't got anything. All right, get your predictions in. When will this game end? Give it time. This trade is too damn good. Well, TC's at least going to go down, but I feel like that's a whoop-de-doo-dah. Next year, good thing we brought fireworks then. We can celebrate the coming of the new year. Whee! It's interesting. I was talking to, like, I was listening to Wham recently highlight that he thinks, yeah, he agrees that late game is the worst part of AoE 4. Like, when you watch games like this, I don't think anyone can disagree. We are in a never-ending meat grinder. Highview also has like one of the issues, like, you know, the added layer, but I think this issue gets resolved decently if you change trade post locations. There's too much wood. Maybe in like, okay, here's a wild idea. People are gonna be like, what? But what if you just basically reduce the amount of wood that certain types of trees had? So straggler trees can still have 150, but imagine if like your dense wood lines had 100 wood instead of 150 per tree. I like that idea personally. I think the majority of maps in AoE 4 have too much wood. Rainlord likes these games. Do you think it becomes interesting to see who's going to run out of wood first? I mean, it kind of can be interesting, but at the same time, I think the bigger issue is how long it takes someone to run out of wood. That's the big issue. That is always the issue. I like the idea of maps being in a negotiation of resources and identifying who has more runway. Agreed. I just think it takes way too long to reach the outcome, right? How many times you watched a game where it's clear that someone doesn't have anywhere near as much wood as the other person? You're like, this game will end with blah blah winning, but we are going to take a million years to get there. And oh my dear god, Dumu is at the point where he's looking in his little toolbox. He's like, I will try anything. We've got Grenadiers. Grenadiers. Not something I was expecting to see here. Realistically, not a bad idea when you consider how many hand cannoneers are clustered together. It's at least better than doing javelins, I think. Barely, but just about. These grenades, I mean, it's reasonable damage. 12 damage in a splash versus the jabs that will do, admittedly, quite a lot more. They'll do 32. But the point is, when there's this many hand cannoneers, you're hitting like 5 with a grenadier shot, right? So it's not a terrible idea. And also, you have a more tanky unit, right? Grenadiers have more health. I don't know, man. I think Dimu is kind of drained. He's tapped out at this point. You're seeing a huge difference in population. If Wham decides to maybe commit a few more production buildings forward, it should be the breakthrough point. He's struggling to keep reserves, sure, but the reality is, like, Dimu, there's just not a spend going on here. kind of surprising, actually, that WAM's struggling this much to keep the meat going. To keep the meat flowing. Considering that, although he's spending a lot more food on production, realistically, his is never-ending and also just superior, right? With improved processing, the agriculture tech, farms just boom like crazy. Swarm host matches in SC2. Get me out. No, get you out. Oh, so let me find the ban option. We don't talk about that. One thing I'll say, like, what I've learned from SC2 over the years, I know there's usually quite this controversial take in RTSs that free units are a bad idea. I don't think that's the problem. I think, sadly, the way that the Swarm host and other elements were balanced in Heart Swarm makes it seem like free units is a bad idea, but ultimately it was just a balancing design issue more than the fact that units are free. That's my take. I don't think that's as hot of a take as maybe people would expect. Okay, so at this stage, there is no Ram shenanigans coming out. Dumu's now reacting that flank just to check. It's a fully committed dive now towards the trade. If Dumu gets cut here, game over. His gold reserves are empty. So this Rangin push needs to gain space. Rankanis should be able to win out here. The interesting part is Dumu's put even more gold strain on himself because he's also gone into the Gunner Boys. Then again, we mentioned his backline is the thing that maybe needed some diversification. It could be saving grace, but keep in mind, like, his hand cannons are just worse. Right? They have 20 less health. Only 3 units in AoE4 from mom and military schools? Yes. I'm trying to think. There might be some other exceptions. Well, actually, Iobids get 3 units, right? Desert Raiders. Villagers. It's not free. In a way it is, in a way it isn't. Nice pushback by Dumu. Still, he's diving a bit extreme now, so in the retreat, I'm expecting the hand cannon count to go down to nothing. Keep in mind, while this has all been going down, production has been removed, so the ability to spam more Varangian is shrinking fast for Dumu. You can also see a very big difference in the amount of units being queued. If you consider that WAM is spending more per unit queued here, but he has more queued up and more coming out, I think you can say quite clearly where this is going. That's true, the Byzantines. Okay, so I will say Palatine Score is a perfect example of a BS poorly designed free unit landmark. I've highlighted this before. It's pure RNG. Over X amount of productions, it'll be 30%, but you can't guarantee that. So the example I use is, like, imagine a game where someone queues up Cataphracts and they roll lucky the first 10 times. That's busted, but we don't talk about that. It didn't come out. This game took way too long, and I think I am done casting Highview for at least the entirety of the month. Oh my god. Terrible, terrible map. I kind of want to vomit. Unless there's Mongol? No, Mongols can go to hell too. How do you really feel about that map? I need to go back in time to the day that the guy who designed that map got hired. And then what I need to do is I need to knock out the interviewer, disguise myself as the interviewer, and then make sure he doesn't get the job. That's what I need to do. Alright. Kick that guy in the nuts? Yep. Toss him in the furnace. You prefer to play Forts than Highview? Yeah, Forts can kind of be fun. You actually have to come out in Forts. You can't just trade as well. Why Highview games always go long? Yeah, so we went over a few times on that game because that's how long that game was. It's the trade and it's the sacred site locations. sacred sites aren't a feasible end condition, and trade is way too safe. And then the cherry on top is that there's way too much wood. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ugh. Missing the explanation? So, if you missed the explanation, are you back now? Oh, no, get out, we're getting out. No, dude. No. No, no more. No more Highview. I refuse. So, Dr. Jarman, if you missed the explanation, there is a very simple solution to that. Subscribe. Remember, guys, whenever you see like the issue of ads, remind people, Prime subs. All right. Enjoy your hour-long game, Louis. I'll check in with you later. Our good friend Voldemar is back at it. Okay, that's not too bad. You guys can't see it because the chat's in the way. Cliffside. It's Cliffside. That's not too bad. Right? Right? Man, what are with the rates that people are offering on month-long integrations at the moment? Don't know what's happening with streamer rates. I feel like they're a lot lower than they should be for month-long integrations. Kind of makes you just literally want to go take Raid Shadow Legend money. Oh, did we still had like, was it Crackety? It was a Crackety game, right? And that's why, guys, remind him, subscribe. Then you get the pristine explanation. You hear me waffle on for twice as long. So, we could watch this one. Do you guys want this one, or do you want Crackety versus Killjadi? Or there is Killjadi versus Myriad. Well, the other civs. So Crackety versus Killjadi is English versus Mongols. Killjadi versus Myriad is English versus Jean. Those would be the choices. Killjadi playing 2 games at the same time. Oof. Sorry. I haven't got that many arms to observe. They all suck. Alright, I've just spotted the Order of the Dragon main. You'd like this one personally? I think I just want to... I haven't checked out any Killjadi games is the thing. I'm pretty sure we haven't watched any Killjadi today. So I wouldn't mind watching a Killjadi one. Unless... Wait, who was Vortex against? Wait, was it Dimmu? Oh no, sorry, it was that Louis game. Nope, nope. I forgot for a sec. That doesn't exist. That one's not real. That one will never be real. Nope. Oh, I just need that map purged from my brain, man. I love the fact that someone on the dev team felt like me. They're like, "Oh, I kind of miss Highview. It's been too long. We need to bring it back." And then like it came in. And they probably played one game on the ranked, and then they got it again after queuing again, and they're like, "No!" Oh god. So let me open Killjadi's data. Any community games today? I mean, it depends on whether we have enough people, really. That's always the big if. Who do I rate higher, Vortex or Lucifron? I think Lucifron plays a bit better on AoE4 right now. I think Lucifron's a little bit more tricky to read. Vortex is a very, very aggressive player, but the downside of that is it can make you somewhat more predictable. Doesn't mean it's easy to repel you, for sure, but it does make you a little bit more readable. So let me have a look here. We wanted... Where is it? Yeah, Cliffside, English versus Jeanne d'Arc. I was told that this is a very interesting game, so we'll check it out. Yeah, community games, I'm probably going to go eat after this game. And then when I come back, maybe we can squeeze 1 or 2 if we got enough people. We'll see. Or maybe tomorrow if enough people tune in. It's always kind of the if or but, right? The problem, like I was highlighting earlier, newbie, is like I've noticed that at the moment there's not that many people coming in and asking for community games, or rather, they trickle in and then leave. So then there's no one around for when we ask if there's community games. Like if I put what to do, cast 1v1s, host, cast community games, and then we put a poll up. I'm curious. So anyway, let's hop into this one, and I can check that afterwards. Yeah, that's my fault. Is like with free-for-all queues, I just think people bug it off, even though genuinely like normal free-for-alls are trash compared to the free-for-alls we host rather. What like without like Hand on Heart, no doubt in my mind, they are worse. The free-for-alls we've been doing with the meat grinder mod, especially the micro maps, all these things make free-for-alls 10 times better. I don't know why no one in the office has like looked at these and been like, this is a good idea. We should have this. Maybe put an hour for community games. The problem with that is if that hour comes and then you don't have enough people, people just feel more desensitized. I've said before, the issue is like we need to get bigger, because if we get bigger, we have generally more people sitting here wanting to play. So that's why my recommendation to people all the time is like, you know, if you've got people that you know like playing free-for-alls as well, tell them this is the channel to come to. And then gradually we get to a point where we have a surplus of people trying to do community games. And we can circle people and bring people in and out and so on and so forth. Like, you know, I guess that's like the end goal is to make this more than just a 1v1 channel. I love casting 1v1s, but I also like mixing the content up. I like finding a way of including more people than just the top 20 in the game. So, that being said, let's check on one of the on-the-risers, Mr. Myriad here. All right, one and all, welcome back to AoE4 Action. I've got a game that I was told was particularly interesting between Myriad and Killjadi. We're going to be on Cliffside of all maps, and it's going to be a Jeanne d'Arc versus English matchup. Now, this is an interesting one because there's been a big change in the wins. With the old Council Hall build, Jeanne d'Arc was pretty decent in this matchup, actually. I felt like she done very well. But there's been a change. There is a king now to contest Jeanne. That's right, her one true weakness, an English king in this situation. It seems to have kind of pivoted this matchup and turned it around, like many a matchup at the moment, in a way that the English actually might be favored here now. So I'm here rather to see if that's going to be the case. Abbey of Kings already on the way. Seems like we're on the right track. Myriad is agreeing. And Jeanne d'Arc on the other side should be the standard play. We're going to hit 2 times modifier because I don't expect anything to happen until they're aged up. They have been going for the early scout rotations. Looks like actually a better rotation coming out from Myriad. Yeah, Killjadi. He's about to go over covered territory. A lot of it at that. So this is probably going to end up being, what, like an 18 to 14 split maybe? Roughly around there. Unless Killjadi is a god, in which he is, and has somehow actually scouted the perfect distance. Oh my, dude, how does he do this? This guy is so good at scouting, he's literally taken all the sheep from the bottom side without going all the way to the bottom side. Wait, what the Wait, what? We have an immediate ball play, folks. That... but... that... Wait, that's really bad. He got scouted as well. Against Abbey of Kings, that is really, really bad. Oh, wow. Okay, so he's going to need to rush up an outpost. He's already gathering the wood for it. Timing is going to be a little bit rough here. 20 seconds till the king is out. He needs to be building the outpost before he completes the tech up. Wow. Okay, that... this could prove very expensive for Killjadi. Remember, you won't be able to match the king timing. Your knight production rate, like, it takes 29 seconds if you start straight away, right? So the king is going to arrive before that, and the king doesn't have to attack the knights. He can just go straight after the villagers. That is wild. And the reason why Killjadi done this, by the way, is because he built... oh, he came out for the boar, right? He wants to have Jean here for that play. A weird part to this, by the way, I'm a little bit confused by it. Killjadi, it looks like he actually attacked the boar and tanked with the normal villagers instead of Jean. That surprises me, considering that if you kill the boar first and start building, Jean will heal all the way. So yeah, a little bit weird. Outpost now going up. But now you can just poke and prod. Not the best of micro coming out. Should be able to find maybe one villager kill. 2 would be a stretch. And looks like Hunter Jean form is online. Almost gets what he needs there. Good timing to back away from Myriad. If he hung around any longer, he'd be losing that king. But folks, we've got Mass Horseman on the way. Okay, I love this already. Mass Horseman's really cool against Knights because you both can heal, right? So, like, the difference, though, is that Horsemen are faster. They can go in and raid kind of more freely. And on top of that, it's Jean Hunter form. She gets countered by Mass Horseman. Oh, man, and you can really see the brawl was not working out there. Start to lose that fight. More Knights are on the way. But this gets scary as it scales. If you can't shrink the Horseman count, you'll start to lose quickly to this. And no Divine Arrow. Myriad's timing on point. Jean getting targeted down. Needs to be careful with the king. Scout is going to get lost here. So a messy fight coming in from Myriad. However, now if you just peel back and scale up to like 6 or 7 horsemen, you can actually just instantly dive onto Jean. This is a really cool build. You weren't kidding when he said this was an interesting game. Apologies we didn't catch the opening board play. We were discussing some details live on stream. So we were about a minute and a half in when we had a look. So who do I favor in this matchup? I actually think that the English look really good now because of this Horseman play. The logic is that you can just eventually use all that resource you've saved to go Spearman at home to defend, right? So like you can actually afford that due to the fact that the Horsemen cost half the price of Knights. And then you can raid quicker than Knights can. Now, this is a bit ambitious from Myriad. He hasn't prepped the racks at home, but he's already heading over to try and snipe Eco. No immediate dive in by Killjadi, though, showing a lot of respect to the double arrow fire of the TC. And Killjadi isn't really raidable over here, right? He's only got 4 villages out, so he's not going to die in that area. Night Charge is going to come in, but Myriad quick enough to hide inside. That was an expensive charge, by the way. Use the Divine Arrow already. These don't come often in the early games. So you have to be very careful about how you use them. Myriad getting ready to intercept. There's no Chivalry, by the way. Divine Restoration is being held onto. Might have to consider pumping it here just for the one Knight. Yeah, well played. I think that's the best thing Killjadi can hope for, but great micro coming out from Myriad. Needs to be careful that Horseman on the retreat. Gets away just in time. And you know, it only is 1 Knight kill right now, but that's actually a significant deal. This is a really cool build. Usually the reason why this type of thing would be bad, even if you're doing Lombos instead, Spearman, you know, the reality is that over time, John's going to whittle you down and get a lot of XP. This Abbey of Kings build counters that. You know, we were talking earlier how a lot of people have this controversial opinion. You know, they have a very strong feeling that free units is an OP idea in RTSs. I actually think what you're seeing here is just how OP healing can be in an RTS that doesn't allow it frequently. If you think about it, there's not actually many civs that have access to healing in Feudal anymore. You've got the Delhi, you've got the English obviously here, you've got the Ottomans, and what, HRE if they want to sacrifice producing villages. There's really not many. But the fact that you have this on the go is what makes it so freaking absurd. Life-stealing healing is the most OP stat in any game. Changed my mind. Spoken like a true bronze-level Dota player. Life still requires scalability. It's not just outright a win. Nice little pinch here. John is going to give some tickling back, but Myriad... Dude, are you kidding me? Look at the HP bars on this breakaway. He's like, job done, going home. And behind this, Myriad, we talked about this Spearman, he's getting into them now. He's also starting to float resources, so we could be on our way to Castle Age. Well, I've actually said before, Boogie, that I like the idea of these hero-esque units, especially to maybe help break the late game. I think, you know, like or lump about Jean, the idea of how she can impact late game fights with critical ability timings is cool. The problem is, like, you know, in some ways it's oversimplified that, you know, you get in a fight immediately using your attack speed aura is always good. But the idea of those type of things, I think when I registered this with the devs, I highlighted, for example, Rise of Nations. Rise of Nations had this. You had general units. The general had abilities attached to him. So he could, you know, I think, I can't remember the auras off the top of my head. He had like 4 or 5 different abilities that could change the tide of a fight, right? That I quite like the idea of. This Game of Heroes is getting Warcraft free vibes. I don't see a problem with that. Warcraft 3 is a GOAT game. Why are we lagging a bit? That's a bit starry. Horseman. This is going to be burn free. This outpost not going to last long enough. Killjadi has misread the situation. He marched north side to snipe the boar. That means he's going to lose the villages. Nice stab. One's already down. I mean, there's no way you get hit quick enough. And the problem is, like, this is a hit and run. This hit and run is too powerful. The horseman and the knight are quicker than the French knights. Remember, this king has the glorious 1.69 movement speed. So outpost is going to get burnt down. And he loses 2 villages for that. So it's interesting that people think that, like, it won't become that. I actually, so here's my take on Jeanne d'Arc and her involvement in AoE4. I think Jeanne d'Arc is the devs testing the water as to how people feel and interact with hero units. And you won't see the outcome of that for a few years if AoE4 survives that long. The logic is, you know, they want to see... Obviously, they always knew this was going to be controversial to begin with because Age of Empires gamers, bar AoE3, which is like, you know, that's a minority, aren't really used to the idea of hero units in competitive. But if they can find the right balancing tune, it makes sense that you then can replicate this into different civs. You might even reach a point where instead of it being a unique civ, it just becomes a standard type of play that you add to every civ to get this unit some way, right? I think that's also why Jeanne plays a lot like standard French. She hasn't got all these unique buildings. Now, you can argue that there's this whole kind of hybridized civ, a lot of civs actually don't have these unique units, but I think this is a kind of copy and paste template for them to see if it is possible to balance Jeanne d'Arc in these type of formats. Speaking of which, clash, a big one with Jean coming in. Lombo's odds targeting down Jean first. Divine Restoration is going to be pumped, but the Horsemen aren't going to be able to hold on long. Jean is going to get sniped. Killjadi now marching forward with Mass Spearman. Myriad losing most of the Horsemen already. Has to retreat home. Really good fight out of Killjadi there. This is a strong surge point for him. Jean got a decent amount of XP out of that. The King is going to get sniped as well. Myriad caught being a greedy mother ducker here. Holding on to a lot of resources with the idea going towards Castle ahead of when he should. So the whole point of Jean should be as easy to kill as the Khan, by the way, also doesn't fit because the problem with the Khan, and this is why they kept increasing his health and whatnot, is they realized the Khan became a stupid detail because you just went into a fight and you got sniped straight away. So this whole range damage reduction in Jean scales, that was the reasoning behind that. Once again, it's like, okay, how do we keep her present? Give her ability to be present. So now looking at the state of the game, Killjadi, his army looks big, but keep in mind it's mostly spears. You've kind of got this problem where Myriad could, funnily enough, just scale a lot of Lombos and Spearmen to defend with. And with the attack speed aura, there's no breaking in there, right? Now, credit to him, Killjadi did snipe out some eco. They balanced out a bit. It's 42 to 41. But Myriad is starting to reach the point where, with these extra farm clusters coming in, reaching Castle Age becomes more and more easily done for Yosef. On the other side, though, Killjadi's going to need something to buff him. And with the stone gathering we're seeing, I'm wondering if this is a gradual play into 2 TC French. Burning Crusade DLC will have another meaning for Jeanne d'Arc. I think you guys have got the right idea. You know, the next hero units are actually going to be wizards, because as we know, Jeanne d'Arc was a witch. So this is just layering the path. This is paving the way. Myriad about to tech up here. It should be a King's Palace. Maybe he feels threatened that he needs a white tower, but no. I was about to say, like, if you find yourself in a position where you have to go white tower, you're already borderline GG'd. This is bold, though. He needs to get a lot more longbow spears out. Love this little raid. So right now, Myriad is feigning strength while actually being weak. This is all about drawing attention. If he can pull this entire army across here, and the timing lines up like it does, it means that Myriad won't actually be punishable for his tech choice. Killjadi's rare, though. He's fully aware of what's happening here. Circling towards the farmlands. If I was Killjadi and I saw an army this small, I'd feel pretty confident about attacking. It looks like he does. Starts to charge in. Spearman pulling back. Myriad needs to get a lot more of them out here. Villagers are going to start getting attacked, so Killjadi is going to find a way of leaking in. The Myriad, this tech up could end up killing him. Killjadi just needs to use the archers to target down the villagers and let the knights ride on through. Spearman should be able to contest the Spearman underneath the TC. Killjadi, I mean, that double TC fire is going to start stinging now. Okay, so Jeanne, where is she right now? She's still at home, so this is a bit worrisome. Killjadi with this dive, he done good damage. It's now almost a 10 villager lead, but he's still only age 2, and Jeanne is only age 2. So this is a little bit worrisome because now with 2TC, this damage he done is quickly recoverable. On top of that, the other issue is Killjadi at this stage of the game, 16 minutes in, you're starting to run out of the game, right? Like the deer, the boar, they're going to be taken. You have to run to the other side. You have to play berries. Compare that to the English, where they've now got a 25% increased gathering rate. Even with the eco losses, they're already trekking ahead of you. Expos against Jeanne Hunter is bad, because you don't get bonus damage against her, and she does range damage reduction. Typically, the way that you play this out is like you go Hunter form with Jeanne if you feel threatened in Feudal Age, and you also go Hunter form with Jeanne if you think you're going to be up against a siege fight later in the game, right? Because she's very good at sniping siege. To me, that's the other thing. Is like whenever you're playing Jeanne hunting mode, you're saying to your opponent, you suck at ending the game with Feudal. Jeanne Hunter is not designed to end Feudal. Her goal is to get you to castle, right? The thing about going melee form is melee form, if you keep your opponent Feudal and you go to melee form 3, you can actually end the game off that. We've seen plenty of times where people GG because of that detail. Range form doesn't give you that ability. Nice little dive out here. It is Lombos into Knights, but remember, these are vetted Lombos. So actually taking out these Knights before they scale up is a really smart move by Myriad. Behind this, he's got his own Knights and Men-at-Arms coming. Yeah, really good trade, actually. Killjadi, all of a sudden, he's in a position where he gets his tech up, but he doesn't have the ability to now go in and do any significant damage, right? Instead, he's now the one that might be at risk, because the other problem with what we highlight about playing these pocket resources, you don't have this condensed location you defend. You're splitting the map. And with the Knights, with the King coming back into the picture, even with some longbows left over, all of a sudden you're going to see a game where Killjadi may have to fall back to his base and set up farms. Jeanne d'Arc going down again. It's okay, buddy. You'll be level 3 soon. Just hang in there. So, win conditions on both sides. Killjadi needs Imperial Age. I think Myriad is much better if he plays Long Castle now. There's no Royal Bloodlines to worry about. There's no scalability in Knights. Your opponent's going to Arbitrary. If you play Lombos, you feel pretty content here. Just don't play Siege, right? Like, that is the weakness when you play against Jeanne d'Arc. That's the way you lose, is playing into Siege. I think actually Lombos is probably your best bet with Accrual. The thing that I really like about English on Cliffside is how short the distance is to your opponent's base. So getting that outpost aura on the offensive is quite easily done compared to, say, Dry Arabia. Another thing that's kind of worrisome is if this plays out Long Castle, where's Killjadi's gold secure? He's got 4k over here. The guild hall is definitely going to be on food because you want to try to get to Imperial Age, right? So gold is a problem if his plan is to scale Mass Arbitrier. Guys, we found the counter to Mounted John, the king. He moves at 1.69 movement speed. So what we need to do is load up an 8-player map, and you can kill John. Wall's now going up for Killjadi. Myriad now does have the eco lead. So I have a... Oh, yeah, look at that, guys. Just kill Jean. We are 100% historically accurate here. The only thing that's missing is that this guy should probably have a flaming sword. So at least have some relevance. Some reference, rather. Good map control, though. Relics now being yoinked by both sides. Myriad, I mean, this is a game where he could actually end up with a majority of relics now. Ooh, Wall never went up, so all of a sudden, Myriad has options to flex. And he's going to use them to start diving. Knows about the berry location. In fact, all the food that seems logical right now for Killjadi is located on this east side. So good move coming in. Killjadi still yet to reveal the Arbitrary as well. Nice. Wall will go up just in time. Oh, the king is dead. He will not live long. However, I'm more worried about this Lombo mass. To me, the Arbitrary are not the grand answer you're looking for. Pavis is cool, right? But like the reality is in this matchup, if I see Pavis, I just back up a little bit and you have to follow. And if you follow, you're losing Pavis. If you don't follow, then 6-tower range versus 7 is a pretty brain-dead simple math equation, right? Yeah, I think the 6-tower wins, right? No. So my worry right now is Myriad, realistically, like, if he just spams out Lombos, it's pretty chill. And Killjadi, because he doesn't have farms, he can't think about Horsemen as a reaction. It's too expensive. Thoughts on the design of Jean as only a support buff religious unit? You could go that kind of direction, but I think the problem is, like, right now, literally what you have right now is that she's focused around military aggression, and that's her only play. Some players have actually asked for an eco option. If you do what you're saying, she has no military relevance and only has eco options, right? So you have to find a balance point. Flash coming out. And look, oh, you've Pavis. I'm just going to walk back. And this is exactly the problem with Pavis in this matchup. Is if the player just disengages, he can then tickle you down with Lombos. And you have to come forward. The moment you do, you lose the ranged armor, you lose the extra range, and then you lose the fight. Myriad is going to have to back up with the fact that Jean's coming and his front line is actually not bulky enough. But behind this, guys, we now have a 10 eco lead. The farm clusters are looking fairly healthy. I would actually prefer that we had a 4th coming in. That's the only negative I'd probably flag for Myriad right now. He's flowing a lot of wood as if he's intending to go for that. I think instead we might be looking at a mango play, which is weird because that's the one thing I wouldn't say you want to do against Jean range form. So I'm really hoping that is just kind of a miss macro and a setup for farms later. And it looks like it is. That's good news. Killjadi only now getting the Companions equipment as well. Yeah, so Jean has been really squishy for this entire time, right? Surprised that hasn't actually bit him in the arse more already. How do you... I don't know how Killjadi is meant to do damage. If this is an idea to cover his Imperial Age, great. But like when you go Mass Arbitrary like this, you don't have a way of denting. And then the Men-at-Arms follow-up is like, if you're English and you just spam Longbows and Men-at-Arms, it's GG. I'm a little bit surprised that Myriad's adding in his own crossbows. But I guess it's a solution against the incoming MAA. I think for him, he's more worried about the men-at-arms count, because as I just highlighted, I think what Myriad has identified is that Mass Arbitrator cannot dive. They will die. They will just lose. And no, to clarify for people, Jeanne d'Arc does not have the increased production speed on TCs. What she does have is the consecration discount things. So you can discount a TC, for example. Oh, but this is a really bad fight. No Pavise either. Killjoy, if he at least on Pavise, this would be a bit better. Divine Restoration is going to be pops. The crazier part to me is that he's paying attention to this fight. He's not even leveraging this while standing his ground. I'm just going to get wiped. All of a sudden now, this game starts to get very one-sided. Myriad has at least given over a lot of XP, so Killjoy probably feels happy with that element. But remember what I said about this Horseman transition, guys. He's only at the beginning of his farms. He's not going to be able to afford Mass Horseman. And also, if you run Mass Horseman and Mass Men-at-Arms, like, you know, once again, some of the simple maths of this game, right? The Men-at-Arms will win. Triple Arch is at least going to raid the backside, but this is starting to get out of hand for Killjoy. His gold income isn't too bad. He's got the food coming in. He's definitely going Imperial. I'm skeptical as to whether it's going to do enough now. You could try to secure the short ramp. That would at least stop Myriad now running towards your base. But from this point on, like, you know, the problem is, now that you've thrown away so much of your army, if you'd done this before, you'd be able to secure the ramp in time. Now, if you try to run out with villages, this is going to fail. Another thing that scares me is, when I'm seeing this many horsemen, I'm getting this weird feeling that he might just pull the food and build more horsemen. What hero civs could we introduce? Mansa Musa. He just runs around the map throwing gold at people. He's like a leprechaun. There you go. You got your Marlian hybrid. What else could you do? Ivan Grozny? Where are we going with that one? I mean, it's a shame the Mongols are the Mongols and they weren't like, what else could they have been? Well, because I'm thinking like, you know, if you had Genghis as a hero unit, right? I would have loved for maybe the Mughals to have been the default. Saladin, he's already in the campaign, right? Saladin could be cool. I actually liked some of the hero designs in the Abbasid campaign for the expansion. Kajadi's starting to feel the pressure, needs to defend. I mean, horseman count is big, but the men-at-arms, like, they're just going to last so long here. And there we go. Immediately, look what happens. You get baited to drop Pavise. Myriad's just going to back up. It's so stupid. Like, this is the reason why most players forget to even use Pavise, because the counter is very trivial. Most of the time, players actually counter themselves because they start a step, right? And they start a step and lose the Pavise. Find a choke point. Horseman just trying to search forward. The men-at-arms just need to move in. Protect your investment, right? Hold this choke point between the Sacred Site and the Stone Outcropping. Horseman count's going to get heavily reduced. And in this retreat, like, look at the difference now. We're talking 25 eco extra. Myriad at this stage is kind of on cruise mode. He really needs to figure out his gold situation because right now he's schmeagling a bit too much. I mentioned Mansa Musa. He's looking to contest that. Jean de Blast might come out at this pace. This is a lot of army being thrown away. But now with the Mango Smash coming in at the tail end, Jean gets flopped down, and Killjoy, I actually think he's got just as big of a macro issue here. All this wood, all this gold. Guildhall has been pulled for the Horseman. That's it, dude. Like, the moment you went Horseman with that food, you signed your fate here. This is over. Oh, man. That's brutal. I think, genuinely, Killjoy, with all this wood, you know, maybe have you prepped farms ahead of time. This could have looked a little bit better. But the problem I see in this game is fundamentally in 1 TC versus 2, you decided to get into a meat grinder against the Civ that has an easier farm transition, and a better one. That, I think, was his undoing. Had he gone for Age 4 ahead of this, and then gone into Crossbow Stirrups, I think that's where you can win this game. The crazy part to me is Myriad didn't even just wholly blank into Longbow's Men-at-Arms, even though it would have worked. he actually was kind of slow getting those lombos. So what you saw from Killjadi holding on, I don't think was like a genuine show of how the Jean faction can hold on against English here. The crazy part still is that the early game muddied everything. This matchup, by the way, is like 80% favored to Jean if you go by raw game statistics. I also think that that's kind of an accurate representation, to be honest with you. The way the English were playing the game before this new Abbey of Kings build was all about feudal pressure, and if you relinquish that at all, or if you relinquish that, you gave map control to Jean, she could do what she wants, 2TC is great. If you come out and fight her, you give XP from premium units, also great for Jean. It felt like there was no winning play, but what I love about Myriad, this early game play, the new power of the healing on the go, the healing at home, and the fact you get that king for free, gives you this clear potent timing to scale Horseman that is super effective against these Jean Dark builds. Really cool game out of Myriad. Well played by Killjadi to actually make it look competitive. I think that opening should have killed him. It would have killed most players. Very greedy and unorthodox position on the School of Cavalry, but in fairness to him, I don't think that killed him. I think what killed him was the lack of town centers. After he saw his Castle Age, had he played second TC as he teched up, we'd maybe have a different game on our hands. But now, I think we're in the final throws. Killjadi is going to mount one more defense. Siege trade outs on the way. And at this point, with the attack speed aura there, even with Pavis on your side, the writing is clearly on the wall here. Myriad getting ready for a keep drop, and it's going to be the best of keeps. The Berkshire Palace right next to the TC to tell Killjadi to get the duck out of his game. Pretty cool game. Shout out to Myriad for recommending this one. He doesn't always just recommend games he wins, but this one was really entertaining. I'm impressed.
Oh,
hello, Mr. Lash. Perfect time for a raid. Hopefully you had a good stream, my friend. We're in an absolute banger here. All you need to know about this game is the School of Cavalry is here, and his town center's here. And we'll let you fill in the rest. Yeah, mark my words, folks. The king has changed many a matchup, and I think the king for the English is going to change this one substantially as well. Tech up complete. Killjadi now an entire age behind. He really just doesn't have a leg left to stand on in this game. But you know Killjadi. You guys might recall that beastie Killjadi game on Bridges where he went down to 6 villagers before calling GG at 20 minutes in. So of course he's going to try to punt. Because Killjadi, he's a Reddit frequenter. He's read all those threads about Jean de Blas being too strong. He's like, she can do anything. Well, within reason. Had to play 3 times versus English on this map. It's tough, for sure. I think the new English build may be a little bit too good. The way that I've described the new King's Swan Time, the Abbey of Memes, the getting the free king, it's reminiscent of what Japanese Koka Township was doing on water maps. It is the land version of Koka Township. It's insanely strong. Guys, never discredit Jean. She can do this. I do not see a pyre. I do not see a fire. She is safe. Okay, maybe not. She might be a bit royally screwed. Mangonel. Oh my god! Alright, get me out of this game. Get Killjadi out of this game. Tap it out, coach, and take on to the next one because this Berkshire is immovable. The Mangonels are untouchable. And this game is unwinnable. GG, English beating Jeanne d'Arc. Finally, we're historically accurate. Ooh, well played. Yeah, I hope they had a good stream, Mr. Lash. Tom Cruise, the last samurai? Dude, that's true. Tom Cruise is the one true savior for us. We need him in... I think we might actually have some legal issues if we drop Tom Cruise in the game. Yeah, if we put a guy called the Last Samurai, or just call him Ronin and give him long hair, and like give him the nose, they might be onto us, you know? All right, guys. So my food is ready. What we're going to do now, I'm going to put a recording for you guys to watch. And then after that, I'll come back and we can cast some more games. So bear with me a second, and I'll get us a cool replay. What is that note? It's a very important note, guys. Like it's like, you know, when you've got the little thing on the wall and you're like, days since last accident, we done it. We cast 10 Voldemar losses in a row. And on the 11th, he done it. So big shout out to Voldemar. We honor him. This is also what he gets for saying he'd fight me on LAN. His noodle arms are no match for me. But luckily, he was a match for that random Chinese guy he met on the ladder. Kevin, it's how we remember her. We honor her. Okay, so give me a sec. What game do I put up for you guys? Maybe the B one? Give me a second. Oh, there was a really cool one a while back between Gully Deckle. Did we show the Gully Deckle and Dimmu one on Mongolian Heights? I don't think we did. So maybe we show that one. Or we do Crackety versus Gully. Oh yeah, dude, this game was Memology 101. Let's do the Crackety versus Gully. So guys, I'm going to go eat. When I'm back, we are going to cast more live games. Give us a wink. There we go. I think I've done it right. Enjoy this one. This is a really good one between Gully Deckle and Crackety. A really entertaining game. Japanese versus Ottomans. It's not going to play out how you think. It's quite funky. What you eating? I don't know. This is a surprise for me, so I'm going to go find out. Toodaloo. Enjoy the game. Alrighty, it's finally time. He has been begging me non-stop to cast his games. I am here to deliver. That's right, because in the blue, playing as the Oppermans, of course you're an OP Ottoman player. We've got Gully Deckle, prodigy 16-year-old on the rise. A lot of people believe he's got a promising future and might be one of the breakout stars of 2024. But here to crack his skull, it's the Crackmeister himself, Crackety here, in the teal, playing as the Japanese on Golden Pit. Crackety, no pushover, guy who puts in quite a few hours himself. Is it educational time for Gully, or is it time for the apprentice to become the master? Let's find out. We are going to be doing this on Golden Pit, so expect the mid-game to really be focused around those goals in the center. It's kind of interesting to think about this matchup. If this goes too late, I'd say typically the Ottomans look now unstoppable. They tend to play up against Mass Samurai and Mass Onobugisha with great bombards, but that requires getting scale, and that's not always easy to do. Wait, is Crackety now a top 5 caster? Who gave him that title? Who gave him that title? Crackety. Was there an award ceremony I'm not aware of? Who gives those titles out? What am I? Am I like, I don't know what number I am. Drongo's top. You know what I like is when you set like a top 5 or top 10 and then you just don't give context, it's nice because it's like, hey, we're not saying that that person's better than you, right? So you just list all the casters and say, yeah, these are all top 10 casters. And then people ask for an order and you're like, I'm going to be diplomatic. I don't want to make enemies here. There you go, dude. I already knew people go with top 2. Gully Deckle. How are we looking on the scout hall in the other game? It could be better, Gully. It could be better. You took a punt. You kind of done this right. So one thing I've noticed, I don't know, maybe you've noticed this as well. On this map, the center, I just feel like it's not worth touching. The problem is, obviously, if you rotate around, you have to come back, and you're playing Ottomans. You can't go on, like, barriers or something like that. This is kind of a disadvantage for you, right? So your opening of your game is always going to be worse than the Japanese, because the Japanese can play on berries like this. And you can already see the result of this. Crackety just rotates, and he doesn't stop. For Gully, he has to go all the way to a corner and then come back. And now he has to run out and basically discover that all the sheep are gone. So yeah, kind of an awkward start there. It's why on a map like Golden Pit, I'm a very big fan of Japanese, Ayabids, Ottomans, any Civ that can play out into pocket ecos. HRE has actually looked really impressive here because of the close-by deer locations. One thing I might recommend for Ottoman openings here is actually if you go for a military school drop and get the Spearman on the opening, you can push these deer in towards your TC. And then you don't have this awkward issue where you're always going to be behind on opening food. Madrissa is at least going to make up for it. It's a very powerful tool in the Ottoman arsenal, of course. But that deer gathering rate, much better than sheep, right? And right now, in this matchup, The moment that tech up completes, you know there's going to be Takazaki researched, at which point the Ottoman gathering speed is far inferior because A, sheep are just not that great, and B, even though the Madrasa has a juiced up speed, you deplete it very quickly if you try to rush it. Yeah, I wondered if you were going to try Trade Landmark. So if this was a fast imp build from you, the Trade Landmark makes a lot more sense. For those that don't know, the Trade Landmark for the Ottomans just got buffed quite a big bit, actually. It no longer just garrisons 6 traders, it garrisons up to 10. The gold per trader did go from 28 to 24, but overall, because you get so many more traders, the number's much higher. I think with trade bags, the comparison used to be you got 240 resources, and now it's up to like 360 or something per minute. And that's from having safe traders inside the building. Kurastras on the other side. Lovely from Crackety. Beautifully done. Oh, we won't talk about the Forge. The Forge, I'm going to question the Forge a little bit. I think that maybe kind of griefed you a bit here, actually, the placement. But other than that, everything else about this is nice, right? It's next to the tree line, which means he saves 50 wood on the lumber camp. The farms, for the most, are going to be nicely condensed in an area that's very easily defendable. And honestly, up against a civ like the Ottomans in this matchup, I'm not expecting them to field much feudal aggression. So you are relatively safe here. Gully, he's going for a TC, isn't he? Please put it here. I demand it. You know why. There's deer on each side. Oh, thank goodness. I was a bit worried he's about to drop it in a 5 deer stack, which isn't that worth. He's waiting for the last little bit of wood to drop off now. Just making sure he hasn't got any idle time while he does. But then we should get a TC right here between the 2 food pack locations. Meanwhile, Crackety, probably not going to mirror that. I imagine we are looking at, yep, Daimyo builds. Are we getting the stables open up? We are. This is sick. We were actually just talking in the previous game with Crackety about this. The whole idea of the Daimyo opener being super effective just because of the exposure points, right? Things like gold, usually in Golden Pit, sometimes they spawn really far away, sometimes tight. But also if your opponent's going multi-TC, the defense range is really low on the archer shots, and you can only garrison 7 people. So already at this point, Gully has too many villagers out here to protect. And can we talk about the TC placement, sir? Kind sir? I guess it protects the bag deer? I think Gully's fault here is that he needs to insulate himself against aggression. So by placing the TCs forward like this, it means that the deer pack location with villagers has an early warning to get out. But I'd argue it's much better to place the TC here, push these deer in, do a short wall here and here. Oh, wait, you didn't see the second deer? Okay, we may need to take you to an optician's. I'm sorry. Okay, that's kind of rough then. Not noticing the deer there is kind of unfortunate. He's still going to get some value out of this, but I mean, the problem is on the other side of this, Crackety already has the Uma Bannerman out. And he's already in and started raiding. So one villager is going to go down. Yeah, I would agree. I don't think that's going to be on the minimap because the deer location is like right on the edge there. So I think you literally have about 1 millimeter of fog that is blocking the icon. It is unfortunate that didn't get noticed though. Gathering the berries is also pretty rough here. Not a great gathering rate, right? Like you're not Japanese. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Japanese themselves are moving out for more berries. Oh my dick. Crackety, does your dad work at Relic? Like deer and berries on top of each other? Outrageous. This is awkward. This Uma Bannerman needs to be answered. Spearmen are on the way, but it's really slow. Has he actually got other gold access? I don't think he has. It's all on the backside. Meanwhile, I'm already seeing Takazaki come in, so gathering rate about to escalate. Crackety, he's going for a second TC as well. That's a lot of stone being gathered. This is second TC, right? It has to be. You've got 7 villages on wood. You've got 6 on stone. Probably looking at a TC drop to the south side, which I like a lot, because you secure not only the deer, but also the stone outcropping, which gives you enough stone then to go for Shogunate. Very important thing to have when you're getting around that 20-25 minute mark because of the way it buffs up your food eco. Horseman added in as well. This is very uncomfortable for Gully. I think he's being a little bit too greedy with his eco. Like, he has a little bit of surplus food and wood. This should be going into a few spears. Maybe Gully was worried about a play into Yuumi, but you are the Ottomans. I think this is one of the civs where the Japanese never want to have to go to Yuumi because it means that they're going to end up against Sipahi. outpost up on this. This is looking more and more like a fast castle intent from Gully. I'm not sure if that works out beneficially here. Looks like the TC drop, instead being the south side, is actually going to be on the north from Crackety. So I guess that at least gives him a defense, right? So the whole logic is if there's a counter raid coming from Sipahi, he now has a blocker. He also has a way of pulling the boar in and safely gathering in this area. Meanwhile, on the other side, that TC build hasn't really built the lead it was meant to. We're now at 4 villager losses. And I think it's going to be escalating further. These deer gatherers... Oh, for God's sake. You can't do this. I mean, survival techniques in itself are just worth it if you're going for these deer packs. But no wheelbarrow, only now coming in when the Uma Bannerman comes on through. Oh boy, that might be another one going down. Yeah, no, there's no garrison room. Oh, Gully, the Seek Shelter. Undermesh just making this Uma Bannerman so tanky as well. It's kind of crazy. Usually this guy gets thrown away pretty quickly, but Crackety in this game has found insane value out of this unit. 5 worker kills so far. Ottomans still being greedy. Gully still wants that castle age. But at this pace, it's going to cost him dearly. You can already see Crackety's got all the gold he could ever require. I wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing a rush onto food now. I mean, the deer pack up here, deer, berries, plus the boar over here. Crackety at this pace could actually crack castle age before Gully. That's problematic because Gully doesn't actually have Cav to control the mid-map. And it means that it's going to be a relic positive game for the Japanese. That feeling when your opponent only has 1 military, but it's still that one annoying Uma Bannerman that has been costing you everything. How does Gully make this work? Because if you're in a castle age race, I'd say they are fairly even on their progress now. Like Crackety, the food numbers should be bumping up again soon. Actually, instead, he's going for more stone. He's rushing Shogunate. It's pretty creative, right? Like, it means his castle age timing should be worse than the Ottomans, but his food income at the beginning is going to be much, much better. It means those initial minutes of castle age aren't going to be that great for the Ottoman player. Movanam in the meantime. Cutting off any reinforcements. And Ona Bagisha now coming out. Smart read here. So if you're up against Spears and Sipahi, you should 100% be going Ona Bagisha. It's kind of obvious from the Spears, but even from the Sipahi, if Gully was building 5, 6 Sipahi, I'd still recommend Ona Bagisha. They have attack range that makes them a comparator to Sipahi, but cost efficiency is on your side. Sipahi do not have any melee armor. And your attack speed is much quicker than the Sipahi, right? So like, if you think about the raw cost, I've talked about this for Horsemen before. And Sipahi in that matchup against Ona Bagisha are just more expensive horsemen. Going on the farms at least. It's going to be a little bit annoying for Crackety, but Gully, honestly, this... I love how happy they are. Like, yeah, we bought an undefended farm. Who's your daddy? Still might be Crackety, buddy. Look at the tech up times now. Another thing that has me worried is Crackety, although he's overboomed on gold, it means he has plenty for upgrades the moment he arrives, right? So he'll be able to go immediately into things like Food Sashi, which is going to just escalate his food income even further, which he benefits from at this stage due to the fact he's still got berry patches to exhaust. Raiden again. Oh my dear God! Oh no, 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 no! Well, that has defined this entire game, hasn't it? The double Uma Bannerman. Remember, Crackety, he got the Daimyo upgrades. He actually could have 3 of them right now. Instead, 2 is more than enough. Gotta give Gully a fighting chance after all. Uma Bannerman basically dead. We'll just charge him once more. Tech up's underway, but Crackety notably quicker here. This Uma Bannerman is once again gonna idle out the build force. I mean, this is absolutely huge for Crackety right now. Eco-wise, they are neck and neck. But feeling balanced opportunities on the map, they are miles apart, right? Crackety is spread wide. He's not being harassed at all in any meaningful way. On top of that, Gully is condensed on one location with limited resources and losses mounting. These farmhouse kills. So, little kind of tip. I actually think that this is the worst Civ in the game to try and kill houses off. Because the issue is, on average, a Japanese player will already have surplus housing out due to them being mills. So it kind of feels like a moot play. To be honest, Gully doesn't have many alternative choices right now. I mean, he could have tried to scout for the boar, but at the same time, I'd say it's more value to burn down farms than it is farmhouses. Right? Farmhouses is actively costing your opponent something because farms rather is actively costing something because they're missing out on the wood tick from Kura Storehouse. Whereas killing a farmhouse, like by the time you get rid of it, that extra wood tick allows him to build another farmhouse. Onagishi now chasing out, and this is looking bad. Gully Deco now with a switch into archers, but the scary part about Japanese at this point in the game is they're very baiting. You've just seen a rack spam unit come out. It's very easy for Crackety to prep the transition into Samurai from here. Might not even need to though, right? With this type of mobility, archers are going to struggle to slow him down. Also, the first crossbowman just slowing down the formation further. Crackety will back away. Behind this, a movement out towards relics does commence for the Shinto priests. And honestly, looking at the spawn here, very feasible for Crackety to get 4 relics in a game like this. So Gully needs to be quick with getting his own imams out. Onagishi, they have got the aura. I love the confidence into the immediate nope. It's like, yep, we can beat them. Look at them. It's just like a few people with long sticks and no... Oh, wait, they've got that guy juicing them up. Nope, we're getting out of here. No one wants to mess with the Katana Bannerman. Outside this, archery is now being added in. Interesting. Could this... I mean, this should just be Onimusha. Onimusha have more range than archers, and it also gives you a mobility to raid. Like, having Onimusha, it's just basically a mobile crossbowman plus a horse archer in one. There's nothing to not like about these guys. Or gals, rather. Relics now being picked up on both sides. Nice play into the center by Gully. He does actually secure one of the more difficultly located relics. Don't think that was even a word. Difficultly. Not with the way I was using it, no. And not with the way Gully's using his army. This is also a no. Worst thing you can possibly do without a scout is walk into these tree lines. That is a death sentence, my friend. I mean, the one way you can get an edge here is if the Onagishi cannot gap close. Warlord comes out. Crackety quick to move away, though. It's so annoying dealing with Onagishi like this. The mobility factor is just so problematic. Looks like backstab comes in for the Knights, though. However, without the army to support, it's still a bad trade for Gully. Oh my god, Crackety doesn't know, right? No, you don't know? I can't believe that. Look at his vision. He's so close to seeing it. He mentioned in chat, I've noticed there's a lot of Golden Pit. It does have a tendency to do this, the edge spawns on the relics more than any other map. What a cheeky but cool play by Crackety, by the way. Look at this. Moves his woodline far, far away. And wait, is this fast imp? I mean, it kind of looks like fast imp, but you can't, right? No, you're going to have to invest. There's way too big of an army coming your way. So the cool thing about Crackety putting his eco out here is it means that there's enough garrison spots at home for most of his economy, right? Like, you want to do this a lot where you can. If you can mask eco in areas, it means that those in risky circumstances, like near the TC, near the Kura, there'll always be enough room for the majority to garrison. Raikim's in the right side, though. Crackety, slow to pull away here. Not that there's any real pulling away that you can do. Army now reacting. Crackety feeling confident he can take this fight, but I'm not sure you can. Kind sir, this feels a bit premature. Meat grinder, I guess? I mean, Gully's kind of backing up, right? Which is a bit weird to see here. Militarily, he is ahead, but a decent chunk of that isn't in the fight. So Crackety will just have to back up. He got a better exchange than he probably should have, right? Because he had Mass Onagishi there, and the archer count, I think it was around like 10 or 15 in that fight. So he's trading out well with the spears, the crossbows, the Spahi. But now with a mass switch up into Onimusha, it's quite interesting. With that extra 0.5 tar range, you can actually just infinitely kite out these archers. Mango is still going to be a problem, though. Horseman now also being added in. Love to see that. This game really began with a Stables play, and it might just be defined by it. Right now, after those Spearmen got wiped out by the Onagishi, Gully doesn't actually have an answer to mass cavalry. Gully does need to hit that TC soon, though. I think he's a little bit hesitant. Like, at this stage, you kind of just need to get rid of this factor so you're scaling ahead of your opponent. Because right now, even though you're winning the military fights, you're not winning much else, right? Like, you've traded kind of even on eco. You have got relics to your edge, but you know that with the amount of units you saw from the Daimyo, this is going to be a Shogunate booster, which means a lot more food for your opponent. A big shout out to Always Cursing coming through from the resub. Remember, guys, be subscribed to the Twitch side. Supports me, and also make sure you guys don't have to worry about ads. And that'll be all the ads that I will give for the time being. Onimusha, cutting down a few of these knights. Wait, what? Wait. Oh, for God's sake, Krakeny, we've been through this before. You need a rebind. I've noticed Krakeny do this before. It's because of the keybinds. It's very easy to just thumb on the Yuumi. The Yuumi have no purpose here because the aura got changed. Right? Onimusha get buffed by Uma Bannerman. They do not get buffed at all by Yuumi. A little bit expensive as well when you think about the cost of those losses, right? Yuumi aren't exactly cheap. 30 gold and 100 food. Yeah, why is Musha bound to R? They shouldn't be. Mine isn't. You got a weird key layout, my friend. I'm on W. I'm on the default. W-E, 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 W-E. What do you mean the Bannerman? Because you're adding in Bannerman Katana. It got lost in German translation. Really? I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Like, if it's not HRE, is it really German? There you go. Oh, raid coming in. Yo! What a big one here. Onimusha starts stepping away. Villagers getting baited. A good raid in, and Krakeny has built quite the cracking lead off the back of that. Okay, that was sick. Krakeny even just baiting the villagers to their death now. They just can't even think to run away at this stage. So a heavy loss here. Gully, like, dude, can you just... He's warded off, but why were the villagers chasing this entire time? I do not know. 4 archers actually will lose this fight, by the way. So you need to get a few more out here. Onimusha finally cornered. Will be taken down, but now with a 12 eco lead, Gully needs to be pushing in. Instead, he's just guarding the castle. Oh, man. Wait, Krakeny's even been maxing the last Onimushas. Okay, this is an absolute disaster for Gully. He brought back half of his army for this. Really? Really? So I'm pretty sure Gully's watching this game right now, and he's probably realizing that that's the moment where you should have gone in. That's the moment where you should have punished Krakeny, when militarily you should have been ahead, right? Because you've got passive reduction. Your eco was good before that fight. Instead, sending half the army back to deal with this means he's not in a position to dive. And it means Krakeny is now getting fully fleshed out on the farms. We are up to an insane count at this stage. 37 farms and going upwards. His food income is going to rocket to 4 times Gully's. Onimusha. Interesting. So I think I'm going to explain why Gully thought that Krakeny was on free TC. It's because of the stone gathering. You've got to remember the Japanese, it's actually not always going into TCs. It's usually going into daimyos. And the kind of alarm bell ringing moment for you in this game, Gully, should have been when you saw that your opponent had double Uma Bannerman in your base. That should have been the giveaway that all the stone was being hoarded for TC upgrades, not just for the TC boon. Interestingly enough, actually, he is now upgrading to level 2 Daimyo on the extension TC. Yeah, he mined out the whole stone for the Shogunate. Shogunate costs quite a lot, remember. Shogunate Castle is going to cost you in total 2,100 stone. So that's almost 2 stone outcroppings you have to gather just to upgrade your primary TC to full. Before Shogunate. Got you. Even so, right, if he's on... I'd say, like, if your fortress is on free TC, that... If anything, that ramps up your need to go in. Either you go in or you go imp. But you have to do either fast. And the problem is, like, going imp fast when your food is kind of this pitiful isn't a great option. Also, I notice a lot of players typically do this where they kind of overburden the wood, and I've done this as well, but you don't immediately start using it for a farm transition, right? There's no smooth shift over here. if you want to be optimal about this timing, it shouldn't be wait for 2,000 wood, then spam. It should be like, oh, I've got 800 wood, build another farm cluster. Oh, I've got 800 wood, another farm cluster. Instead, right now you're sitting on 2.5k wood. Farm count is not looking great, right? I think you're at 21 farms. Compare that to the other side. The better farms, Crackly is at 64. Oh my dear God. Well, there's going to be no one left to marry and have kids in this kingdom at this rate, because this seems to be a lot of Onimusha and Samurai going to war. Mass Rams as well. Crackly, he wants that gold. He is about to run out himself, right? I think he's exhausted all gold here. In fact, actively trading with food just to try and get the army together. Gully, I don't know if his army's big enough to hold this. This is a lot of melee. Love that Onimusha is a supporting factor against the front line of men-at-arms. Not that you really need help with that, right? When you've got this many samurai, with the Odachi, they eviscerate men-at-arms. That keep may be a non-factor. Great Bombards, they don't unlock until Imperial Age. Crackety. Now fully popped. This is the moment to go, right? He's just prepping more racks just to make sure he's got the military churn non-stop. Istanbul Observatory on the way. Gully Deco. Wait, is Crackety waiting for the tech timer to make this push? That's pretty genius if so. Right, the logic is that Gully won't have reserves to keep pumping. I mean, funnily enough, if Gully optimized his eco, he'd have a lot of reserves to work with here. Observatory coming up. 7 Rams, and Gully does not know. He cannot see past the Stealth Forest. Wolves going up, but it's not going to matter. 7 Rams coming in at the worst possible time for Gully Deco. Upgrades won't be in. Army will not have an ability to reboom with a lack of food here. This is going to hit. Crackety marches forward. Rams are already in on the keep. Wolves will not be complete. Villagers now being massacred. Gully Deco trying to stand his ground. Finally goes to the garrison. Mangonels get some shots out, but the charge in by the Samurai, uncontested. Siege completely exposed. And Mango's all going down. Onimusha behind this, still absolutely fine. Onimusha just mince-meeting their way through the front line. Castle is going to fall. Crackety low on military force, but should have enough to break the keep and keep breaking through. Great Bombard has been rushed out. Might be enough to recover this. Crackety needs more gold, though. Needs more army. The mass arch is standing their ground, but the Onimusha, the thing that scares me here, folks, there's nothing to actually answer them right now. Oh, man, this is kind of awkward, right? Like, actually, usually in this type of position, you think that the Japanese players GG'd out, but all I'm seeing is mass samurai to cannon fodder and Onimusha that actually add a lot of damage in here that are completely uncounted. Great Bombard's now trying to answer it, but main army getting small. Great Bombard count getting big, but if you have nothing to defend that, it means the Samurai will clear up. Dude, and now they're targeting onto the Rams. Rams just getting rid of the Siege Workshops. This is going bad. Gully, he put everything into that. Mass wood and mass gold to try and mass up the Great Bombards, but the amassment was not high enough. Great Bombards with 350 HP will not last long enough here. A sick fight by Crackety to take control of the center. A big shout out to Silent Aki with a resub. So right now we're going to start to see Gully submit to the power of the Japanese, gathering gold on the edge. But folks, this is a dire point to give up the gold. He has 1,800 back at home. He has 4 relics, but he's about to lose control of the fat clusters. And in Imp Age, that is a bad position to find yourself in as the Ottomans. Rebooming Janissaries, rebooming Great Bombards becomes incredibly difficult. Nigh on impossible. And now more villagers dying. Gully now 30 eco behind. I mean, you've got the increased passive production of Imp Ottomans, but even that can only do so much here. It looks like Crackety has done enough. Tanegashima Gunsmith now on the way. Such a sick move, right? I don't think it's easy often to punish people for their imp play, for their imp timing. It's more typical that you can actually kill someone off of a feudal to castle age transition than a castle to imp age transition. But the timing by Crackety in this game was pitch perfect. And now the overflow effect is going to be felt. Rams break down the walls. Funnily enough, he still breaks through the walls with the torches. Only time where Gully is going to be able to get a good trade right now is with Crackety in the middle of a tech up. Unfortunately, that may not hold true here. 3.4k food a minute, 2k gold. This push is going to be never-ending. Janissaries are at least elited up, but they're about to get yeeted out. Remember, in this fight, it's not a good one for them. Deflective armor, absorb shots. Adachi means that they get hit for 19 damage. And they aren't as tanky as hand cannoneers, so although he will clear up the Master Samurais here, he still takes a hit for it. Behind this, all I can see is gold. All of it. And Crackney loves every bit of it. The feel of it, the touch of it, the smell of it. In fact, I don't know if you guys know, but Crackney even happened to have something painted gold in a smelting accident. It's kind of weird, right? Like, usually in a game like this, Ottomans are pretty favored at this point in the game, right? Like, you get 5 or 6 great bombards and you go, but I think we've seen a few Ottoman players struggle from this point onwards. If you lose the gold control in the center, you can't mass great bombards, not quick enough. And Japanese might need gold, sure, but they need it in smaller clumps, right? They need it per unit quite low for the Samurai, for them to Bagisha. And if they control the center, this flood's never going to stop. So the issue now for Gully Deco is if he loses this army, he has no ability to rush a rebuild. Crackney is just going to buy some time. The other scary thing, actually, about this matchup is if it's not just about the gold, it's now the fact that as things kind of slow down and nothing happens for a few minutes, what's Crackney doing? He's putting up these stockpile tickets that allows him to get into Azutsu, Great Bombards, or sorry, Bombards rather, whatever he wants for free. We're also now looking at Oda Tactics. Yeah, Oda Tactics really just kind of breaks the game open in my eyes time and time again. The unique detail for this Civ to have been given Elite Army Tactics with torch damage as well is actually quite the ball buster. And funnily enough, that comes from the people without the balls. The Oda Bagisha are the reason why I think this tech is so strong. The ability to just rush into someone's base and burn everything down is absurd with these units at this stage. And this doesn't bode well either. Mass Sipahi up against Mass Onabagisha. I'll never be able to favor them there. You've even got now Spearman being upgraded, so Nagayari in the way. Nagayari, of course, a perfect counter, actually turns Japanese into like a top 4 spear civ with the extra range and extra damage they get versus Cav. Now, Janissary could still be the saving grace of Gully, but once again, have to highlight with the lack of long-term gold access, losing them doesn't become an option, right? They always have to live. Onabagisha flapping on in. Yeah, it just doesn't look fair, does it? I mean, like, actually, these armies were similar in cost if it was just Onabagisha. Of course, some samurais are absorbing as well. That means that Gully, like, you can't afford to lose split troops like that. It's all at once or never at all. What on earth is that gate? Luckily, the Onabagisha are not looking. But Gully, remember, he's still 30 eco behind. You've got all this passive production, but the problem as well is with Gully being at mass 200 pop, not fighting, it's really bad. Being at 200 pop might sound like a good thing, but it's actually a terrible thing for the Ottomans. It means that your passive production isn't doing anything. It's waiting, right? It's like you're 11 months into a birth. Like, why will this baby not come out? It's actually a really big deal. So Gully needs to start forcing some fights, but there's that Oda Tactics I talked about. Just look at the absurdity of how quickly they torch these down. No shot. No hopes of repairing. And funnily enough, Gully Deco going mass crossbows doesn't have the movement speed to chase this. This is like the fat security guard being like yelling at the kids, get back here. And then they just keep skateboarding off. It's so difficult to stop this once the gate's open. Onabagisha now starting to reach into that eco. Meanwhile, a big clump of the army massing it in the center, but keep in mind the amount of troops he's sent to deal with this is disproportionate. It means that Crackney should be able to fight with more in the center, but right now, a little bit over-ecoed, right? He's building up the reserves. Onabagisha once again reaching in and finding the gold line. Oh my god. Yeah, you're right. This is starting to feel the longest pregnancy. This is a 12-month baby now. I mean, Gully, like, he's finally able to buff them out, right? But it's not for good reason. Village is going down in this amount. Oh my god, Gully! With the reaction speed of a goldfish, it doesn't move them away at all. That's 20 plus villagers down! I mean, the ladies are going to die, but they high-five each other as they go to their grave. Goal achieved. Gully in trouble now. And Ozutsu have arrived. Oh my. Ozutsu here up against the clumped-up Janissary, a perfect solution. Now, Crackety, this is the point where you're allowed to farm the Yuumi Bannerman. So, there we go. There we go. That's where the misclicks pay off. So Yuumi Bannerman, of course, do buff up the Ozutsu. They've also got Gunpowder Tech, so now they hit for a lofty 39 damage per strike. And watch what it does to this. Hello. Not as much as you think, right? 35 ranged armor. Remember, these shots are range damage, but instead, what they can do against the Janissary is big. Moving in here. A strike down on the front line. Janny count only 18. Great Bombards have now arrived to deal with the Bull Boys, but nice split off there. Crackety IDing which ones are being targeted. Gully holding for the moment. Janny count getting low, now down to just 10. And the wave is never ending here. You know, it looks like a bad fight due to the siege at the back, but the Ozutsu done what they needed to. He broke the Janny formation. Gully now down to just 10 of those. Although his military count looks big, it's mainly the crossbows, and with more Onibagisha, that is easily broken here. In fact, even Spears, right? Like, all this. Spears, like, the reason why I said that the Spears are Japanese, like a top 4 spear civ, Nagayari in the late game for the buff damage against Cav and the attack range, but also it's the Bannerman plus the fact they get an extra melee tech compared to any other civ in the game. It actually makes these a pretty decent choice this late in the game, hitting for 18 damage, especially against crossbows that just get no value here. It also means on a map where you're running out of gold access, Crackety is able to remain a little bit more optimal about his gold usage, right? He can stick it all into Onibagisha, and then Spears can make up the cannon fodder to kind of absorb so that the Onibagisha can clap everything in front of them. There's no reason Ottomans should still be in this game. Have you not heard of the military schools? 3 units? Is it time to rant like you're a StarCraft player? It might be. I mean, it's actually the Great Bombards that are the bigger problem. I like that Crackety hasn't tried to answer this with Springalds. It just doesn't feel like it would work, right? Like, it just takes so long to get rid of them, even with Springalds. So instead, just trying to kind of like headbutt these fights. He has got 4k food income. You can afford to just kind of relentlessly send people in. In fact, Crackety, 2/3 of his economy are on food. 85 workers right now. Burn down the forge. Well played, Gully. Targeting out the Yorishiro forges here. That is going to be quite annoying. Remember, this stage of the game, Crackety has got the upgrade, so he's got 6 of these Yorishiros. That's actually why he's able to afford the gold. If we check a temple, you'll see. Yeah, he took the tech. So right now, he is getting, what was that end up being? It would be 450 gold a minute, passive, from Yorishiros. That's why he's still alive. So once again, Temple of Equality sucks. Floating Gate got buffed. I mean, it's already going to be hard enough to justify Temple of Equality, but those extra 2 Yorishiras now in him, it feels almost impossible. Long wall attempt by Gully. Needs to complete that soon. Military-wise, he's very far ahead. 113 to 76, but it's the reboom that scares me. And only right now has 2 Great Bombards, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, yeah, he's not blocking the additional one yet. Still 2 Great Bombards. Isn't that scary? Mass crossbows. Have to stand their ground. Spearman and Onibagisha charge on in. And what? He goes after the Ozutsu. I think that might be a mistake. I think these crossbows are going to struggle to clear this up quick enough. Ozutsu numbers are getting low. Great Bombards need to turn on the cluster. Gully Deku able to hold, though. Janissary's numbers just too high this time. Sprills are coming in now, though. Sipahi do backstabber. Gully looking good all of a sudden. Wow. I misread that. I did not expect that many Janissaries to be in that fight there. But credit to him. 20 Janissaries, the crossbows with that attack speed aura as well. Able to annihilate Crackety. Crackety right now He might just have to donate all of his food to save the Children Foundation or something. I mean, he could feed the world. Right now, he can't sustain an army. 35 gold in reserve, 400 gold income. Gully, he's got the Sacred Sites. He should be able to hold them. I'm trying to find a way that Crackety gets back in this now. I mean, that was really impressive. I didn't expect it to be that one-sided. The Onibagisha done nothing. This is a very cozy game now for Gully. The only way I can see this working out for Crackety is if he sends Onibagisha to deal with the remaining eco that Gully has. Because gold isn't looking great, right? So if Gully does start losing great bombards, it's going to be a GG type move. And actually, it's going to happen now. Springhold's stymieing him out. Gully, stop chasing! Shoot this! Shoot this! Oh my god. Great bombards get baited. And now Gully's own walls used against him. Sipahi tried to roam through, but that's Mass Onibagisha waiting to meet them. Sipahi, they need these anti-siege kills. They need them fast. Great bombards does stay alive. Army distracted on the left side here. Crackety does peel him back. But Sipahi make their way in. And funnily enough, Crackety has stopped pumping spears, so the Sipahi can get reasonable trades. The dive comes in. Renewed aggression. Only one Great Bombard. Second one comes in from range for the backup. Janissary count kept down to 20. Crossbows now down to 20 as well. But Crackety being quadrupled in military right now. Oh my, oh my. Oh my god. Tell me you're out of gold without saying you're out of gold. 130 Nagayari Spearmen get queued up. Are you Japanese or are you a Bassid? In that case, you might be a bad Sid. I'm sorry, that was a terrible joke. Last of the Sipahi being chased after. Eco-wise, he still has 85 farms to occupy. Sacred Site timer is still ticking, but it looks like it's going to be a decap attempt now coming on the right side. And wait, really? Bruh. So someone's saying market that food. He has been. The rate is really, really bad. If I can find his marketplace now, because I think he built another one. The rate went really low, right? Because he would have boomed as much gold from food as possible. Yeah, he'll get 12 gold per 100 food. It doesn't matter. The amount of time you'd have to spend selling food would be wasted APM elsewhere at this stage. It's that bad. And once again, Gully goes after the forges. Only this time, the Nagayari will clear him up. Sacred Site's still locked in, though. It's still 7 minutes away. It's very difficult. I think Gully, the issue I'm seeing in this game is he's actually dominating these fights, but the reason why I refuse to just call the GG is because he won't GG it. He's not securing the sites with stone walls. He's not pushing in, right? Instead, Crackety has snuck out through the tree line. He's built proxy raxes. He keeps going for the decap, and Gully doesn't realize it. I'm sorry. He's raiding you with spearmen. This borderline feels like Japanese BM at this stage. I mean, it's working. Has sent archers back to deal with it. Surely Gully realizes he's up against mass spearmen now, right? I mean, when you see this many pokey sticks. Oh, what? Great bombards are gonna get pinched. Crackety! He can get all three here. What a sick move. Can he finish it off? Two go down. And Gully Decker will count his lucky stripes. It wasn't free. Because it should have been. Oh my god. Gully, he's at least got gold to reboom, but rushing a reboom with these is expensive. 800 gold per. Cheeky boy. Crackety refusing to give in. Has stockpiled some gold now, so it looks like he's resurging into a different unit type, and we are now getting mangonels. Now, funny detail here, folks. These walls pose a problem for Gully. Great bombards can't shoot through walls. Mangoes can shoot over them. So if Gully plays around these walls a little bit too leniently, those mangoes could destroy this army. Like, it's basically full range versus melee right now. But the mango detail by Crackety could actually clutch the game up. Sapahi's still raiding. Crackety losing a little bit more eco, but that just gives him breathing room to push more military right now. I don't think he really needs more food at this stage. He has 20,000 food in reserve. Sacred Sight. Wait, this might be the decap. Golly. TikTok goes the clock. This is going to be tight, actually. He needs to get right on top of that site. Crackety almost gets it. And in fact, it looks like he will. Sacred Sight win condition removed. Oh, man, golly. It feels like an outpost would tell you everything you need to know in this area. Instead, mistakes made. Decap successful, and now Crackety, he wipes the sweat from his brow and immediately uses the Tanegashima Gunsmith to spawn the Bombards. What? Look at the siege count. 5 mangoes, 4 Bombards. And Gully, he got baited. Only 5 Sapahi. This is looking bad. Bombards move in. Great Bombard down. Crackety, doubled up in military. Can he do this? There's no way, right? Surely no way. Mangoes move up, though, to make the way. And the smushing begins. Gully, this is even worse. All these damaged bars means he's not able to actively produce more, and they're starting to get crushed. Bombard's moving in as well, just to make sure there's no great Bombard counter. Sapahi tried to wrap through, just a few of them to break this. Crackety stands his ground with the mangoes, though. The Bombards as well. Every piece of siege to hold the choke. Right now, this is starting to feel like a choke. Gully, all of a sudden, finding himself closer and closer to the military numbers of Crackety. Crackety actually with the military lead here. Bombards just breaking down units one by one, and the Sapahi flooding through one by one, just not quick enough. Azutsu behind this. Onobugisha as well. Nagayari Spears. Is it enough to break through? It's looking like it might. Gully, he's down to 130 population now. This is it. You want to know how the Ottomans stay in this. They stay in it off of good trades, but that is no longer the case. Great Bombards and Springolds should be able to target down the last of the Great Bombards. And that should be the last of Gully Deckle. No standing army to hold the choke point. No way to hold on in this area. And a critical point when he needed the breakout, Crackety finds the way. And now it's a flood through. Japanese quite often resemble the Zergs. And right now, Crackety is about to show you why. Mass Spearmen, mass Onobugisha to overwhelm the quality of Gully's army. Dude, what a sick read there. Gully, a bit too complacent in this game, and I think he's going to know it as well. Crackety, given the time he needed to get enough tickets for Bombard spam, as well as gold for Mangonels, he finds the one fight that matters when it matters most. Gully, without the food to keep up, without the wood to keep up, has no way of recovering this game anymore. And you can guarantee Crackety, with almost 200 spearmen queued up in reserve, will give him no opportunity. GG comes out. A drop of the ball by Gully, but a magnificent catch by Crackety. Woo! Whoa, whoa, whoa. Is that celebrity superstar Crackmeister himself? Holy crap. With skilled players like that, I'm sure he's going to be winning all of the S-tier tournaments, and then he can afford crack. No, don't buy crack. Bad. Yes, pretty cool game, right? I don't know if that one's going to get uploaded because I know it's on the previous patch now. So that was actually before the Ottomans got nerfed, right? He beat them when they were stronger. Now, I don't mean to highlight Gully too much on the other side. I think that was more well played by Crackety. Definitely there was a slip up by Gully, but dude, I never expected to cast a game where Japanese built spears and they won, but there it was. It actually happened. So, there's a poll currently going on. Vote, guys. Let me know what you want to do. I'm Rumpy, mate. There's a poll literally going on right now. If you want community games, you have to vote in there. It's up to you guys, the community. Because we need enough people to actually play community games. Right now, it looks like people want more 1v1s. I'm thinking what I might do, because I've got some real-life errands to run, and I know I've got some other restrictions, like I do the charity quiz tomorrow on Friday. We might do a long stream today, so I can get prepped for on the weekend. And then possibly, like, what we'll do is maybe we won't stream on Friday, because we're going to be streaming on Saturday. I'm foreseeing probably an 8 to 10 hour stream, and then possibly Sunday as well. So we'll see how things go. because potentially on Friday the issue is like I've got some things in the morning and it might be a short stream. So what we'll do is we'll definitely do a long stream today, and then we'll play it by ear for Friday. What's wrong with commie games? People want 1v1s. There's not enough free-for-alls anyway. Even if I wanted to do the bypass vote, there's simply not enough people voting free-for-alls there. You need at least 8 people. If we don't have at least 8 people, we literally are incapable of filling a free-for-all. And as I've said before, I refuse to just open it to the public. The reason why I don't do that, well, you guys are the public I'm opening it to. If you open it to random people on the ladder, they get in, they don't know what the hell the mod is, they goldfish, and they literally just leave. I've had that so many times. Why people are voting 1v1s? Because they want to watch 1v1s, I guess. Maybe another vote next hour. That's the goal. So we'll run some more 1v1s. If people want it in an hour, we can do community games. That's why I always say people who want to do community games free-for-alls, hang around. Because if you're coming in saying, are we doing it? And then leaving, then you're not here potentially when the vote's going on next time. You miss out. Sup, newbie? Did you miss out on the vote? Yeah, you missed out on the vote. 8-5 in favor of 1v1s over free-for-alls. So let's have a look and see who we've got live. Damn, Wham is on a grinder today. I think earlier, did I see Farman was like casting the scrims? I don't know if there was a scrims. I'm staying away from them. I know that Puppypaw and Wham had some what looked like scrims. I don't touch scrims. My dealio that I try to like pitch to the players is like keep your data open for pub games, and I won't touch your tournament games. Sup, Stupak. New to AoE4, Wheelbarrow adds 50% more to effective villager count due to +5 carrying rate. In a way, like, so the thing you have to equate to that is it's not really 50% more efficient. If your villagers are moving a lot, then it can seem that way. But for it to be 50% more efficiency, your villagers would have to spend just as much time walking as they do gathering. In most cases, that's not going to happen because you'll drop a drop-off building right next to where you're gathering. So they're going to tap, 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 then turn around. As a good friend of mine, Mister, would always say, if you're working, you're not walking. If you're walking, you're not working. That's the easy way to think about Wheelbarrow. It's a little bit more diluted when you're talking about the Japanese, because the Japanese get 25% increased gathering rate per tier on berry gathering. So for them, actually getting the Wheelbarrow tech makes a lot more sense from a berry gathering perspective. No Wheelbarrow drops off 10 res versus 15. Yes, Deepak, but if you aren't moving much, if your villager, for example, let's say your villager is right next to what they're gathering and where they're dropping off, then the turn time and drop off is about a second or two. So whilst increased efficiency, if you're right next to the resource, you're not seeing much of a gain. It's not a 50% gain because you're still gathering from a finite resource. Just because you gather 5 more per trip, you're not realistically 50% more efficient there. Because if you're turning around, dropping off, and then turning around again, you're saving like maybe a second, right? So it's more effective for when you've got further off resources. But in most cases, you're going to drop additional, like, drop-off locations. So, for some civs, they won't get Wheelbarrow straight away because getting a TC would be more optimal, for example. All right, so let's have a look here. Wham's got a game. By the way, it's drink o'clock. Chin chin, folks. We are on the lemonade with white rum and peach schnapps, and it's delicious. I'm an alcoholic. Which is why I need you all to subscribe, because alcohol's not cheap. So get those subs in! Come on, I got my pizza guy who buys me pizzas. Who's going to buy me vodka? Actually, my vodka's running out. Crap. Oh, no. So by my maths, to get a new bottle of vodka, I'd need... Would it be 10 subs? Probably 10 subs. You guys noticed this? Like, I noticed recently, I swear, when I went into the shop and, like, the deal on vodka, I looked at it, I was like, wow, that's a good deal for 100 CL. And it was 70 CL. I was like, what has happened to the economy? Can a man not just destroy his own kidneys here, please? Kidneys. Yeah, that way, liver. Well, that's the thing. When you drink so much alcohol that it's no longer your kidneys in despair, it's your liver. right? That's the true power play. When you get wheelbarrow, most people will get it typically as they're teching up or just after they're teched up. Most players will before like 9 minutes, where most saves, like a general rule of thumb is if you're 9 minutes in the game, you still don't have wheelbarrow, you've done something wrong. There are exceptions, but they are very, very rare. For most people, you will want it before 9 minutes. All right, folks, let's get to it. We've got Vortix up against Wham. Ottomans versus Abbasids. Now, this is a very interesting matchup. Abbasids have been making a resurgence ever since the slight tweak with fresh foodstuffs being moved to the mill and a few other nice little weird details like camels being cheaper. That one doesn't matter. But I think what does matter is that the Abbasids, this slight change in their timings with fresh foodstuffs, this 2TC build has been looking dominant. And in conjunction with the Ottoman nerfs, I gotta say, this matchup, even before that change, I actually favored the Abbasids. I now think this is like an 80-20 matchup in favor of Abbasids, ever since the change that now makes 2TC all that much smoother for Abbasids. Now, the only counter to that is if an Ottoman player plays double TC, but the worry I have about these Otto double TC builds that were starting to take over a few months ago is that they got heavily nerfed considering how much weaker your Feudal Age players now. Remember, they not only nerfed the passive production of the Ottomans, they also nerfed the unlock points for Vizier points. It takes a lot more units to get those points now, and that hurts your potential, especially against civs like the Abbasids that already have very good Feudal Age armies. Remember, they've got the Boot Camp, they've got the Golden Age, they've got ways of contesting you. And should they ever reach Castle Age, Lord have mercy on your soul. So, looking at the spawns on this opener, pretty damn good spawn for Vortix to not be pressured too hard. Looks like the type of spawn that if you want to go 2TC, I'd highly recommend it. Out on the deer here, you've got a double deer pack close together. What the interesting part on the other side of this, though, is from Wham's perspective, it's got a very nice kind of TC drop opportunity on the 4 deer or the retractor berries back here. What I can't see... Oh, God, yeah, no, this is bad. So I'm expecting this to likely be a deer drop TC that we're going to be seeing coming out from Wham. It is going to be the military wing opener. The reason the military wing is a really big deal here is that it forces the Ottoman player to dance to your tunes. Usually an Ottoman player, the optimal opening for Ottos was to go into the Sipahi, right? You can't do that here. If you open with Sipahi, you die to the Spearman archers. So you have to open archery range if you want to contest. I'm curious if Vortix is even going to try it, though. I wonder if with the gold spawns and the woodlines that they are, if he tries to do something a bit more greedy. Considering he's got 3 people on gold already and we aren't even teched up yet, I'm hoping this is just about blacksmith techs and maybe wheelbarrow. Because I feel like the fast castle build for the Ottomans is now weirdly enough too slow against the Abbasids. Especially with how aggressive their TC timings are. First Spearman coming out. He does know where the stone is, so that's the good news. The bad news is in 45 seconds, this Spearman is worthless. So honestly, I'm a bigger fan of Vortix with this opening spear, and I genuinely think like a lot of people are spending way too much effort trying to do this Spearman play, by the way. Go to the deer. Just straight away go to the deer, shove them in. Shove them in towards the berries. If that's as far as you get before the other scout comes in and lames you, great. You now have a pretty optimal mill drop location, right? I'm not a big fan of this Spearman play because even if it had been a Ford spawn gold, at the time you arrive at that first Spearman, because of the nerfs to the passive production, your opponents already start the tech up. And you know that what will happen as a follow-up is by the time you arrive, you have to leave, as we literally just saw from Vortix here. So yeah, my advice, people, don't do this. I know some people are going in the comments, whoa, 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 whoa. You can't tell Vortix what to do. He's like a top 10 player, easy peasy. But I think Vortix is going to come to the realization that deer shoving is much better. Like, if you wanted an opinion on it that actually matters more than just my lowly plebism, Wham and Poppy Paw have been doing the deer shoving any opportunity very safe that they can get their hands on. So that should be enough convincing on its own. Straight away the comments in chat. So tech up complete. Outpost going up. We are getting a fast castle build from Vortix. Yeah. You ever get that feeling you're watching way too many Age of Empires 4 games? I don't know, like, chat, is it me? Like, we've had a lot of correct calls way ahead of time today. I need a patch, all right? Like, how many weeks ago was it? Was it 2 or 3 weeks ago we had a patch? I need another patch. Let's spin it up. Who do we buff? Order the Dragon. GG, let's go. Zhuji now can, like, you know how the Ayabids have access to the Tower of the Sultan? We should give Zhuji the ability in Castle Age to build a ginormous Shuganu. It's like a terracotta soldier moment, right? They build a giant terracotta soldier the size of the Trojan horse, and they climb inside it. All right, I'm going to stop. What's my rank in 1v1s? I don't play. I spend my time analyzing, breaking down games. I have beaten Conk level players. So, I don't know. Be that what it is. TC drop on the deer, though, as we expected. And notice he's left the spearman here to shove in. He sent one spear with the 2 archers. That's a very smart read by Wham. It means he gets the deer shove in while still piling pressure, because at this stage in the game, Vortex only has spears, right? He can open archers, but the whole reason, you might be wondering, why does Wham bring a spear then? The reason he brings a spear is because of the timings for Vortex after that outpost drop. If he was to rush his stables and push a Sipahi out, you'd now still have an answer to a Sipahi. So that is a very high-level optimization coming out from Wham. A lot of people would have either A, brought all the units, or B, left them all at home. This divide and conquer approach means he's getting even more eco-inflation while looking to prevent Vortexes. I mean, the reason I don't play is currently I stream on this channel at least 4 days a week, on average 8 hours each day. Okay, we are okay, Wham, stand ground has never looked like such an enemy before. That was actually hilarious. Talk about farming the wrong key. Still, this is fine. Like, overall, Wham's in a very good position. There's no play coming into Sables. It's literally just military school and fast castle. Other side of this, Wham already now has the TC up. He's got fresh foodstuffs. He won't be as quick to crack Castle Age, but the logic is that now if you scale into archers, by the time Vortex is able to ramp into this aggression that you're threatened by, you should be in Castle Age with 30 to 35 archers and composite bows on the way. That's a really, really scary timing for the Ottomans, because it puts the pressure on them to come in with men-at-arms and try to get rams. But men-at-arms are going to struggle against Castle Age archers with composite bows. They will just get Gatling gun down. So, yeah, pretty smart play, actually, overall from Wham. This TC build, I've seen him do it before, even tighter than this, sometimes in the gold. Had this been a forward spawning gold for Wham, you would have seen him do that build. If it had been gold at the front and deer at the back, he would have just optimized with the TC there. The whole point of this build is to direct attention towards the secondary TC, and then your opponent has to all-in that target, because this is only optimal one. You can't rush down this House of Wisdom landmark, especially with the fire armor. And yes, this game is indeed live right now. Memo and Imperial Army on the way, pre-8 minutes. Will take about another minute to complete, though. Now, something that always worries me with this type of build, you see he's already gone for the Imam point, but that's a heavy investment in itself. If I'm not... Am I right in this? That he didn't go for the... We can check, actually, because it's live. Did he not go for... He didn't. Okay, that's really bad. No Anatolian Hills. That's a lot less sheep to work with. Means you're going to have to spread wide on the flanks. The good news, at least, is like with this fast castle build, it makes sense because your opponent's not going to be able to pressure you there. But look at the catch-up. Holy crap. Can you add some mayonnaise while you're at it? Get his ketchup. Yeah, guys, I'm having a hard time. I'm watching 8 hours of AoE 4 a day. Give me a break. All right. Well, I don't think Wham's going to give everyone a break here. What? He skipped Eco-Wing. So this is interesting, actually. The Culture Wing build. I've seen Wham do this a few times in fast castle builds. The logic behind this, by the way, is POC allows you to get all these techs very cheaply, which is important when you consider that your pop is going to be about, what, like 48? It's going to be under 50 by the time you level up. Culture is the norm now? Actually, no. Eco is quickly becoming the norm, Eagle. The thing that you're seeing is these fast castle builds require Culture Wing, because usually if your opponent's doing this type of tech up, Vortex has a timing attack ahead of him. So the Culture Wing is much better from the logic that when your economy is smaller, like Eco Wing isn't going to serve a purpose in the next 5 minutes, right? You're not going to be farm transitioning in 5 minutes. But POC is immediately valuable for getting composite bows reduced, for getting your veterancy on archers if you want to go there. For the blacksmith upgrades, there's a lot of value points there. But like, my point is, this is for the fast castle build. If you are spending a few minutes of Feudal Age, this is the trash option. Culture Wing, to me, only makes sense before, like, 12 minutes. Yeah, I love how chat's like, wow, this is really optimal. He's got no eco-techs. You goober. No, he's going to at least wait on the military boot camp and the composite bows. But this is that scale into archers we talked about. Knights are on the way on the other side, but this is always the dicey thing about building lancers. You know, the issue of building lancers here is you're building into a unit your opponent can counter from feudal age. He doesn't have to wait to get access to crossbows to deal with this like he would men-at-arms. However, men-at-arms also feels terrible here because it's 2 TC Gulen play, right? So tech up complete. Lancer is going to raid freely on the backside. Put a spearman there to mirror it out. Villagers are going to get pushed back, but remember right now, the problem with Vortex's approach here, compared to an all-in Ottoman build, you're trying to raid, you're trying to chip damage, that means the TC is always going to survive. And this TC is very maintainable. At this point, Wham is barely spending more food a minute on villagers than Vortex is. He's spending 64 food compared to 50. It's an insane upside. I remember I was talking like, if the Abbasids seemed that weak, the clear buff that the devs could give is they could just actually improve fresh food stuffs by making it free. You can see it's not even needed. It's not free, and yet it's still such an absurd tech. Spearmen are going to lose out to the initial Lancers, but now with the second wave coming in, with the upgrades starting to come through, I mean, these archers become threatening. At this stage, remember, Vortex actually hasn't gone for a single tech upgrade. He has at least got relics coming his way, but the negative of this is now, with these archers going up to veterancy, the damage, base damage going up to 7, almost half of their DPS is hitting you. So this is where Lancers are going to struggle to keep scaling. Love the wall coming in from Wham as well. He's just creating that funnel point. Only one entry, and the cool thing is, remember, you know, when you're up against cav comps, there's double reason to do walls. One, they'll move so fast you can't mirror them. Two, of all the comps available, there is only one comp worse at burning through walls, and that would be to go archers. Well, or crossbows. But the point is, because you're using less entities, you have less torches, so burning through walls takes longer. 3 relics now in from Vortex. Veterancy being prioritized. Undermesh is on the way, but here's the funny thing. Notice that Wham prioritizes going composite bows instead. He has got the preservation knowledge tech, and now we get the blacksmiths. Jackpot. 40 wood, 100 gold each. That 20% savings is kind of nuts when you consider that when you need to go in for the level 2s, you've already kind of like got a free tech in that in terms of the 20% savings overall, right? Very powerful mechanism for this Civ. Wall on the back. Looks like someone got a bit cheeky here. Vortex actually stuck into the back of the base. So that relic's not going to be coming home. But now we reach this blunt timing we're talking about, where you hit the second TC. But now look at Wham. By the time you're ready to attack this, he's now 15 villages ahead. He could afford to lose the town center, and he'll still be okay economically. Even against the military school surging, rather, because you only got 2 of them plus the Mehmed, right? Although your eco is ramping with the relics and you've got all this passive production, you're still notably behind, especially when you add in the golden age with 15% increased gathering. So yeah, very tough Civ matchup for Ottos. We'll have to see if Vortex is able to overcome it, because I think you are at a disadvantage here. Your knight count is at least very good. However, Golems are now on the way, and that's going to be the damage soaker that makes this more difficult. Also, I 100% think Golems is the second best melee infantry against Siege. The only one that's better is Varangian, because Golems have double strike. Actually, I'd argue that Golems are better than Varangian because they move quicker, and their double strike DPS in its total is higher than Varangian. So let me correct that. Varangian are the best infantry, melee infantry against Siege. Smyril now coming out. That Smyril's like, this is dangerous. Wham is getting a bit too content with the state of things. He's not strong enough to hold against mass lancers here. He needs to be careful. They are going to commit in, and Wham may have misread this entirely. He's trying to switch into crossbows, but only 2 deep. Knight count lasting just long enough. Archer's now diving in. And that's Springald. It's going to lose it. Oh, man. Dude, what a timing. Wham, way too aggressive against one of the most aggressive players in AoE4. That was a complete misread. Wham should not be playing out past these choke points. Got a bit too gluttonous, and now he's being punished for it. TC is down, so any eco losses feel permanent here. And with a Maga now on your base, the problem that Wham now has is how do you build a Springald when it's up in your face like this? Not just that, guys. A second man goes on the way. Wait. Well, it stopped off for coffee. and some ice cream. He'll be here soon. Yeah, I'm actually worried now for Wham. I think he completely misread that fight. That was expensive. Losing, what, a third of the archers, most of the spears, any crossbows you had. Not to mention the fact that now gold is blocked out. You have to play corner gold. A lot of idle time there. Means a lot less siege, a lot less crossbows, and all of a sudden a lot more pain for you. Vortex marches in. Lancers, not really phased by this. There's no spearmen to contest them anymore. Only one left alive. And just enough Lancers left to soak this in. Archer's now turning on the villages. And all of a sudden, like, Wham! He could lose the entirety of his eco lead here. Oh my god, Vortex, just one knight in. Second one coming in. The Archer's going to camp here. Mangonel now arrives. Good dodges at least coming in, but double Mango underneath the TC. All of a sudden, we have a game where Vortex has full control. Oh my god, I actually think Wham may be dead. Think about his food location as well. If Vortex peels a knight to check the flanks, this is over. And he has to know, right? Like, he's checking the berries back here. Vortex has scouted that back corner. He knows there is no food deposits there. He did see a few sheep when he dove, but he'll also know that the count wasn't that high. So overall, the only remaining play here is you just camp the flank resources, and then Wham has to think about a farm transition with Culture Wing. I love watching Vortex, man. Like, these aggressive timings. I mean, sometimes, I'll be honest, I'll be the first to say it, sometimes watching Vortex can be underwhelming from a GG point, right? Like, sometimes you just, even when the game looks over, you want to see him try to recover. And Vortex is one of those players that very much believes that a game is done or dusted at a certain point, right? And he looks to move away. But the cool thing in these type of games is, like, Wham, with a civ like the Bastards, they can come back from worse. So we are actually going to still get quite a bit of distance in this game. Vortex, he's made all the right moves so far. Wham has rewarded him in some ways. He's kind of given some freebies away. I think this fight that happened here was atrocious. But he's not out of the game yet. This is still a strong point in the game for the Abbasids. He hasn't got boot camp, but with the composite bows, it gives you a very cost-efficient army to build into. Even with a lack of food access, remember, the thing he can afford here is massive wood gathering. And Vortex does not know. Wait, yeah, he doesn't know about the 4th relic down here. So it's going to be 3 relics only. Wham, really needs to get some siege. It's the only thing he can really afford as well. Comms bow archers. Nice step back. Wham, just desperate for this food. If he doesn't play Springles or Mangonels, he's never getting it. I'm wondering, Wham. He needs to wait for 2 Springles. The good news is there's really not much more Vortex can take away from him. Wood is the thing he can keep accessing, because he can actually move to this side, short wall here, and then gather the wood line here, right? So actually, like, Wham, the more he leans into the wood, the better it gets. Gold is also fine for him. He's about to exhaust his initial 4k. He still has 2k behind him. So he is on the clock here in more than one way. But right now, Vortex has full stringent control. He's going long wall. He could even go 2 TC. In fact, he went 2 TC. You crafty son of a gun. I love this. Delayed 2 TC play now. So all of a sudden, Vortex, the idea of going into Imperial Age, going like 30 minutes in this game, doesn't phase him, right? The Abbasids are the ones weak for it now. And remember, the Abbasids have no true scalar point right now. There's no trade wing. There's no eco wing. So Wham isn't even remotely prepped for a long castle into an immediate pop into Imperial. He's weak by that standard. Vortex. A lot of damage on those mangoes. Springles is at least going to give a bit of breathing room. So Wham should now be moving out onto the berry patch. She's still got about 1,000 resources here to gather. Vortex. That's expensive. Well, these mangoes are free, right? But that's a lot of control removed. I think that Vortex may have overshown his hand here. That type of move out, like, you know, that type of retreat, the way you just done that, told Wham a lot about what's happening here. Either A, you're teching, or B, you've got multi-TC. So now Wham has the confidence to go out and get the walls and now play out towards the sacred sites. I think that may have been a bit of a blunder by Vortex. The mangoes are free, don't get me wrong, but now, like, look at his army. This army completely wipes anything here. Because without the mangoes, there's nothing to counter composite bows. Yeah, this is a bit worrisome now. Because if you think about it, Wham's been quite efficient surviving here with no food. He's now got the berries. He's then got the deer pack to the south side he can access. And he's still got a little bit left on his berries, right? So he might have to add in some farms, but he has a surge point. And considering that Vortex went for 2TC, he's, by comparison, weak right now. Lance is also now being produced. Good read. Unfortunately, too late. Vortex anticipated the likelihood of this. Man, these two are so enjoyable to watch. I mean, Wham. Is he going Imperial Age? By God, he's going Imperial Age. This is going to be Eco Wing. That is incessantly greedy. If you get spotted doing this, if Vortex has any inclination that you are going Imperial Age, you are now locking in 3,600 resources to that tech up. And by the way, that's not accounting for the time it takes you to get those resources. That's another like minute and a half, I'd say roughly, like gauging this kind of point. Because it's got villager production as well before you start a tech up. So you are 3.5 minutes away almost from going Imperial. Let's say 3 minutes to be fair to him. That's dangerous, man. That is insanely dangerous. Oh, wait, no, fair point. He got the POC, right? So it's a little bit cheaper. But that is still 3,000 resources, basically, right? The question mark is, does Vortex know? Because this is the interesting thing. These type of plays can look throwy or really bad, but what you have to be conscious of is there's a difference between what you know and what your opponent does, right? I always like to use poker analogies because I think they're perfect for RTSs where you have counters and fog of war, these type of things. This is like someone all-inning you, and your brain is like, oh man, they've got pocket aces. They've started this hand with aces. And then it turns out that they've got like 5, 6 suited. That's a better hand to try and like cool, right? But your perception of their strength, what that they're showing you, is much better. Now, the interesting thing about Abbasids is they hide their hand until the river is dealt, until all 5 cards are out. Because although they may start the tech up now, unless you pressure them, unless you reveal what they're doing, you won't know that they've committed 3,000 resources to tech. That's the crafty thing about this play that feels a lot more feasible for this Civ than a lot of others in this situation. And yeah, Trade Wing is going to be the choice. He's already walling off the south side for it. Mass Sipahi from Vortex as well is someone I don't like to see because this can be countered by Mass Spears. He's going to try to run through. Nice pincher there. Gets a bunch of the Sipahi initially. And you know, keep in mind, Vortex doesn't have a scout, so he still doesn't know. He does, however, spot the farm transition. Dive in. He should see it now. There we go. Tech up has been confirmed. Unfortunately, he sent the Sipahi in alone. Archers are not here, and this is the moment where Vortex has to be face-palming. This has to go Imperial on both sides. Now, keep in mind where Vortex is running here, there's no way out. If Wham splits up the Spim into 2 groups, sends one up here, then one round here, these guys are all dead. So I think Vortex probably knows that these guys aren't getting out of dodge. I think it would take too long to burn through the walls as well. Dive in. And that is going to be a wipe. Phalanx Spearmen are no joke, folks. Vortex now on his way up this Symbol Observatory. Wham is going to get there first. Walls are coming up, and he is already prepping for a market drop in the corner. I do wonder if Wham could have been a bit more efficient about cutting this off. This is the classic following in their shadow. His Spearman count isn't insanely high, so I think he was paranoid that if he sent half spears, the Sipahi Knights would have fought back. But now he'll just peel off a few spears. He'll keep hunting. It's only 5 Sipahi and 2 Knights, and they are injured. Does need to be careful with the gold, though. I mean, honestly, if I was Vortex, I'd charge this right now. 12 villagers feels like it's worth it for kill. He's got a second wave coming in. Another group of Sipahi. Knights are going to go in, so it's going to be pulled back there by Wham. It's going to be pushed now into the tree line. Raxes are being rushed up here. Trade also has been scouted. And the main army is on the way, so Wham, he may have survived into Imperial Age, but the question now is, how long? Good brave with the Sipahi. No 4-2 coming out. Would have been an opportunity to snipe down the initial traders. But he keeps these guys alive, he keeps them prowling, and that means that Wham is spending more time running around his own base, less time prepping a defense line on the front. Keep in mind, Wham still hasn't added in a second TC, so his whole eco-inflation is now traders. So, what is the winning comp for Vortex? Janissaries are really interesting here. Janissaries Sipahi is kind of it's a weird comp because the issue is your Sipahi get countered by this Phalanx Spearman, and then archers deal with the Janissaries. So I feel like actually you do yourself a disservice just leaning into that idea. I would love to see maybe, this gets a bit weird, but like Great Bombard's Men-at-Arms might be a better call for Vortex. He's adding in Sipahi. I don't mind that to raid with. You can't fight directly. So I think Vortex's perspective on this is slowly build up in the Great Bombards and keep raiding the Sipahi. Because he now knows that it's only one TC in its trade, right? And, well, what better way to snipe out trade than mass Sipahi? Okay, he is actually prepping Janis. This is a bit surprising. I guess the logic for him is his eco's just bigger. This does feel like you're kind of fighting the most resisted way possible, right? Because you're building Janissaries into composite bow archers. That will always slap you around. But I guess his thought process is, if I just have enough Sipahi, I don't care. The other thing to keep in mind here is he has longer-term gold access. So there might be a thought process that actually it's very difficult for Wham to get all the techs. Like, for example, I don't think we have a university yet. Yeah, no uni whatsoever. So it means he actually doesn't have access to incendiary arrows, he doesn't have access to elite army tactics. Meanwhile, Vortex already on the way towards biology. I think Wham's getting peeled like a banana. It's a good thing he's yellow for that reason. The problem he's having here is he's running around with his entire army, so if Vortex ever gets two groups of Sipahi together, you lose economy, right? And that's going to keep happening on repeat. Now, the good news is at this stage in the game, with how cheap your traders are and the fact that you can just build these marketplaces that almost feel like cheap TCs, you can reinflate quite quickly. And also, because you're Abbasids, late game trade is unrivaled. There's no Civ that does this better. When you get into Grand Bazaar and Spice Roads, you make the entire late game look busted. But he's not there yet. And that means that Vortex, if he starts headbutting these fights, very strong timing for him. One thing I don't like is he's about to be popped and he's not really pushing. This is really important because at this stage in the game with the passive production, if you're not constantly fighting and keeping yourself away from 200 pop, it's bad. And oh my god! Talk about good though. It's 10 pin Abbasids. Oh! If that was not for boot camp, so many of these units would be dead right now. And now you see the importance I was talking about with elite army tactics. It's so hard to fight into Great Bombards for the normal person, like any person really, right? Like it's an incredibly impressive comp. But without elite army tactics, it becomes a kind of dead brain maneuver to even attempt. But now Vortex, I mentioned being at 200 pop is bad because like what you have to realize is if you're at 200 pop as the Ottomans, because of your passive production, you're losing resources. Because you can't produce the new ones until you've used them, right? So you're just blocking pop. So this time to dive in, even if you lose villagers, 100%, even if you lose Sipahi rather, it's 100% worth it. If you kill 5 villagers and you insta replace them in the next 2 minutes, that's a jackpot. So I like that he's sending these guys in. Would love to see him just maybe even committing some of the archers in, because I don't feel like you necessarily need the archers now that Great Bombards are in. But I guess for him it's maybe more efficient meat grinder. Because if you try to body lock with Janissaries, well, 1, you only have 4 of them, and 2, archers would disintegrate you, right? Yeah, you guys remember when they didn't buff Springles and whatnot when they got nerfed recently, before this most recent patch? Great Bombards are real fun then, huh? Count your lucky stripes, they're less tilting than they were. The raid in by Wham. Love this move. You can't win the direct fight. You're playing poor man's raids right now. The problem, though, is that archers, if they see you coming, they can mirror the move and get there much quicker. How many traders for Wham? 16's not bad. He's got the Grand Bazaar, but he has not got Spice Rose yet. Spice Rose is a game changer. Such a powerful tool. He's not really lacking gold right now, which is why he's not rushing towards it. Love the keep in the mid-map to secure some 4K. And the Spear Ray looked really stupid, right? But what you need to remember is not only did Vortex lose a little bit of eco there, he reacted to it. There is advantages to be gained in someone reacting to these trash raids. Vortex sent 30, 40 military to do business here. Like, that's a lot of breathing room, and you can see what Wham done with it straight away. He moved in, he secured 4k gold. He could not have done this if that army was sitting here. So that was actually a really smart move by Wham. And all of a sudden, we're starting to see his transition to hand cannoneers. I'm getting very worried for Vortex. Military bootcamp hand cannoneers are no pushover. And with the trade online, he's never running out of what he needs to grease this wheel. Vortex once again pops. I don't like this approach. You've got Sipahi push. The other thing is, you haven't even got your premium army if you think about it. He's queuing up all these Janissaries that are coming out the military schools, but they can't come out. Same with Sipahi. But he's holding on to archers. So he's essentially crippling his ability to get his good comp. It's not even an argument of he's at 200 and he has the best units. Basically, half of his bio is archers. Which is atrocious when you're now up against mass hand cannoneers and archers. Once again, Wham just pulls to the back corner. Buys himself room behind this, right? It's kind of crazy to think of all the worker kills that Vortex has got, and yet Wham is firmly still in this game. Not only that, he's now starting to escalate a lead. Love the fact he's actually going in for armor caravans. Makes it a lot harder even for Spy to dent you. Basically reduces their damage by 25%. Great Bombards have finally arrived, though. Wham actually hiding extra waves in the corners. Quick move made by Vortex. Has he got the movement speed? Oh, that's cool. Wait, I think did he have the movement speed? He definitely did. Oh, that's really cool. So he got the meta movement speed here. I think. I swear I just clicked on a Janissary moving at 1.12. Maybe I'm wrong. All right, ignore me. I'm going insane. If only there was a way to check this with Capture Age. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so Castle went down. Ooh, that's bad. Only got 700 gold out of that. He's doing a really good job of just preventing that big engagement, though. The problem is Vortex is slowly clawing his way up to the golden 6 bombard count. He'd be clawing his way a lot quicker if, admittedly, he didn't have pop block all the time. Like, you could say credit to him, he's actually building up a reserve, but what you have to remember is, like, the Abbasids, as this game goes on, their reserve building is just superior, right? They have a better economy. It's just undeniable. So, like, the fact that you're not just throwing away units, replacing them passively, you can still be scaling this economy like this while throwing away units that are free. That's why I like these raids. I just wish they were coming a bit more frequently from Vortex. All right, what do you guys think? One's if you think Vortex has got this. Two's if you think Wham has. Because we're officially in the late game, and this is meant to be the stage where actually the Abbasids take control of the game. This is the bread and butter. If they can get 40 minutes into a game with trade, they take over. And we're not seeing comparative from Vortex. I think he's invested too many Vizier points elsewhere. So the idea of going trade bags and mass traders is a bit more difficult for him. Interesting split here. So we got majority 2s. I think it's 5 to 3 in favor of 2s. Well, I'm funnily enough adding in bombards. I wasn't expecting that, but I guess he has got these keeps to get through. Really annoying when these great bombard defenses come in, though. Funnily enough, so far, Vortex is not spent on that. Jesus, I just realized Vortex's best opportunity to take a fight may have just passed. Chemistry hadn't even been there this whole time. Wham has 40 hand cannoneers before he goes to this tech. Good lord. And Wham now getting those culverins that I was worried he didn't have. So boxes are being ticked, right? We're reaching a point where Wham's going to have gold reserves even after he takes a fight. That's scary territory for Vortex to find himself in. His great bombards, if they get sniped out, they're expensive. 800 gold each to replace. You get 3 out of your gold reserves. Trader count is now just getting kind of out of control. We're up to 34 traders. I think Vortex has to end the game now. And the longer he waits, the worse this is getting. Elite Army Tactics now only on the way. Like, this is crazy how long Wham has bought time. I think Vortex overreacted to those flank raids, sent a few too many troops. You need to be sending more supply in like this. These raids are good, but by the time they come around again, the damage he's done has been repaired. And these raids, by the way, are going to look less impactful in 35 seconds. That extra 20% damage goes the mile. Not to mention the fact that I'd say level melee tech 2 is worth it, free as well, with this comp. The wall's now going up. Stone wall's on the south side. There is one way into the trade, and it looks like he's actually going there. Unfortunately, there's just so many of them. Bloody hell. The keep over here should be able to protect the trade to a certain extent. Vortex is doing the right thing here, by the way. Killing Eco is a lot easier than killing traders. These traders have the armored caravans, so they're 90 health. That's already more than textiles, and they have 5 extra melee armor. It's difficult to kill. Ball's now going up from Vortex, though. Ooh, nice snipe there. Keeps the gap open. I'd actually love to see him just stand on the walls. The problem is the Great Bombards will still destroy you, right? Remember with this, the wall buffs, Siege still hurts like an absolute... No, we're not going to curse. We're a good boy. Oh, wait. Sometimes, guys, finishing your walls is a bad idea. Just love how that is still somehow open. So we're carving up the map now, but what I'm seeing is a situation where Vortex, although he's gathered a lot of gold, he doesn't have a trade transition in mind. He has got a premium army together. He's got 4 Great Bombards. He's got 45 Janissaries. Very strong. However, 48 hand cannoneers and prepping reinforcements. And here's the crazy thing. Like, think about the rate of production. You know, usually we talk about how broken Istanbul Observatory is. 1, takes ages to run from base, sure. 2, though, you're up against the production rate of the Abbasids. They only take... Wait, really? Okay, they are only meant to take much less than this to get hand cannoneers out. It turns out he hasn't got military academy. I imagine we're heading towards that soon now that reserves are coming in, though. Military academy should be a high priority. I'm hoping he hasn't forgot about it, because right now he doesn't even have the Golden Age effect. He's 5 away. So you need to be conscious of the military academy detail, because you're going to need the crap tier units, right? You're going to need to spam spearmans to absorb. Hand cannoneers need to be careful here. Wham. Oh, no. No, 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 no! Oh, dear. That is exactly how you can't take a fight. What the hell are the Cobras doing? No way. Wham! Bam! And thank you, ma'am. He's gone. I can't believe that. The Cobrans ran around the House of Wisdom. No way. That's it. There's no coming back from that. He lost half the hand cannoneers in an instant, and GG gets called. Duck you, Pathfinding. Oh my god. I feel like he just got ruined by the I don't know, like, it would have been a hard fight still, but the fact the Culverins weren't even attacking. I don't know, what do you guys think? Like, I think that screwed him. The Culverins, if they were there, they might have been able to get rid of the Mangonels first and then followed up the Great Bombards. But goddamn, that was brutal. Missed a lot of key tech upgrades. Yeah, but he was lacking gold, right? I don't know. I feel like the pathfinding made that difficult. I don't know if that's the key takeaway for that game. I'm trying to think what we call this one. I'm just going to call it Pathfinding Decides Games. All right. So, wait, I got to change the background. What are we changing it to? Hum diddly Something nice. Something feng shui? I think about this. Oh, very feng shui. Oh, that's nice. Anime Gale is not feng shui. Isn't feng shui like the layout of things? What are you doing to Anime Gale, Nani? Poor Anime Gale. Holy crap. What a game. What an end. I thought Wham might be okay there, but turns out he timed it right afterwards. In the end, rather. Alright, sorry, just messaging people behind the scenes. God, everyone wants a piece of my ass. What can I say? Vortex is top 10? 100% top 10. I don't consider that an insult, by the way. Top 10 is pretty tight at the moment. Alright, so who else we got here? Who can provide the entertainment? Killjadi? Step up to the base? Wait, who the hell's CD? Okay. This is the problem with like ice. There's so much water on this right now. Oh, dude, I just covered my... I mean, I planned to cover my trousers in it anyway, but whatever. Need to wipe that down. Good God. Killjadi's always a good one. Yeah, but who's this CD person? I want to check that this is a decently ranked match. Let's have a look. Killjadi, show me your data, sir. Vlad the Impaler was apparently a member of the Order of the Dragons. That's... I guess dragons impale people too with their teeth. CD's the brother of DVD. For God's sake. Oh, they're diamond level. No, guys, no, for real. This person is consistently diamond. This is bullying. I don't condone it. I'm a bit gutted because I really like the idea of Order of the Dragon versus Delhi, but I don't want to do that to the poor guy. 1 second. Yeah, okay. So, let's have a look here. Cock. Good name. I love how much thought some of these people put in their names. Solid diamond player. Love the honesty. Alright, let's quickly check the tab. I mean... It's possibly one of the dumbest matchups from a confusion standpoint for someone casually listening, isn't it? Vortex and Vertex. You're like, huh? Which one? Vortex is taking lead. Do you mean Vertex? No, I don't know. And both of them speak Spanish. I know, right? Like you'd think. I think Vertex. Maybe he was a fan of Vortex because Vortex definitely had that name first, right? Is he the missing brother? Maybe. Because Vortex and Lucifron have another brother, right? I'm pretty sure they had a third bro. But I think he played a little bit of RTS and then got out. Am I remembering that correctly? I think so. I remember hearing this story. And I think it was about that. It was either about them or it was about Tasteless and Day 9. I think it was about them, though. Yeah, they're three brothers. Yeah. But he got out really early. I think... Didn't he play a little bit of competitive? But I think he stopped in, like, Warcraft 3. Alright. Let's have a look at who we got here. Oh, Crackety, what time is the game starting on Saturday? Is it same time as what the War Chief Club started? So, like, that would be... Let me double check. Because it's about to be... It's almost 19. So would it start at 16? For me, as in 3 hours ago on Saturday? Because time zones moved, right? It was... You're just a humble caster. Uh-huh. Like, I think Matisse would have told you the time. Matisse does all the planning. Okay. Yeah, it was a bummer we couldn't like figure out something that made sense in the end. I guess I originally envisioned we were going to use like one channel or something. Didn't even know the name of the tourney before Reddit. Yeah. I was talking about someone like I think Matisse has some good intent. I think like the thing I said to him is it probably would have made sense to like have one on his channel, one on your channel for the Energy Slapfest. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong on that. But I figured like it was if you're pushing out to multiple channels, it's probably better to cover other games, which is why I decided to like do different games on my channel in the end. All right. But yeah, if you guys let me know which ones you plan to cover, I'll try not to double cast because I have no interest in double casting. I hate that. Right, sorry. We were going to do, I think maybe Vortex Vertex. Did we do the Vortex Vertex? Or, wait. Let me have a look. Because I know Dumu was playing a little bit earlier. Did he have any other matchups we didn't see? 4 channels would have... Yeah, it's like... So the thing that I pointed out... Because I mentioned this account, it's like it's interesting because he's right in that you'll get more collective viewership than if you just had it on your one channel. Because he's like, there's people that will tune in for X or Y. But the problem is you're diluting it in that those people will still spread. And what I mean by that is like if 4 channels are covering the same game, you will get collectively less viewership than if you had 2 and 2 that were covering different games, right? That's the kind of awkward thing. And I said to him, like, genuinely, like, I'd prefer that there was like a fixed channel and the rate was just higher, and then we can just bring people in like an EGC type thing. But yeah, like, you do you, Haas. It was my advice to him. Let it play out how he wants. We'll see how it goes. I like the idea. I don't know if that idea is going ahead, but I like the idea of what was intended there. So, Vortex was... Wait, no, we said we're going to do something other than Vortex. Let me check. I think we called the Louis games. Doing the usual and go with the flow. Alright, Mr. Cool Kid. And you, Mr. Fiber. Confirm cheater, please. He played a game with me and he's map packing. I'm sorry, are we on cheater watch now? I didn't realize that was my dog. Frozen Truth. They don't even like play ranked. Oh, they're team games. Ugh. Ugh. They're team games and they play quick match. What's the point in cheating in quick match? Also, DJ, you know you can confirm this yourself. If you just open the game and look at his perspective, if he's cheating, you'll see the zoom out, right? He did in ranked with me? Dog, I'm looking at his history. He doesn't play ranked. He's like legit just a bunch of thingies. Like it's just quick match. Honestly, if you want more reports, I'd say take a short clip on Reddit, just record locally, show it to people, and then upload it. I think games you in 2v2. Okay. Well, I mean... Do we check this chat? This Frozen Truth guy? I mean, we should be able to see very quickly if he's cheating, right? Because you'll have the map zoom out. Okay, wait, so apparently he does have loads of team ranked, but that does, like, why does it not show in his data then? That's weird. Alright, let's have a quick look. We're on Cheat Watch now. We catch all the hacksers. And then I tell my dad who works at Microsoft and they get banned. So that's why you guys should subscribe to my channel. Because subscribing to my channel gives you protection against the ban wave. Because what I do is I send a list of people who subscribe to me across to my uncle each month, and those people get removed from any potential ban lists. So subscribe. All right, so we're looking for Frozen Tooth. Tooth Truth. I don't see anything sus so far. Usually it zooms out, right, if they have the thingy. Wait. Wait. What was that? We click between the bases. That's not, like, sus yet, right? He sees you. This is annoying because the free cam is actually not that reliable. What makes you so sure he's cheating? We're on his POV. This is literally his POV. So look. Oh, wait. Yeah. Look. Because, like, boom. This is what he's looking at. With fog on. Yeah, I know. But, like, the only thing I saw is he clicked here before, but I didn't find that, like, weird because he didn't do anything odd activity-wise. Alright, let's speed up a little bit in the game. I don't want to watch 36 minutes of this. So, yeah, he sees the backside. So he knows about the pocket resources. That's just logical. Start it again. Why? Like, what is your highlight point? That he looked here between the two? That didn't seem weird to me. Had all sheep from fog. Dude, he has 6 sheep. What? Did he deliver them to you? Because you've got 18 sheep. Dude, that would actually be so genius, by the way. Oh, sorry, not Frozen. Oh, it's AAA. Oh, okay, sorry. I thought you meant Frozen, so let me fix that. We'll have a look again. Now that makes more sense. So it's quadruple A, rather. You're Frozen. Now I understand, DJ. Apologies, I misread that. So let's have a look again. So... Wait, what was the name we went with to get there? Frozen Truce. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I got confused. You're looking at the wrong person. Okay. In fairness, no one highlighted until we were that deep in the game. So we were all sold on the story, right? That was quite comical. Okay, be honest. One's in chat. If you were like on edge of your seat, really invested in Frozen Truth as the cheater. Was I alone, or were we all like along on that ride? Like, This guy, you know, he looks legit. He's fine. I mean, you see, like, little did we know DJ was Frozen Truth. We're like, this guy's rotation ain't even that good. All right. Oh, no. Let's see if we can catch him. No, those clicks weren't, like, too crazy. Okay, so he's dying for... Get this out of the way. Alright, so let's see if he follows that exactly. Well, that's actually kind of weird. Why did he look over here and then back? Look at his movement. So, like, the problem is he looked down here first. Why would he look here? Like, he literally looked over here, right? But that's going to be the giveaway. If he goes right here, that's sus. Like, if he literally just darts to here afterwards... Wait, no. Dude, this guy's goldfish. What? How can you... Like, if you're cheating, what the f... Okay, wait. So, he's going to dart back. If he darts back and catches the Sacred Site ones, it's sus as all hell. Keep in mind that most free cam showing will look like cheating, by the way, because it's like it's not 100% reliant. But this looks, yeah, dude. This if he goes straight for that, it's ultra sus. Because look at the comparison of where these two are. If he can see them, he knows that they are rotating back home, right? Now this could be like a reasonable assessment at this point in the game, but like that's an ambitious dive. Anyway, yeah. So he's straight in there. How dare you steal from him, Frozen Truth? That's a little bit sus. Let's check another game. That is a little bit sausage. That's sausage on his sausage right there. What? All right. In before there's a lot of... Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, don't worry. There's another way to get here. Okay, so. Uh-huh. Why are we hiding our data, baby? I always find it weird when anyone outside the top 100 hides their data. Alright. Maybe here? One game is not enough to go on. You need at least one more game. Well, more than one more, but like one more at least start trekking you. I don't think you can type the player's number in player search, right? To get the right thingy. Right? Sag. Doesn't work. Yeah, I'm checking AoE4 World right now. Let's just have a look here. Free cartoon on the road. Let's check that person. Check the game. Is it this one? Yeah, so here he is again. This time it's John. Oh my god! Clearly you have to be cheating to pick John. I mean, because you need all the sheep, otherwise you're GG, right? Kappa. Any one trick might hide the history? Eh. I mean, dude, you might think like counter picking sway, but my advice would be learn a second civ. There's 16 in the game now. They're entertaining enough and diverse enough. There must at least be 2 you'd like. Is it in a game right now? I mean, sure, but like once again, I said 2 games isn't great as a full indication. Okay, so you click straight away over here. Wait, no, that's the free cam. Where is he at? Where? Up. Can we see where he's? Whoa! Hold your horses, sonny boy. What the fudge is that? That is way too perfect. So he now knows where orange is. Check this. He just rallied there. Actually, why are we even doing POV? This is even easier. This is pointless. That makes you question. I don't know what that rally point's about. Wait, is he... Wait, he's a bit donkey, dude. Okay, nah, dude. This is sus. This is really freaking sus now. Guys, you know how you know he's cheating? He even dodged the TC on the way to his obvious sheep hack. Oh my god, wait. Look, right? Wait, he cancelled it for a second there. So where the sheep are back here still. Dude, if he scouts if he immediately goes for these, because this is the dicey rotation now, considering you've got 2 players. Dude, I can already see how this is going to go. POV him. Remember, he still can't see crap. Straight corner tick. So he should go here and then here. If he does this, no, there's no point. This, like, it doesn't matter. Orange sees this, right? Can I just like highlight the comedial element of we'd reached mental capacity that if you're gonna cheat and you're in 2v2s, why do you only have 1 scout? Right? Like, right? Am I the only one thinking that? Please tell me I'm not the only one thinking that. Okay, wait. So where are we going now? Let's have a look. Oh. Wait, but like, no. So this is weird. Is he going to change? Straight in? Yep. Straight fruit. He wouldn't have seen this sheep, by the way. So why would you, like... Yeah, I'm just saying, it's comedial, like, you know... Maybe we should forgive him, because if he can't manage 2 scouts while cheating, he probably needs this, right? All right. And then we've got 1 more to check, which is live right now. It's looking pretty sus right now, I'm not gonna lie. What was his name? It was Quadruple A, right? Yeah, here we go. If I was going to cheat, I'd go Roost for that 80 bounty. Yeah, but dude, that's way too much effort. That's what I mean. It's just like the mental strain. He's like, I'm at capacity. I can't put more effort in. GG. You know, you got like Beastie and Marine Law that are like these i9s with 16 cores, and then poor little quadruple A over here is on a dual Pentium core processor. All right, so let's have a look. Show me your magical ways, sir. I want to know how a god plays the game. I mean, that's not too absurd. The immediate jackpot is like not too crazy. This might be. Where are you going and what are you doing? He's trying not to waypoint now. So here's the thing, guys. Waypoints will always give you away. When he waypoint, notice how he's evolved. He's like, I've got to stop waypointing. Come on, dude. You're not like you're not even subtle. You're about as subtle as a naked man wearing a 15-inch strap-on walking down the road, dude. Like, there's nothing subtle about this. Jesus Christ, if you're gonna cheat, at least, like, rub two brain cells together and hide it better. Look, guys, he's not cheating. He just has location. It's where you go, bah, 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 and then you hear the bahs back. That's what's happening. Like, right there, the bah, 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 and then you hit, meh, boom, straight away. He knows where it is. What it is he's got top-notch surround sound headphones on that tell him exactly where the sheep are. Jesus, this would be a great time to have a headset sponsor. I mean, dude, you can't even to me. He immediately finds the free sheep stacks each time. Because, like, look at his route. His route makes literally no sense, right? Because the enemy ones went to the other side. So why would you go here? Right? Like this is the area you'd expect them to scout first. I would say anyway, in my honest opinion. I don't know, man. I'm not an expert on sheep cheats. On map hacks, but if I was, I'd say if you don't want to get banned, maybe use waypoints less. Now, the important thing to remember is that reporting a person like this isn't an immediate ban. The devs will still check. But that was sus as all hell. All right, let me go ahead and we need to get to... What I love is he was speaking the truth. With a name like that, it's poetic. So let's go ahead and just get in there. And I'm going to go ahead. 3 games, and they all look pretty sus. Right? I think... this guy is either map hacking... or his father is half sheep. Oh, what? You walled him? What, in this game? Wait, was it this one? The prairie one? Alright, wait, let's have a look back at that. This guy's getting popular. He's making friends, man. Well, he's like Ralph at the back of the bus. He's like, wow, someone noticed me. All right, one sec. Let's check the wall then. You got him again? Jesus Christ. All right, 8 times speed. Zoom, zoom. Now, here's the thing. He sees red scouts. Like, I mean, you could say he knows where he is anyway. But it's like... the chances that one of these two didn't cover their backside, because, like, if you look at their side, realistically, like, one of them should be covering back. I'm a bit surprised they aren't, actually. That part isn't sus, but, like, the rallies mid-map was so sus. Does he have full map vision? Yeah. Although I think he watches the game like this, so he struggled to see the sheep clearly. Yes! Justice! Justice! Now the sheep can't come home. Oh my god. I'm not the hero. They rather ask for, well, what it deserves. Justice. Purple's like, I mean, I got the food. Purple's like, I just don't like the RNG the game. I'm just, like, I'm trying to subvert the sheep RNG. You're the scum of the earth! Oh, dude. Well, at least he got Jean out, right? Can you imagine if Jean was still stuck inside there? That would be the best. Alright. How'd the villagers get that close? They're teammates. Purple's cheating. Yellow's bringing balance to the universe. He gets the quick wall! Oh! No, wait, what? No. Okay, goldfish walling. We won't talk about that, Druth. He's like, oh, where are you going? You can't hide from me! I rule the night. He's just gonna chase him now. Like, I would be on the Void being like, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's a safety wall. Bro, it's a safety wall. It's a safety wall. Look at his food and cod. Purple's like, what are you doing? Stop griefing. No, bro, come here. No, it's don't be weird about it. It's just a safety wall. Just let me give you a safety wall. Oh, bro, you came to me? Safety wall! I feel like there needs to be the Jaws music playing in this. Turns out that the Sheep Whisperer's true weakness are wars. Is he just gonna leave? Like, please tell me he's just gonna leave. Please. Please. I need this. Make him... Yeah. Wait, you can't delete your TC, right? No. I would legit just delete my TC if I could, so you can finish the villagers. They're working together! Get him! Justice! Oh, man. And I would be on the VoIP, and I'm like, and I don't ever want to see your face in my team games again! Oh. I like how he's even like, and John! Kill John as well! Oh, that's so good! But don't worry, you got the sheep. You can keep the sheep. They're playing again. Do you guys not want 1v1s? Is this just the investment of our time now? I enjoyed that a bit too much. Dude, I freaking hate cheaters. I've been saying for years, like, I actually think that people that cheat should be, like, they should be suable. Right? So here's the thing. When you go into a video game and you cheat, right? And you ruin some other people's experience, what you're doing is you are turning people away from that product. They then don't want to play, right? Because there's no longer someone they can, like, logically understand. The same with smurfing, right? Smurfing and cheating, not the same level, but that same kind of disillusion of what the real experience is, and it turns you away. Like, I don't want to be part of this. So you stop the game, right? What you've done when you've convinced people to stop playing the game is you've essentially taken money away from the devs. Because that's less people buying DLC, less people investing time in the game, which means the player base goes down, which means less people are like, oh, I can't play this because there's no one to play with, right? So you're actively killing the game, but by doing so, you're taking money away from people. I see no difference between someone cheating in a video game and someone picking up a baseball and walking into a china shop and breaking pottery. It's the same thing. Anyone who doesn't think it's the same thing, you are delusional. You are damaging that business. If you cheat in video games, you are damaging the developer's business. It is no different. So yes, I will revel in cheaters getting justice. They take also money from streamers they win against them. No, that one, like, I mean, that one, like, is part of the content, right? Like, it's different there. Legit, the biggest one is the development side. Because the content creator can be like, oh, duck this, I'm going to go play a different game. And they might take a hit, but like if people agree with them, they'll follow them to the new game because this game is rampant with cheaters. But the game is dead. People stop playing. They leave. They're done. Right? We've seen this in so many games over the years. Apex is having a big issue with this right now. Right? To the point that like even the competitive custom lobbies got compromised. All right. Please, don't waste any time on my behalf. Run for that base. Faker gets sniped a lot of games because they are betting websites. Yeah, that's cringe. I don't even like know why you're betting on pub games. Like that to me is delusional. By the way, like there's already plenty of examples in tournaments where you have like rampant cheating in different scenes. Lucky Bios, you're stupid, bro? Oh, like that's really nice. You're dented. I mean, bro. Out of us, I think the dumber one is the one that doesn't know how to type a message. Oh, like, because if you want to prove me wrong, type a message. Wait, what? In before Lucky Bios is quadruple A. AO for devs underpaid? Don't know. Wait, do... No. Wait, no, he can get out, guys. This is fine. Like, he can actually get out. Wait, what the fuck is this? Yeah, Scout can leave, remember, because like the buildings don't connect. But if he gets the full... Like, I mean, dude. Frozen Truth is... he's just trying to do a service to the community. I'm almost 100% sure that this guy is, like, cheating. His scanning rotation, like 3 games in a row, he finds the Miracle Sheep Hall. It's sus. Way too sus. Yeah, honestly, if anyone disagrees with my views on cheating, feel free to leave. Because I genuinely think, like I said, cheating... If you can't understand, after what we just described, the damage that cheating does to a video game, then you are beyond explaining to. It's so dumb that like anyone even think... I always hate this idea. It's like, oh, you know, like a kid does it, and it's like they don't understand, and they need to be forgiven. I get that, right? Kids do stupid things. But the problem is when we trivialize the vandalism of a video game, we allow these kids to realize that it's a, you know, it's a dumb thing, but it's a thing they can recover from, right? I can guarantee you a lot less kids go into a physical store and break crap than go and cheat in video games. Why is that? Maybe it's because in the video game, they get an account banned, but that's the repercussion. If they do that in real life, oh, all of a sudden, they've got a criminal rap sheet. Oh. Also, there's a physical ramification of actually the store owner or security guard, someone might come and body your ass, right? But, like, cheating has no ramifications. That's why I'm always cheering when I hear these stories about, like, there was one a while back where it was, like, Activision and I think it's Ubisoft. They pulled resources together to sue a large Chinese company that made cheating software. And I was cheering that crap on. I was like, yes! Get that crap out of my games. Right? The problem is right now, the reason why these individuals don't get punished is because it's so difficult to go after them, right? Unless they're making a profit from it. These cheating websites are making a profit, so actually, like, the cost of taking them to court is worth it to get their money, right? But like, anyone, dude, who thinks cheating is okay is cringe. Don't get me wrong, exploiting... So I always say exploiting and, like, glitches are different. Because I was a kid who... My favorite thing in, like, Call of Duty was, like, how do I get out of the map, right? What cool little tricks can I do? I found that very interesting because I was interested in how do you break the game. But how do you break the game within the game? That's very different. I have a lot of respect for people who figure these interesting gimmicks out because it is a talent and a skill. But people who actively add in third-party software to exploit the game, you're not creative. You got, like, less brain cells than I've got fingers to rub together. You're just clicking something which probably includes a virus, downloading it, and then going from there. You lack the mental capacity to even figure out a build order past 6 villages, let alone, like, think for yourself, right? And, like, no, someone in the chat there. Jimmy Gunnison from Sweden said, I've stopped playing games because of cheaters. Exactly, dude. I've lost count of the amount of games I've seen ruined over the years because of cheaters. Like, I'm pretty sure, don't get me wrong, it had other issues, but Hyperscape had this issue where they lost a lot of players because of cheaters. Hyperscape had other issues, but cheaters was definitely a big one. Battle Royales are very hard to get off the ground nowadays, guys, because a Battle Royale has so many people in a lobby. Statistically, the likelihood that you're in a lobby of a cheater is much higher than any other video game bar MMOs, right? Yeah, the only kind of cheating that's okay is a Konami code. Let me just catch up a chat. Dude, this has been going on for a while. I like how green and yellow are just like, I'm gonna build free teas and go Castle Age. Wait until they see this base. Exploits fall under dev's fault? Exactly. I still remember there was this tournament in For Honor. You guys remember the hack and slash game? They had this tournament where a guy used an exploit where you could fake parry and go the other way, and he won the tournament. And he went up stage to receive his trophy, and apparently the dev like uttered to him, "I hope you're happy." And his response was classic. Like, it was fantastic. He went, "I am. Now fix your goddamn game." Like, there's a difference between exploiting a loophole that devs left in and actively cheating. Great Stan says you might appreciate this. KP, I was at a software dev mixer a few years ago, struck up a conversation with someone, and we landed on video games. Second thing out of his mouth was, "Oh, you'd hate me. I like making hacks." So, like, was he what they call the white hat hacker, or like, is it black hat hacker? I think is the other term. Because ethical hackers, right? There is an ethical hacker thing where they actually design things to show to devs to try and help, like, solve issues. I respect that. That is a very, very high level skill. But people who just people who just profit off of ruining other people's products, you cringe. You're no different than like a sad little weasel literally spends their time with a social media following, just crapping on anything anyone else does and never has like a productive contribution themselves, right? Like, you know, it's the maximum form of toxicity. What kind of match is this? This is high-octane anti-cheat gameplay. So, guys, you know, a lot of different games use things like Punk Buster, or what are the other like popular anti-cheat ones, right? I know that the Warzone's got a new one that like forces parachutes and catapults you and everything else. This is Wall anti-cheat. Wall anti-cheat is a new addition coming to Age of Empires 4 in 2025. Frozen Truth is actually the ChatGPT AI that they're training, which is like an automatic anti-cheat where it cues you in with the cheaters, so then you can wall to ruin their game. I'm kidding. No, this is Frozen Truth taking up his position on the walls to defend us against the cheating scum of the universe. Shout out to him and big salute. Hacker explained he just found wall hacking in Quake. Okay, inboting CS fun because he wrote the code to win. I mean, dude, like, I've said this before. I at least get it when people do that and cheat to win tournaments. I don't agree. I don't want it, but like, I get it because there's a financial incentive there. But people, like, you know, and this is the other thing. Like I said, I want them to be punished, but I at least get when someone creates a cheat for a game and then sells it. In that, like, there's a logic there. They're doing it to make money. But if you are so, like, devoid of any happiness in your life, if grass is so far from your reach, and human touch or interaction or anything is so far from your reach that you take great joy in installing someone else's work to cheat on a game and usually paying money to get those cheats, you're a sad person. Now, that won't apply to, I think, anyone in my chat, bar that Muppet that we timed out earlier. But, like, you know, to any cheaters to see this, that's my opinion of you. It's pathetic. Wait, did he lock the gates? Oh, this is grand. This is fantastic. Meanwhile, like, what? So here's the thing. I think Quadruple A thinks he's getting vengeance, but this isn't getting vengeance. Wait, he built a lumber camp instead of a mill. And that, one and all, is why this guy only uses one scout. He got enjoyment out of it because they're ruining servers. I mean, I don't see the enjoyment there, though. It's just pathetic, right? Battle Eye is one. Oh, yeah, good old Battle Eye. Battle Eye and Punk Buster are the two main ones, right? I can't remember which one Apex uses. They have a different one that's used in quite a few games these days. Don't think you ever run into a cheater? I never get that deep. Every time I go for a little grind on team ranked, I give up because my teammates literally, they play Farmville for 8 minutes, and then a knight arrives in their base and they surrender. I got tired of that. You can check my profile. I don't think I've played games in like 2 or 3 months now because of that. So, usually people who cheat are terrible at the game and have 0 micro. I mean, yeah, like it's not just specific to micro. Wait, he left? Oh, Diddums, I can't believe it. Wait, you just... Why didn't you spell something? Come on, dude. Dick and balls, come on. Alright, DJ, I will shame you for that, though. I don't agree with smurfing. No smurfs. Naughty. It's not on the level of cheating, but I was getting into this. I actually think smurfing ruins games as well. Just have played T games with you. Oh, no, Fat Flop, dude. I've seen some of your strats. I mean, dude, the guy in my game waited 8 minutes to GG. I still recall when you GG'd 2 minutes into a free-for-all. I'm sorry. Okay, that was me. Let's get back to casting games, shall we? Oh, man. Beastie have free counts. So I've been over this before. I at least understand, like using your comparison to Beastie is like, I'm just going to bluntly say you're not Beastie. So DJ, the reason why, and the only reason I accept that the pros do that right now is because the matchmaking experience is terrible, right? But are you a top 50 player or a top 100 that's getting dodged by people? If you're not, you don't have an excuse. Their excuse, which is a fair one, Dimu has this all the time. He Qs on his main, gets a match with someone, they dodge, right? That is why they have smurfs. Wagger, lovely guy from Dota 2. Wagger, he has Q times on record of 3 hours plus in Dota 2. So he made a smurf. Smurfing is bannable in Dota 2. They will ban your account for that, right? But I understand someone's wrong with his account. He's getting that, so I kind of get it, right? But you know, in an ideal world where we don't have Q dodging and we have reasonable matchmaking times, there is 0 excuses for smurfing, even for the pro level players. If you want to hide strats, play scrims. But for the time being, they have a reason. DJ, you were top 50 on your main, okay, but are you top 50 now? Right? Like, what's your excuse for not playing on your main? That's what I don't get. I think the problem with gaming culture right now is esports has driven us to be very rank focused instead of enjoyment focused. If you haven't got any, like, if you're not playing like tournaments and seeding doesn't matter to you, you shouldn't give a duck whether you are gold, platinum, or conk. So that's my take. I think smurfing's wrong from that perspective. I at least get it from why the pros do it for the reasons we highlighted. Once those things are fixed, they have no excuse. They I've said if Age of Empires releases a solution to those issues, then actually any pros caught on smurf should be banned. But for now, those solutions don't exist. A lot of people know me and my team, they dodge. Okay, there you go. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I get it. But what I'm saying is so that's where I draw the line. That's why I accept it right now. But once those problems have been resolved, if Relic bothers to resolve those issues, no one should be allowed to smurf. Full stop. Because smurfing ruins it for other people, right? When you get queued in to someone who's lower ranked than you or whatever, and they get stomped, they have no cognitive understanding of how they lost. They leave the game. They leave permanently. That's actually why Dota 2 banned smurfing. Because people would get in games, they distrominate these poor low-ranked people, and then these people would just stop playing Dota 2 altogether. I've seen it time and time again. Because like what you have to realize is for a lot of people, the experience they're getting versus you, let's say you're a conk level player and you're up against a plat, it's not cognizant to how they're used to playing the games, so they don't learn anything. They just waste 20 minutes of their life to get curb stomped, and now they feel disconnected. Like, have you guys ever played a 1v1, a single player game where you don't know anything, like the game doesn't explain well to you what you gotta do, right? And you die. And you feel like it wasn't your fault. Do you continue playing that game, or do you just stop playing, right? You stop playing in those situations. It's not losing that's the problem. It's losing with like a disconnect on what the experience is meant to be. 30 dodges per day? Okay, the fair to you. Like I say, in that situation, like that's what I'm talking about. That situation's fine, right? Like, not fine, but like I get why people do it. But I know there are people that genuinely just smurf to get like easier games, and those people are cringe. All right, should we find some more games to cast? This was a good conversation. I think people, I don't know. I think people left, but I don't know. Felt good. There's too many games to pick from in your Steam library. I just get a second account and buy them all again. Wait a second. Hold up. Another vote for community games? Do we have enough people for commies? I don't know, let's find out. What to do? Cast 1v1s. Host FFAs. 2 minutes. Poll is up. Get voting. We need at least 8 people for free-for-alls. If we don't do a free-for-all, I guess we... Recon, I think, is playing, like, custom games. We can check the 1v1s. Yeah, I can see that you're in a game with him again, DJ. We're going to check out some other games now, though. I think this was a good discussion to have. It's the blue... Or do we watch Marika? Okay, I kind of love that. That's adorable. Vortex is in a game with someone called Vortex I Love You. What rank are they, dude? That's brilliant. They're ranked 2000. Wait, did they like Q snipe him? Bro, they're a plat rank person. What the f— Okay, like this is what I mean. When people Q dodge or whatever, like this is the matchups you get. He's up against the person who's ranked 2000 with 7 games played, and that person season 6 was ranked 9000th in the world. They're plat. They are hard plat. They used to be gold. They've improved to plat. All right. So we got a majority for hosting FFAs, but we actually need 8 people. One's in chat if people want to play free-for-alls. No, not exclamation mark join. That's not how that works. That's cheating. I'm refreshing. That doesn't count. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Six. So that accounts for the votes. Better do community games tomorrow. I said we might not be able to do tomorrow. Because, like, I have the charity quiz in the evening on the first Friday of each month. And I'll be doing Saturday and Sunday anyway. Okay, so what we got? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Was there any repeats? I don't think so. We got it? We got it? Did we get it? I think we got it. All right, let's update that toll. Casting community games. Whoa. You guys pog? You ready? We pogified? All right, so let's have a look. Just gonna double check if there's any new maps. Aztec Mountain. That's kind of cool. That's interesting. King of the Mountain. Everyone starts on a mountain and resources are placed around it. That's kind of cool. It's going to be really campy, but there's something really cool about... Like, it's almost like it has more of the Castle Siege feel. You know what I mean? Like, from a balance perspective, that's probably quite cringe. Because, like, cliffs as choke points, anyone need a reminder of Mountain Pass. But aesthetically, that looks really funny. Don't know if we'll use it, but maybe we'll use it in the future. Okay. Dividing range. What's this? It's going to be like a giant... Like, it's going to be like Mountain Pass, isn't it? I can already sense it. All right, we'll just quickly check the page, see if there's anything new, and then get to it. Better hunting, increase resources. I'd rather jam my eyeballs into a nice pick. So, let me get the lobby ready, because we had some improvements since we last done community games. We actually have Nomad mode now implemented in to Meat Grinder. We have it through two different forms. We have the cool tuning pack that Hosting created, and also Rasselbach added it into Meat Grinder directly. So we can now do Nomad starts. And do you want to know why that's fun? Because we can do micro maps. So did he say that Double Villager worked? Is Rasselbach here right now? Can we confirm that? Let me double check, because I think he said it in my chat. So let me have a look quickly. He doesn't say you can't. He just says that it doesn't give IO or prelates. And it doesn't block special abilities, like, for example, the English short bows. Pigeon's obsession with micromaps gone too far? Not really. I think it's more inclusive because it means you can consistently do more games over a short period of time. They're more engaging because, honestly, the first 20 minutes of most free-for-alls is dull as all hell. And because it's quicker, you're able to churn through more people. So you get more games, which gives more interesting scenarios and gives an opportunity for more people to participate. I actually want more micro maps. I need some people to make micro maps. I really want, like, I don't care if they're crafted. I just want to see some more of these made. Because we have one or two made here, right? Do we do the standard one, the Merlin one? I feel like a lot of people like the Merlin one. It's very well balanced, actually. Which is impressive, because he has a pea brain. Sorry, Merlin. I can't insult someone without saying sorry afterwards. Except Voldemort, duck that guy. wait, hold on a sec, let me check. Okay, we're safe, it's not here. Really hate late game? I mean, late game's like, it's not as much that, like, in itself, it's that no one does anything for the first 25 minutes of free-for-alls. 20-minute starts are so dull. Explain why Drongo gets so many views. Arcleave, Drongo gets so many views because there's 125,000 people subscribed to him over the history of Age of Empires 4. Of that, less than 20% of his subscription base checks videos out. The reason why Drongo gets so many views is because he's the biggest YouTube creator already. Fact. Now, that's not to say he's not doing good. Like, he's done good to get there. But to use that whole logic of, like, if it's boring, disagreed. Like, it doesn't matter. It's still dull watching someone set up their base for at least the first 10 minutes when they can't do anything, right? For a start, like, that free-for-all needs at least 2 times speed. Drongo has views. Exactly. Like, actually, I'm pretty... Like, I don't want to get into... It seems like my goal is not to view shame, like... That's not, like... But I'd say his viewership is either the same or maybe lower than the 1v1s, right? So, like, that's kind of disingenuous. Trolling a bit. I have... No. I'm just saying, like, for anyone who, like, reads that seriously. And, like, nothing to take away from Drongo. He's the king of casting on YouTube, for sure. But, like, you know... I personally think there's another way that I'm working towards. I'm trying to train someone up on editing to get there. I think there's a much better way to do AoE forecasts in those environments. So hopefully I'll have that sorted in the next month. So unit costs, buildings count, we'll punish deletions. First elim, I think we do 10 mins on Nomad, to be fair. That gives the extra time for people to build up. Do we do the 4 minutes between eliminations? I feel like that's pretty decent. Actually, dude, do we do like 2 minutes? It's a micro map, right? I feel like that's pretty reasonable on the micro map. Yeah, we'll do 2 minutes. It's a teensy tiny map. We'll eliminate all tie players. By the way, I love that Rasselbach gave this option and you can't select anything. Do you need to download the mod? When you're in lobby, I can force download the mod for you. I can ram it down your throat. You won't have a choice in the matter. We might even do one later with Hosen's new units. I don't think we need the Make It Quick mod. We should be fine. So guys, the way this works is when I say, important that you wait for when I say, go, what you need to do is put !join space your in-game name. If you don't put your in-game name, the system will not clock you. You will not even show up. So, on my mark, make sure you do that. And just to answer Mira's question, so it's normal meat grinder with free-for-all or anything I should know? Yeah, it's meat grinder on Nomad start, and it's a micro map. Right, Bunton, you're lucky I'm feeling generous. I'm refreshing one more time. Guys, got to listen. ! Join, space username on my go. Go! Get it in there! Quick, quick, go, 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 go! Usernames! Do it now, 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 now! Go once, go twice! Alright. Let's have a look at our list. So, Eagle, you are in. My friend. Laser. No lasering around, mate. You're in. Oh, Jesus Christ. Everyone wants to be a laser. Every 4-year-old. I want to be a laser when I grow up. What does that even mean? Myriad. Welcome to the party. Honka honka. Grim. Now, guys, I'm looking at the ranks here, and all I'm bluntly going to say is you all need to kill Myriad. Jesus, Grim. Choose a more unique name, please. What the f... You know... Wait. Okay, that's the one that's getting it, because that's the one that's online. Boktor, you're in. DJ Bunton. And then finally we've got Dradloose to come in afterwards. You'd expect nothing less? Yeah, that's right. Clap his cheeks. All right, so I'm going to leave the lobby. When I leave the lobby, have I got Myriad added? I'm pretty sure I have. Yes, we're good. Oh, let me do this first. We'll start game. Everyone's got the mod downloaded. So, remember the rules. If you're diamond or above, you have to random your civ. If you're below, you can choose your civ. All right, I'm going to leave the lobby. When I do, someone needs to invite this person so we can kick it off. All right, go, go, go. And I'll run ads now. So 90 seconds of ads so you guys don't have to worry about them in game. Whoop, whoop. But this is an interesting thing. Like, I want to build this content art because in my honest opinion, most people don't want to... Like, most people just want to... If you think about Twitch, Twitch is... From a viewing perspective, it's very elite-driven. And what I mean by that is everyone just tunes into your top 10 players, right? There's so much fun we're having here. I love that we're able to, like, add in this inclusive element. If someone's watching YouTube right now and you want to be in with a chance to join these, make sure you hop across on the Twitch side so you can join in those. Yeah, it's definitely a challenge because realistically, we're like building a new audience, like I said, because content on Twitch has definitely been in every aspect now for 2 years been focused around the absolute top, right? Like the top 20 players. My goal is to expand that, provide like new forms of entertainment. You like to watch 1v1s? That's the thing. Like, you know, I think it's nice to have this idea of the pro 1v1s as more tournament play. I want to be able to get to a stage where a lot of our content and people will turn up for it rather, is focused around, you know, Bronze League Legends stuff or free-for-all stuff. Interesting formats. Because I remember Dumi mentioned something about this. The whole idea of like 1v1s always getting cast and pub ones may dilute the value of like the tournament play by comparison. And I kind of feel that as well. But it's like, I think it's a weaning process of getting people to the stage where they kind of accept the uniqueness of what we really have here, right? Which is a game with a lot of potential community inclusion. All right. Do we have everyone in lobby? Are we ready to start? I'm hooping so. We starting? Big Pog. I reckon we'll look to go for another hour or two. As I've got some meetings and whatever. But if we're doing a bunch of meat grinders, that's like 5 or 6 games, potentially. Did we turn Conquest on? I don't know if we turned Conquest on. I just realized we may have forgotten to turn Conquest on. Oh well, it's a small map. Let me get the overlay up. Does it matter? Yeah, because you can force eliminate a player, and then strategically you can get rid of another player, right? Because otherwise, like an already dead player can just float there. All right, remember, guys, you got to hype this up at the start in the chat. I remember Gully Death? Exactly. I love Don's Brain. I want to kill him and then store it in a jar. Don't tell him, though. Yeah, I love Don's Brain. I want to kill him and store it in a jar, but no one tell him. All right, anyway, one and all, welcome back to the Meat Grinder mod. We done it. It's Nomad Meat Grinder. Shout out to that man right there in the chat. Rasselbach, he's the one who created this, and he added in Nomad mode, which means we can play the micro maps. We have got 8 players on a map smaller than what you'd see in a 1v1. And they all have 12 villages. Oh, this is already getting spicy. Of course there's going to be an English player just laming people. Shame on you, Dradlers. Shame on you. Wait, what? Guys, okay, so I told them before they got in this, kill Myriad. The reason, folks, is Myriad is the only Conqueror level player in this lobby. A lot of these people are around like gold rank, which I thought would be pretty cool. They've just got to learn to team up. So for those that haven't seen this mod before, the way it works is at certain time intervals, players will be eliminated on what they've killed. So the player who's killed the least will be eliminated every rotation. So the way this works, our first elimination of the game is going to be at 10 minutes. And then I figured, we're in a micro map, right? So next elimination past that is only 2 minutes away. Every 2 minutes after 10, we'll eliminate a player. Which means by 22 minutes, we will have a winner in this free-for-all. God damn, I love this game mode so much. All right, so what have we got player-wise? Wow, we haven't got any extras here. Everyone's taking a unique serve. That rarely ever happens, actually. By the way, reminder, like I looked down the list, Hosin is diamond rank. He fell down a bit from his conk. Myriad is our conk rank player. He is very high leveled. He's like top 100. I think he might be top 50 right now at the time of recording. Everyone else is either unranked, plat, or gold. And those that have a ranked history are coming out around gold or plat. So mostly a balanced lobby. And then, of course, we've got Myriad in the corner picking Delhi. So I guess in a way, like, Delhi's pretty bad on this map. So in a way, that's balanced. I love that he immediately chose a corner far, far away from danger. And you can already see the way that we track how much you've killed. It's based on the unit value, remember. So Dradloose already killed a villager up here. He's safe. Well, safe now. This can escalate quickly, especially when you give people a 12 villager start. Usually, I would recommend doing like an 8-minute first kill on this type of size map. The reason we didn't is because of the time it takes to build a TC. I figured with 12 villagers, 2 minutes is enough time to make a TC. So at that stage, it's almost like we're playing with the 8-minute star. And yes, this map will always spawn the same resources. It is a fixed crafted map. The only way you can make a map this small and have 8 players on it is to craft it. You can't generate a map this size. What you could potentially do, and I think maybe Kayu's in the chat, and they could have a punt at it, because obviously they're the ones that created our mini-map Dry Arabian whatever, where it's like somewhere between 4 and 6 player size map for 8 people. Kayu, I don't know if you've tried making a map with even more cliffs around the outside, but I would definitely be interested in seeing it to try and get something generated close to this size. And yeah, sorry, you're right, Rasselbach. Nomad is 5 vills, but we've done double villager, which means everyone started with 10, if I'm correct. Which I'm pretty sure I am. So, opening-wise, looking at the navies, Laser on the Abbasids, probably going to be going, like, usually you go for military wing. I feel like getting those initial units is really strong in here. A lot of food, not too much gold. I wouldn't be surprised if they go eco wing, considering they're right next to a stone mine, and they've got a little tree line nearby. So we might be seeing TC booming, right? Elsewhere, we've got Hosin right next to DJ Bunton here, so a party in the middle of the map. I'm getting this funny feeling Myriad might have a fairly free game. He's already just sniped a fishing boat out. Bad start for Bunton. And on top of that, he has the entire South Island to himself. This is a hotspot, by the way. It's a jackpot because you get the gold, you get the fat stone. you get the berries, and you get a relic as well as a second stone in the corner. For a Delhi player, this is a pretty good position to get. Considering that, how many keeps would this be? Isn't it like 8? I think it's 8 keeps between the 2 stones. Good God. Elsewhere, we have got some Japan. Love to see that from Grim. And I think to the north side, we had Dradloose, who opened with First Blood on the village kill. With English to his north, Iobids is an interesting pick for Eagle. The way this worked is because everyone but 2 people were under Diamond rank, they were allowed to pick their Civ. Surprised that someone chose Iobids, but it's quite interesting. I don't recommend Iobids necessarily in a free-for-all when we do standard size, but it's an interesting concept on such a small size map. And then finally, we've got Boktor playing on the Zhuji. That is a very reserved meditation garden. I think he might have got more value building it here. Realistically, though, there's a lot of straggler trees. This might be like 20 wood, 25 gold. Not great. I think if you're playing Zhuji on this map, meditation garden value, this is a very high one. Outside that, this is probably the biggest jackpot. 25 gold and like 40 wood is really, really good. You could potentially drop a Medi down here, actually. Medi down here is not too bad. You get 18 food, 25 stone, 25 gold, and then probably about 25 to 30 wood. I think those are the best spots that I've seen on this map. Okay, so 4 minutes away. I always love to do this. Get your predictions in. Who is going out first? Because right now, we only have 3 people that have killed. If these numbers remain at 0, we're going to lose 4 players on the first rotation. This game mode is brutal. You see a pink spot next to red? That's because Boktor has got a villager stuck on the cliffs. Unfortunately, this does occasionally happen. I remember when we had one game and someone was like, can we remake? My Jean stuck there. And my simple response was, delete it, you pussy. He deleted it. It came back. I think he got second in that game. So yeah, unfortunately, this does happen sometimes. Luckily, in this game, I think it may have only been 1 villager overall. This corner, I highly rate, by the way. It's an insane amount of food. There is, I believe it's 14 deer usually. It looks like there's 13 right now. So that ends up being, with 13 deer, he's at like 4,700-ish food. But then he's got the berries as well, which as the Iobids is going to be worth another 1,600, right? Wait, no, it's more than that. It's 2,400. Jesus. That's so much food. So about 7,000 food in this corner. Probably the biggest amount of food you're going to find on one screen in this entire map. Really good position for Eagle. Wonder how they're going to pump this, because they need to get some kills first. They can't just rush Castle Age. Even Advancement Wing would be cutting it close. And by cutting it close, I mean you tech up, but then you die. However, Hosen, coming to save the day, he's like, hello, let me just donate one night. He's got 50 now. Myriad is already Kushki, by the way. 515 in score. He must have disintegrated what DJ Buntum was doing in the area, rather. I love that Hosen's going for a mill play on the flank. I just realized he random French, which probably not ideal on a map this small. I guess you can get your cavalry around very quickly. You can get some other kills. You can also donate some kills. That works as well. Dradloose says thank you very much for the tip of the hat. And now 2 minutes away, we still have 4 players yet to make a move. Good guy Hosen, just trying to donate. This is like an interesting thing, actually. If you see players being greedy, what I love is the strategic layers to this game where you could actually forcefully kind of feed a player to chuck another player who's being greedy out. Like, we've had Gully Deco as a perfect example. He loves to boom up, go multiple TCs. If you saw that he was, like, skirting this point where he's barely got enough to stay alive, you might intentionally feed something over to someone behind him to put him in last place, right? That's a very creative approach. We've actually seen it the other way where, for example, Donati has almost killed players and then delayed killing them to force a double elim. It's very creative. And yes, good question, Melojello. The players can see each other's scores in game. They actually have a much nicer looking UI. Sorry, Rasselbog. They have the in-game UI you'd normally get for objectives up here, so they can see each other's scores. But we have the info nicely condensed. It's kind of weird, actually, the way that players score does that. But that's why I don't care about this little tab up here. Oh, did they use the same UI? Okay, thank you for the update, Rasselbach. Interesting. Oh, I know why you've done that as well. It's because of the compact UI, right? It probably confuses things. That makes sense. Then you don't have to worry about them updating that. Guys, Advanced Wing is on the way, and I actually think Eagle's dead. Oh, no. Eagle, you've been watching too much pro-level play. This is not the meta for free-for-alls. I know I say I would suck at playing long feudal, but like you needed to play some feudal here. Tradloose is just staring like, yep, game's looking good for me. I'm about to inherit that corner. Wait. Oof. Oh my god, he just got saved, Grim! He's gone. I can't believe that. Last second, 2 players got just enough. Grim goes out in last. Timer resets. We are now 2 minutes away from an elimination, and that is correct. All scores have reset. So any work you've done has been removed. You need to do more. I don't get entertained easily, folks. Myriad, he done a lot of work early on. Now it's going to be kind of more hard-pressed. I feel like he got some freebies to build a big score earlier on. He's going to work a little bit harder, especially considering he's gone for quite a lot of archers, and there's these TCs to dive. The interesting thing about this game mode as well is like killing a player too much could be negative because they have less to give you and you have more to give them. Like a Garrison TC can actually make a player survive 1 or 2 extra rounds than they otherwise would. So it's a very interesting balance point you have to take in this game mode. Grim, yeah, you forgot about it? Bro, there's literally a little score menu. Come on. Dude, the best part would have been if you were in game and you're like, ha, look at that noob with 0 score. Wait. That's the best feeling. Like, have you ever had that in a game mode before where you don't realize you're the one in last place? You're like, couldn't imagine being that guy. Oh, no. Well, right now, it's looking pretty bad for Tradloose and Bunton. And Eagle, I can't believe that, man. He's so lucky he survived that. And now, because he reaches Castle Age, look at the power he wields here. The Golems are completely uncounted. However, wait, no. Bunton, no. Are you kidding me? Eagle could die here. Now, Bunton, funnily enough, like, he just needs to kill it one night. That's all he needs. One night. Oh my god. He gets it! Eagle's done! He has one of the strongest armies at this point with the Golems, and yet it doesn't matter. Yellow goes out in 7th. I can't believe that. You see what I mean? Like, Bunton, he survives that, but he's gone fully limp at this stage. There's not much to his base. Insane. 6 left already. Castle Age is on the way, so this is a really smart play by Myriad. There's no easy dive anymore. DJ Bunton is pretty much just a TC. Hosen has a lot of knights. The smartest play you can make is go into Castle Age, spam Men at Arms, and then you can start diving green and blue. How did blue play this in the end, by the way? He did go for Military Wing, so smart choice by Laser. They weren't greedy. They've got a lot of food and gold. I hope... Are they thinking going Castle Age? That could work here. The gold is accessible, but they chose the north side. So them getting into Golems is a smart choice here. Up against the Men at Arms, it's going to be a bit annoying, especially with Tower Victory. I'd like to see crossbows prep. Like, he already has the archery ranges, right? Meantime, Flash is going to come out. He's got a camel archer, guys, so don't worry. He beats the Men at... He's not going to be able to beat the Men at Arms here. Laser losing a lot of forces. DJ Bunton, my friend, you done well to screw over Eagle. You took down one of the most majestic birds with you. But now it is time for you to be Bunton out of this one. I think I used the term correctly there. Myriad is definitely safe at this stage. No way he's going to be eliminated. Hosen isn't even giving a shot to DJ Bunton to recover this. If I'm going down, I'm making a statement. The statement is, I got nothing left. I like how he doesn't even finish the last villages. He's like, no. They can stand there. I'm not sure if they're looking to fight or if they're scared. Like, you noticing this guy and the way he's shaking the unlit torch? Like, ooh, don't mess with me, man. Meanwhile, Laser getting messed with pretty brutally here. Okay, so Just going to lay it out there, folks. I did warn everyone in this lobby that they needed to target Myriad. I explicitly told them they're going to need to work together because Myriad is by far the strongest player. Nobody listened. Not a single person contested him. I don't think they knew where he was, though, right? He hid in a corner. In a former life, Myriad may have been a Call of Duty corner camper boy. Farming tac nukes in noob lobbies. Hosen is finally diving in. This is a good fight, actually. He's got upgraded knights up against men-at-arms. Really good engagement for him. And Hosen, he needs this because he's a little bit paranoid about how low his score was. So we'll be able to wipe out Myriad's army. Spearmen are now coming out. This is where you need to try and get the hell out of here as the spears are coming. But Hosen, good strike there. So he resets Myriad. Orange and pink need to do something. Like, I'm over here with a stick right now poking him. Like, do something. Come on. Orange has decided that he really likes your corner, by the way, Eagle. Eagle, like, you're in chat. This is like a loser interview right now. How do you feel about this? Did you like this? Do you like the way that he's chopping down the wood? I don't want to say that he's, like, you know, making you look small, but 9 villages? 19? Guy's definitely trying to send a message. Look at him. Look. If he gained score from killing trees, he would be safe in this game right now, Eagle. Instead, I'm sorry, I'm doing this. You died to this. Right here. And he's gone. 4 left over. Boktor somehow survived that. I've barely seen Boktor do anything. That's the funny part. They're trying to set up farms on the backside. Laser's going to farm them up there. And Hosen, now yoinking away the berries. That's an ambitious drop by Myriad. Has Hosen got anything more? Oh, God. So funny thing about Hosen, guys, he does this any game. 1v1s or team games, he loves doing this. Hosen is, you know, one of those people that mates for life. The moment he presses a military buildings button, he never presses any other button. Only villages and knights. Oh my god, this is such a hard way to fight, though. There ain't no way, dog. Hosen, I think he may be royally screwed. It's not the kind of royalty that these knights are looking for. Boktor. What is... Wait, I swear, this northern corner is a mousetrap. First it was Eagle, then it was Dradloose, and now it's going to be Boktor. I feel like whoever comes here, it's like they picked up a cursed relic that's going to kill them. Right? These three, collectively between them, are the people that opened the mummy sarcophagus in the first Mummy movie. But you know, where they they picked up the little relics, right? That marked them. This corner, it's the little trinkets they pick up. Hosen actually giving Boktor a chance here, funnily enough. I like how Hosen's like, I don't trust this. You must be obliterated for me to be safe. All right, well. Farewell to you, Sweet Prince. Boktor, a respectable 4th place here. The mummy is now completely full. The question now is Myriad or Laser are Brendan Fraser? That's a beautiful rhyme. You're Benny, you die at the end. No, Grim, wait, you died straight away, bro. Someone here is going to be Brendan to deal with this mummy. I think Myriad is Brendan, and Laser... Well, no, because he's fighting, so he's not Benny. Who helped Myriad? Bunton seems more like a Benny. Running around between Brendan and the mummy, changing allegiance. He was always near both of them. We got the whole cast. Blue's pretty cozy. Hosen... Okay, this is going to be the definition of sending down mid. You just hope that you've got enough items to not die to the tower. Wait, where are the spears? Oh my god, he got baited. The 1-2 switch. Because Laser was building golems, he didn't want to build spears, right? So actually, this is a great fight for Hosen to take. If he takes... Oh my god, no, he's going to die. Oh, Hosen at this point is that weirdo 12 Jaeger bombs in at 2 a.m. in the middle of the night, walking down the main street going, "Love me!" Laser's like, just get away from me. I think Hosen might survive this. And the sad reality is that actually means... Wait, Myriad. Oh my god, Myriad, no! They've done it! The mummy has been slain! There's no way. There's no way. Laser, just run away. Just run away right now. Run, Fair Prince, run! Laser! No! Oh my god. I can't believe it. Laser has crowned a king. Without a doubt, Laser is Benny. We figured it out. And now Hosen, this is an uphill battle. This is a bad trade already. He needs to kill a lot of crap units, and he's counted. I think this is over. Well, it turns out that we're watching an alternate release of The Mummy that never saw the light of day, where Brendan Fraser gets absolutely slapped. He gets stomped harder than the third Mummy movie did on Metacritic. This is brutal. Wait, the castle. Hosen. If he gets this, he recovers the game. Unfortunately, there's no shot. This is it. Myriad, now with over a 2,000 resource lead. Hosen with practically no army left over. There's no comeback here. Oh my god. This is what AoE 4 free-for-all should be. This intensity, this uncertainty until the very end, when we discover, like a Cluedo game, who the real Benny was all along. It was Laser. Now, the only thing I have to say about Myriad is... No, I can't do it anymore. I think that's the noise the mummy makes. I can't... Oh, crap. I can't do it anymore. So, guys, when I was a kid, no word of a lie, I used to be able to do the mummy scream. And it freaked my mum out. You guys remember the one? Here. What was that? Let me find it.
Please help me.
No, that's not it. Hey, here you go. That thing. I can't do it anymore. Oh my god, dude, I lost it. I lost it. I don't know if my mum's in chat. She'll tell you. It used to freak her out because I was like a 10-year-old kid that could do that perfectly. Like, nah, I can't do it anymore. It's gone. I'm going to have to find that again because that was fun to do to people. My throat's matured too much. Gargle some milk? Maybe. Nah, I don't think it's there anymore. I have to practice that one. In fairness to me, I have not done it in over 15 years. Myriad, we were just discussing how you are the mummy from the Mummy movie. Congrats on that. All right, so one sec. I need to change the name of that. So that's going to be... Should have killed one more night. Dude, if Laser had just walked... That's the crazy part. If Laser had just walked away with the archers, Myriad was done. Oh, man. All right, should we do another one? God, my throat now. I'm annoyed that I can't do that anymore. I used to have a lot of fun with that. Would Mongols do well in this format to move the buildings close to the opponent, or would it take longer? Possibly. I'd actually chuckle if someone tried to do a Mongol TSC rush in that game mode. He beat your ass? Dude, yeah, I heard about that. He beat your ass like a Cherokee jump. Got you real good. So, I guess we can do that one again. That was quite fun. How do people feel about water? Because Cavallo built something for us. Don't know if you guys knew about this. There's a mini-map there's a mini-map Baltic now. He's got the sacred site on the central island. I love it. Alright, do you guys want the micro map or do you want Baltic? What is our preference here? One sec. Alright, there we go. Sorry, I had to message something quickly. So, you like water but whatever? If water, then I'm out. I mean, it's Baltic water, so you don't have to engage with it. Should have picked a civ that fights well and feudal. I mean, I'm surprised you survived the first wave, to be totally honest with you. I thought you were going to be dead immediately. Step into the arena for the entertainment of the masses. Can anyone join? They can indeed, Captain Hindsights. We are the one-stop shop for the community games where anyone can participate. Alright, so let's have a look here. I think... what should we do? I mean, it's Baltic, right? So, like, even if you don't have to play water, technically. So, I'm going to do it. If you don't like water, realistically, you don't have to play water, right? So, let's go ahead and we'll set it to Lodge. We'll give the 10-min timer still, I think. In a mini-map. It's not quite mini. It's somewhere between a 4-player map size and a 6-player map size. So, I think... giving 10 minutes to set up. What do you guys think? Was 10 minutes... do you reckon 10 minutes is enough? I feel like people had enough time to do things easily with Nomad there. I could put it up to like 11 minutes. My feeling is like people had enough time. Right? Yeah, 10 is enough. I think so, yeah. Right, we did have Conquest on, so that's good. Right, so guys, the way this works is remember, when I say so... when I announce to do it, you need to put !join space your in-game name to get entered to play into these. Only when I say do it, though. If you do it before, I wouldn't have hit the refresh button yet. You will not be on that list. So, let me make sure. I think Teams Together, if I remember correctly, was it... let me make sure you guys got enough resources as well. So... oh, it doesn't say on this one. I can't remember which way it was. I think... Teams Together gives a lot of resources. So basically, Cavallo done this really creative thing where, depending on whether you check Teams Together or random, it changes the amount of resources that spawn. I think random spawns the least, and then Teams Together spawns a decent abundancy. It's really cool, actually. All right, so let me turn this on. So, !join now to join the game. Go, 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 go. We don't have any Kong today. That's not true. Myriad's here. I'm tempted to make a tournament out of this game mode. I feel like this could... like, so we've only had one big free-for-all tournament before, right? Well, one rotation. That was the Outback Octagon. I feel like this could maybe be a more interesting format than that. No shade thrown at Drongo. I just think like it's the nature of free-for-alls and the grind out, right? Because I feel like it's like while you can target people maybe a bit more clearly and dodge them, there's an interesting layer of strategy and diplomacy in this game mode in comparison, right? At least that's my feeling. Okay, so I think that is going to be a full lobby. We just need to get Failgain in after I leave. Igloo, which one are you? Lowercase? I don't know. There we go, it's one of those two. Oh yeah, we won't have any conch levels in this lobby. We've got Hosen as the highest level who used to be conch. So guys, you know who to target. Line up those sniping rifles. You know what to do. All right. So wait, who am I missing? Who's still not in? I sent invites to everyone. So if you weren't online and paying attention, you are going to miss out on a slot, because I'm not going to keep spamming invites at people. Ah, there we go. So it was in uppercases. Leave, get your ass in. I didn't say you could leave. Alright, anyway. So, unless it's the other one, whatever. I'll send it to both. Then I need to get Failgain in afterwards. Don't have enough RAM? Just download more, dude. Alright, so let me force download. I'm going to ram these mods down your throat. Ooh, Brocktree, you're a little bit too late for that one. Keep an eye out for the next one. Yeah, Hosen, you're the only one who has to random get wrecked. Waiting for player to consent? Laser, you need to consent. All on Hosen first. They're learning, man. They're learning. Wait, Failgain. Why don't you want in? You sure? You were first there. You sure? You don't have to give it up. Okay. Well, if you're sure. All right, we'll get Brocktree in then. Okay, so what happened to Laser? Where'd Laser go? Laser? Hello? Hello? Wait, is that the right laser? Which one is the right laser? I don't know. Is this the right one? Laser, is this you? No. Roland Chicken, you were a different laser before, weren't you? Oh, that is you. Okay, yeah. Okay, nice. Alright. Oh, Jakey, dude. The dragon one is... Oh, wait, so this is the wrong one. God damn it. These people and their different names. Wait, so you are this one. Alright. Get out of my lobby. You, Jakey. Alright, Brocktree, you want to get in? We can get you in. Okay. We'll do the time. First elim, 2 minutes. I'm going to give you guys 3 minutes afterwards, just because it's a bigger map. Okay. Awesome. Right, so let's download this mod for you, Laser. And then I'll leave, and then someone can invite good old Brocktree. So I think I've definitely got Hosen added. Oh, Brocktree's going to be in anyway. There you go. Easy peasy. All right. Guys, I'm leaving. Someone invite Brocktree. I could have sworn I'd added Hosen. Wait, is this a different count? Hosen, are you a Smurfer? Bro. It's going to be wars. Just over here like, oh, hell no. You didn't? Well, no, but I leave people in friend requests. I just don't accept it. That way, like, I can tell which ones are, like, pro-level players and which ones are people that have just changed their names. Sort of, like, you know, I know when pros change their names, basically. So I leave non-pro-level players in add a friend. I could have sworn... Yeah, I don't know. Do friend requests time out and I just didn't realize? Maybe. Don't know. Yeah, we've probably got enough time for this plus one more afterwards, or maybe another one after that. We'll see. Probably aiming for like 10.5 to 11 hours stream time total. So if you guys aren't subscribed, I don't know why the hell you ain't, because 11 hours of content, 4 minutes of ads an hour, that's 44 minutes of ads you could have dodged. There we go. All right, yes, we've got the frame break you've posted. I add now. All right, I'll leave you here. Haha. All right, I'll add you. So have we got Brocktree in? Brocktree's in. Fantastic. So let's get it started. I can add now. No, I'll make an exception for the mod creators. As long as you don't go change your name every Tuesday. If you do, we'll have a problem. I'll be very angry, shaking fist guy. Let me check. Did I tell Pest? Yeah, I did. You don't? Good, good. Don't be that guy, okay? It's very important to me that you're not that guy. Or I beat with stick. Chelsea scored. I don't really follow the football anymore, but yay. Maybe. I'm going to drink a lot tomorrow on that pub quiz. Actually, no, I probably shouldn't drink too much. I wonder, like, compared to, if you have main, I'm wondering, how many people would actually want to watch, like, not, I don't know if it'd be an unhinged cast, but, like, just get slosh type cast on weekends when there's tournaments on this channel. I almost feel like I like the idea of us reaching a point where, when we're not casting on, like, other people's channels, we can have more of a watch party. So it doesn't always have to be ultra serious casting, right? You know what you do, dude? Like you could have it so memey as well. You could literally have stuff like, oh, someone invite Laser. It's the one with the dragon picture. You could literally have stuff like, quite comedically, you could have things such as, I feel like I throw a lot of shade at him, but he does build TCs more than anyone else. Divine DFP. You're like, for every TC he builds, you do a shot. Okay, I'm going to die for that. But like, you know, or Crackety, every time you watch him do a Barbican drop, you drink a shot. Something's going wrong. Do I need to remake the lobby? All right, I'm going to remake the lobby, guys. I'm going to restart my game to be safe. Let's make this quick. Otherwise, we're going to be stuck here a long time. All right, so let me restart my game. Imagine Laser versus Laser. Dude, we were this close to casting a Vortex versus Vertex game earlier. And I had to stop myself. I looked at it, I contemplated it, and then I just went, no. Oh, man. You really want to see that game? No. No. Vortex, I love you. Oh, dude, the Vortex, I was like bummed out actually when we got free for all. Just join. Is there a spot? Not on this one, Dragavan, but hang around. We'll be doing another one afterwards. So we already had the people locked in for this one. It's just we had a bugged lobby, so we have to remake. So I reckon this game will be about like half an hour. We are doing a Baltic mini-map Dry Arabia, which is quite intriguing. The 3-minute elim thing. Everything else is correct. Oh, guys, come on. Japanese Spring all the way. So, let me go down the list, get everyone back in. So we had Julie Beck. We had Laser. There's too many lasers. There. We had Tower No Thanks. Might be that he's the one towering in this game. Who knows? Hosin. Modder Legend. That needs to be slapped. Dralus. We had Leave. We had Igloo. And then Failgain gave up his spot for Brocktree. Right? Who else am I missing? Someone else hasn't joined. Igloo. Igloo, get your icy button. 28 mins max. So first elim 10 minutes, and then you need 7 times 3. So... Yes? So, 6 times 3. Yeah, yeah. So 28. You're correct. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'll do this. That should force him to. Alright, Laser's now got the mod. Where's Igloo? We're missing Igloo. Dragavan will win. That's why we need to put Mirror back in that lobby as well. I don't know, guys. Have you seen the Dragavan versus Numidan game? I think he can surprise you. Here, let me do this. Where is Igloo? Igloo, you here? Captain Hindsights. If you don't respond, we're letting someone else in. Someone get points if they kill Roost Gremlins? Trying to remember. I think maybe not. I think we've been over this before. I think they give 0, because they give 0 XP as well. Alright, we'll get Brocktree in now. Failgain, you still here? There's now a slot for you. If I leave, can you invite Hosen? Hosen's right here. Oh, the way he wrote, yeah, I was so confused. I was like, bro, love to see the love for Hosen, but he's literally already in the game. My brain was like, huh? Brogan? All right, get Laser in and also get Failgain in. Let me actually quickly do this for Brocktree first. All right, I'm leaving. Get them in so we can start the game. What the hell? I still got like notifications there even though I left. That's weird. Whoop, whoop. So yeah, I reckon I've got time for this one, and then we can probably slot another one, because then I've got to go have some calls with some pepples. Like I said, probably no stream tomorrow. If I do, it'll be impromptu, and it'll probably be shorter, because I've got to run some errands, get my eyes checked and whatnot, around like 11 midday-ish. And then I've got the charity quiz later on. So like if we did have a stream, it'd probably be like 5 hours long. So not going to commit to that. I'm not sure if that's possible. But we will be live on Saturday to cast more tournament games. So it balances out. You're AWOL from work? Just die first, lol. That's how you get out. Failgain is offline. Failgain, what's going on? Is he left? I guess he's gone. And the other person isn't here either, right? Captain Hindsights isn't here. Which means we've got a slot. Exclamation mark join. 1 slot. 1 shot. 1 opportunity. Laser, you already joined. Laser, that's not how you do it, by the way. Why didn't you play for once? My PC sucks. Like, I don't know what it is. Performance is worse when playing in free-for-alls than watching. And thus, I wouldn't be able to record. So that's one of the big reasons, actually. Yeah, but Laser, you type your name in, like, the exclamation mark. Okay. Someone get the other Laser in. Let him have in. He wants the Laser on Laser. He wants the Laser off. I think Dragavan's buggered off for 25 minutes, so I imagine he'll be back shortly. There you go. All right, someone get that Laser in, and then when you're ready, feel free to start it. I've got Brocktree, I've got Hosen, so I have V-Ship on the game. Let them cross. Dude, if they spawn right next to each other, it's going to do the best. I'm Laser! No, I'm Laser! No, I'm Laser! I don't know why you guys sound like Skeletor, but... it's just the way it rolls, I guess. Free lasers to the people. Laser cats everywhere. The lowest ranked? Do you mean rank? I think it's one of the lowest ranked ones. We've got a lot of golds. We've got a plat, a diamond. I think 2 more plats. Actually, no, sorry. We've got 2 diamonds, 3 plats, and the rest of the lobby looks like they're golds. We're in. Big progress. It begins. I wish I had... Wait, does he not know how to play the game mode? Oh, no. You random Byzantines! Oh my god, out of all the civs you could have got, you literally got the most dog war on water. Oh, Jesus, I actually feel bad for him. Guess who we're waiting on to load in? The guy who's gonna die first. Yeah, it's your worst civ and you got a water hybrid map. It's so bad. Oh, Jesus. Do a B, hold down this crap and make me question everything that I've ever watched. I still feel bad for Avla in that game. Losing to Byzantines on Holy Island is pain. Wait, it's leave? Rip. Wow. That's impressive. It's not your fault. Throw down on land? Yeah, dude, just hippodrome and don't care. I mean, Cav is kind of sexy here, right? It's pretty smart, actually. I think, like, Expillatores is pretty broken in this game mode. Especially with Water Hybrid. I shouldn't be giving him ideas. Dude, everyone remember, you gotta kill Hosen. Highest ranked player in the lobby, by the way. This is your moment to say you beat a conk. He's down to diamond right now, but he was conk. So you can like brag to your friends that you beat conk. Right. Oh, come on. You can't make this up. Literally, he's one of 2 players that had to random in this lobby. We're playing Mini Baltic. It's a smaller version of an 8-player Baltic. And Hosen has got not only his worst civ, he's got the worst civ on water hyped maps. He got the Byzantines, and then somehow he's the one who spawns on the Central Island. One and all, welcome back to Meat Grinder Mod. This is the every 3 minutes someone dies, and oh my god, Laser was camouflaged here all along. This is going to be a fun one. We've got a mixture of plats, golds, and I think we've got 2 diamond / conk level players involved in this. Baltic seemed like a fun one to me. Big shout out to Rasselbok, who recently added the Nomad mod to this game mode. So everyone is just going to be spawning all across the map, and they can choose where they go. This is going to be fun. My advice when playing this in Nomad, by the way, definitely get your hands on a scout ASAP. Scout everyone on the map, because you never know who's going to be eliminated and who's going to be alive. And yes, shout out to Kaivayu. He's the one who created the mini-map Baltic. He's 100% responsible. Just keep him dancing, Laser. Laser, big shout out to Laser. I think he's one of our gold rank players. He's helping bring down our former conk / diamond player, Hosen, by making sure he's lost the efficiency of 10% of his economy. Big. Can we get some clappers in chat for Laser? Some killer pogs, some KP pogs. So what have we got in this game? We've got Brocktree. Big shout out. He's my pizza guy. That's literally what he knows now. In the pink, playing as the English. We've got another English player right next to him, so double English in the corner. I have it no other way. Laser in the yellow over here. That's right, guys. This is going to get confusion. We've got 2 lasers. We're going to call this guy, I guess, Big R. Or Laser. And this one's Laser. To the south, we've got the other green Ibid laser player. On the east side, we're going to have Tower No Thanks playing as the HRE. There's something hilariously ironic about that name, considering that this Civ likes the tower so much. And then up to the north, we can have Leave on the Japanese. I promise Leave this time I will not make any just Leave jokes. Other than that one. And Julie Beck as the neighbor, always playing the Jushi. She's very committed to this. And finally, we've got Hosen on his Byzantines. Meaning business, though, baby. We've got olive oil. Woo. Yeah, Hosen is a bit surrounded. But guys, are you surrounded if you just kill this villager? And then I think there's just enough room to build a landmark here. Are you really surrounded at that point? That's a good question. Imagine if you hippodromes the central island. I'll lose my crap, I swear. So, I think, yeah, that's the end of Laser's villager. Booyah. Hosen is now safe. Somehow he's actually killed 3 villagers. Holy crap. I don't know what happened elsewhere here. But remember, the way it's going to work is once that timer hits 0, whoever has the lowest score is going to be eliminated. Your score is directly related to what you've killed. So right now, Hosen has killed 3 villagers somehow. Dradlus has killed 2, and Laser has got 1. And we're already seeing fun on the water. So Tao No Fangs is going to move in. I think Tao No Fangs was one of our lower rank players, right? Oh, no. Okay. They were our other Diamond/Conk level player in team games. They've never played solo. Other than that, have we got anyone playing water? Well, there was cancellation over here. So there was an intent originally by Dradlus that he stopped. We haven't got any fishing actively from Dradlus. From Hosen, rather. Hosen has at least got Lumber Camp down now, so he'll be able to get into that quickly. He has got the Cistern. This is kind of crazy, by the way. Think about the mathematical implications of this. Shoreline fishing with villagers is by far the fastest thing. They gather at 1 food a second. So he's just increased that by 10%, 1.1 food increase. That's the difference between gathering from sheep and gathering from deer. It's pretty wild how strong this is going to be. I am cringing at the fact there is not a mill. That does actually deeply hurt me, or at least a dock. But overall, this is a really good play. Unfortunately, not able to find the scout there. But get your predictions in. I love to do this for people. You know, I'm all about like the community inclusion here. It's why we host a lot of these lobbies, not just for the Diamond and Conk level players. We bring in a lot of gold, silvers, and whatnot. Let me know who you think is going to die first. Point a finger. Because although we've got some zeros right now, they can turn to heroes immediately. For all you know, it could actually be Hosen dying because he doesn't make a move. He feels content. And then 3 minutes from now, everyone else takes 4 or 5 kills off of each other. I may have also, by the way, when getting to this lobby, told them all to target Hosen, which I feel bad about now considering that Tao No Fangs is in a corner playing HRE with relics scattered around. And he also happens to be a Conk level player. By the way, interesting spawn. I love the fact that despite Kaivayu adding a pond in the center, his relics still try to gravitate towards the center of the map. The funny thing is this feels quite balanced because of it, right? It's actually a really cool spread. So I like this. This is a really cool spawn. So Hosen was in the chat before this, going, I don't play Byzantines. I don't know what to do. And I did literally say to him, just build Hippodrome and spam Horseman. It's a really smart play, actually, in free-for-alls, because in this game mode, in Meat Grinder, you're only going to get 3 minutes between eliminations, so you need to have some flexibility to find new targets quickly. And the cool thing about massing Horsemen is you can pivot between different people. On top of that, because you're up against 7 other players building workers, Expillatores is high value. Because although you may not be able to kill the villagers consistently in one base, you can then just pivot into the next base very quickly. So really like this play. And his neighbors aren't necessarily going to build too many spears, right? Juji is probably going to look to TC Boom up and build Chikanu. The Japanese never want to build spears. They always want to go Onobugisha, and Onobugisha will lose to Hippodrome Triumph. And then to the west side, we've got a French player who's going to build knights. And if you get enough of these horsemen together, which with Shoreline Fish you can definitely do, you can overwhelm. He actually consciously placed the relics. There we go, dude. Like, it wasn't a happy accident. It was intentional. The comedial part is that the only people fishing are the 2 Conk Diamond level players, right? We have got Dradlus jumping on now, but that's... Oh my god. Wait. So they scouted up here. They know about Hosen's base. Are they planning to snipe villagers on the shore? Because that would be genius. Laser's moving in at the worst possible time. Looks like Dradlus isn't going to go for it, though. Wait, please. Oh, so that's why Hosen didn't drop a dock over here. He's got the central one. This is really cool, but well, actually, I think this is a bit RNG to the pain point. Like, actually, one side of this has, like, practically no deep water fish. So this is looking like a really good game for Tao No Fangs. There is going to be a kill on the villager here. No! Wait, no, please. This is, without a doubt, the worst Navy Civ in the game. And he's doing it. He's actually building Dromans. Well, he'll survive round 1. We won't talk about the followings, though. This is a good opening, right? Like, it's Galley versus Droman. You can kill it. Dradloose, if he just done anything but A-click, would be alive. You can just walk away. Like, this is the comedial element about Dromans. Oh, no. Walked away. It's so easy. Oh, no, Big Issue now coming in. Leave. Cheeky. Gets himself a few kills. Looks like he's likely to survive this. Juliebeck needs to make a move soon. Juliebeck likes to do this a lot, where I feel like I've watched quite a bit of Juliebeck in these game modes. Usually she'll scale a few Chiganu. Alternatively, it's almost like she's gambling rather on someone walking units underneath TC. That hasn't happened, and this game is about to get very difficult. There are now units proceeding towards the town center, but realistically, short of Laser making a big mistake, he shouldn't be dying here. Instead, oh, Leaf's going to come in. This is kind of unnecessary now. This is the one way that Julie can survive this, because right now, Tao No Fangs. Wait. Tower? Tao. Oh, no. Guys. Guys, I think we should have made the timer bigger on Nomad. I really, really think we should have made the timer bigger on Nomad. I mean, in fairness, he's not built any mobile units to go and find kills with. But still. Oh, no. I would have thought the strategy for Blue would have been to build attack ships on sea and hunt. Oh, wait. I just realized, like, he knows about green down here. He's scouted up here. He knows about these players. But, so he actually had time, right? I can't believe that. I don't think Tao No Fang knows how to play the game mode. Well, they get to learn now. Oh, no. Blue. You gotta kill, buddy. This value is critical. 3 minutes to go till the next elimination. Get your predictions in. Did anyone predict Blue? I don't think anyone did, right? Wait, no, I think someone did. I could have sworn someone said that Blue was going to go first. You did? Nice. Big brain. Yellow now having to defend. Leave with the Owner Bagisha should get just about enough to survive this. We'll even get a night kill, actually. So that's actually a big jackpot for him there. Does help Laser stay alive, but now Brocktree gonna have to get a move on, my friend. There's only so many things that will dive your TC. Looks like he... Wait, wait, what? Oh no, he went Men at Arms against Avium Kings. Oh. So to say this is going to be difficult for Brocktree would be an understatement. This is next to impossible to win the trade out. Like, you might be able to get enough to survive, but you're never going to trade efficiently against mass Lombos with King at this point. Did you go you went Council? Like, if he scaled Lombos full, this wouldn't have been too bad. But I think he got paranoid about yellow. Now, Julie did just put the skin of her teeth survive the first round. She's going to have to work hard for this next one, though. She has got the Chiganu coming. She has 3. Jesus. And her next door neighbor has quite a lot of Onabagisha. I think Julie might be in a bit of a pickle. If she can get a little fight, Hosen's dead, by the way. He doesn't have anyone to target, right? Like, he didn't go after this dock here. He didn't seek people out. He went fast castle and went Cataphract. I can't believe this. What? And he knows where they are, right? So he scouted their base. He could potentially get just enough here. It's bold to go after purple, the one with the lowest score. Trample in. Nice damage. No triumph. Shame on you, sir. But he is going to extend his lead. So now, all of a sudden, Julie might be at risk. Leaf starts to feed a bit. Actually, need to be very careful. He might kill Hosen. indirectly, does it count if you get someone killed? You can brag about that, right? It's your accomplishment. Oh, Scout going down. Host. Oh, no. Julie's coming in behind. Wait, no. No, not like this. Oh, my God. He needs kills. He needs them badly. He's gulping. More like a cartoon character right now because he knows what's coming. Hosin just about gets enough out of it. And all of a sudden, it's Laser going out. I don't think Nomad works on maps this big. So that is 2 players on their own that have just died. Yeah, I think we're going to have to extend the amount of time until elimination on Nomad, because this is kind of brutal. Wow, that is rough. I wish there was a way to, like, shrink the map every time people die. Like, somehow move people intentionally in, like you crush part of the map and fold it in. I know that is, like, technologically not possible, but that would be so cool. Right? That would give you the perfect free-for-all effect. Because, like, the issue is, even if you have static spawns, one of the negatives can be that people dying near you too fast means you don't have options outside of, like, a very small map, right? Mongol Rao did something like... Mongol Rao kind of done that, but it was very different. The whole idea is that the circle pushes you in, right? But, like, it's very different to one. I'd want the bases to just automatically crunch inwards a bit. And, you know, the problem with that game mode is you have to play Mongols, right? You don't have any flexibility. There's no negotiation on that part. All right, guys. Predictions. Minute and a half away. Juliebeck has got a decent number of Chuginu together. Leave is going to be paranoid about fights there, though. Playing into Chuginu with these hardened samurai may end poorly for him. Dradlus wants to get more out of Brocktree here. Cataphractor charging in. Is he even using Triumph? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! Laser! He raided the main! No way, I can't believe that. Juliebeck in the meantime has surrendered. She GG's out. So by the way, when people surrender, it adds half the duration till the next timeout to the timer, so that people don't get immediately screwed. But right now, Hosen is looking royally screwed. Laser, what an insanely good hit here. And it's going to be a full hit and run. He has to get out now that the Cataphracts have arrived home. He even forced the Triumph activation. That's terrible. Wait, oh, wait, unless Laser... Laser? Right, let's get the hell out of here. Oh, I feel bad for Leave, though. Juliebeck leaving like that means he missed out on quite a lot of score here, right? There's a bunch of villagers and whatnot around here he could have killed. So he needs to find kills ASAP. And he's up against Cataphracts. Trample's going to come in. So this is a perfect example of why I say Trample sucks. Because when you trample into an enemy army, unless you have insane numbers, you're just giving the melee the ability to surround you straight away, right? It's kind of a weird one. That's why I never recommend trampling into melee. You always want to trample past melee. Leave, saving yourself then. Brocktree, I believe we are going to be saying farewell to our pink English player here. My recommendation, just go chill for a bit, eat some pizza and relax. There's still more entertainment to be had, but for you, Brocktree, you will not be seeing more of it in this game. He goes out in 5th. A Wallol is not going to work over here. Point reset, down to 4 here. And wait, the Droman, yes, yes, yes! No? Like... burn, baby, burn. Disco will burn up. No. Alright, I can't believe this. Hosen's strategy is actually working. Leave. Wait, did he kill nothing? You've got to be kidding. Spears are now here, though. I am a little bit surprised that Leaf did not add in Spears earlier than this, but in fairness to him, it's very easy to forget about that as a Japanese. Especially when you've chosen to stay feudal age this entire time. So Hosen's looking pretty scary. Cataphracts count isn't insane, but I can't believe I'm saying this. The gulps are problematic. They're giving you a decent amount of sustain. Crap's now coming in though. Laser's had enough of this crap. Wait, Dradlus, please tell me Dradlus scouted. Okay, so he knows. Does he really know, though? Because this is hard. If you don't make a move, you're just dead, right? Like, you've got Longbow Men-at-Arms. You know where they are. Go. Run like the wind. Oh my god, dude, they're coordinating. They're actually coordinating. I just don't think this was well coordinated. Apologies, lads, but admittedly, like, not killing the Cataphracts versus 2 players may have been a mistake. Rams are gone. Well, they were evolving. They're definitely learning, but I think that this may have needed better coordination. Spearman is still a problem, but... Oh, the Lance Neck. Oh my god, no, Lee, please. Please attack. Oh my god, I think he's going to lose the entire army. 2 Lance Neck left over. Cataphract need to pull back here to give the Lance good cleaves. Trample comes through, and it looks like he is going to wipe out Leave's army. That's insane. Leave doesn't have much left. I love how Hosen's like, no, not the system of the first heal. The only reason I'm winning with my strategy. The rush to keep it alive. He's at -2 wood right now. Come on, lad. Finish gulping. Drados has moved in now. Drados, he needs to actually trade efficiently here. This is only Feudal Age longbows versus archers, but the Men-at-Arms are adding a lot of damage in. So it looks like we're actually going to be saying a painful farewell to our second laser of the game. System the first heal's been saved. Thankfully, that's very important because Hosen's entire game strategy revolves around this. You don't know if I'm being sarcastic or not, and I'm not going to give clarity. So yellow now out. Orange has got a decent-sized army. Unfortunately, he didn't bring anything for the cavalry. So, good luck. I don't think they're going to like what they discover when they go through this wall, folks. It's only 2 Lance Necked. It is 3 Cataphracts, though. And, okay, these are Men-at-Arms upgrade, Longbows upgraded. So, should die. How are graphics so good? I take all the sayings, cram them up to maximum, and then cry about my frame rate. Wait, is he's legitimately garrisoning Cataphracts? Alright, he gets the freebie. Leave needs to kill something right now. I love when Dradla's like, 50's not great, let's take a Lomacam. Oh, 100. Jackpot. Imagine if this game is decided by like 50 points. Because I feel like we're going that way. I do quite like the idea of healing comps actually in this game mode, so you never feed over. It's difficult to maintain later in the game. Like with 20 minutes plus, it should be very difficult. Then again, Hosen went for a very ambitious strategy, so maybe not. I'm chuckling at the fact that Hosen has not scaled more fishing when he's trying to play Mass Cataphract. And oh no. Oh, he might be dead. Oh, the villagers. Oh. Oh. Yuumi? You're going to lose to Yuumi? No. No. Out of all the things to lose to, Hosen's going to lose to Yuumi. Oh, look how he just goes off the house. Spearman now moving in. That is it. Folks, Hosen is dead. He's the meat in the sandwich. And it turns out they're vegetarians. They reject this. Akratoid now activated. Hosen desperately trying to claw back in, but against the Yuumi, against the Samurai, it's a moot detail. He's dead. Well played, Dradloose and Leave. See, guys, you know, I've had comments before where people like, oh, well, I mean, that was predictable. Of course, the highest ranked player was going to win the game. What now, haters? Leave is unranked. Last time they were ranked was Season 6, they were gold. And then Dradloose, on the other side of this, is plat. Fair to say that rank, Elo is just a number, folks. Oh, listen. I think just processing how curb stomped his face just got by this. The funny thing is, if he just played one Byzantine game, he'd probably know that Cataphracts aren't the answer. He really wasn't kidding when he said that he doesn't play Byzantines. He's out. And then there were 2. This can be decided very quickly. This is Castle Age versus Feudal Age. I have no doubt in my mind that this is the win for Dradloose. Yeah, there's no possible way you turn this now. You've got Feudal Age Uni. Yumi. You need to go Uni to learn how bad these units are in this matchup. It's not even armor clad. It's just +2 ranged armor on the men at arms. So pretty cushy end. Dradloose will be our victor here. I'm going to have to, reassess the Nomad choice in these maps. I think for micro maps, it's sick. Anything bigger might be too big unless we increase the clock by a lot. Like maybe you can still do 10 minutes versus Elim, but then 5 minutes between each. But bless him, leave. He's like, I've almost won it, guys. The Shogunate is online, baby. Yeah, but Dradloose is like, I can just walk away. The true counter to a keep. GG. Dradloose will be our Baltic meat grinder champ. Oh dear, oh dear. So let me just name that one meat grinder mod. There we go. All right, fantastic game, folks. I think we have enough time for one more game. So, have we got enough people? Let me get these. Let me refresh the sign up so people can !join. So on my mark, when people are ready, start spamming !join with your in-game name. On my mark. Oh no, I need to restart because the game capture thing has done that thing where it doesn't show the game again. So 1 sec. All right. !join space with your in-game username now. Go, 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 go. Let's see if we got enough people for another. Look at that. Dragavan turns back up. He's like, hell yeah. Krent, the mad lad, has returned. Very big pog. All right, we've got 4. Keep them coming. 5. We've got room for 3 more. Vamos, one and all. I hope we got enough people. Petard only when? I think we're going to have to wait until we've got like 30 people on average clicking !join. Because I'm pretty sure last time I recommended that, we went from 12 people up for free-for-alls to 3. Personally, I don't know why. Petard only is fantastic. All right. So. Wait, I got an idea. Let me have a look at something. Ah, my idea is already in the game. Do we not have enough? We've got 5 people. We need more. Alright, so what we'll do another mini-map one. Let's get a mini-map ready. Oh, we can do his other map, actually. The one that's like... Is that the right one? I don't remember which one this was. I don't think we've done this one before. So we can try this one with Nomad. We'll do the 8-min first Elim. Or do we do it lower? I think 8's good. And we'll do 2 mins every of them. So do a micro map. That way, if we don't have an absolutely full lobby, we're all good. So let me start inviting. Looks like we've got 6 people. I think 6 people was runnable, to be honest. So we get Dragavan in. Remember, guys, you need to full sender on Dragavan because he is a conk level player. He beat Vortex in a tournament. So, take from that. Do what you want with that info. I'm just saying, I'm not saying you should, like, team him. Yeah, I'm saying you should team him. Let's get Spadle in. No problem, Nod. Didn't expect to get to second place. Very big golf clapper. Sure, no, I'm going to put my prediction points on. I don't know if we start predictions for this one. Do I put predictions on for this one? I don't know. So, what we can try to do... I think Recon's practicing. I think a lot of them are practicing. Should we invite Matisse into this mess? I wonder if Matisse would be interested in playing it. Let's ask Matisse quickly. Alright, I think we've got... Set no delay. 8 should be good. No, we won't add AI. We don't need to add AI. Let's be a pretty damn short one. I don't know if he's AFK. So, wait, we're missing someone. Who are we missing? We had 6 entries. Laser, Dragavan, Kren, Julebek. Let's get your ass in here. Where do you think you're going? We didn't say you could leave. Alright, I think Matisse is AFK. Julie, you here? Or is it fully chalked? Are we fully chalked? I'm hoping not. Julie? I guess Julie's gone. So 5-person free-for-all? Okay, no problem. We'll do a 5-person free-for-all. It's a micro map, so that it still works fine. Should I give you guys like a speed sim increase? Probably not. I don't think that's necessarily required, rather. I think we should be fine. So we'll just run like this. You guys can start whenever you want. So get to it. I think we'll make this the last one then. This is what I mean, right? Like, this is what I mean. If people want free-for-alls, we need more people. So let people know that this is the place to do this. And then it makes it more possible to do these more frequently each week. Because I want to. I love doing them. But it does require people. I just got sent a thumbnail for a new video. It's so dumb, but comedial at the same time. Probably easier on weekends. Many lads at work right now. The problem that KVayu is like on weekends, obviously, there's going to be the tournaments quite often. Am I going to be on YouTube? Oh, what, from the cheater thing? Probably not. I don't think, like, I haven't got an editor to hash down that type of stuff. So, you guys started? There's no one else to come. It's a 5-person free-for-all, so whenever you're ready. Nice. At a later time, I don't feel like I could do much later. Like, so here's the thing, Arcleave. We're actually technically approaching past prime time. It's 9 p.m. in Europe. And for US, like, people are probably getting home by now. This is the kind of the awkward thing is, like... The game is biggest in Europe, which is why, like, you know, you see tournaments always focus around that time. Let's get ready, though. Whose map was this? Was this Merlin? I don't know who this is, but whatever, we'll do it. Can you use a clip from my stream? What, to upload on YouTube? If you upload on YouTube, make sure you credit the channel, but sure. Alright, let's go. I can't believe we're doing this. It's another micro map, Meat Grinder. 8-minute first elim. 2 minutes after that, each person will be chopped down. And we have only 5 people. So this is going to be sweaty And it is going to be fast. This game will be over in 18 minutes. You know what? If you're watching this live or you're watching this on YouTube, get your prediction in right now. Don't wait. Don't chicken out. Tell me who you think is going to win. We're doing a different Nomad map, by the way. I don't know what happened here, but this is another one of the kind of unreleased ones I think that Merlin made that never made it into the public eyes, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, no, I think this one got played once by pro players a long time ago. But cool to be checking out a different map, right? I think this might have been one of the ones that can only function with 7 people, so it seemed like a perfect opportunity when we had 5 for a free-for-all. Dragoman the Sweat Lord is, of course, our highest ranked player. Hosin is our second highest ranked player. And then I feel like these guys need to work together. Kren used to be our goldie oldie, went all the way up to Diamond. I like to take credit. It was actually from playing in these free-for-alls that he improved like that, just bragging. On top of that, we've got Julie Beck, who... Oh, wait, sorry, Julie Beck didn't sign in this one, did she? We've got Laser, who is a plat rank player. Contesting credit already. And then finally, we got Spadel in the orange on the English that is a gold rank player. I hate to throw some shade at English, but I feel like I can usually identify whether someone is a gold player by the fact that they pick English for free-for-alls. In fairness, Krent used to be a gold level player, so I am kind of accurate. And yeah, purple most definitely has best spot. Dragoman got the 8 stack of berries. He got all the deer. There's sheep in the corner. He got double stone in the gold. I can't believe how much he got for free here. This is wild. Let me just hit the fast forward because we're up 10 seconds out from live, so let's get as live as possible. So remember, with Meat Grinder mod, you need to kill units to stay alive. Person with the lowest amount of kills will be taken out of the game. Kills are calculated based on the value of units. Now, the interesting thing here, actually, is it has to be said that by playing English, you kind of get this leverage point against Dragovan. He went Iabids. Very difficult to dive the English with Iabids options in the early ages, right? And remember, we only gave 8 minutes to get your TC set up from a Nomad start and get units out to start killing. So I may have been a bit cruel on this. I feel like 10-minute starters are probably the sweet spot because 10 minutes into a game, you can have like a blacksmiths into siege weapons and you can start doing some damage against turtley players. 8 minutes might favor the defenders a bit too much. But this is all about experimentation. This is the cool thing about this game mode. I don't know how Laser does anything in this game. I can't believe he's building Spim against English. I mean, there's gold here. My recommendation would be walk to the gold right now. And probably build your House of Wisdom down here as well. This is rough. Yeah, I think the other map we use from Merlin is probably his best balanced one. I feel like that map, there are enough options that people can do different things. This map is kind of brutal. It's funny that we have 5 people on this map, but gold-wise, there's not enough. Well, there's enough for 5 people if someone doesn't drop a TC like this. Otherwise, unless someone's willing to share, you are royally screwed. Dragoman, please make a move, buddy. I feel like he's playing with fire here. He's a minute out. The interesting thing, though, is like Iabids can be low-key strong in a map this small. I usually say on Meat Grinder they kind of suck, but in this situation, because you can build Ram straight away, you could do some damage. Like if you do some Clown Car shenanigans where you put archers inside of a Ram and go, you could get 1 or 2 villager kills that would keep you alive. Laser now sneaking out. Kren. Oh my god, that was so close. Remember, if they all have 0, they are all going out. We're not fair. We're brutal in this game mode. Drawn players get obliterated. Wall's now going up in the north side from Hosin. Hosin somehow got 140 resources worth of kills early on and then just faded into the ether. I wonder if in this mode, it might be worth keeping the accrued points. That might be a better approach. Ram. Yeah, Laser needs to get inside that ASAP. He's moving in. I would say you go past onto the villagers and jump out the spears. That might be the better play. And oh my god, he's doing it, isn't he? Yes. Wait, kill the scout. That's a freebie. Get him. Get the scout. Get the scout. Where is he going? What? No. But what? But why? Why? Oh no! Oh, Laser! Not like this. I mean, the funny part is Dragavan has to go right now. Because now that this weird scrappy fight is happening, he needs a kill. Spadel actually is playing a bit too chill. He's now only aging up into feudal age as the English. This is worrisome. I would not feel comfortable with just 50 points. The thing you have to remember in this game mode, there'll be situations where you might be like, oh yeah, this is chill, you can camp. Remember, we see everything. This is what Spadel sees. He hasn't got a clue what's happening around him. So this game is super spooky for him. I also love the fact that Krent's like, hey guys, if you just get a campfire in and add a scout, you basically see half the map. Oh, that's brilliant. You know, statistically, siege towers are actually better than rams for tankiness. I can't believe this. Dragavan, yes! Yes! Siege towers are viable. I can't believe I said it. Archers sniping out. This is the new wave of clown carring. Villagers have to be pulled for this. Kren just trying to guarantee Dragavan gets eliminated, but he is safe as a bank. 150 points. Spadel is going to have to rush this. So remember, these actually, the other interesting thing is the Rams have less health than Siege Towers now. But did you also know that the cost difference, Siege Towers are more efficient for doing this in this mode? This is brilliant, dude. I can't believe that I get to see this. So you guys wanted Siege Towers to be good? This game mode is how they're good. We solve this piece of crap. And big shout out to Pesty coming through the sub. Thank you to EDC TV. When are we getting a tournament in this game mode? Spadel goes out. And Dragavan, I mean, you just repair and go again, right? I think you just repair and go again. Kren doesn't have an answer still. He only has longbows. Oh, man, I love watching Dragavan. Win or lose, he has some brilliant strategies. Wait, is this going to be an intentional feed? That would be genius. Laser's the weakest player. He's age 1. Dude, that is sick. I think this is what he's doing. Like, Dragavan, he's scouting, but now that he sees this, I think you just run this into Yellow's base so that then Hosen or Kren are facing elimination. That's really smart. No, wait, Kren, no, Dragavan, we've gone from being smart here to... No. He's just scouting. Okay. I am disappointed, personally. I actually think the play here was to feed the Siege Tower to get rid of Kren. Because Kren is like this annoying stopgap now in the middle, right? It might be that actually he likes having Kren here because it's a close neighbor. So he's going to save him, and then Hosen and Laser. Dude, no way. You need to go. You actually need to go. You freaking gremlin. I can't believe this. Are we somehow in a micro map going to get a double elim with 0 points? Wait. No way! Dragavan now diving in. It's full clown car mode. We've got the Ram online. Hosen still doesn't have enough, by the way. Laser has somehow farmed up more. I can't believe that. Village is now being sniped. Clown carring is a problem. It's not exclusive to Chiganu, folks. Hosen needs a kill. He needs more than one, actually. Oh my god, no. He's dead. Hosen, our second highest ranked player, is out. We're down to 3. You know what? I'm actually impressed that we're just 5 people. This is so intense. Hosen says he didn't have any food. Choose a better spot. Blame Merlin. Merlin made this map. This isn't my fault. All right? Noob, no wonder he retired and became a chef. Okay? Not on me. He realized his maps don't have enough food, so he went and made food in real life. I can't believe this from Dragavan. This is so good. And yeah, Siege Towers are only 125. Yeah, Hosin, did you not realize siege towers are only worth 125 wood? That's what made it so genius. Because siege towers have, like, was it 480 health and the same ranged armor. And they move quicker. So that was Gigabrain. Dragavan actually chose the best thing to attack you with, or attack Kren with. And now the Ram after was just piling the pressure. Kren. It looks like it's going to be a one-on-one, but right now, oh my god, Kren is just dead, guys. He has barely any economy left. Yellow got saved by his rank, didn't get prioritized by the Gong. Tell that to Spadel. And Dragon's like, there's no way they're going to get more points. If I was Kren and Laser right now, I'd be like, God, look, let's just run into each other. If I was Kren, I'd be like, he ran away. Let's kill each other's units now. Quick, quick, quick. It would be so hilarious to see them just do this to get rid of Dragafan. Unfortunately, it looks like Laser is going to be going out in second. Now, the giant question mark, folks, is Kren, do you just hide everything in your TC and pray that that's enough to win? Honestly, the damage you've taken in this game, Dragavan is so damn far ahead. I think your best strategy is to hide in the TC. It's difficult because he could ram down the buildings, right? So it's not guaranteed. But, like, what is your alternative choice here if you're Kren? Your economy is half his size. You have terrible unit comp against Mass Archer Rams here. I can't believe I just said that. But, yeah, Men-at-Arms and Longbows suck against Mass Archer Rams. I panicked at the start. I can tell by the fact that you really wanted this gold vein, not this one. By the way, did I forget to mention the fact that Dragavan is actually teching up? He's got Master... I can't... No. Master Smith sucks. Please stop. He's gonna kill him with Master Smith. In Castle Age, which is the worst possible time to get it. Actually, no, that's not true. Imperial is worse. Well, Kren, I'd like to say you fought well. So anyway, we've now got 4 Rams coming from Dragavan. Does he know that, like, if neither of them get any points, they both die and it's a draw? I really hope he realizes that. We've never had this before, but I'm pretty sure it's a draw. Oh my god, Kren, dude, do it for the glory, for the glory. For the glory! Gets the villager, get out, run! Run! No! No! Oh, Kren. That has to be the end of him. There's no way back from that. GG, Dragavan. He may be the highest ranked player, but you can't deny he done this in style. Well, I know what I'm calling that one. Let me just type out the title. Finally, siege towers are good. Meat Grinder mod fixes everything. Shout out to Rasselbach. His mod has solved the age-long issue of siege towers sucking. We finally have a use for it. This playstyle is too much IQ for me. Dude, it's like, you're not sure whether to respect it or be embarrassed by losing to Siege Towers, right? That's the impressive part. Thank you, Dragavan. That was a fantastic game to round out the stream. I think that's all we've got time for, free-for-all-wise. We're approaching 11-hour stream, so I think now's a good time to pop off. If you guys haven't already, make sure you're following the channel. Make sure you've got notifications turned on so you guys are here immediately. And if, you know, you're coming through, you're like, oh, when is free-for-alls? When is free-for-alls? If you weren't here, well, you missed it. You had an opportunity. Make sure you're tuning in regularly so we can get these going more frequently. I really want to try and help diversify the content away from just pro-level 1v1s. I don't like that the content creation side for AoE 4 is just strictly an elitist approach. I think there's a lot of content that people would enjoy that feels more inclusive. And my goal is to try and do that and bring that guys to you. Doesn't help admittedly, when Dragavan always wins, but the lesson here is I'm training your guys' brains. When you see Beastie Cute in a free-for-all lobby, you know to target him. That's what we're doing. Dragavan is the test dummy for you guys to go into your free-for-all quick match making, and when you encounter a pro, you convince everyone in the lobby to work together. But guys, that's going to be it from me. No stream expected tomorrow. If there is one, it's impromptu, which is why you should pay attention to notifications and make sure you're in my Discord. !mark Discord for that, by the way. Possibly we'll have a short stream, but not guaranteeing it. We will be live on Saturday casting a bunch of the Energy Slapfest games, so be sure to tune in here for your peak casting AoE 4 content. But that is going to be it. I'm going to now raid through to Warman, Marika, Warman, Cutie. The really important thing to remind her is that in future, she needs to be joining our free-for-alls because I want to see her clap in the meat grinder. But for now, go enjoy her grinding on the ladder, looking to climb up to Conk with her filthy English spamming. I'll catch you all soon. Toodaloo.